Players are getting geared up. Delta Force is in full swing. We're talking $500,000, so much on the line, and of course everybody wants to become a champion here. Of course, it's up to them to decide who it's going to be.
Yeah, we're really excited about this competition. If the folks at home, if you haven't watched all of the lead-up stages to today, I want to remind you that yes, all of our players are on land, but they had to earn their spot here. We have regional qualifiers for all of our different regions. We've got a ton of teams playing, a bunch of regions from all over the world competing together to figure out who's the best team in Delta Force right now in operations. This is the sweatiest, the biggest, and the best competition in operations history.
That's right. So many locations. That's the important thing, right? The fact is, again, just as he said, every spot was earned at this point in time. Those spots were given, which means the teams have worked incredibly hard to reach that very stage. Now that they're here, are they going to let it go to waste? Are they going to make the most of it? We've been talking to several of the players. They're in good spirits. They're happy. We saw some scrims yesterday, some dominant performances, but I am happy we got those scrims because hopefully it's going to help the teams feel a bit more comfortable today.
Let's talk about what's going on today, okay? To start, if you haven't watched any of these competitions, I want to break it down for you. We could be playing up to 6 maps today, but the key factor is if we get to 6 maps, we could be playing just 4. The way this works is it's double brick format, which means yes, your loot value is important, but it is all about those mantle bricks. If a team is able to achieve 2 mantle bricks in this competition, they win this competition. Our leaderboard is going to be ranked by mantle bricks first and then loot value. So 1 mantle brick is nice, 2 will get you the win regardless of everything else. Now the way this works, we're in customs, of course, and we're on LAN. All of our players will start with 1 million Technic Alloy just to kick off things. They can get their loadouts going. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable with 1 million to start. So every team will basically on our leaderboard have 3 million on the leaderboard in loot value. No mantle bricks yet. However, they also have a 3x3 safe box that can be used just like public lobbies, normal safe box. Throw anything that you can fit in there. Try to take it out of the map. If you can extract it, if you can't, you at least get what's in your safe box. And then, of course, we've got our card holder. Everybody can get a key card. It's a single Technic Alloy to get that. And we've got some other rules with money going and exchanging hands based on kills. Now, to start, you have limitations on what you can buy. Within the first match, right before we start it, you can only buy level 3 and below ammo. So it limits what we can start with. Level 4 and below helmet and armor. Level 5 and below repair kits. Everything else is up for grabs as normal. And then as we progress through the stages of this competition, of course, more things will open up. But the key factor is there is no level 6 helmet available for purchase at all. And AWM ammo is only attainable from airdrops. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second. But you're going to be able to get an AWM and its ammo only from those airdrops. Now, we've got some limitations on ammo selection packs as well. We'll continue to break all that down as we get into it. The players are going to have a chance to earn Technic Alloy as we go. There's 400,000 Technic Alloy for every kill. If you watch some of the previous stages of competition for North America or EU or any of our other regions, you saw it used to be 300K, now it's 400K. And ID tags, these operator nameplates on your screen right now, ID tags also have value, and they scale in value as we go through the competition. It starts at 50K for the first round, and it'll scale all the way up into the hundreds of thousands. So it's definitely worth picking up the operator nameplates, aka your ID tags, your dog tags. But mantle bricks, this is the super important part of this rule set. Mantle bricks are everything. One thing about the mantle bricks that is super interesting is there are very specific decoding stations across the map. All the players have a rule book. It's all broken down for them. They know exactly where to go. These decoding stations, you got to put the mantle brick in there. There's a timer, and we'll continue to break that down. However, anytime a mantle brick is stolen at a decoding station, this is super important. That timer will reset, but it will decrease. So if it's stolen multiple times in a row, all of a sudden, we might have a timer of only 2 minutes on their next decode. And of course, you got to get that before it is gone. The other thing to remember, something we saw a lot in our regional finals, is that if there's not enough time to decode it, versus our game clock, obviously we've got a problem. You will not earn it. Now, another fun rule about this competition is that we can only, as a team, can only pick an operator a maximum of 2 times. Taylor, that is not per player, that is per team. Only 2 times. If you see Stinger 2 times from one team today in this first match, best of 6, they can only get it for 2 times. If you see it twice, you're not going to see it again. That goes for all of our operators available. If you did watch some of our previous competitions, you also knew that we were on a previous patch. We've advanced a patch. We've got Tempest into the mix, so watch out for that. Now, Taylor, talk to me about the schedule. We talked about the rules. We got a lot going on this bracket.
Yes, we definitely do. I know it's a lot to take in. We'll be walking you through each and every day what's taking place. We'll be starting off with Group Stage A and Group Stage B, Match 1 and Match 2. The top 3 from each respective group will move forward to the upper bracket. You'll be seeing all 3 of those taking place today. It's going to be a long one, but a good one. Some of your favorite teams battling from many locations all around. Tomorrow, we will be going into our elimination rounds. Today, nobody's eliminated. That's something to take note of. Everybody getting their feet wet, getting their legs underneath them. That's going to be highly important and impactful. But for that upper bracket, who moves forward?
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's top 2 making it to finals. If you're watching this right now, go ahead and screenshot it so you can track along with us or ask questions in the chat. Of course, we'll continue to break this all down. Today, you will see 3 best of 6. 3 matches. Taylor just talked about it. A, then B, then our upper bracket. Top 2 from upper bracket make it straight to finals. They skip day 2. Insane stuff. So here's a quick look at our estimated times to start each of our different rounds today, starting with Group A here in just a moment. So let's talk a little bit about some of these teams before we get a chance to see them on stage here shortly. We've got some fantastic teams from all over the world, Taylor. Any quick hits from Group A, which is where we're going to be starting?
Well, AKA, also known as, that team I'm going to be looking out for. Coming from North America, we've been talking with 60MG Articuno quite a bit. They're in high spirits. They're feeling good, especially after their scrims yesterday. But the top dog to watch out for, of course, has to be coming from the location of China. We're talking Q9 in Group Stage A and Group Stage B, though, ESG.
Yeah, these are likely the top 2 teams. Really excited to see what they're able to do on main stage. They had an insanely rigorous qualification process, folks. If you watch North America and EU, it almost pales in comparison to what was going on in China. They actually finished their qualification series on land to get these top 2 teams. Crazy stuff, but amazing teams to talk about across the board. We'll get a chance to talk a lot about them later. You shouted out AK already. We've got to mention Fallen from the EU side. You'll see those teams now down below us. They're about to get into the competition. You're about to see them here on stage. Fallen is a team that's been winning a lot of scrims, especially from the Western side, EU NA scrims that have been going on. Fallen's a team that most of the other competition's been watching and saying, hey, that's one of the top teams going into today. Now, it's LAN, and it's also Delta Force. Anything can happen, but I think on paper, they may be one of the front runners outside of those China mainland.
I would have to say so. Fallen looks good. HR is just a wonderful player. Like you said, they have that team chemistry. They have the experience when it comes to Delta Force competitive. And also, yesterday's scrims that we were able to watch, Fallen ended up placing second place in their respective group, just behind the Q9 he dominated. So Fallen is looking like the number 2 team to move out of this group and then go into the upper bracket. Of course, though, they're going to have some competition. Gold Silver, also another roster coming out from the APAC location. This roster specifically is very aggressive on the Mando breaks, which is going to be highly impactful, of course, on map 2, going into map 4, 5, and 6. They are known for picking it up early and quickly, but can they hold on to it? That's going to be my question today.
Yeah, it'll be really fun to break down the strategies of each of these teams. Every region plays different. We even saw that in our regional qualifiers with NA and EU. Totally different competitions, totally different pace of play. One of the things I'm hearing from all of the players is that a lot of our China teams are extremely aggressive. It's going to be a lot of fun. Folks, let's head down to the stage and introduce the players. Try to call my bluff and you will find out.
北美赛区 AKA 泛太平洋赛区 GS。 欧洲赛区 FN。
All
韩国赛区 STS。日本赛区 FL。中国大陆赛区请九，6支战队集结完毕，精彩对决一触即发。
All right, we've got some players on stuff across the board. Got a chance to see all of our players here playing in Group A, Taylor. What do you think of that?
Love it. Look, it's great to see the players finally taking that stage. The intensity on their faces, they're feeling great. And you can also tell for some others, they're feeling comfortable. And I think that's the important thing, right? For some of these competitors, it's their first time on LAN. That is a big talking point. Yes, we're in the studio at the moment. Day 3. We're going to be in front of a sold-out stadium. The crowd is going to be loud. There's going to be a lot of pressure. This is valuable experience for the competitors currently sitting here today. Of course, though, for China, they did have, of course, their own lane event for the qualifiers, which was huge. Q9, ESG getting that experience. But I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table today.
Yeah, I got a chance to see Gold Silver there on main stage. We've been talking about him. We talk to him all the time outside of the competition as well. This is AKA, and of course, located in the U.S. here for our North American region. You get 60 MG on your screen. Hey, look, they got a lot of great personalities. I had a lot of fun interviewing these guys. We've talked to them a ton about their plans going into it. One of the interesting things about the North American teams, and Articuno, namely one of the big ones here in North America for AKA, is that these teams, they don't have as designated, solidified, long-standing rosters as some of our other regions. These are teams that came together for DFI. They maybe didn't play together as much before DFI. A lot of roster changes going into the big qualification series, and it kind of all just worked out. So this trio in particular, Jan, namely being one of the best players in the game across the board, you've got to watch out for this roster, absolutely. But the big question in my mind is how much in the lab have they been? How much have they been working to get to a point where they can compete with some of the best teams out there?
Soft to strong into the roster that's looking to take the world by storm. Location coming out from Korea. Younger roster, given, of course, the age range on the very stage. E-Hit's going to be one that I'm watching out for, man. His name is great. Love it. He's going to be hitting the competition right in the mouth. And, of course, for this roster during the scrims yesterday that we had a chance to watch, they weren't doing too bad. In fact, they could very well be a front runner for this group.
Yeah, and I think, again, we can talk about the playstyles of the different regions, and that's something that's really important to watch out for in our very first round. Some of these regions play extremely slow, play for loot. However, a team like Fallen is a team to watch out for to play aggressive and frankly match the aggression of a team like Q9. This roster, extremely talented, longer standing, at least duo for this team. Now they actually technically qualified for the finals with a different third, and Uzbishka came in as the substitute because one of their players couldn't make it out to LAN. It's actually worked out really well for him. Uzbishka's been really talented. All the scrims he's looked really well. Scrims yesterday he looked really good. He was actually clutching up in a solo trio moment that we saw. You got to watch out for this Fallen roster. Absolutely an EU team that is to be reckoned with. They got second yesterday in the group stages. I can't imagine they're not a top 3 team making upper bracket today.
And they're fun to watch. Flowridge is going to be one of our older competitors at 29, but then you look at HR, and I believe he's, 19, right? So you've got a wide range, but this is the team to watch out for. Coming from the location of China, we're talking Q9. They were just behind ESG throughout their qualification to get to this very stage, but they are looking like the number 2 seed overall when it comes to the rest of the rosters. They were dominant in the scrims yesterday, and when I say dominant, I truly mean dominant.
Yeah, let me be very clear. We don't have to break down all the stats of scrims because they are just scrims.
I understand.
However, they did win in 4,
That's right.
and they won with the most loot value by like a
Yes.
mile.
Yeah.
One of the things I was talking about some of the players was that Q9 just played extremely aggressive. They knew they could win, so they took it to their competitors rather than waiting for the fights. Now, as we swing over to our Japan regional finalists, this is the one team coming out of Japan, and this is Finnel. Excited about this roster as well.
Yeah, Finnel's great. Hazmats. He's going to be the one that I'm truly watching out for. He is just a great player. He can be aggressive when need be, but he can also make the play calls that are valuable to his roster. Finnel, a team that can definitely take the world by storm. And again, different age ranges. You look at Uni, for example, 30 years old, right? That's the beautiful thing about Delta Force. You've got some competitors that are 19. You've got some that are 30. But that valuable experience, being a little bit older, I think is going to be valuable, especially for keeping your younger players at bay, keeping them composed when the pressure gets at an all-time high.
Yeah, that's actually a really good shout out. I think one of the things we've got to mention is that some of these players do have experience on land and some do not. We've got some people from Fallen that have some experience playing in Tier 2 esports and other titles. They talk about all the other games they've played coming into Delta Force. And then you've got some teams, again, back to Q9, that have played on land for Delta Force. I mean, that's a huge boon going into a competition of this scale, Taylor.
Yeah, it definitely is. Again, valuable, so valuable. It's a constant conversation amongst multiple esports. Who has LAN experience? Who doesn't? And Q9 and ESG are already ahead of the pack. But again, for a lot of these players, actually every player, they've had great accommodations. They've been able to practice consistently since they've been here. Most of them have been here maybe even closer to a week, right?
That's
so
right.
they've adjusted to the time zone, because you think about flying out, right? For some from like San Antonio, for example, right? Coming over to China, I mean, we're talking a 12-hour time difference. It takes a little bit of adjustment, but luckily the accommodations from the Delta Force team have been wonderful. And everybody's been gearing up and getting ready to go. We're shortly about to head in to our map number 1, of course, which is going to be on Zero Down. But so much at stake for the first ever Delta Force Invitational. The money is one thing, and the money is great. $500,000, are you kidding me? That is incredible. But also to become the first ever Delta Force Invitational champion, I mean, that's invaluable.
Yeah, I mean, this is the foundation for where Delta Force Esports is going to go. We've been setting that foundation for a while with our online competitions, from DFI even to the Delta Force Global Leagues, getting to this point in multiple game modes. But here on a stage like this is just a studio. We're not even at the stadium yet.
I know.
And it's unbelievable. And so you're totally right. This is the foundation. So the ego, or at least the prowess, to be able to say I'm one of the first Delta Force champions of the world here at Delta Force Invitational, absolutely that everybody's one of the things everybody's thinking about. Now, we got to talk about some of the stats on paper, because going into the competition, there was technically on paper seeding, and that's just based on traditional stats from the regional finals. So you kind of got the first place from each of the regional finals seeded, and then second place. So technically on paper, Q9 is kind of middle of the pack. But like we've been talking about, that's because they were in the same competition as ESG, who is also very dominant. And so when we talk to the players, they say that's a team to fear. But the other thing they say is that the aggressiveness of these China teams could come back to bite them. One of the things we'll see with Delta Force is that the game can be played a modicum of different ways. And I think absolutely that is going to be key here on land.
Let's talk about it, right? Aggression is a double-edged sword, all right? When it's going well, you are dominating your teams that you're pushing. But when it's not going well, you run the risk of your entire trio being eliminated, right? So you have to find that balance, and it's really, really easy to go over one edge to the extreme versus the other, and you got to find that balance. If you don't, you're going to be in trouble. And you're right, I did worry about that, even watching the scrims. And I know I keep referencing scrims. Typically, I don't traditionally do that in the broadcast. I really don't. But watching Q9 again yesterday was just so powerful for me. And I think for them and their perspective, though, especially Mo, right? Talking about him, the tip of the spear, the way that he pushes fights is incredible. Might even be making the play calls, which is just incredible, being as aggressive as he is, right? Being the tip of the spear as he was, at least yesterday.
Yeah, and okay, so while we've got a moment, I think the players are readying up right now. It'll take a little bit to get their loadouts ready. Again, I want to explain a couple of the rules. Maybe you didn't watch our DFI regional finals. Maybe you didn't watch the qualification series. And I will say, one thing to remember about this is that this is going to feel kind of like pubs, except with the best players in the world all in the same lobby. It's a customs lobby. However, with these competitions, it plays like pubs in the sense that if you die, you lose your gear, right? So that is something to keep in mind. A highly aggressive playstyle can come back to bite you. So if you die, you lose all the gear you're bringing in. Of course, you can use that save box like you can in normal pubs. Now, the other thing that we didn't really mention as much in the match rules that I want to highlight now is that there is per round compensation. compensation. So if you go broke early, you're not going to be completely broke. You'll be able to buy something, but there is a boon with having a larger stash value. So the way that works is that every single kill you get is 400,000 Technic Alloy. That's every kill. You get a squad wipe, that's 1.2 mil. That's an insane amount of loot value just for kills. So it definitely rewards you for playing aggressive. There is also loser compensation is what it's called, funny enough, where if you don't extract for multiple rounds in a row, you will actually earn a little bit more cash. So there's a lot of kind of ways to earn cash for your loot value overall, which is your stash value. If you all at home have watched some of our other competitions, we're not tracking loot per game and that becomes your total. It is just your stash value. You could have a negative score based on not extracting and not getting any kills and getting wiped early. So something to watch out for. The other note though, Taylor, I really want to highlight for all of my sweats that have been watching all of our competition at home, I said it briefly, we have advanced a patch. So namely, talking to the competitors, these are the big things. Tempest is now in the mix. And I gotta highlight my guy Articuno from AKA. He is the self-proclaimed best Tempest player
That's what he
here.
said.
And he's saying maybe the best Tempest player in the world.
Okay.
Certainly he thinks the best Tempest player in North America.
Well, you can only use it twice, though. That's the thing. So he needs to use it where he feels it's going to be the most impactful, most likely during those Mando Brick rounds, which arguably are the most important rounds, right? Because you could win if you get 2 of them. But also Senivas were very impactful throughout the North American and EU qualifiers. I'm curious if they're going to be just as impactful here because other regions, for example, like China, don't really use Seniva as much, right? So there's different operator selections based upon the different locations that the competitors are at.
Yeah, and speaking of operators too, new patch means Aluru got his buff. Aluru is absolutely going to be one of the biggest operator choices today. I think most of the teams will be using him in some of those crucial rounds. It is fun to talk about the different operator comps because again, we said this at the top of the show, you can only use each operator twice as a team. And so obviously you got to pay attention to when are you going to use Luna to get that extra info? When are you going to use Stingers? Most people will use Stingers when they're maybe losing a couple rounds in a row. They save some money on some heals, and also you need a lot of smokes for maps like Space City, which we will get to later in the rounds. Let's talk about that map rotation because we're about to get into it. We are starting with Zero Dam. Now for round 1 and round 3, there is not a Mandelbrick on the map. And instead, there will be airdrops. And when an airdrop comes down, you know there's an AWM in it. So you got to keep that in mind. And super important not only to get that weapon, but also keep that weapon. You can't store the ammo in your safe box, by the way. So you got to keep it in your bag, and you better get out of the map. It is time for Zero Dam. The players are loading in, and I can't be more excited to see how this is going to go. This is the litmus test. This is the pace of play being set. I'm pumped about this, Taylor.
This is it. This is round 1, the start for the Delta Force Invitational, the opportunity to be a champion and the path to a championship starts right here, one step at a time. We've got our players on the map. Ghosh, we've got a lot of activity already underway.
Yeah, a quick look, by the way, there are some designated spawns. If you get a tier 1 spawn in one map, you can't get a tier 1 spawn in the next map. Obviously, a tier 1 spawn here for Zero Dam is going to be around admin. You can see STS on your screen right now swarming into admin with who else besides FL. They're right behind them, and they're both sprinting in, trying to get a grab on some of the best loot in this map. So far, so good. Nice and simple. Watch out for those 2 teams in admin. Everybody else kind of looting up their positions and then moving on their merry way. Now, traditionally, Taylor, what we've seen, obviously, if you can take down Saeed, that's nice. Hopefully find some nice loot. We'll take what we can find. A little PKM with some gold ammo. Not bad. But one of the things we'll watch out for is obviously the fights in admin. The other big note about Zero Dam is the dam extraction, okay? Watch out for the dam extraction and watch how early teams will get there, Taylor. This is something we always see, is that dam extraction is everything, and the team that gets there first usually wins.
That's it. Obviously taking a look at the operators as well as the kits that are currently in play. Again, with this being game number 1, round 1, everybody starts fresh, but these operators can only be used one more time throughout the remaining potentially 5 games. Of course, we can end Group A after just 4 games and 2 Mando bricks are gathered.
Yeah, taking a look at Q9, by the way, worth noting, they're burning both Noxes. This is pretty standard, actually. A lot of folks don't love Nox in the Operation Sweaty competitive format that is customs. Q9 says, let's get them out of the way in game 1, when technically on paper, the stakes are the lowest. So they're going to burn both their Noxes. You see a Nox on just about every other team, aside from Fallen and AKA over there in the middle of the screen, roughly. Take a look at some of the weapons, mostly standard standard across the board. We see a couple P90s, we see a couple AUGs, a couple different nice sizable weapons. This is pretty standard, but nothing else to really write home about. I think the big one is to pay attention to those operators, especially for round one. These are the operators that theoretically they're kind of quote unquote burning, where you can absolutely set yourself up for success in map one. Definitely a map that has the lowest stakes.
So STS, been looking at them quite a bit. Obviously Q9, which we're not going to have too much competition at the moment over at Substation, but we do still have to pay attention to Admin, which is going to be up in the northern side. Gold Silver start to move in, so 3 teams getting relatively close. And speaking of close, STS, FL also dangerously close to each other, most likely about to go into an engagement shortly.
Yeah, as per the usual, this is the first fight in Admin, the 2 teams that spawn closest to it. And it looks like Nox actually connected in some equipment, so is able to knock one down to half. Nice advantage here, at least to slow the pace of play. Obviously, they've known each other are here. It's just a matter of when to take this engagement. You really want to start off your competition with a bang. And as a reminder, every kill is 400,000 Technic Alloy to the bank. A really cool tournament UI system where it's auto-added to your character and to your stash based on the kills you get, your ID tags you extract with, and so on and so forth. So we'll see, of course, them try to prioritize some kills along the way. On the left-hand side, you're going to be able to see the teams and their colors, but also our leaderboard. If it says assets obtained, that is going to be in this match alone. So already 1 million added to the stash value for FL thus far if they can extract.
Yeah, quite healthy so far, right? Of course, AWM going to be coming up into play relatively soon, you'd have to assume anyways. That's going to be one we'll keep our eyes out for. During the scrims yesterday, Q9 was highly aggressive on the airdrops. I expect them to be just the same here as they rotate towards the south, potentially getting closer towards FN, who's going to be just up to the north. But at least as of now, everything is calm so far. I do like the fact that STS, excuse me, and FL did back away from each other. I was expecting them just to headbutt fully. There's no reason to be overly aggressive this early in the tournament.
Yeah, they found some angles here, but you're totally right. They absolutely backed off. I'm actually paying attention to AKA. You saw them zipping down from the northeastern side of the map. They should be engaging here on the backside of this admin fight. Now, of course, we do have GS. They are going to do the wall breaker mission right now, so they're deep into the back of this spawn of the zero dam extraction. So there's going to be a fight, obviously, on your screen between AKA and Fennel. That's FL. Potential. FL has decided to go into the dam extraction. Gold Silver's back there, and they could potentially take the air duct route over and actually third party this fight.
Yeah, but what's interesting though is one player from Gold Silver is still over in barracks.
Yeah.
Right? Bobo is totally separated. And you got Crazy Dog and others who's going to be up there for Gold Silver, but potentially a 2v3 situation at worst, which might be tough.
Yeah, and here's a quick look at that wall breaker mission. We all know it. We all love it. It's one of our favorite parts of Zero Dam. Hopefully they're able to get some sizable loot out of some of these safes, and it doesn't look like anybody's trying to contest them there, which honestly, I think for the people at home, if you're a Gold Silver fan, this is a good thing because there's only 2 players, like Taylor mentioned down here. You can see it now. Their third is way off into the distance up by barracks, and potentially is actually going to maybe extract early from the barracks extract. We'll see what they decide to do. This is something that we do see sometimes in rounds 1 and round 3 where there's no mantle bricks, is that some people will stack their loot on one player and get them out early, but it doesn't look like they have a ton of stuff likely on Bobo, who's not with them at Wallbreaker.
Yep.
That 1.7 mil has recently ticked up because of Wallbreaker.
Yep.
So the 2 players with the most value are going to be the 2 players kind of into the mix here around this dam extraction.
Looks like FN Q9 might potentially be fighting very shortly
yeah.
for the airdrop, right? So this is going to be a big fight. And you mentioned litmus test at the very beginning.
Here we go.
Talk about it, right, with Q9 setting up. And in fact, at least the trap has been sprung. FN already onto an engagement. FN actually has a down player, Q9 as well. So 2 fights taking place at the same exact time, and they're both chaos.
Yeah, we've actually got a really good position for HR's teammate. That's Flarich on top, playing the high ground. He's giving comms here to allow Momo to push up, yes, but not allow him to go too far. However, he found the angle, the back of the leg, the hamstring, getting tagged up from Mo. It's going to force Flarich down. He doesn't know exactly where that angle was and didn't want to risk trying to stay up there to stay alive. Now, we do see, again, like you said, now a 2v2 over this airdrop. The 2 players of Q9 slightly split, but because they pushed Flarich back, They're able to recombine and be able to play this trade. This is a true 2v2, both trading blows. And again, Taylor, super important. These are on paper our top 2 teams in this group, and the top 2 teams have exchanged blows and are fighting for this airdrop.
Q9 already relatively healthy when it comes to assets gained, but obviously you want to take this airdrop. Fennel, they're towards the bottom. This could be an incredibly valuable fight, especially to take down the number 2 seed right coming out of China. But Mo is alive, and that's the biggest thing for me. Mo is going to be the difference maker in this fight. K1DE is also going to be just as valuable, but you still have Mo, and Mo has been known to be quite scrappy. And with FN still losing a player down, I just don't know. I don't know how this fight's going to end up unfolding.
I will say Fallen and Q9, both of them lost their players where the opposition is holding. So neither of these players on yellow timers are going to get picked up anytime soon. You actually see K1 looting. I think that's Uzbishka who went down early. And I think Flarich is saying, we got to go aggressive here. This is one isolated. We're able to smoke up the cross, and he actually is able to get the trade. They're going to push for this. A 2v1. Where is Mo, and can he get involved? And it looks like HR's just going to stick the res.
Nice. That is a bold move, but one that's going to pay off. This could be massive, but even for Q9's side of things, they look to be going for a reset themselves. Both should be up in a 3v3.
Yeah, this is a wild turn of events, making me eat my words. I didn't think they were going to make the push. And they were throwing the revive down. And you knew Q9 maybe were going to answer the call. We all know that once you start to revive, it is very, very loud. While this is going on, we're going to stay here. This is the only real fight happening. On the other side, there are now 4 teams playing around the dam extraction, and it looks like there is another airdrop coming in right now in the next 30 seconds that's going to be around AKA. They have the best position, and frankly, the only position on that airdrop, just as an FYI. But this is the fight we care about, and Mo is playing extremely patient as they do pick up Uzbishka. The question is, what does he have left on his body?
Yeah, Mo's in such a powerful spot. Fallen want to get out of here, but just don't know if they're going to be able to do so. You see, of course, the picture-in-picture. Nice shots. Mo almost getting the down, but can't get it.
He got it down with a triple blaster off screen and almost gets a double there. If he was able to get a double knock, I think Mo sprints at this and just 1v3's Fallen. We told you this is the guy to watch out for. And now that he's got an advantage, he's calling his teammate back into the equation. He's calling his teammate to get involved and come help me with this. We can win this fight. Now off screen, you're seeing Articuno picking up the AWM ammo. As I explained a moment ago, they picked up the other airdrop. There are 2 on this map. And this is still the fight for the first one, and it looks like FN, they were able to grab the revive, and they're able to back out of this one.
Yeah, they have to. They got to give it up. Yeah, Mo was in such a great spot. He did a wonderful job holding FN at bay, and I mean, that's just going to be pretty typical, I think, overall. But the fact that FN gets out with all 3 is still very powerful. Now they live to fight another day.
It looks like AKA picked up the AWM and have gone on the offensive. They've got 2 members of GS in their sights, and they're able to take down one, no problem. Going to go for the trade here for the second. This should be nice and easy to clean up. As a reminder, Bobo was way over in barracks. He couldn't get over here in time. They're hunting him in the smoke. He's got an iota of health, and now he is gone. All of a sudden, AKA have a huge advantage. AWM in hand and a team wipe. Also off screen is this fight right here. STS get annihilated by Fennel camping this damn extraction. I told you there's going to be some fights over here, and it's just getting started. I can only imagine AKA is going to come in to this fight once they get their teammates ready to go and they get all the loot they need.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about with AKA specifically, before the tournament even started is the aggression of the lobby, but they have been known to be aggressive themselves. They're coming in fully confident, and that's been expressed in the fights that we've witnessed just a little bit earlier. AKA, gotta say, incredibly impressed with their performance as a whole, and I would love to see them push this fight. You mentioned a litmus test. This is exactly what it is. This is the time to hold your ground on map 1.
Yeah, we can see obviously Fallen has backed out of the fight with Q9. They swung all the way up into admin, and they're actually going to play for this dam extraction as well. So we know STS lost 2 out of 3 of their players, and those bodies are on the dam extraction. FL, Fennel, sitting on the dam extraction with, it looks like, all 3 alive and getting kitted back up. AKA on the outside of the dam extraction, and now Fallen trying to come play for the outside. They're going to engage first with AKA. The key factor here is you got to pay attention to that damn extract timer. Top left of your screen, next to the mini-map, we've got a minute 20 remaining on that. If Fallen and AKA fight early, we could see Q9 potentially third party. We could also see, of course, the team that's sitting on the point potentially play for that fight, which is going to be Fennel. They're going to play defensive, but somebody's going to come swinging in as Q9 wipes the remaining of gold, silver. GS is out of the lobby. Bobo unfortunately had no chance. He was by himself, and here's the first move. It's actually going to be from Fallen.
Okay, so Fallen starts to get a little bit active. Up top ahead, of course, is going to be STS. You got Q9 as well as AKA also getting close. Hazmat, the player to watch. Great shots down range. Can't get the full finish, but goes in. They are trained blows, like you said. Hazmat is the guy to make the moves, but unrelenting as Fallen as they continue to push up, and Hazmat will fall.
Fallen is unstoppable. Can they find the last remaining player? No, but he's got to reload. If he had a little bit more ammo, he could have gotten the double. Somehow, some way, Fallen is alive with one player on the point. Off screen, AKA backed up from the extraction, and now they're fighting Q9, and it's an utter bloodbath on the other side. You thought we were out of the action? Not even close. Q9 on the offensive, AKA very close, but it doesn't look like UR is going to go down. And now Mo on the offensive, trying to find the last remaining player of AKA. They might have started close, they might have started fast, but they are not ending well.
Mo disengages just in a nick of time. Jan's going to be up ahead. He takes a lot of damage. Mo can't engage, at least at the moment. He's a little bit too weak. This is where Guar is going to be powerful. January full prone around the corner, but you got to get your off angle. He's going to manage to do exactly that. AKA had a stellar entry round, but Q9 is looking to end it all.
Quick note, by the way, Jan is the last remaining player, of course, for AKA on your screen. It's worth mentioning, look at Fallen. They only sent one player out of the damn extraction. Be curious to see what that final remaining player is doing, likely stacking up loot from those boxes. There's a ton of bodies in that damn extraction, also getting the revive on their last remaining player. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, Flair's decided to stay, and he's going to get the revive on HR. And now they could play as a duo, potentially either to play spoiler or just stuff those safe boxes. Even if they don't get to an extraction point, they've got a great game on their hands. Here we go, Q9 pushing the equation. Q9 gonna win the gunfight. There's no questions asked. They've got the numbers, and they get the wipe. AKA started strong, but unfortunately, they get cut down, and with them goes the AWM.
That's right, and it goes into Q9's hand, which is just going to be powerful indeed, especially given the fact we've got a Mando Brick round coming up on Brackish just a little bit right in the future. Q9 just as dominant in scrims as they are today. 4.4 million assets already obtained. We're running out of time, but for FN, maybe a chance to get a little bit more loot, but if I'm them, I'm staying far away from Q9 as I can.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-sided coin. They've got one player out, likely with a sizable amount of loot. Flair stayed to get the res on HR. They only have kind of one option right now, which is likely to either push the fight that they want to push or try to get out of the map. The problem is you are running out of daylight to get to an extraction point. I didn't really mention this before. If you haven't watched these competitions, yes, it's similar to pubs, but the timers are shorter. And Zero Dam, the shortest, only 16-minute map, and we only have a minute and a half to try to get to one of the last remaining extraction points on the map. And you can see that these two players are trying to figure out where the heck are they going to go, and can they find anything else that's worth their time.
I don't know. I mean, Q9, they dipped already. They're going to be all the way past Substation towards the south. FN, I mean, relatively, I mean, still doable, right, to catch up in just a minute and 15, but they're going to have to book it, and I don't think they're going to at least cross paths at the moment. A huge game number one coming out from Q9, but I got to say I'm impressed from a multitude of things, right? AK, for example, I think they had some great fights. Even though they finished towards the bottom, their aggression was matched with success up until they matched up against Q9, but everybody ended up falling to them outside of the last two remaining players of FN, right? Gold, silver, though, a lot of questions I have, at least personally, for them. Splitting up is a little bit interesting, right? Leaving Bobo by himself, of course, maybe to get out with a little bit of loot himself. They're going to be in fourth place, just outside the bubble of top three, which is the goal, but splitting up, I don't think that's going to be a successful strat moving forward.
Yeah, I didn't know what exactly. I think they were just trying to send two down into wall breaker and hope that potentially, if they did get pushed, they wouldn't get full wipe. They get somebody out, but you're right, Bobo gets cut down as well, so they don't get anybody out, whereas Q9, they get everything they want. They get their cake, they get the cherry on top, and they get some extra whipped cream too, because, I mean, good grief. They get the wipes they want. They are able to pick up AWM, I assume, from AKA after they wipe them, and they all get out as well. Now, we do see that Flairich is going to be able to get out on the damn crest here on the far right-hand side of the map, up in the north side. He's going to get out, and I think it's HR that's going to run down to the south side of the map and see, hey, is there anybody else over here? Is there anything else I can throw in my safe box? The answer is no. A huge win on paper for Q9.
Massive.
A dominant team. We expected it. We knew they'd likely be near the top after the first game, and they absolutely proved that all the scrims, they weren't a fluke. They're here to play.
That's right, and they went through the blender too. Like, they didn't just get an easy win. They had to face opposition. One of the things about Q9, again, holding teams back, pushing teams up. They kind of did a little bit of everything. They're a mixed bag that does everything well.
Yeah, and I really was impressed with the team fight, obviously. I was actually pretty impressed with Fallen. I mean, they played it really well to be able to smoke and run and go get the revive on their teammate, have all three up. The actual mistake was trying to chow Mo in a way that didn't work at all. He had a great head peek on those boxes, and because of that, they couldn't get any damage on him. And you gotta remember, Mo was running D-Wolf, so just throwing triple blasters into a small confined space. That's why FN backed out. Fallen was like, we can't fight this. There's too much equipment raining hellfire down upon us. We gotta back out of here, we gotta get out. And again, as scrims, the history has repeated itself. Fallen likely in second place overall, and of course Q9 on top.
But even still, like, I think it was a successful map for basically every roster. Like, I don't feel like anybody truly dropped the ball necessarily, and I think going into game 2, I think that's going to be highly impactful, at least something to watch out for. But just Q9, again, so great. AKA had plenty of great moments. I think overall, map 2 is going to be just as exciting, but the AWM is going to come into play, man. That's going to be crazy.
Well, what's wild to think about, and again, I need to confirm if we can, we got to remember Q9 won the first airdrop. So I don't know if what they got out of that. We didn't exactly see all of the loot because there was so much fighting going on. Q9 gets the first airdrop. They win it over Fallen. Then AKA gets the second airdrop where the AWM is, and then the Q9 goes and kills them as well. So essentially, on paper,
Don't say it.
they got both of the airdrops. I mean, that's what they got.
That's right.
Now, of course, there are some things that you maybe could throw in your safe box, but you can't put AWM ammo in your safe box in this competition. So that ammo's on the ground and likely in the pockets of Q9. Absolutely dominated. They got everything they wanted from that map and great kills. Now, talking about some of the other teams, you said there wasn't a team that really dropped the ball. The only one in my mind that maybe would be in the category of dropping the ball was Gold Silver.
Oh,
they really didn't get any kills. They had a great wall break. I mean, they did the wall breaker mission, which is cool, and they got okay loot. We saw that total scale up. But once they got full wipe, it didn't look like they had a ton of super valuable stuff in their safe boxes. I think we dropped somewhere around like 4,500,000, if you will, 450K or so on that leaderboard, which is really not very much at all. I mean, that's a single kill. So, unfortunately, I think that wallbreaker mission didn't really pay off for them. They jumped them up a little bit, but they weren't able to get out with anything besides what was in their safe box. And because of that, coming out pretty poor going into round 2.
Yeah, and that's, again, Bobo by himself. Yeah. I just don't agree with that play call. Really don't. Maybe they're trying things out. After all, it is an airdrop round. It's not a Mando Brick round. Arguably, the Mando Brick rounds are going to be more impactful, albeit, though, Technic Alloy is still going to be critical, right? Q9 yesterday in the scrims, they finished it off in 4, which means it came down to where your standings were in your assets, right? So your, of course, Technic Alloy. You want to be top 3. We were talking with 60MG Articuno from AKA a little bit earlier, as known as, excuse me, and they were saying for themselves, right? Like, hey, all we have to do is beat number 4. That's the goal, right? We don't need to get first place. We just need to be top 4 to go to upper bracket.
Yeah, that's totally true. I mean, you got to remember this is a bubble game, right? We're just playing for the bubble. We're playing for the top 3 position. We're trying to make upper bracket. Once we get to upper bracket, obviously the stakes raise up, and you got to be top 2, which is very difficult. But in this format, Taylor, you bring up a really good point. Loot value is insanely important. Like, we talk about the traditional, when we get to the finals, it's all Mantle Bricks all day. We got to be paying attention to Mantle Bricks. But right now, being top 3, it's likely going to come down to your stash value, not your Mantle Bricks. Of course, Mantle Bricks will set you on top, and then everybody else is ranked accordingly. If there's 2 teams with Mantle Bricks, it comes down to loot value. Absolutely can happen. There's only 4 Mantle Brick rounds, so when you start doing the math, you're like, oh, we need to make sure we get our stash value up. Unfortunately, not a lot of people extracted on that map, which means not a lot of people have a ton of loot value.
That's right. I do want to go back to that airdrop fight between Q9 and FN, specifically Blauwrich, who was playing incredibly well. I thought there was a moment where he maybe could have made a bit more of an impact, especially when he was behind the stone barrier and then you had the car in front, right? He was shooting the ankles, I believe, of Mo, if I'm not mistaken. He was just behind him. I felt in that fight specifically, he could have been more impactful, but I want to highlight more specifically the teamwork from FN to be able to get their teammates back into the engagement, get all 3 up.
Yeah.
I thought that was incredibly valuable, and it showed great chemistry and good teamwork. You just can't stop Q9, especially Mo, holding back all 3 at the same time. He just had just a beautiful off angle, like a good head glitch.
Yeah.
It was going to be tough to push out Mo. But I really do think Blauwrich played that fight very, very well. He didn't overexpose himself, although I do feel he could have done a little bit more.
Yeah, unfortunately, actually, it was where Uzbishka died. I don't know if that was a miscom or it's just the way the map was positioned.
Well, Q9 too also had a player in
right, the problem was Uzbishka was in that little tiny cubby, and all it takes is a couple triple blaster shots, and they can't do anything about it. So they went for the res, and they realized, we got to get the heck out of here, and they back up. Now, we got to carry that train forward, though, because, again, Fallen is one of the best teams. Let's take a look back on some of the highlights, and this is the fight you were talking about. But watch what happens with Fallen Fallen. Once they finally get it, this is the Triple Blaster moment. He's not only able to tag one up for almost all of his health, but the Triple Blaster re-knocks Bishka. Here's the thing, Fallen also was able to re-rack all the way up onto the north side of the map and get a player out and win the damn extraction. Like, we can't discount that.
That's right.
Obviously, here's a quick look at AKA's kills. They're not walking out with nothing. Yes, they get full wipe, but they do pick up a full team wipe, or almost a full team wipe on GS. And here's the crazy fight on the damage extraction. Obviously, a huge moment for Finnell to pick up several kills and almost a team wipe as well, 2/3 of the team. But because they were weak going into this fight, all of a sudden, FN said, hey, we were in a crazy fight before, we can do it again. And I think Finnell wins that, and he just had a couple more bullets in the mag, man.
Yeah, dude, by the way Finnell pushed that fight was impressive, because Hazmat was holding down his ground, right? Hazmat was picking up plenty of eliminations, but how Fallen pushed up and took Hazmat off the head glitch was beautiful.
Here's obviously the cleanup of AKA, winning the gunfights early. They had player advantage. Didn't really matter what Jan did from here. Yes, they were able to exchange some blows, but he didn't even get a full knock on any of the Q9 players. Needed a knock to at least give Jan a chance. A 1v3 against one of the best teams in this group going to be very, very difficult. A great highlight package there to look back on a crazy map, Taylor. I'm loving what we're seeing right now. I gotta say, we are just getting started. This is game one.
That's right.
Of Group A.
Yep.
We have 2 more full match series to go, but we're already starting off with a bang.
Without a doubt. And one of the things that I do appreciate, again, like that game one, it was dominated by Q9, as you can see, leading by over double that of Fallen, who's going to be in second place. 5 kills to their name. But for Fallen, though, a great performance. Second place to be where they're currently at, looking healthy going into our next map, which is going to be on Brackish, of course, the Mendel break round. But for others, definitely a wake-up call. They're going to have to step it up. For Gold, Silver, they really got to get to work and figure out what's going wrong.
Well, and you can see from our damage charts here, obviously Gold, Silver, and STS, they get caught unaware. I mean, they get caught before they can shoot their gun, so that's why they don't have any numbers on the board. And you can actually see Q9, of course, the top team in terms of total damage. They took the most fights. AKA right behind. They were exchanging blows with a ton of people, and they were able to pick up several kills like we saw on the leaderboard. Absolutely going to help them, but the best team, absolutely, in map 1 is going to be Q9. They had 5 operators killed in total, 4.42. I mean, you all know this. Anytime you're playing operations and you wipe a bunch of teams and you also all get out of the map, huge boon for the leaderboard. This is setting them up for success to go into this next map feeling really good. And let's take a look at the MVP. Statistics don't lie. Bishka was in the mix, was able to pick up a couple kills, some assists, some decent damage, I suppose, and maybe a decent round, Katie. This is an interesting one.
Yes, it is. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting someone from Q9, right? But Bishka takes it away. A talented player in his own right, highly impactful, and a large reason why Fallen is currently in second place. Very healthy currently within the top 3. Bishka, you highlight him all the time for good reason.
Yeah, and again, you got to remember, Bishka's technically a sub for LAN. I mean, he's played with these players before. They do have some pre-built chemistry, but he wasn't the original roster with the DFI, so it's cool to see him as an MVP. I will say, there's a lot of value at 131 damage. I mean, that's 2 kills, 2 assists on 131 damage. That dude was efficient with his bullets.
That's right. Well, you talk about it. I mean, the sub, right? He comes in, a lot of expectations maybe you'd have to expect, maybe a lot of pressure, but then again, on the flip side, maybe no pressure at all. He's here, he's happy, he's excited to be here, he's playing so well. Let's listen into the comms from map number 1.
20秒扎点。
冲着这边没看到，
有人，
在哪？这里。
四刀碎牙，灭队，金牙子灭队。
哎，我的，哦，没听清，
被打，被打AD，
AK 死，我们3分37秒，注意时间。
我打血，
倒，
能等吗？
能等，再走。他要追，
很残，没子弹，
给我拉回来了，
能回吗？
能回。他也在打血，
回去准备拉人，果然回去准备拉人，先给他补了。剩 A 打，
我拉人，
他死了，
收到，
我拉人，我直接拉人。
拉。
我们2分49秒，时间不充裕。
对，把他打了，把 A 单拿了，A 单在这儿死这儿了，刚才。
没拉，
红狼不见了，把 A 单拿走，走。
你过来封烟拿，我拿吧。
过来，有，左边4点。保障。
拿一打。
我去处理那个尸体，
拿了。要撤。
收到。撤个130万。
100万。
200，我2个5头，我2个基因头，
我开大。
给你们了，对不对？
nice，
漂亮。
得了， 就把血药也丢地上了，还能卖个几百块钱呢，兄弟。
8滴血，兄弟。
8滴啊！
Well, great listening to Q9. My goodness, calm, cool, and collected as per the usual.
That's right.
But really good comms too. Obviously, we don't speak Chinese necessarily. However, you can tell from their communication, highly trained, a ton of chemistry. They weren't speaking over each other. They were conveying the right amount of information, and it worked out flawlessly for
Yeah,
us.
you know, one of the things that I do want to point out, by the way, the location of China, specifically those teams, typically have immaculate comms, from my understanding. You're right. I can't understand it, obviously, but you just the pacing and how calm they sound when they're communicating is highly impactful. Clear comms is so important, especially when you think about operations. Q9 has it. I mean, look at their lead so far. 9.67 million is so crazy, given the fact that you look at where fourth place is STS at 4.7.
Yeah, and as a reminder, with the way this works quickly, they all started with 3 million, and then they got the extra value from their kills added onto their score. That's those numbers. But look at our spawns. Now, I want to re-describe this. Super important. You will not see Fennel in the, look at those red spawn points. You will not see Fennel or STS on the red spawns when we move to Brackish. So you can see the logos of what teams could spawn where. Based on the way the spawns work, you can kind of predict to some level where they will land. Super important because it's a Mantle Brick round, and the Mantle Brick's near the middle of the map. But let's take a look at the operator choices. The blatant obvious one is that you will not see Q9 be rocking any more Noxes going into the next round.
Yeah, got them out of the way, and they were the most successful, right? So the question is, can they continue to find success moving forward? Of course, they used Nox. D-Wolf was also used as well, I believe, from the side of Mo, if I'm not mistaken, right, coming out with the triple blaster. So good stuff from them. What do you think about that, right? Immediately burning, of course, Nox off the rip.
Well, I think it's super interesting operator because, frankly, I think on paper, when you talk about operator metas, it comes down to what you enjoy. We talked to some of the players or who their favorite operators were, and there's a lot of people that said the usual of like, oh, I love Luna. It's a very like kind of standard cookie cutter. This is the operator you should use in operations. The people at home, you know what I'm talking about. So much value with that operator kit. However, you got to think about when you want to use those operators. Luna, for example, is the one that we always talk about because of the recon arrow, the shock arrow, super helpful, and smokes. I mean, super helpful. So you've got to think that you want to use an operator that is that valuable on some of the rounds where there's a Mantle Brick, because that's our top ranking metric. Mantle Bricks first, then loot value. And so to see a team use Notches early, they're like, hey, there's not a ton of value in this kit for Mantle Brick rounds. Obviously, you can go silent and you can flank some folks or whatever, and you can win your gunfights with that, but I don't think there's a ton of value with Nox on Mantle Brick rounds, and so they're burning them. Some of those operators they don't need on Mantle Brick rounds on rounds 1, and likely they'll do it again on round 3. So watch out on round 3, especially what Q9 decides to do. They're kind of playing this kind of stack the hand for the Mantle Brick rounds and the operators they enjoy.
Yeah, what about Aluru though, right? Coming out, getting that buff, going to be a highly impactful operator, maybe even coming in to this next Brackish. Aluru, obviously teams wanting to use them, but the thing is, you got to pick and choose what your strongest maps are. Is it going to be Space City? Well, maybe so. Is it going to be Brackish? Okay. You do have another airdrop round coming up after this, but this is going to be the true test to the players. The first Mantle Brick round, and again, just to reiterate, 2 Mantle Bricks automatically put you as the winner in your respective match. During the scrims yesterday, it was Q9. They got it in 4. You go back to previous qualifiers, right? You can look at other rosters who's been able to get it in 4. I'm honestly not feeling that today.
You're not feeling it?
I'm not. I'm thinking at least we go 5. If we go 6, honestly, I would be a little bit surprised, but I think at least 5 is where it is. But you brought up a good point earlier. We'll bring it up once again. Just securing a Mantle Brick, even if you don't get 2, is so important because there's only 4 Mantle Brick rounds. Therefore, statistically, you should be one of the top 3 if you get a Mantle Brick. Of course, that isn't a 100% guarantee, but locking in a Mantle Brick can therefore put you so dangerously close to winning, or at least placing top 3 within your respective match.
Well, I mean, hey, that's a really good shot. I mean, we'll talk about it in Group B. I got to bring up a team that actually named themselves after this exact question.
Right,
Mantle Brick Addiction is a team, NBA, that's in round 2 in Group B, and they're a team that were in last going into the last 2 rounds of their regional finals. They were in last, Taylor, and then they just grabbed both of the bricks at 5 and 6 and won the whole dang thing. I mean, that's the thing you've got to remember. Loot value is super important, but if you get those Mantle Bricks, man, you're going to be on top. There's a quick look at AKA, talking strat, getting excited, ready for their first round. And I think you said something super important. I think you're right. I don't think this team is shaking their head being like, dang. I mean, I'm sure they're
not at all.
with the loss.
Yeah.
But they had a pretty solid round to set them up for this next one.
Oh, I'm super happy with with how they played. I mean, look, they ended up taking some teams down. Like, that's impactful. I didn't see any nerves. I didn't see any really big falters, honestly. I mean, what are you going to do? Again, you run into Q9, who ended up taking down everybody.
Yeah, well, here's a quick look down on the stage. We're about to hop into the game. Let's listen in.
我们抢两边，抢左边，或者抢上地也行。看我们对位优势了，看我们对位打谁了。
到时候听你的，到时候听你的。
Alrighty, it's time for Brackish. I am so pumped about this map. First round, Mandelbrick round. We will then go back to Brackish, and it will be an airdrop round. So we see this map twice, and it'll be Space City until we are done. Super pumped about it. Obviously, Brackish, a very unique map. You've got the city, you've got the Tower of Babel, where most of the high-value loot is. These spawns are going to be everything. Remember, our priority spawns near the middle of the map, near the museum. It's because the Mandelbrick spawns near the museum. But of course, if you get that Tower of Babel spawn, you likely are going to be walking out with most of the loot if you can win the fight against the other team that spawns there.
That's right, and I believe Q9 likes to spawn over at the Tower of Babel, which is going to be highly impactful for them. I mean, they're already leading the charge when it comes to their Technic Alloy. That would be valuable, and on top of that, yesterday during the scrims, they were able to walk out with the most Technic Alloy plus the Mandel Brick. But I'm curious if we see Gold Silver immediately go straight in for the Mandel Brick like they did yesterday.
Yeah, here we go. The question is, do you move quickly or do you move slowly and play for the decoding station? A quick look at the map, you can see the teams that are near the Mandel Brick. It's actually going to be Fallen and Gold Silver with the two closest spawns, and it's Fallen that's already taken care of the museum. Now, if you watched our regional finals, you know that the Mandel Brick used to spawn inside the museum. It is now just barely on the outside. So they're going to take power position inside the museum and then likely be the first to act if they would like to. Down in the Tower of Babel, of course, we see Q9, you're right. Hey, they got the spawn they wanted. They're going to be down in the Tower of Babel with STS, a chance to change history against each other down in the tower. Of course, I think a lot of folks in this competition, are cheering on STS in that battle to make sure that somebody else can win this map.
Oh, that would be insane, wouldn't it? If STS is able to take down Q9 early on, that would be such a massive confidence boost and could very well change the course of Match A.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning, too, you saw it briefly, and you can actually see all the timers of the extractions on the left-hand side, but the Mandel Brick can't be picked up immediately. There's a 2-minute and 45-second timer, a countdown, before the Mandel Brick fully appears. Now, everybody can see where it is, but there's a timer on the map that they'll be able to see when it can be picked up. Once you pick up the Mandel Brick, it's got something called a torch timer. You got 5 minutes to get it to a decoding station. Once you put it in the decoding station, you got a couple minutes on the clock to defend, and again, every steal will reset the timer, but also decrease the timer. Now, a quick look, take a look at the left-hand side of your screen. You can see some of the loadouts, and you can see that some of the players earn enough cash to bring in some Tier 5 gear, and we've got Mo walking in with some Tier 5 gear, and then we've also got some purples crossboard for everybody else. Looking at some of our weapons, traditionally speaking, you see a decent spread of weapons. Mo ran the P90 all day yesterday. He's got it back in his hands this time around, and it does look like K1D has got the PKM, if I'm seeing that correctly, on the small of my screen. Watch out for Q9. They are stacked, and they are ready to rock and roll. You do see Gold Silver here, Oxygen, repping some red here with the P90 as well. Operator choices. We see for the first time on main stage, and technically the first time in a big competition, not scrims, Articuno running Tempest. First time on main. He says he's the best with it. Let's see if he can perform on stage, as we've got 20 seconds on the clock for this Mandel Brick to spawn.
Well, we'll find out, right? That's a big statement, by the way, to say you're the best Tempest in the world. Now the chance to prove it on this very stage is there. Mandel Brick possibly going to be picked up very shortly. Fallen took priority over at Museum. The question is, though, who challenges first? Who wants to get the next touch?
Yeah, and it does look like, obviously, here's a look at the Mandel Brick as it spawns. Fallen is alone at Museum. The other teams, aside from, of course, our Tower of Babel teams, are playing around the decoding stations. The decoding stations, there's 3 of them on the, well, 3 of them kind of on the north side, one a little bit to the west. And then there's only one decoding station on the south side of the map down by the Tower of Babel in the reservoir area. Traditionally speaking, most of the teams favor the north side for decoding stations, but if Fallen knows that and they get a read on the map and they kind of have an idea of where people are at, the best decoding station right now for them is either Reservoir or just right outside of Museum if they want to play close and immediately start this timer. That is assuming they pick it up early.
That's right. Let's talk pros and cons. Picking it up early obviously starts the timer quicker, especially with them being isolated at Museum. Maybe it's they have the potential to tick off maybe a minute or two, right? Which could be very valuable but also picking it up yourself puts you at risk of potentially being totally wiped off, therefore forfeiting your game number 2. Not an option that they want. And like you said, here we go. They are, in fact, going to fully commit for it. The question is, where do they go to decode it?
It doesn't even look like they're going to pick it up yet. They're playing nice and slow. Now, of course, we have all the information. We know that there's nobody really in the area for the most part. The closest team is Gold Silver moving down from Asara camp on the eastern side of the map. Now, we can see, look at Jan off screen. Jan's actually now on screen. Jan just picked up 1.4 mil. Am I reading that correctly? Okay, Jan, nice find, my friend.
Yeah, when do you, kind of pick and choose when you want to extract and get out of here as opposed to playing for the Mandelbrot?
It really depends on what you can fit in your safe box, frankly. I mean, obviously, if you're able to fit the full battery into your safe box, you're feeling good. We see a stopwatch there from Mo, so several people picking up some nice loot. That's 214K, not too bad. So yeah, it depends on what you fit in your safe box. Traditionally speaking, I mean, the tank, I think, that you can pick up, model tank, fills up your entire safe box. It's a 3x3 item. So like, if you pick up that, you're like, okay, my safe box is full. If I find anything else, we're going to stack it on another player. But usually, if you're going to stack somebody and send them out, it's not traditionally happening on Mandelbrick rounds. Like, you need players on the map unless you find crazy loot, and you can just send 2 rogue to do whatever they want.
Still in the Tower of Babel. Q9 STS, relatively close to each other, but no shots have been fired just yet. On the Mandelbrick, Fallen continues to hold what they got, and maybe setting up a trap potentially for Gold Silver as they start to inch their way closer and closer, thinking, why has nobody taken the Mandelbrick just yet? Is this an opportunity maybe for us to steal it away? Well, maybe so. For AKA, the looting continues.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to take down Blue Eagle completely uncontested, so they pick up some extra loot. Frankly, don't get very much out of it that we've seen. Yep, yeah, that'd be a no-siree. SSD, that's probably the best item they got out of that, unfortunately. But they'll take what they can get. They found some decent loot already, 1.4 mil, playing the north side of the map. They're really the only team all the way up by the Grand Hammam at the very north side of the map around that extraction point. So they're playing nice and slow right now. Now, as you see on your screen, looks like Gold Silver is maybe taking the bait around this Mandelbrick. Fallen set up early, and honestly, uncharacteristically, Fallen is playing slow.
Yeah.
They were a more aggressive team when it came to the regional finals for EU. They were one of the best teams, of course. They made it here, but they were pretty aggressive. They have set up a trap.
All 3 of them can look directly at Mandelbrick.
I mean, it's a good play. Somebody's got to make a move at some point. It is worth mentioning, we pay attention to our game clock. Because teams are playing slow right now, game clock may come in to be a factor when we talk about the decoding. So we'll watch those timers, and I'll keep you updated.
Actually very surprised at how slow this has been so far. Nobody's fired a single shot. I don't even think a desk pop at this point. Not a bullet has flown down range. I do want to point out, by the way, for Q9's perspective, I do like how they're set up ahead of STS. We'll talk about that potentially if it has an impact. But for Gold Silver, they are moving up, and it looks like the trap has been set, and Fallen is looking to potentially gun them down. So you got Q9 versus STS over at the Tower of Babel, and Gold Silver and Fallen. Both fights might be breaking out very shortly.
Yeah, this is classic LAN behavior. I don't think it's nerves. I think it's tactical mind. They're saying, look, somebody's going to make a move. This is a game of chicken on one of the grandest stages here in Delta Force. And I think Gold Silver knows it. There's no
How could you not?
No way. There's nobody over at the Mandelbrick right now playing chicken. They're just trying to get some information on where this team's at, which building are they set up in.
Yep.
And they know this map extremely well. They know which positions, which windows you can look down at the Mandelbrick. And because of that, they're going to swing around the west side of the map and potentially get an eye on somebody in a window before they make a move for the Mandelbrick.
I think this is the play. I was kind of worried maybe they were going to go back to what they did at map 1 and maybe send a solo player up ahead, check it out, see if the line of sight is clear. It wouldn't have been. Fallen would have taken them out. Q9 starting to disengage. Mo starting to leave the Tower of Babel at the moment. Some shots are finally going to be fired, and STS, you'd have to assume, going to be able to fill that out. They've known where Q9 has been for a considerable amount of time.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
We take that. That's a nice amount of loot. Good grief. 3.7 mil.
My gosh.
They
don't need it, though.
So funny. I saw it up on the couch and I was like, is that what I think it is?
Right.
And then I heard the whole, the casters for the Chinese team, right as they grab it, they freak out. This is what I'm talking about. You got to save like 3.7 mil, hanging out, having a day, good time. Ooh. Saw it on the couch. We're able to pick it up. This is the value of the Tower of Babel spawn. We're focused on Mantle Brick, but this is a crazy amount of loot. Look at the left-hand side. That's the scores from this game alone.
Right.
Huge pickup for them.
I think for any other roster, they would be focused right now on extracting, getting out with the loot, or at least sending a player out right and locking in that Technic Alloy. But I think for Q9, they're not going to be satisfied with that. They want the Mantle Brick, and they've been known to attack it hard. But granted, you mentioned the time. Time is ticking away, and nobody has challenged the Mantle Brick just yet. How long can Fallen continue to stay where they are currently at? Because now the longer they stay, the less Technic Alloy they are going to be able to get out with. So this trap that they've been setting might very well be putting them at a disadvantage once this match ends.
Look, it's a game of chicken, and everybody's a chicken. I mean, nobody's going for it. Fallen's just sitting there waiting. Somebody's got to make a move, right? And I think everybody else is saying, no, somebody will make a move, right? And without that, it is going to be a long waiting game for Fallen. There is no one in the middle of the map right now. They are entirely alone. And actually, the first fight to truly break out, aside from the potential fight in the Tower of Babel, is going to now be on your screen. It's going to be Fennel, who's been guarding this decoding station for a while, and they get spotted out by Gold Silver. This will likely be our first engagement. And Fallen, finally, they said, okay, no longer can we be scared to pick this thing up. Fallen, pick up the Mantle Brick, and they head to the south side. It looks like FN, Mantle Brick in hand, sprinting away while the fight on your screen is around a decoding station that Fallen has no interest in.
Fennel pushing up. They want to take advantage of this knock. Hazmat, of course, going to be the tip of the spear. He typically is such a talented player, very aggressive when he needs to be. You do notice, though, there might be potentially a flank. I think Fennel's going to be sending one around. Gold Silver needs to be aware of this.
Oh, nice hit. A little burn there. Gonna land, and unfortunately, Hazmat swings up the right-hand side and gets another knock. It's gonna be a 1v3. This is spelling disaster for Gold Silver. And as a reminder, they were the team technically in last after map 1, really struggling Zero Dam after running Wall Breaker mission, and now in complete trouble. Off screen, by the way, it looks like the Tower of Babel fight has started as well, as Gior has picked up one player from STS down in the tower. And it also looks like, unbeknownst to FN, I'm sure they know somebody's in the Tower of Babel, maybe two teams. They've actually chosen the one southern decoding station next to the Tower of Babel in Reservoir, and they're catching STS in transition. Q9 is able to push STS out, picking up one, Fallen take down the other two, and they've got Mantle Brick position in Reservoir with the timer ticking. 3.5 minutes on the clock, and now it's a true 3v3. The only two teams anywhere in sight are Fallen and Q9, technically on paper our top two teams today, battling for the first brick.
I love where K1DE is currently at. If Mo gets taken down and we see Fallen maybe potentially get overly aggressive, K1DE is going to be able to capitalize off of it. HR, though, is going to be deadly, especially if Mo gets a little bit over aggressive. The question is, how far do you want to continue to push this issue? How much and how badly do you want the Mantle Brick for yourself? And time is of the essence. You barely have enough to get in, get the touch, and then get the fully decode for yourself. This is the fight to watch out for, and it could be so valuable for the side of that fit if they're able to win.
Whoever gets to this Mantle Brick will be the top of the leaderboard, regardless of loot value. Q9 have a massive game going on the back of that 3.7 mil item. They've got a lot of other items in their safe boxes, likely. Bags even maybe filled with a couple of golds. But this fight is everything. Loot value is one thing. Mantle Bricks are the most important part of this competition. Again, you just got to be top 3.
Yeah.
But to win group stages is a great ego boost going into upper brackets, a trading of blows. And for the first time in a while, Fallen actually has the upper hand. As a reminder, yes, they're guarding the decoding station. Q9, the onus of responsibility is entirely on your shoulders to make the first move. Fallen never have to move. They don't want to, but we got a Route Man, and Route Man's about to get paid, or is he gonna
There he is!
Mo goes for one! Oh, almost gets a second, but he gets traded out. It's gonna be a 3v2, but he gets 2!
Yep.
Q1, K1DE over here! K1DE are there for the trade. Perfectly executed. A perfect trap and a perfect kill. Team wipe on Fallen, and they're able to steal the brick from the decoding station. Q9 in the best position on the map by a country mile.
Yeah, it was Mo who opened up that engagement, and I was asking myself, when he dropped, where's his teammate at? K1DE was right behind, and Mo's down the remaining player of Fallen to take the Mando break for themselves. The rich get richer. Not only did they have the most Technic alloy already by a mile, now they're going to have the first Mando break potentially, and nobody is around to challenge them because we still have a stagnant fight taking place in the Northwest.
Yeah, I mean, this Mando brick is going to go to the side of Q9 most definitely. Now, we'll pay attention to the timers, of course. They're getting fully kitted back up. They're getting all of their loot ready to go. They're getting fully healed, looting up bodies, and then they will go steal it. Technically, Fallen is decoding it right now, but Q9's making sure they are prepared to steal. They don't technically know where everybody else is. They kind of are assuming likely that there's going to be a team somewhat close making a play for this Mando brick. They're wrong if that's what they're assuming. There is nobody in the area. Here's a look in the picture on the right-hand corner of your screen as they go for the steal. This will reset the timer to 3.5 minutes, 30 seconds shorter than the original 4-minute timer, and it will keep decreasing but keep resetting. If teams eventually come down here, we'll watch out for that timer and pay attention to the game clock as well. But I want to draw your eyes to the left-hand corner of your screen. Yes, there's a fight going on. You've got to look. AKA only has 2 players, and well, unfortunately, one of those 2 has been cut down from a flank from GS, the only remaining player from GS.
And I believe Fiddle might be making an attempt to challenge Q9 for the Mando break. They have rotated down south. Meanwhile, you've got GS, who still has 1 player up, and then, of course, AKA, who are trying to recover.
Yeah, and AKA only has 1 player up as well because they actually did the strategy that you and I were talking about. They sent 1 player out of the map early.
That's smart.
They got a decent amount of loot. They filled up their safe boxes. They got everything else on the 1 player, sent him out of Dodge, and now it's on the back of 2 players, 60MG and Articuno, to try to make a play as a duo. And it looks like it's 60MG last alive for his team in a 1v1 versus Crazy Dog from Gold Silver. But here's a look at what you were talking about. FL, Finnel, they want a piece of this Mando brick, and there's plenty of time on the clock, but Crazy Dog set up a trap, and it's a free kill. He connects on the shots, and he's able to take down 60MG. Absolutely no information in the hand of AKA. They get cut down, but they do get out with 1 player, which is going to make sure they've got points on the leaderboard.
All right, so now we focus our attention over to Q9 versus Finnel, who is rotated down south. Mo has extended out, still looting up, maybe thinking everything is free and clear, but maybe unbeknownst to him, running straight into the trio of Finnel, who's just up ahead. But this is going to be valuable. If Mo can hold Finnel off for just even 30, 45 seconds, right, even if he ends up falling, that's going to basically free up the opportunity for Q9 to lock in the remaining seconds for the Mando break.
It is worth mentioning, too, Mo is back on D-Wolf. D-Wolf is going to be off the table for this team. Mo tending towards the assault operators. We know he's entry, man. We know he's entry fragger, and it's worked out perfectly for him. But he's going to be out of 1 assault operator. I can only assume Mo's going to be playing Fire in the next couple. We'll see what he does here as he's by himself, potentially able to make a heroic play. If he can get FL weak at all,
yes,
huge position for his team.
This is huge. Mo, he's getting challenged. You got a player off the off angle, but Mo has managed to stay free and clear. The triple blasters are definitely taking some damage on him. Mo, very weak as you said, but through the smoke, through the confusion, through the chaos, maybe an off angle is going to be enough. Up close, Mo goes for some shots, but he will drop. But he wasted some valuable time.
Unfortunately, they've got an angle, and K1 is actually taking some damage from downrange. It's going to be a 2v3 to hold the Mando brick. As much as Mo was trying to play hero and he traditionally has been able to execute, that was a tough position to find himself in.
Great
all of a
shots.
sudden, Finnel has got a huge advantage, but the clock is ticking. They've got to make a move. In a 3v2, they know they have the advantage, and they also know Mo will not get back on his feet. This is a true 3v2 with 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to get aggressive.
Guire, great shots. Good angle. All you need to do, keep him at bay. Nice connection. Shots ringing true. And a full finish is in. Fiddle running out of time. Only 15 valuable seconds remain to get a touch for the Mando brick. How bad do you want it? I don't think they're going to have an opportunity. Q9 look to be holding on.
What a fantastic find. And obviously, a little bit of a sell there from Finnel. I mean, they just opened themselves up into a wide open window to get shot. And because they lost a player, nobody can touch that Mando brick. Just enough fire to push Finnel back. They don't make a move, all 3 up. and Q9, the first on the board with a brick. This is going exactly like we thought it would. Q9 is unstoppable right now, even with 2 players.
So now Fennel has to worry about just getting out, securing the Technic Alloy that they currently have, which still going to be big. Yes, they don't get the Mandel break, but again, top 3 is where you want to be, and Fennel is looking very healthy currently, the healthiest, of course, outside of Q9 so far.
Yeah, quick look here, by the way, bottom right-hand corner just popped away. That was their gold, silver, Crazy Dog's remaining player. He's the only player alive for his team. He was the one that was a hero in a 1v2 against AKA. Because he's got a dog tag, I assume he's going to be sprinting into the Tower of Babel and going to take the extraction at the top of the Tower of Babel just to get out of the map, just like AKA did with what little loot that he does have. But a fight may be continuing here in a potential 2v2. Here we go. K1DE, they can't get to Mo, not yet. Mo still has a timer available if they are able to win this fight, but only a minute on the clock. They're going to run out of time to extract. They want these kills. They need the loot value. Total, and Kior just catches one unaware FL in a blender, and they can't get out of it.
Hugely aggressive. Hard to pinpoint where Q9 is going at all times. Guar beautiful elimination, but like you said, behind Guar will end up falling. K1DE, the last one for Q9 remaining. He's getting pushed. He's going to get stunned, and he's going to get finished off.
Well, the blender apparently shoots them out to the top. They hop out of the blender. They win the gunfight. Kior was able to pick up one perfectly, but didn't hear the footsteps from behind him. And all of a sudden, Q9 are out of this map. They did get the mantle brick. It still counts. They're in first no matter what. However, still a nice wipe for Fennel. This is going to put them really far up the leaderboard with the amount of kills they were able to pick up and the amount of loot they were likely able to stash in their safe boxes. Again, we know that those ID tags are worth a sizable amount of value. You're oftentimes going to see those ID tags in the safe boxes. That's exactly what's happening the last couple seconds. And here we go. Q9 is fully dead. And Fennel, they don't get out of the map, but they get some nice Technic Alloy from that wipe.
Yes, they definitely do. AKA as well. What an exciting Mandelbrick round. Our first one of the day. Plenty of more to get through. And no surprise, Q9 gets it. But the biggest surprise is Fennel actually takes them down. A huge confidence booster as far as I'm concerned. And actually the first time, even including scrims yesterday, the first time Q9's been wiped off the map.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, right? Mo was playing pretty aggressive and honestly just stretched a little bit too far. We oftentimes talk about our entry fragger or a really aggressive player on our team kind of on a leash. Sometimes that leash is extremely long. Sometimes it's really, really tight to play as a trio. They let Mo go way off into the Tower of Babel to loot up or try to find wherever he wanted because they thought they were mostly free and clear. He gets caught unaware because Fennel does the full wrap down the west side of the map, catch Mo out. Once Mo was gone, I knew Q9 was in a deep world of trouble. They were never going to get Mo out, back onto his feet. The crazy part, though, was that K1DE was the last remaining player, and he's their backup guy. He's got the LMG. He's got the PKM. He's not winning a 1v2 close range against 2 members of Fennel.
Yeah, I mean, but K1DE did show what he's made of, right?
Right. Oh, it hits
multiple
like a
times. Like, for example, right, whenever Mo was pushing up, taking down Fallen, it gets the entry frag, if I'm not mistaken, and it was K1DE who came in and was the hero who got Mo back onto his feet, and that's what allowed Q9 ultimately to take the mantle break for themselves. You do say, though, Mo needs to be put on a leash. Got a bit too aggressive, and I do agree with that. On the flip end, though, again, taking the valuable seconds away because they had to deal with Mo. Yeah. You can't just let him go. And even though the fight ended in about 20 or so seconds, by that point, when Fennel was finally able to pressure onto the mantle brick, there was less than a minute remaining, right? About 50 or so seconds. So I think what Mo did was still valuable. Granted, Q9 could have had a much better round, but they got the mantle brick. I think for them, aggression was it. They got what was important, and they still walk away with the most Technic Alloy, which is just insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's only kind of one step higher than what they did. It's get the mantle brick and get out. They didn't quite get out of the map. They still got some kills, and they still got the mantle brick. That's a huge win for Q9. They're going to be the top of the leaderboard, no questions asked, because of our loot value. But again, tip my hat to Fennel. They played that really well. It was unfortunate that they couldn't move on the mantle brick faster. Yeah. I think they were a little bit scared.
They were also in that fight on the west side, yeah.
And they just didn't have enough time. And then when they finally did peek to try to make a move, you're right, Q9 struck them down immediately, and now it's a 2v2, and they were like, well, if we sell here, we don't get anything. So they backed off and let the mantle break go. They knew they couldn't get to it.
You know, but it was interesting, even from the very start, we go back to where we began, and it was Fallen who had priority over the mantle break over in Museum, and they set this trap that lasted quite literally, 8 or so minutes before they finally said, well, nobody's coming, let's just go ahead and take it for ourselves. The trap was unfortunately not sprung. Once Fallen did rotate away, though, of course, they had to deal with Q9, but I do appreciate them at least taking the bull by the horns initially and taking it for themselves. You just can't stand there as long as they did.
Well, and they got the spawn, right? Once you get the spawn, you're like, okay, well, I'm one of the teams that needs to pick it up, or I'm a team that's going to sit here and watch another team pick it up. They sat and watched, and no one picked it up, and here's the look at it. They swung for it right when it's spawned. They checked it, nobody here, and we're just going to sit up in a building and wait for 8 minutes, which I think is the right play. Obviously, a huge pickup from Gior there. 3.7 mil, I believe it was, added to the safe box regardless, so that's out of the map, a big map for them. But this is the moment, right? Fallen was able to grab the middle brick finally because they waited so long. They swing up, they get the wipe, but then Q9 punishes them back. It was a perfect flank led by Mo with the trades of the teammate. Mo starts it, the teammates follow in suit. Perfect timing to win the fight. And here's a look at the other side of the map where Crazy Dog, he was getting a little crazy, right? He's the last remaining player for the team. That's right. He picks up a 1v2 on AKA, who was split, couldn't try to figure out where he was. AKA wasn't fighting GS. They were fighting a totally different team, and because of that, GS came in, Crazy Dog able to pick up a couple kills. Here's a big moment there from Mo.
Yeah, that's when Mo ended up pushing up again, wasting some time. He will fall, but then it led the pressure up to K1, DE, as well as Guar to hold their ground, and hold they did. Guar did a beautiful job with his utility. He throws a nade out, gets a ton of damage on 2 players on the left-hand side from Fiddle, and then gets a drop on the other, therefore securing the Mandel brick. With Mo falling, we're constantly highlighting how good Mo is as a player. But I do appreciate, again, him falling as early as he did gave the opportunity for K1DE and Guar to showcase why they're on Q9, why they are looking like the best team when it comes to Match A.
Yeah, I mean, they were unstoppable. They set up flawlessly here for what we thought was flawlessly as they were blading a trade, and then they finally get cut down. And I think I say flawlessly, there was one tiny mistake, and it was Gior getting too aggressive and swinging through that building, and that allowed one remaining member of Finnel to swing up behind and then finally get the wipe. So there were some highlights. It was a fun look back on that map, what we thought was going to be a slow map, and it was a slow map to start, maybe slower than we thought, turned into a highly aggressive map towards the end. That's about the name of the game. That's the way it goes in operations.
But it was slow, like you said, and either way, it pays off for Q9. They get the most round earnings, they get the most kills, they get the Mendel brick. They're quite literally doing it all. But let's talk about what matters, right? The top 3, AKA, as well as Finnel, get a big, big round for themselves. This is going to be critical for locking in a top 3. Again, we might only have 2 more maps. That's it, right? If Q9 can get 1 more Mandel brick, we hop into Brackish once again. It's going to be another airdrop round, but a chance for only 4 maps is still there. You want to get all the technicality you can get.
Well, here's a quick look at the damage charts. Obviously, GS, STS, they struggled again. Crazy Dog, I feel like he had more damage than that. Maybe he just come in and snuck in and grabbed a couple kills, but either way you put it, they really struggled in the map until Crazy Dog was able to grab a couple eliminations towards the end. However, AKA, a crazy amount of damage for not a game where they were able to do anything. They didn't get any kills, and if you saw it there, obviously our best team was the team that got the Mandel brick Q9, and look at their total loot extracted. They didn't get out of the map. They had 4.56 in their safe boxes.
3.7 alone.
Yeah, what are we talking about? That is a crazy number, and you got to remember that they started in the Tower of Babel. Now here's a quick look at our MVP. This is from Finnel.
Yes, so Finnel and Arabia specifically, what he did so very well was going on a flank early on, and I called that out, right? And he gets behind Gold Silver, and that's what took down 2 of the players. Obviously, we noticed one of the players from Gold Silver was able to stay up as long as they did, but that flank was big, and the first time we've really seen a player truly go on a big flank like that. So I like that he's opening up opportunities for his roster. Obviously, very well done. And the second map in a row where we have Q9 as the winner, but not the match MVP, which comes to show you, yes, Q9 might be dominating so far, but the other teams are still playing incredibly well.
Yeah, they got a couple individuals to highlight. Obviously, put up great numbers. I mean, 4 kills as an individual is insane. Can I bring us back to the fact that our kill totals, or the amount of technicality you get from kills, has increased, right? So it's 2 million if you get 5 kills. Let's listen in to some of the comms from the last game.
可以拿屏幕，在裆里。
我塞一下吗？还是怎么说？
咱自由了。
塞一下。
我觉得我们可以往砖靠一靠，砖我感觉没人动。
我不知道他们在哪里。
有大了，马上有大，马上有大。
跳了，倒一个。2个大弹，2个大弹，里边一滴，抓了，
跟我，跟我！秒！
我进来，打雨。
休假，我休假。
你别休，你先扶。又来一队。
没有0，
右边，右边，右边。
我看着这，我知道这，等我，那我再走。右边是鸡，没有。
开门，
进我爆点好吗？
OK，
我拔砖了，
拔。警大，别对枪，别应对，别应对。
没大，
没大。站满，张队长，倒了，
倒好枪，
全站满，砖是我们的。
强附，来强附砖，
我知道
强附，来强附。
你付了，
我付了，
我不付了。
OK，
好伤，打人打架吧，砖有了，
不死就行，先保活，不让他杀人。
5套，
别接 K 的，我门口还有一个。
我知道，你自己玩。
别，没听见吗？
我没听见。
Well, clear comms, all cool and collected as per the usual. I will say, without a real sense of urgency from what I could tell in the tone of the voice, even though they were in a bit of a blender.
Yeah, well, I want to say, by the way, that was the first time we've truly heard real emotion coming out from Q9 outside of the cool, calm, and collected communication in that engagement they got. I mean, look at it. Isn't that incredible? Q9, 14.58 match earnings. They've got the Mandel Brick decoded, but let's focus our attention 2 on down. Top 3 is the goal, and everybody pretty much walking away, at least at this moment, very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, come on. We're talking about 1.14 million separating last to second. I mean, obviously we have a dominating team, but everybody else easily within striking distance of each other. Obviously, AKA, with that one player they extracted, was a nice boon to be in second, but they don't have really room for error at all.
Not
I mean,
at all.
this
Not
is,
at all.
a million is almost nothing. Again, 4 kills is 1.6 mil. I mean, that's more than that spread.
And one item is 3.7 million, too,
that's
right?
That's right. Well, here's a quick look at some of the spawns. Obviously, you saw Fallen and STS, I believe, there in the middle of the map. Sorry, not STS. That's going to be Gold Silver, GS, there in the middle of the map with priority spawns. So you will not see them with priority spawns going into round 3. But remember, this is not a Mandel Brick round in round 3, so the middle might not be the best spot. It's probably going to be the Tower of Babel. We're looking for loot.
Well, for the first time, we'll have to see Mo pick a different operator. He's no longer going to have to do that D-Wolf with the triple blaster, which has been so valuable for himself. But I think Q9 has already got their, at least their values worth, right, when it comes to Mo's D-Wolf. Obviously, Nox is now gone too. For the others, though, we do have Aluru, who is also out of the way for the Fiddle side. They no longer get to use Aluru, who has been a big talking point since the recent buff.
Yeah, we also see Hat Claw gone there for STS, and everybody else is kind of playing the middle of the pack, which I think makes the most sense. That's kind of the traditional strategy, is keep our options open, because the game will change and the stakes will change based on who is a Mandel Brick, what map we're on, and whatever we want to execute. So most of the teams have, just about everybody, or some of our teams have decided to say, hey, we don't need these operators in the later rounds. I expect to see Mo continue his train of thought, which is I am entry fragger, therefore I'm playing Byron for the next 2 maps.
Byron would be a solid pick. Mo is that entry fragger, and he's been playing well, but again, gotta highlight Guru as well as K1DE, who just were stellar in that last map. Look, the rich get richer. Q9 has yet to falter, but again, 2 on down to 6 is so close to the point now everything matters.
Everything matters, folks. It's time for the game. It's gonna be Brackish again. No Mandel Brick. Airdrops galore. An AWM to grab and hold and hopefully take into the next round. This is the last time we'll see Brackish. We'll be moving into Space City for the next 3 after it. An opportunity to get our loot value up. An opportunity to delineate ourselves from the rest of the leaderboard. There is a team in first by a mile. Everybody else right next to each other.
60 MG.
60 MG says, I'm exactly
I love
where
the death.
I'm
I really
exactly
do.
where I want to be right now.
That's right. He's so happy to be here. Again, look, just to highlight how cool this entire event is. I mean, you have some, I mean, even for ourselves, first time in China, it's been absolutely wonderful walking around, experiencing the culture, experiencing the food, right? But also for the players themselves. I mean, what a dream it is to play a game, right? To play Delta Force as a competitor, and now you're on the biggest stage Delta Force has to offer at the moment. And of course, to get even bigger once we go into the stadium, a packed out, totally sold out stadium. Like, it's a dream come true. Where esports was when I started back, I don't know, when dinosaurs were roaming the earth, right? So we're talking the 1800s. No,
You're talking about it.
I'm joking. Look, at least 12, 13 years ago, this is only something I could dream of. You know, it's great as a talent perspective, but even for the players, like, esports is in a great spot. Loving what I'm seeing for the Delta Force Invitational and the positivity really from everybody, from the staff as well as from the players.
Yeah, the players are excited, but I can only imagine Q9's the most excited. Got a smile on her face as we're looting
Well,
up,
why not?
ready to rock and roll. Again, I'm not trying to count my, we've been talking a lot about chickens today. I'm not trying to count my eggs before they hatch or whatever the phrase is. Because,
That's not it.
But Q9 is kind of in a position where they've likely already made top 3. Again, it's not 100% assured, but with double-digit total value already and a mantle brick already, they're probably a top 3 team already, and everybody else is fighting for one of those positions to make it to upper bracket. Top 3 go to upper bracket. We will see Group A now. We'll do Group B again. It's going to be the exact same with 6 different teams, and then we will take the top 3 teams from both of those to go to the upper bracket. Q9's likely already one of those. The question is, who else is going to join them? So I'm looking at AKA, I'm looking at Finnell, who have had glimpses and moments of greatness to say, hey, what else can you bring to the table? How are you going to change your strategy going into the kind of second, third, potentially second, third of this tournament? Now in scrims, we only did 4 games because Q9 was able to grab both mantle bricks. We could be halfway right now, Taylor.
We could definitely be. I think we are. Again, I don't think 4. I really don't. I think 5 though. I think 5 is where it ends, but I don't know. I say that with the way Q9 is playing, how comfortable they look. We'll definitely see. Gold, silver on your screen. Let's talk about them. This is a roster that has shown glimpses that they can be incredible. But right now, or at least as of recently, I've seen more silver than gold, right? This team needs to step it up, and they have a real chance to break into the top 3 based off of this next game with the Technic Alloy being as close as it currently is in the score. And they are showing glimpses of hope. Again, going on that big flank was massive from my perspective. Arivia doing that was great. Granted, Finnell has been on fire themselves. They showed the most promise. Taking down Q9, even though it was towards the very end, showed great promise. Again, I want to reiterate, that is the first time we have seen Q9 get fully eliminated. Other than that, they've been eliminating everybody else. So that is a big move coming out from Finnell, and I think a massive, massive confidence booster. Now, STS as well, another team that has kind of got the short end of the stick. They're not too far behind from breaking into top 3. Naturally, nobody is. But they're a team that has been opposite of Q9. You go back to Tower of Babel fights just a little bit earlier. They were the first team to try and challenge Q9. It didn't work out, right? You even go back into game number 1. STS had to break away from the team of FL. When they did that, then they run into another opponent, of course, and then they end up getting taken out. The point is for STS, they really are on the struggle bus so far from what I'm seeing. But again, when you look at the overall score line, everybody is okay, but still I'm picking, you got to pick and choose.
Well, let's take a look at our players as they drop into the game.
オリビアこれ送るから調整でかけて全部右にやっといてスコープからスコープはそのままこれどこで送れんだよ
Well, here we go. That was a look at Finnell as they were deploying into our next game. We are starting this match, and it is time for Brackish. We've been talking about it. Nothing's changed from our regional finals. Everybody played under this rule set. There's been some slight tweaks, but not to our map pool. We are headed to Brackish for round 3. Every map until we finish after this will be Space City. No mantle bricks this round. We cannot end the tournament, or this match rather, this round. We could end it in the next one on our first Space City map. And every Space City map will have a mantle brick. The last time to get an airdrop, the last time to get an AWM, and the last time to hopefully get your loot value up without having to worry about a mantle brick on the map.
All right, round 3, Brackish, we're about to head in. Who's it going to be? Get your predictions in chat. Let us know who you think is going to be the most dominant on our map number 3. Will it be Q9 once again? Did Finnell show you enough in the last game, wiping down Q9 in the last minutes, that maybe, I don't know, you feel like the ball is back in their court? Well, we'll have to find out. Down at the Tower of Babel, you got AKA going against FL. They're going to be matched up against each other for Q9. They will be in Museum Dead Center. And STS, I talked about it, they've got the short end of the stick. They've been constantly challenging Q9 and very well could be doing the same off the rip.
Yeah, a great shout. STS and Q9 potentially fighting around Museum, Tower of Babel, FL, AKA, and here's already a fight. We told you this Q9 team is going to play really aggressive, and here they go, pushing up towards STS. We've got a first knock. We got a second knock potential, but it's going to be a trade from the other side. There's the cleanup on E-hit, and now the final remaining player on the stairs has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They at least knock one, but they can't even send them to the yellow timer. They can't get the full. That's not even a kill for their opposition. STS is out of here and gotta wait on on Space City.
I understand why you want to challenge Q9, why you want to ego them and take them down, but you have to just accept where you are at in the power rankings. Why are you challenging this early on? You go out with a big goose egg, you get no assets obtained, and with the scoreline being as close as it is for top 3, it just wasn't worth it.
You're telling me you spawn in the middle of the map, you don't run to the middle of the museum? Honestly, you're probably right. You don't know Q9's on the other side. You both sprint in. Once you see them, Taylor's saying run the heck away.
Get away!
I mean, hey, I agree with him now. Here's a quick look, though. HR has picked up a bust there in the Tower of Babel. That's going to be falling down the Tower of Babel, potentially fighting. Sorry, that's actually FL in the Tower of Babel. We picked up a bust. FN. They're on the north side. They're in Grand Hammam on the north side of the map, picking up a 1.2 mil bust. Nice pickup for the boys up there, not even in the Tower of Babel. Jan is playing some of these sight lines, just checking where FL is. Finnel and AKA likely the next fight we will see on main. Now, while we've got a moment, Taylor, it is worth bringing up the spawns. This is kind of good news for the most part for the rest of the competition. We see loadouts on the left-hand side. We see operators on the left-hand side. But quickly, Q9 got a priority spawn in round 3. That means they will not get T1 spawns going into the first map of Space City, which means they won't be the team closest to the mantle brick, which means we may not see them win in 4 rounds. Now, they didn't have priority in the first round of Brackish either, but let's turn our eyes to the left-hand side and see what everybody decided to do. Now, I was kind of right and kind of wrong about Q9. They do have a Viren, but it's not Mo running Viren. It's going to be Gior running Viren for his team. Mo has decided to go for Toxic, an interesting choice there, and a Hat Claw as well to round out their comp. What do you see from the rest of these teams? We do see Articuno burning another Tempest. That's going to be both Tempests gone for AKA.
Yeah, which is big for them. Like, if they're going to burn those Tempests, especially if you feel so comfortable with them, then AKA needs a big map, a big round in this very case when you're going to burn one of your favorite operators out there. But going back to Toxic, right, with Mo, that is an interesting one. I don't know if it necessarily fits his playstyle that we've seen so far.
Well, it is round 3, so maybe he's saying, hey, I don't need
that's true.
this
Burn it.
operator for
Yeah.
round 4. Let's go ahead and get it out. And I will say, while we were talking about those operators and some of the loadouts, we can talk a little bit more about it as we see it. On the right-hand side, you're seeing all this loot come in. I really love this UI that shows us when the red loot's picked up. Obviously, you see HR there finding some nice value. That's going to be 173K. While we're talking about the operators, Q9 found about 600K in red items, by the way. So they're cooking. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. Once we see the loot here on the left, Q9's already at 3 million on this map alone. Again, the value of this map is to get your loot value up. And for Q9, they do care about mana breaks. They want to set the tone. They're probably going to try to close out in 4, but just getting decent loot value here, if they're able to get 6 million here, they're into the 20 million category. I don't think anybody's going to be touching them regardless of the way the rest of these maps go.
If I'm being honest, I think they're already in a great spot. This map could very well solidify it, at least from a Technic Alloy perspective. They did get 1.2 million just from the team eliminations. Remember, now going up to 400K versus the 300 that we were used to throughout the qualifiers. There is no competition around them in Museum. They are currently chilling. They are feeling good. And what's to say Q9 goes for an early extraction?
Yeah, I mean, they could. It really would depend on what loot they found. They found a couple red items, but they were small red items, so likely their safe box is going to be nice and full. But hey, Yudi's showing us that, hey, he can get lucky too. Nice little 447K added to his total. That fits in the safe box nicely. Looking pretty good. And we got a chance to see, again, the Blue Eagle taken down. You loot that, and a couple rounds of gold ammo actually goes for quite a bit, so not a bad find, but could have been better for sure. To kind of set the tone, Taylor, while we've got a second too, I want to remind everybody where everybody's at. So we've got our 2 teams in the Tower of Babel. And we see AKA getting a nice rifle here. That's going to be 694K added. Everybody finding loot, everybody playing slow, but AKA and Finnel, 2 teams sharing the Tower of Babel currently. This is pretty standard. The 2 teams will slow roll through the Tower of Babel loot and then eventually fight. We have gold silver. You can see them now on your screen, playing the eastern side of the map, and they're actually rotating south towards a reservoir. Maybe gonna make a play to hold a couple of the teams coming out of the Tower of Babel. We'll see. Q9, of course, started near Museum. They won their fight against STS, and they're staying at Museum, holding their position, waiting. And then we've got FN at the top of the map in the Grand Hammam, hanging out near the extraction point, looting up all the buildings that they can. So everybody's mostly split up besides our Tower of Babel. And right now, it's just a waiting game. Who makes the first mistake? Who sees the first angle? And of course, who gets the best loot. Overall, it's been mostly evenly spread across these teams, with Q9 a decent little advantage because of their team wipe.
From the perspective of Gold Silver, plenty of time. A team that, in my opinion, desperately needs a good performance here just to gain some confidence. I feel they've been losing out on some of their fights, albeit Crazy Dog, though, has shown great promise, especially in that last game, picking up a couple of solos for himself.
Yeah, look at that. Oxygen finds some really nice expensive coffee grounds there. It's 370K or so. But Bishka finds another bust. That's going to be a nice 1.2 mil for him. FN finding some nice value up in the Grand Hammam. Now, I will say, let me backtrack a little bit. I think they found the bust earlier, if I'm not mistaken. They might have just been exchanging hands and collaborating loot. If you see that bust pop up again, it's not because they found a third one. It's because they're passing it back and forth, making sure the bags fit perfectly. We always talk about it. It's inventory Tetris, so pay attention to that. Now, we are seeing on our map feed, you'll see FN now on your screen moving towards the airdrop. There's about 60 seconds on this airdrop landing. This could be our first fight. We thought it might be Tower of Babel, but it looks like FN's moving towards the airdrop, and Q9 also playing around the museum will be in a position to chow this airdrop if they want to. We'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, I think they're going to be the first ones to headbutt, but it is interesting from Gold Silver. You saw them going south, but now they're starting to go back up north, and if they start to head west,
Here we go.
very well could third party this fight that is inevitably going to go down between Fallen and Q9, getting dangerously close to each other. Now, Fallen has ended up losing every fight that they've got into against Q9, albeit they have fought very, very well, but Q9 has had their number ever since. Now, for Q9's perspective, they won the last airdrop that they were in, and they also got the loot before, right? You go back to round number 2. This could be the second time Q9 can find some valuable weapons, including the AWM, which could be huge going into what could be the final Mandelbrot round. Airdrop is on the ground.
Yeah, and obviously Q9 playing patient here. They've got a nice high ground position. They have seen each other, and they have exchanged some blows. But Flares actually finds an angle, able to drop one. Not going to be able to get the full, but this gives them a bit of breathing room. I know there's a bunch of people in chat. I haven't opened it yet. I'll open it here in a second. Talking about PKM. I've gotten roasted in the past saying PKM's not my favorite LMG, but it hits like a freaking truck, and it's got to be one of the best out there. HR, while this is all going down, is finding crazy loot. What's going on here? We got a gold bar, and we're picking up the statue there for like 700 plus K. In the middle of a fight? Hey, that's me for real, man. I'm a loot goblin. I'm looting mid-fight.
I can't confirm. Can't confirm, man. I'm like, focus on the enemies, bro. But hey, look, there's some boxes I got to open. I did mention Gold Silver, by the way. They still are making their way around. And notice Fallen is going directly up to them to the north. They've given up this fight on the airdrop, potentially conceding it to Q9. Fallen has a lot to lose. 3.8 million technicality. Like, they're in a great spot. And with the technicality being as close as it is, well, you definitely want to get out with your spoils of war. But here it is. Fallen, Gold Silver eventually match up against each other. And both of them are aiming down sights. They are acutely aware that one is in front of the other. For Gold Silver, this could be one of the biggest fights of their tournament so far.
Certainly an important one. The airdrop came down, and FN has fully backed off of it. And like you mentioned, they're looking at Gold Silver on their flank. A smart move, and they have an angle. Flair, again, the entry fragger for his team finds the angle and is able to execute on it. That's one down. Oh! Two down! Peek for a nanosecond, and Flares will cut you down. This man is shooting straight today on land.
Did he get all
and
three?
that is a full wipe on the back of Flares with a little help from HR. And all of a sudden, GS, Gold, Silver, out of this lobby with only about 900K in their safe boxes.
Yeah,
Woo!
man, that is big. Flarich really showing what he's made of. Fallen looking so strong. 4 million already as it is, and now they are free and clear to get out if they so decide, which I think they should, or at least send a couple of players out, secure what you got, maybe leave a straggler to fight. I think leaving the Q9 fight, honestly, that was the way to go about it. You have to respect where you're at on the standings. Q9 really isn't the team you need to fight, right? It's the Gold Silver teams. It's, of course, the Finnel teams. It's the rosters that are trying to desperately catch up to the top 3 position. And with, of course, as I continually say, the technicality being as close as it was in the standings, I think this is a massive, massive round for the team of Fallen, and they're doing exactly what they need to do to find success in the top 3 run.
A really good shout. FN looking really strong right now. Loot value. This is where the teams can really start to delineate themselves on the leaderboard. Top 3 make it to upper bracket. And there was, again, only 1.2 or so million separating 6th, last place in this group, and 2nd going into this map. As much as we highlight and emphasize the mantle break rounds, this map is nearly as important when we're playing for top 3. Loot value will absolutely come into play. Articuno on your screen, AKA, a little bit of a quiet game thus far. They looted Tower of Babel, they didn't fight FL, and they got out. They found everything they wanted, and now they're playing around this airdrop. There's a second one landing actually very close. You can see it just briefly. Look at your mini-map there. The one that does not have it fully filled in the middle has not landed yet. That's got a timer of about 10 seconds. That will land here shortly. The one that is fully filled in has been there for a while. You can see Hazmat there for FL. They're looting the remainder of Tower of Babel, able to find a nice gold bar. Everybody finding some decent reds. I saw chat talking about it. Yes, this is Brackish hard, just so you're aware. There's quite a bit of reds in the map right now. Everybody feeling nice about their loot that they have. Safe box is running out of room, which means we got some good loot in the backpack. As Q9 completes a mission, everybody else is trying to figure out what they want to do. FN, I think, Taylor, from what I can see, maybe just trying to leave the map. 7.5 minutes.
They should.
They got a nice wipe, and there it is. AWM on main. It is Q9, obviously able to pick up the airdrop, able to pick up the AWM. Got some Lapua ammo. And I think the thing we always talk about with the AWM, yes, extremely valuable. Yes, you can get some kills on this map with it, and that's some nice value. But how much more valuable is a one-shot sniper on a Mandel brick round to hold sight lines? We talk about Flarich getting people down in a blink of an eye when they peek a corner. Give me K1 with the AWM. Come on.
That's right. And honestly, for Q9, I mean, just the rich continue to get richer. They get both airdrops. They are just on fire. Now, the question is, will AKA be able to do something in this moment? They very well could. AKA is relatively close, and they haven't been shy about taking engagements, taking fights, and they have been playing very, very well. The positivity is just wonderful, especially whenever they get on camera, right? All smiles, they're feeling good, but Q9 isn't a team to back away from a fight. Knowing AKA is going to be this close, I think it might be going down soon. But the question is, will Mo be the entry fragger once again? Because we've been known, or he's been known, I should say, to get a little bit too over-aggressive as a solo, push away from his team drop, putting K1DE and Guar maybe in a little bit of a difficult situation, which they handle quite well. But they will have a little bit of distance. Q9 will still get away. Fallen still on the map themselves. They managed to at least get a couple more bits and pieces of loot. Now, I do want to question, though, for FL, man, like, still staying down there over in the Tower of Babel. They haven't got active at all.
Well, they haven't gotten active, but again, it is about loot value. Tower of Babel, a high-value area, the highest value area of the map. If you open the right tiny little container, you open the right vest pocket and find a key card, it's worth the time. There's really no reason. They don't have to fight early. You can see FN continuing to either exchange loot. I assume that's what they're doing. If you didn't notice already, FN has sent one player out already, and all of a sudden Articuno is in a fight. We'll come back to FN later. They're trading loot around, optimizing their inventories, while AKA is trying to win against the top team today. Well, again, Q9 is down a player right now, so this is a big moment for AKA to take their advantage and run with it. You cannot give Q9 an advantage.
Articuno, I love the aggression, I do. They're going to manage to keep Guar at bay. They want to make sure that nobody is able to get him back into the fight. He's out in no man's land. I just don't see K1DE or Mo able to get him unless this fight is fully concluded. AKA, lock it in. Big moment for them. We've already seen Q9 fall once in a previous map. Will this be the second time? Well, AK is relentless. They continue to push up. Jan now, the tip of the spear, backing away, avoiding a little bit of damage, but still just fine. Things slowed down for the moment.
Yeah, this is the moment where the teammates are saying, don't scam, don't scam, don't scam. Because that's exactly what you're about to do. If you over-peak this position, if you try to take a hero 1v1 play, it's not worth it. You've got an advantage, and K1DE has a perfect angle on Jan. Jan's got to know it, and he's able to peek, get the info, and then back off. Here comes AK, they push the equation, perfectly executed. They try to trade it out. Mo's going absolutely massive. Mo is him! Mo is everything! He is inevitable, and he wins the gunfight. AKA with the advantage, Mo with the skill.
That was good, dude. Mo is that guy, dude. Inevitable is the way to put it. Unbelievable. I thought Mo wasn't going to be able to get the job done, but he does. And AKA lose a big fight that surely they were destined to win. AKA fall down the standings, and Q9 refuses to budge despite them already being at the top of the food chain. They remain hungry, and they remain in the championship seat.
Mo's gonna make me lose my voice in the first round of group stages. Good grief. That dude is unbelievable. A perfect trade, and you actually, we could break down that play for a while. I'm sure we'll see it in our highlight package, but we gotta highlight a couple more things that are happening on the map. Again, loot value, insanely important, and these teams recognize that. Q9, all three alive, and it does look like we may see an engagement here actually from K1DE. He's got a team of Finnel up ahead of him. He's gonna do it by himself. He's gonna do it to AWM potentially. Peek for just too long of a moment. Unfortunately, the person peeking is actually a Sneak operator. He doesn't care. This man's running a PKM AWM, sprinting at his opponents. One goes down. Where's the second? Finds the angle. PKM hits like a truck, and Finnel on their heels because of one player, and now he's finally getting some backup.
That's right, K1DE, he's been highly aggressive. Regardless of the PKM, this man pushes it like it's an SMG, but takes a lot of damage. The over-aggression takes him down, and once again, it comes down to Mo.
Hazmat, we highlighted this player for Finnel as the top fragger for his team in the qualification series. Gior, Hazmat, they can see each other through the window, but they can't shoot at each other. Or at least I assume he's seen him.
Okay.
I think he has.
Right.
Right?
Uh-huh. You have to assume, yeah.
There's the potential knockdown from
it.
Byron. They're setting the trap in a 2v1. Hazmat takes one down, looks for the trade. Can't quite connect. Mo's in trouble. Has to reload, and Hazmat as well. It's a 3v1. Mo has the angle.
Nice.
Mo wins the fight. Mo is inevitable. Q9 will not falter. And here come two members of Fallen to try to clean up the behemoth at the top of the leaderboard.
Unbelievable. He does it against AKA. He does it again against Hazmat and crew. Mo refuses to back away, and potentially the last remaining fight about to go down. It's Fallen who's pushing up, and Fallen has a chance to maybe take out to Mini could not. Florich has been on fire. This man has been playing out of his mind, continues to do so, and Q9 will fall. Fallen will be the last remaining men on the map, and they have had such a phenomenal game at 4.5, now 4.6 assets obtained, and they have time to get out. Perfect game coming from them to separate them from the pack, the ones who want to desperately claw their way into top 3.
Whew, all right, we can catch our breath now. Fallen, the only team remaining on the battlefield with about 60 seconds left. Now, Taylor, perfectly broken down. This is huge loot value for these guys. Obviously, they got to get to an extraction point if they want to try to get out. Right now, it's about optimizing the safe box. However, Q9 did something that was undeniably one of the best moments so far of this tournament, and we're just getting started. We're on Game 3 of Group Stages A. This is what you're in for, folks. You better tune in for all of these games. This is how it's going to be. But the unfortunate thing for Q9 is that they couldn't do it 3 times in a row.
Unfortunate, you say, like they made a mistake.
Fallen comes in, finally plays cleanup. They pick up Mo first, able to win the fight there and get the kills. They're going to try to get out via the Doctor's helipad. I believe they've got enough time here to do it. Should be a 10-second timer if they don't get killed by AI, and it looks like they may. Or there's too many soldiers in the area.
That would be the
But
worst
I
way
don't think they're going to actually get out. They're just going to stack these safe boxes. The Doctor extraction had been pulled. They've got the helipad up there. But right now, they're just trying to get whatever loot that they can find. Now, of course, as this round ends, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen the assets obtained. What's not in that category, what's not in that map, is the amount of value from the kills.
Yes.
Q9 picked up multiple millions in kills. They're absolutely still going to be at the top of the leaderboard. However, Fallen, you got to be feeling good about that one.
Have to be.
You just got to be top 3, and they are absolutely in that category going into our next Mantle Brick round.
Yeah, definitely so. And it could have easily have been AKA when they were getting into the fight against Q9. If Mo doesn't clutch up, AKA are in the spot that Fallen is currently in, right? That's how close these rounds have been. And potentially the match ending, match A, in our next rounds, right? We're going back into a Mantle Break, but just to recap, by the way, again, for Q9's sake, we highlight Mo. Mo, as you've been saying, is inevitable. He is truly that guy that you can count on when you need it most. But let's not discredit K1DE, right?
Yeah,
of course.
it's a team.
Oh my gosh, the team is just wonderful. The way that they play is so concise. I'm sure we'll be hearing some team comments a little bit later. They're not even going to be pumped up. They're just going to, it's business as usual. But this is such a tremendous round, such a tremendous game from the team of Fallen. They walk away outside of Q9 as the biggest winners by far in map number 3.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that we've got to remind everybody at home, and we're going to keep reminding everybody at home. It is a top 3 situation. Q9's done enough. We've been saying that for a while. We've got to turn our eyes to the bubble. We've got to turn our eyes to what does our leaderboard look like after 3 going into another Mantle Brick round. Loot value is going to be everything for the teams that don't get a brick, and a team that is able to get a brick in round 4 will likely book a ticket to the upper bracket. And so it almost doesn't matter. It really does, because we'll need the loot value, but it almost doesn't matter. You could beat GS. You could be a team that keeps getting wiped. If you get a Mantle Brick in this round, you're a top 3 team, you're making upper bracket.
That's it. But, you know, you do have to start thinking, how do you want to play this next map? How do you want to go into the first Space City? The first Mantle Brick since we've witnessed it in round number 2. Are you happy with where you're currently at in the standings with your Technic Alloy? Are you not? If you're not, do you want to try and challenge, let's say, Q9 from getting a second Mantle Brick? You cannot afford to allow this to end in just 4 maps. If you do, you're losing out. You don't get to go to upper bracket. You don't have a free pass, or potentially a pass anyways, to going into grand finals, right? You're gonna have to play tomorrow's competition. So now you have to weigh the pros and cons. But do you also want to take the risk? Playing slow, maybe thinking and praying and hoping that somebody else gets the Mantle Brick outside of Q9. But these are a lot of things you're gonna have to think about, and think about it quickly.
Yeah, here's a quick look at the highlights. Obviously, it started off with a bang. Priority spawns. T1 goes to Q9 and STS. And Q9 get the better of them immediately. We talk about this team and the aggressiveness that they play with, and it worked out flawlessly for them early. And then it was the battle over these airdrops. And Fallen excited about some of their loot that they find. That's HR, the young gun for that team. But Flarich is the, well, frankly, great gun for this team. Good grief, this dude has been shooting straight all day today. He comes from a competitive FPS background with some tactical shooter titles, and it's working out perfectly for him. A lot of reds, by the way, in this game. Some nice luck for these teams and great looting patterns. But this is the fight that everybody is talking about, aka get the entry frag. And as they go swinging in, it all comes down to Mo to wipe all 3 players, and he is able to do it. Look at this position. One dive rolls through. Down goes Arno. That's Tempest rolling through. He gets one insanely weak enough for him to back up. He gets the trade, and then he wins the fight over the top. And 60MG can't believe it.
No, I can't. We couldn't believe it either. We were losing our minds. But it wasn't the first time Q9 was able to clutch up. They did it once again against the team of Fiddle. But of course, it was Fallen who ended up taking down the Titans of the lobby, which was Q9. And well, Flarich, right, was the man who made it happen right after Mo ended up clutching up that fight against Team Fiddle. But yeah, Flarich, right, the guy that finally silenced Mo, who silenced Q9 after such a dominant run.
Yeah, big pickups, a great highlight package there. And of course, Fallen picking up some. You got to tip your hat to Hazbat as well, making big plays. Again, every kill is 400K, so he actually prioritized getting the full on the knocked player from Q9 to make sure they get the loot value for their leaderboard. They know it's really close on the leaderboard. Every kill counts. It could come down to 1 kill. We've seen regional finals come down to less than 100K. Every kill is 400K. You gotta get the kills.
Have to.
He picks up the full and then gets fulled himself.
And that's not the first time, by the way, Hazmat has had a star-studded play. You go back to map 2 on the head glitch, he was able to do exactly that. So well done for the team of Fallen. They walk away with the most round earnings, but they don't get the most eliminations. Of course, that was Q9, who are very comfortably in first place. So again, we need to focus on Fallen, walking away with 4.3. You've got Fennel, who also get 3.13. Arguably, these 2 teams should be in 2nd and 3rd respectively.
Yeah, and again, let's pay attention to the right-hand side of that. While we switch over to our damage, it is also telling the story of the kills. Every kill, 400K. 8 kills times 400K is 3.2 million. Q9 low on the match leaderboard, but at the end of it, the total that they got from that game, based on this damage, based on their kills, was insane. Q9 leading the damage category with over 1.5, but the best team in that map, the last team remaining, was Team Fallen. Of course, Flarich leading the charge for that team, but the young gun of HR are with the sub. Use Bishka.
Yes.
I love this squad, man. 5 kills, 4.33 mil, a great map for him.
And Yubishka already a match MVP, right, coming from match number 2. He stole that away from Q9 despite them winning match 2 themselves. The first time we see a different winner, right? The first time we see a new best team. Fallen coming from the EU side of things with such a historic run throughout the qualifiers, and now we will get Mo, and rightly so.
Come on.
I've been waiting for him, honestly, to pop up as the match MVP. Finally, we get it.
Yeah, 5 kills, 2 assists, almost 1,000 damage. This guy was cooking. We all saw it. We don't need to break it down for you. We saw it in the highlight package, and we saw him win over and over and over again. And finally, they lose to Fallen because, well, Mo had his back turned, and they caught him before he could turn his gun around. A scary player on the map from the best team today thus far. But the best team in this map was Fallen. They are trying to catch Q9. And if they're able to get a brick, it's still a race for that first place position.
That's it.
Albeit, again, paying attention to top 3.
That's it. And by the way, Mo, match MVP, but also playing Toxic. We pointed that out.
Yeah,
He's
true.
not necessarily fitting his play style. He has shown that he can burn through operators that aren't necessarily desirable or fitting his playstyle and still dominate in the true fashion Mo is known for. I like that. I mean, he clearly has a great understanding of mastery of all the operators. He doesn't necessarily need an operator that even fits his strengths, right, from his playstyle for him to be successful. I mean, clearly, at the moment anyways, looking like a top runner for potentially even tournament MVP.
Yeah, but definitely possible. We got a long way to go.
But you know I get carried away. That's what I'm known for.
That is classic Taylor. And again, I want to remind everybody about this match schedule. Just in this match in Group A, we have finished 3 games. We could play only 1 more. If Q9 get this mantle break in round 4, this first match, Group A, is done. They win. They've got 2 mantle breaks. It's a double brick format. However, we could play up to 6. We will then take a little break, and then we'll do all of Group B the exact same format. We're going to be here all night if you're folks in the West, or all day if you're over here in the East, and we're having a dang good time, but we won't be done after Group B. We are then going to the upper bracket. We'll see the top 3 teams from this group and the top 3 teams from Group B battling it out for the top 2 position to make it straight to finals and skip day 2 entirely, Taylor.
Which is big.
Yeah,
Which is
crazy.
big, yeah. Hey, comms, though, are always flowing. Let's hear what the comms were like in match 3.
2 на 3? Да.
Бюст, нормально.
Дай лучше мне бюст. У меня столько. Давай скан, если у тебя есть.
3 типа тут.
Где? Не понял.
Одного нокнул. Один сверху наверху разбил. Доиграть вот этого ложка справа.
Дал смокарку.
Лаз справа, какой смокар? Он тут на мне. Выебали, долбоебов. Хорош.
Хорош.
На меня бежит.
Батя, ты трэш?
Еще.
Жить. Не торопись. Хорош! А мы на доктора не успеем?
Нет, там нету его.
Лутайте все, что можете.
Ну что, только в подсумок, я не знаю.
Ручку скинь в 20 пуль нахуй.
Calm, cool, and collected from our European brethren as well. I'm going to say that every comms that are cool and collected, and that certainly seemed like it. They came in, they knew that they could execute. It was no problem at all. And shout out to our EU squad, Fallen. We got a lot of fans. I've been paying attention to the chat during some of our breaks and paying attention to what you guys are talking about. We got a lot of Fallen fans in our English broadcast here, watching us, Taylor, and watching these players. So looking forward to Fallen. I'm shouting out everybody in chat. Great job following along, getting your drops, and also paying attention to our amazing teams competing. But let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. This is super important going into round 4. The team at the top not only has the total value that they need to be the top team, but they've got the mantle brick. So if you see Q9 here, if they had 1 million on the leaderboard, they'd still be at the top. I want to make sure everybody's clear about that. Mantle bricks first, then loot value. So you've got Fallen in second, but by razor thin margins. That's about 900K or so, separating Fallen and Fennel, who's right there behind them. That's your top 3 currently, with GS, AKA, and even STS not too far away.
Yeah, Fallen and Fennel are in a great spot in second and third, but they shouldn't feel comfortable, especially if this ends in map number 4 to Q9. Now, during scrims yesterday, I know it's scrims, but Q9, what they did is they got the second mantle brick and they also wiped every team off of the map. We take a look at the spawn points, and well, obviously for AK and Fallen, they might run into each other, of course, with Fennel as well, which would be big because those are the teams that are currently either trying to hold on to second and third or break in.
Yeah, and this is a super important factor is these spawns because, again, let's look at the T1 spawns. These are the red spawns. That's going to be STS and Q9 that spawned in T1 in the last map. So going into Space City, you will not see their logos in the 2 red spawns, which are priority positions to play for the Mantle Brick. The Mantle Brick is going to spawn in the dead center of the map. And so those 2 teams have the perfect path to the position, or those 2 spots do. And of course, there's 4 other teams that could spawn there, but you won't see Q9 in cryo position, which is big news for everybody on this map.
And they also won't have the AWM either because they got taken down. Even though they had it in their possession, they won both airdrops in the previous map. Fallen was able to silence them. Clearly, Nox has been prioritized through and through, right? I mean, basically by everybody outside of AKA. Nox will be fully off. D-Wolf as well. The question is, though, Aluru not being used as much as maybe we were expecting, but maybe they're waiting for Space City.
Yeah, and we got a lot of Cenivas, like you mentioned, and everybody, look at the Luna category. Everybody saved Luna. Not one Luna has been played yet, according to our match schedule thus far. As we go into Space City, I expect I think every single team, I know we got a little bit of a bold prediction, I think every single team will use a Luna on our first map of Space City. There is not a single Luna used, and they're about to have every team with a Luna on the board.
Well, Luna's most likely going to be used, but Seniva as well, which was highly impactful throughout NA and EU, not used as much as I was thinking. I fully thought Senivas were going to be gone by this point, at least from the EU and NA side of things. That's also an operator that is still able to be played. It's going to be fun. Get your predictions in chat. Who do you think not only is going to take the next round, but I actually want to ask you a pointed question, Q9. Do they lock it in here? Will they get the second Mandel Brick, close out match A, move forward, and well, then we'll send it to match B. Do you think Q9's got it, or do you think we're going to map 5? Do you want to be bold, or do you just want to let it ride?
I know you're talking in the chat, but I got to ask you the same question. You've been saying Game 5. You sticking with Game 5 as your prediction is where we'll end it?
I will say still Game 5. However, the caveat would have been, I was thinking, literally when they got both airdrops and had AWM, I was like, okay, it ends in Game 4. Like, there's no way. But I really do think that would have been critical for them to lock it in. It's very possible. It wouldn't surprise me if it ends in Game 4, but I think we're at least going 5.
Okay, at least 5. I'm thinking probably 6. I think we go the distance. Q9 is dominant. Mantle Brick is another story. They obviously won the Mantle Brick on the last map in Brackish. I think Space City is a totally different animal. Yes, in scrims they did it in 4. I think we go to 6. Fallen, looking really talented. Fennel actually showing some nice hints of greatness here.
Yes.
You could see them pop off in Space City. It really depends on how comfortable everybody is on this map when it comes to this kind of category of super sweaty maps. I mean, Space City is an interesting one. Let's talk a little bit about some of the minutia. Obviously, we've got our boss, who's got a sniper rifle that will take you down. We've seen, even in regional finals, a boss killing players. That doesn't happen very often in comp. However, it does happen on Space City. The other thing you're going to see is wide open, very long sight lines. We saw it in scrims, we saw it in regional finals. Some of these teams, probably most of these teams, will at least have one player actually loading in with a sniper, which we haven't seen yet over the last couple maps. You're going to see a sniper. It's probably M700. It's probably the best. There is like R93 might be another option. Kind of depends on how much money they want to spend on their kits and their builds. We'll see some snipers. You absolutely have to have smokes as a part of your kits. Whatever meta operators you're trying to choose, whatever your comp is, you got to have smokes for your team for some of these crosses, or you're going to be absolutely hosed.
So for me, I want to make a discussion about the team rankings currently.
Okay.
I want to talk about STS, who is way down the bottom. They did at least, I think, 5 million, which is quite substantial. You can get that, but you have to be playing very well, and you're going to have a culmination of not only assets gained, but also, of course, the eliminations, which STS has been struggling with. And the reason why is because they've been challenging Q9 off the rip in multiple maps. This is not the time to do so, in my opinion. I think you allow somebody else to maybe take that burden. If you can third party, get involved in the chaos, I say go for it. On the flip end, though, if you're AKA or you're maybe gold silver, you're all the way up, maybe FL, FN, I think there is value in challenging STS, taking them down early on, because if this does it, and let's say, for example, Q9 is in a position to win and close out your match, and you've done the math, and you know you have enough Technic Alloy to lock in a top 3 performance, why not concede and actually give the match to Q9 in a way?
That is an absolutely valid point, and it's something I'm really glad you brought it up because you're 100% right. This is the thing about this format and this really cool UI that we have with customs is that when a team that's on match point, a team that already has a brick, picks up the mantle brick and starts to decode, it will alert the entire lobby, not technically that team name, it'll say match point team is decoding the brick. It'll tell everybody. Everybody knows that the only match point team is Q9. So if Q9 starts the brick, everybody knows that's who it is, right? And I think that's a key factor because you're totally right. If you're a team, you find really good loot on this map, you don't have to take the brick. You could allow Q9 to close it out. Yep. There is some risk associated with that. There is. It is a hard strategy to play for, but it is technically a strategy we could see, sure.
And understand, look, competitive spirit is a thing. You want to challenge Q9. You don't want to just concede and just move forward in the upper bracket, right, by just giving it up. But you also have to think about longevity when it comes to the tournament. But hey, let's go ahead and get the next game started.
Всем, я не знаю, на ваш 36.
Бля, короче, калаш селф, я не знаю, я думал, Айсвал будет снайперкой играть. Возьми. Айсвал ебет. Всем кто выйдет.
Рюкзаки, главное, 20-ку возьмите.
Чего говоришь?
Рюкзачки 20-ки. Чтобы снимать армор.
Персонаж поменяется. Значит, ладно, я беру лейп 7. Сколько там время? 14.
А, до этого.
Alrighty, well, a nice little listen in there with Fallen, some of our teams preparing for this round as the game is getting started. It is time to head to Space City. Now let's talk about these rules here, Taylor. We're playing Space City till we're done. It could be right now, it could be round 5, or it could be round 6. And every round going forward will have a mantle brick. So let's get into it. Here's a quick look at the map view. Let's see these spawns. It is Fallen with a priority spawn, and it's Gold Silver with a priority spawn. Unfortunately, priority is one thing, but you're getting cut down from a PKM from K1DE from distance as they have central command on the north side of the map. As AKA, they're in printing room on the east side, STS on the west. We'll continue to update positions, but yet again, Fallen are going to be first to the brick. 2 minutes until you can grab it, but they're going to have priority position.
So, the cat is still in the bag as far as I'm concerned, right? Because Fallen, they set this trap up in map number 2. And whenever they did set it up on Brackish just a little bit earlier, Gold Silver was a team that might have challenged, and they tried to, but they just felt something was a little bit off. They rotated away. So technically, nobody really knows Fallen is a roster that likes to camp the mantle brick, okay? And this could be incredibly valuable, especially if you think about Gold Silver started moving once again. Now, I guess history repeats itself. Fallen, Gold Silver, almost met up against each other in Museum, right, going over to Brackish, but this time around, they might meet up in the middle. And for Gold Silver's perspective, I think they got to be the underdogs in this fight. I mean, look, they've been losing quite a bit of their engagements. Now they're going against Fallen, who's coming off hot off a win, and you got Flarich, who's been on fire, or Flarich, excuse me. I don't know. It's going to be a tough one, but inevitable. They've got to go for this engagement.
Well, take a look at this left-hand side of your screen. I was not quite right. We do see plenty of Lunas, almost a Luna on every team, but 2 teams elected to not play with a Luna at all. Q9, one of those, and AKA also not using the Luna this round. Everybody else has a Luna in their operator comp. And of course, as we progress through this competition, we are seeing some nice red items, red ammo coming into the play here, which is exciting stuff for everybody. It's going to be increase the time to kill theoretically, but of course, with the ammo also being red, should kind of match things across the board. This is pretty standard. Take a look at some of the weapons. You're now seeing full meta builds, full meta weapons, seeing the C119, and some of our other weapons. Everybody has their favorites, and everybody has their favorite builds, but fun to watch these players battle it out on Space City with some nice, closer to meta weapons that we're used to. And again, like I mentioned, we see sniper rifles into the mix. I believe that was R93 there from Mo, which is going to be huge for not only information gathering, but also potentially getting picks from distance.
All right, mantle brick has been spotted. Now you got to think for Fallen, last time they held their ground. They didn't try to get on it, but this time they're not wasting any time. They pick it right up, and Gold Silver is going to be hot in pursuit. Q9's also going to fire a couple of warning shots from a distance. This is big. Fallen has all the wind in their sails, the full confidence. You take down Q9 in the previous map, You got Flarich who's popping up, and now you have the Mandal Break for yourself. This could very well secure Fallen within the top 3 very comfortably.
See, it does look like our security director, Des Moines, has been taken out. But here we go, Mandal Brick being planted. Now, I will say, for those that have been watching a lot of regional finals out there, this is the classic decoding station. This is where some of the most viral clips from these competitions have been found. Right here at this decoding station in the alleyway around CEO. Now, you kind of have these 4 quadrants is what I call them, the 4 buildings. You've got the facility, you got Black Chamber, you got Buoyancy Lab. So you've got these 4 buildings that surround this alleyway, and usually teams kind of hole up in a building, find a position to hold, and then play for the alleyway. They'll peek out, take a fight, and then run back to their building. I like Fallen's position quite a bit. Central facility, traditionally a building that has been held when you're overwatching a Mandal Brick like this, but this decoding station is so interesting because it's kind of wide open. I mean, it's an alleyway, sure, but it's almost impossible to actually hold the decoding station. You're gonna have to peek it and then peek back inside your building. Peek it and peek back inside. But off screen, while that's being decoded, we've got GS and AKA getting into the mix. Oh, actually, FL taking the shot. It's going to be Fiddle looking for their first early engagements. And with the help of an Aluru operator, all of a sudden, Uni is in trouble.
Yeah, this fight's big because it opens up the potential flake onto Fallen, who is decoding the Mandal Break. For Gold Silver, they can't worry about that fight. They've got to worry about countering for the Mandal Break themselves. It's a big one for them. Arguably, right, so obviously, FN, they want the Mandal Break. That would basically secure most likely a second place, maybe even first, depending on how they end up playing the remainder of the maps. But for Gold Silver, they are towards the bottom. They are on the bubble in 4th place. They're 2 million behind. They need the Mandal Break more so than that of Fallen. But for AKA's sake, they also need it. FL, they need to hold on to what they got because they can easily fall below Gold Silver. So these fights taking place are critical for Gold Silver. They're actually going south, maybe potentially prioritizing, I don't know, maybe a quick pickup for 400K.
Good shout. Fiddle, AKA, still potentially fighting, but we've got to keep our eyes on that Mandal Break. It's going to be Gold Silver looking for the first move on it. 2 minutes on the clock. You'll see that timer top middle. Minute 55 and counting. Articuno's actually being cut down. Player advantage to the side of Fiddle. Articuno now crawling away, trying to get to safety, and Fiddle knows it. They've got to get aggressive. They got a Byron operator to do it, but we've got a trading of blows as Uni re-knocks Jan as they get to revive. It is still a 2v3. No, they dropped another one. Articuno, Jan, 60 MG out of here, AKA wiped on map number 4. You will not be seeing AKA for the rest of this map.
That's it. AKA's gone. Q9's going to be rolling in for the potential refight. They're going for the, not third party anymore, but just a full-on hazmat, which they will take down to full finishes in. Meanwhile, on the Mandal Break, you've got Gold Silver, who's going to be moving in onto Fallen. That fight's going to be taking place shortly. STS is also starting to get active onto it. Everybody pushing their respective fights that they want.
Yeah, we've got a huge moment right here with Q9 making a push over to Fiddle. We've got to keep our eyes on that Mandal Break, though, folks. We've got 60 seconds remaining. A big fight, sure, off screen, but we've got to get to that Mandal Break. Fallen is about to get into the engagement. K1 pushing the equation. Now K1 on the Byron operator. He's actually able to connect. Magnetic bomb taking down 1. But again, 45 seconds on the brick. Q9 will not get there in time.
No.
Q9 get the full. They get some kills. But what's going on at the Mandal Break?
Have to look at it. Have to look at it. I mean, you got Gold Silver, who is encompassing the Mandal Break. They can easily get the touch. Fallen is trying to hold them at bay. Q9 continues to fight FL, but who will get the touch? Just 25 seconds remain. We finally get on board with it, and there you got Flarich. Flarich looking to get the off angle, potentially push in. He's got a 1v3 before him. This is going to be a big moment.
Gold Silver's just moving too slow.
Come on!
15 seconds. You got to make a move, but they have no information where all 3 of these players are at. They've got a hunch. They've got a guess. But you've got 5 seconds for the steal, and you got to move right this second. Unfortunately, they think it's not possible. Are you kidding me? Getting a free brick. No one makes a move.
Oh my God.
Fallen joins the leaderboard at the top with Q9. No one can touch them. No one even touches the brick. You see Gold Silver back off and say, we don't like this fight. We can't all get wiped right now. We're not even gonna try.
Well, it's not over with just yet, is it? You still have some shots ringing true, and Gold Silver, despite them not going for the Mandal Break, they continue to fight. But why didn't you fight earlier when it actually mattered? Now, of course, it does when it comes to Technicalloy, but like, come on, boys. This was not the fight to back away from, and now you're getting punished even after the fact, as HR will take down yet another one. Boba, who's continually playing solo, now has to just hug a corner on the right-hand side. Crazy Dog will try and take the left. They're trying to set up this pincer maneuver, right? You go through that choke one in the doorway, you get mowed down from both sides, but I just don't think it's going to be possible. HR penetrates, HR takes down Bobo, and then you've got, of course, Dog who's going to be just up ahead. The smoke will conceal him. He'll get away. But Gold Silver, why didn't you fight like this before?
Just a little tepid, a little timid. Crazy Dog, though, answering back. HR has been cut down, and it's a full. That's a kill for the side of Gold Silver. That's 400K added to their total at the end of this. And yet again, Crazy Dog is last alive for this team. We're a bit ripping into them just because of how important this Mantle Brick is. We thought they could maybe make a play for the steal, but Fallen had set up flawlessly, and without the help of the other teams, Taylor, we wanted them to basically just suicide for it, to try to steal the decode and reset it, but frankly for them, it was all about staying alive. And unfortunately, you peek for a hair too long, it gets Fallen, you're gonna be cut down. Crazy Dog was doing some great things as a solo. Gold Silver out of here. Fallen, kills added to their tally, a brick added to their tally. There's absolutely a clear top two in Group A.
The reason why I'm so disappointed in Gold Silver for not pushing the Mandel Brick is you have to understand, right? Gold Silver is in 4th place going into this map in the standings. They're about 2 million behind that of Finnell, 11.59 million. And you have Fallen, who's already in 2nd place, but not too far behind. It's realistic to catch up to them. That's a team that you should be challenging. That is a team that is fighting for the exact position you're currently in, right? To be in top 3. There is no reason not to fully commit and go for the fight. And what's weird to me is Gold Silver then tries to engage right after that. When the Mandel Brick isn't even up for grabs, up for offer, why do you stick around? Why not just break away then and go for the loot if that was your ultimate objective? They rotated in to challenge the Mandel Brick, and then they didn't even fully commit to it. And I feel that's a big, big mistake in my opinion. Gold Silver's been a team that's been quickly falling behind, and unfortunately, it's one of those moments where they fall even further behind. But it is what it is, and even for STS, I can be critical on them. Like, why didn't they fully go in for the challenge, maybe into the chaos? STS is a team that's been on the struggle bus. They're in last place. They quite literally have nothing to lose if they go for it.
Yeah, and I think the thing you got to remember too is like, hey, we're playing for top 3. So now with 2 teams with a brick apiece, we got 2 more rounds with Mandel Bricks. Could see 4 different teams get the 4 different bricks. It doesn't happen very often, frankly. So if you've got a Mandel Brick, you're making it to upper bracket 9 times out of 10, maybe 99 times out of 100. Fallen's got to be feeling really good right now, winning that engagement and also winning the brick. But STS have maybe laid a trap of their own on the low side. They know that Fallen's going to rotate out of here now that they've gotten the brick, and they know they might not be very timid about it either. They might just run out into the open, and wait a minute, I think HR, look at that, he could have backed up, and I think it was a shock arrow coming out maybe from the opposition. They kind of gave away their position. If they would have played a little bit more patient, maybe heard the STS player actually running away as well. And now with the area over the top, unfortunate. I mean, obviously, the shock arrow sticks HR there. Maybe it's an open frag. But I think if they just wait a hair longer, STS actually might get a wipe. I don't think Fallen was going to slow down.
I don't think they were. I think they were full speed ahead. I mean, kind of all gas, no brakes, really, aren't they? I mean, they're a team that is just quickly on the come up and could very well dethrone Q9 in 1st place. Not necessarily in this map, but maybe in future Space Cities, which ultimately we're going to end up at least getting 1 more, right? We could potentially be getting 2. For STS, this is a big moment. You've got your competition who's currently in 3rd place. They're gone. They're fully out of there, right? That was FL. That was Fiddle. Now you have a chance to potentially break into top 3, albeit without a Mandel Brick, but still top 3 nonetheless. So for STS, this could be a tremendous game. I do want you guys to take note. Mo from Q9, by the way, has split from his team. I assume they're going to be going down the launch area, maybe going for the extraction. For Mo, he's going as a solo to either scout out the areas and potentially go for some quick picks. I don't think he's going to be taking on full teams in a 1v3, but Mo is a guy that, I don't know, he can do a little bit of everything. I've become quite a big fan of him. And he hit, for example, is starting to push up from STS. This fight between them and Fallen, most likely not going to conclude anytime soon.
Three teams left on the map. Really only one team that desperately needs a good one.
STS.
STS has got to get something out of this map. loot value important. Now, on the left-hand side of your screen, you see assets obtained from this map alone. Obviously, huge tallies, 5.5, 5.4. But now, look at the transition on the left. Total assets. This is our overall leaderboard, just there for a blink of an eye. But Q9's well over 20 million, 25 million to be exact. Whereas I believe FN was pushing 20 mil. Everybody else far and away. There is still a fight happening for the third place position currently.
That's right. And STS free and clear to maybe go and elevate themselves up the top 3. Again, they're the team to watch. They don't necessarily need to take this fight against Fallen. I thought they were going to do it, but it's okay that they do, in fact, back away. At this point, if they can just get out with any more loots, right, I mean, that's going to be hugely beneficial for them. I mean, they're just a hair away from catching up to that of FL. And if they can do so, they'll break into top 3, live to fight yet another day. For Mo, though, catching maybe an STS member off guard. Shots are fired. Mo gets one down. The Straggler looking like a one-man army. The rest of his team still over in the launch area. Mo, though, a thorn in the side of any roster that he comes across. He took down one from STS. Who knows? Maybe he'll challenge the entirety of Fallen. Who's going to be up ahead?
Yeah, big take, of course. Every kill, 400K. And I think it's worth briefly mentioning, too, as much as we are saying it's assured that they're in the upper bracket, these teams want to be a top team. Fallen and Q9 are now fighting against each other as total loot value. So every kill going to be super helpful. Any loot that they can find super helpful. And now both of these teams are saying, hey, if we can get some kills, great, but we're trying to get out of this map. What you guys don't see is that on our map feed, 2 members of Q9, you mentioned it, Mo's by himself hunting the map. Yeah. But Gior and K1D, they're down at the rocket extract. They're hanging out way down on the south side of the map, looking to get out of the map.
Yep.
While Mo's just on the hunt to find anybody he can get his hands on. He's like a rabid dog just running around getting kills. I mean, this is crazy. Hunting down the rabbits of the map, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
I'm a fan of it.
Looking for anything.
That's right. Fallen's going to go for an extraction themselves. They want to get out. Can't blame them. They've had such a successful game number 4 on Space City, our first one of the day. Not only getting the Mandel brick, but actually getting a ton of assets for themselves, which puts them up in the standing, especially if we get to a tiebreaker, which I don't think we will, but we might. You never know, right? But it's always a possibility. For Mo, he has slowed down a little bit. STS, though, is still a little bit worried, and, well, naturally, they've lost one player. Mo picked up an additional 400K, and he's still on the hunt. Actually, there is time for him to run into STS. He's in hot pursuit.
Yeah, and you're seeing on your screen right now, obviously, Fallen. They are going for the no backpack extract. See what they could get out of the map with. Stacking up that chest rig. Potentially getting out of the map here. This is the loot optimization pathway we traditionally find. Well, Mo, unfortunately, on the hunt, laughs and maybe says a few words as Chan finally finds an angle here. STS getting something on the board right now. Picking up a kill on Mo. They don't know where the rest of his team is. They know who it is. And they're going to back up after getting that kill and check all of their corners to make sure they don't get flanked by the rest of Mo's team. Unbeknownst to them, Q9, the other 2 members, as a reminder, way down there at the rocket extract right now.
Yep. They've been down there for the longest time as well. Just left Mo to his own devices. So for STS, a bit of a win, a bit of a victory. They'll be happy to take that again. Getting relatively close to breaking into top 3. It's still doable depending on the remaining loot that they end up finding. But I think Q9 has so much respect in the lobby that when they see Mo and they take Mo down, they are expecting maybe the remaining 2 members to come in and fight, which begs the question, can STS, or will they fully commit to getting out? And I think they will.
2 minutes and a half. Everybody looking for their way out. FN doing some inventory management. Here's a quick look, instant replay, by the way, of Chan finding Mo on an off angle. Nice pickup there from Chan and STS. We take those every day of the week. Could go look at Fallen. Now, of course, we do see that Fallen, they stacked one of their players with everything they could get their hands on to get out via the no backpack extract and workshop. And now a potential 2v2 about to be had in STS. I don't think they know it. Fallen, I think, has found an angle. Chan in trouble. No, he actually answers back on HR. There's the trade. He's Bishka down. HR by himself. We have a trading of blows between these 2 duos. but it does find their way to FN getting the wipe. STS, they might have found 1 kill, but they've been punished for it. That is a full wipe on a team that desperately needed points.
Yeah, you know what's tough about that is their loot drops dramatically.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking almost 2 million. They desperately needed that to catch up into top 3, and now they're even further behind, which makes them more desperate going in to the last, potentially last 2 remaining matches, which, again, it could only be, just map 5. Q9's out. They managed to extract. They are gone. A successful game from their perspective in terms of getting assets, the Technic Alloy. For Fallen, though, again, the biggest winners as they get the Mandel Brick, the last remaining team on the map, and potentially going to get out for themselves, like you said, the no backpack. So for good stuff, right, from the team of Fallen, they put themselves in a comfortable spot from scrims yesterday into today's competition. Highly consistent. This is the team to watch out for going into the upper bracket. I don't see how they don't make it.
Yeah, you do see 2 members of Q9. Look, these guys are playing near perfectly. I mean, to be able to do what they've been doing and still get out via the rocket extract without being challenged, very well done from them. They're going to protect a lot of that loot category. They know FN's going to be hot on their heels. They know they finally have competition in the Mandel Brick category, and so they're assuredly putting some more points on the board with this one. And of course, we see our players optimize inventories as we close out this map. With only a couple players left on the map, not much else you can do besides throw a couple ID tags into your safe box and get out with whatever you can. Of course, they're not going to get actually out of the map, but that safe box will be some nice value add to their overall score total, or at least protecting some of the value they brought in.
Next map's going to be nutty. Next map's going to be crazy. You've got 2 teams who have been highly consistent, both with Mandel Bricks. Chance to close out. Fallen in Q9. Just so well played. He's Bishka, a large reason for that. He's been the match MVP already once. Maybe he can make it once again. A highly successful game number 4 coming out from the side of EU, of course. Fallen, getting the Mandel Brick. They did so in sensational fashion. You got to question Gold Silver, though. Why did they not even attempt to go for the challenge? Something we harped on for had to have been 10 minutes.
Yeah, Taylor, you got animated. I like it.
How could I not?
A little relentless on some of our competitors. I appreciate it about you, man. I know chat was screaming about the same thing. I see you guys in there making sure that you're cheering for your squads, and a lot of folks cheering Fallen on. They were happy that Gold Silver decided to play a little slow there, and for good reason. Fallen now on top now, or at least joining the top ranks of Q9. Gonna be at the top of the leaderboard. The only 2 teams with the Mandel Brick, which means they are top 2, no questions asked. But they are also the top 2 in the loot category.
Yes, they are.
2 teams were top 2 on paper on our stats, and they're proving that sometimes it does go to script.
That's it. We don't know the script. I say, hey, chat, don't get carried away. We don't know the script. That maybe you do. Collective Minds typically smarter than the talking heads up here. Fiddle, though, gets away with the big win themselves. Kind of indirectly, they have, 11, I believe around 11 million when it comes to Technic Alloy. But the big loss is STS. They were in such a good spot. They were within striking distance into breaking into top 3. But unbeknownst to them, there was a team waiting for them, right?
Yeah.
It was Fallen, who ends up taking them down. The 2v2 goes to the way of Fallen, which was definitely not the way STS needed that to go. Because of that effort from Fallen, STS loses at least 2 million Technic Alloy, which puts them even further back. They now, I believe, needs about 5 or 6 million maybe to catch up to that of top 3. I mean, that is a large sum of money given the fact that you think about it. You've got 2 teams, 2 of the best teams in the lobby, now with the Mandel Brick respectively. That's going to put a lot of pressure on STS, but let's not forget AKA as well, right? Gold Silver, who are also in the exact same boat, I think, basically neck and neck at around 6 or so million when it comes to Technic Alloys. So they're all in the same boat. They've got to get active, and they only have 2 maps potentially to do it.
Yeah, a nice breakdown. It's going to be really fun to see how these last 2 maps go. Again, Space City, Mandel Brick rounds. Anything can happen.
Anything.
You could see AKA pick up a Mandel Brick here and join the ranks of the top 3. You could see STS, who've been struggling, Gold Silver, who decided not to move quick enough to be able to make a play. You could see them pick up a Mandel Brick, join the top 3. Anything can happen. But Taylor, you said something super important. You've been predicting Game 5. And we're going into Game 5, my friend. After that map, you stayed with your prediction.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You got 2 of the best teams with a Mandel Brick respectively. You see the respect Q9 has gained. They didn't challenge Mandel Brick in the last round. but quite frankly, they didn't need to, right? But Mo alone as a solo, traveling by himself, you could tell when he got down, the others respected his presence because they thought they were going to get challenged for the two remaining members who are already over in launch. We look at our highlights, and I mean, so many good moments, but of course, we have to focus on the fight for the Mandel Brick with Gold Silver not going for it. Once again, Fallen and Gold Silver, much like they did on Museum previously, were on Brackish. They run into each other, but this time around, they finally collide, but it was, of course, the team of Fallen who was able to hold on to what they had.
Yeah, and here's a quick look. Obviously, a huge team fight between Fennel and AKA. I mean, a full team wipe there is 1.2 mil going to the side of Fennel. This is a huge boon for them. And this is actually what was kind of happening around the map while the decoding was going on. This is not necessarily typical for Space City. Usually, there's a big combining factor of all the teams around the Mantle Brick, all the teams around that decoding station, and it's an all-out war. But third parties, fourth parties, even fifth parties. But this time around, totally different story because some of those fights brought out early. And Fallen, fortunate favors the bold. They put the decoding in immediately. Fights were happening all over the map. They weren't contested by anybody.
Nobody.
The only team that tried to contest them was right here, Gold Silver.
Yep.
They move a little bit slow. They trade a couple blows. Crazy Dog, as per the usual, getting a little crazy as a solo, but can't quite get the better of his opponents. There's Fallen winning out in that engagement. And then it was Q9 just on the hunt. They were able to pick up a couple, sit Mo out, and got 2 out of the map via the rocket extract. And here's the final fight where STS just had no idea where Fallen was at.
Yeah.
Fallen not only get the brick, but they also get the kills, and they get a player out of the map. That's a huge win for Team Fallen.
And the cherry on top, they potentially play spoiler to STS,
True.
who was desperately trying to get into top 3. Still very possible, mind you, but they're a little bit further behind than they could have been if they don't run into the duo of Fallen. We take a look at round 4 results. Obviously, Fallen walk away with the Mando Brick, but for Q9, they will once again get the biggest round earnings, but not the most eliminations. That actually goes to Fallen. From last round to this round, I feel Fallen stock has just kind of gone through the roof. They've been playing so incredibly well. They're one of the only teams to fully eliminate that of Q9. You look at Fallen, able to at least get the most damage despite them only having 1 more elimination. They still tower over that of Q9 on the right.
Yeah, and again, I love these damage charts because they really do tell a story of the map. I mean, you see a team like AKA who traditionally have put up really good damage. This map, they just take 1 bad fight and they lose it immediately. Obviously, they're going to have the lowest damage. They weren't there very long, and unfortunately, big responsibility for them. But FN, Fallen, are going to be your best team on this map. There's no question about it. The young gun, HR, leading our charge here in terms of our
19,
victory.
I believe.
Yeah, very, very young. He was a great interview. We talked to him for a while. But this is truly a team effort. They've all had their moments in the spotlight.
Nice!
And now we get a chance to see HR as not only a part of the team that was the best team in that last round, but also our round MVP. 3 kills, 3 assists, 3 KD, and 500 damage from HR.
And that's 2 MVPs, match MVPs going to the way of Fallen, right? So Yuzbishka in round 2, and then obviously HR in round 4. It comes to show you again, Fallen, they're on the up and up. This roster is looking phenomenal, and they could potentially challenge even the first place spot, which is where Q9 is at. Granted, that will have to be done most likely by getting the second Mandel Brick, which is well within their wheelhouse. Getting first place, even that over what many would regard the top region in the world, which is China, right? The top location. You have to give respect where respect is due. Fallen is doing what maybe even I thought wouldn't be possible, being the top dogs in this match A. But hey, like I said, I like to get carried away. Let me slow down a little bit. What do we have at stake? Another Space City about to come underway. We could end it right here and now. Fallen as well as Q9. They only need 1 more Mandel Brick. For the others, though, they need desperately Technicalloy. They need to jump up. Can they do it? Let's find out. Let's listen to the comms from round number 4.
Охуеть!
Есть,
Я
есть,
буду
есть.
забирать.
Есть типа и что? Собрал.
Отдавай еще,
Я на
отдавай
рампе,
еще.
я на рампе, я на рампе, я на рампе. Молик.
Выходи сейчас будет. Отдавай, Молик.
10. Ждем. До конца. Один жить, Витя, жить.
Нету, 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 наш!
Вовнутрь. Они внутри. Есть справа уже. Вместе сыграем? Да.
Дал. Один в миду.
Одно хп.
Убил?
Стоп.
Тихо, чил, чил.
Спокойно. Молик дам. Давай, Молик, я смотрю дверь.
Я в левую дверь дам Молик. Не могу, блядь. Он выползает.
Он отполз. Один вот здесь, вот здесь, вот здесь.
Окей.
Я его сейчас буду выжигать.
Давай, давай, давай.
Гранатами.
Это окей.
Кися, какой-то до дома.
Сейчас дам, запушим комнату, поняли?
Давай.
Давай!
Хорошо. Стоять, стоять.
Чил.
Я вышел. Давай на мост, наверное, поднимемся.
Давай. Вот тут.
Типа у меня. Еще один. Хорош. Все, поднимай, лутаем жетоны и нахуй.
Жетоны.
Есть.
Ну, патроны фиолетовые жестче, чем
Не-не-не.
чашка.
А тут
Не,
кем
нет.
пусть сейвит больше.
15.
Вить, можешь жетон забрать? Вот. Просто в жопу за место чего-либо.
Если чашки.
Чашку скину.
Давай, все. Все, мне некуда больше. Мне не хватит.
Сколько там секунд? Все?
Все.
Fallen, the champions of Europe and the champions of that last round, hailing from Latvia, Russia, and Finland. This is a fantastic roster, and as per the usual, the comms sounded great. Now, I gotta give a shout out. I was taking a look at chat when we were listening into some of those comms. Big shout out to ProRock, who's a part of this roster, who couldn't make it out here, and Uzbishka came in as the sub. I see you watching, a lot of fans for him, and for good reason. Take a look at our overall rankings throughout the course of this competition. Q9 dominating at the top, a 10.41 million lead over Fallen is insane, by the way. However, they are two teams with the mana break, so they're going to be the top two no matter what, and it just so happens that everybody else falls in sequential order based on our loot value.
That's it, man. A long road to travel for GS, aka and STS, who now go into the second Space City of the day. Now the question is, will it end here? Will we get another map? Well, obviously, it's going to be based off of who really wants it the most. For Fallen as well as Q9, they have the lead.
Yeah, let's take a look at our spawns. Obviously, we saw T1 spawns go to Fallen, and that is gold, silver in the red. You will not see them in the red spawns going into the next round. So you're seeing some of the teams that could be there. This is good news. The problem, the one little piece of bad news, and we talk about operators, Q9 could get a prio spawn. Q9 could play for a brick in this round and keep your prediction true. Talk to me about some of these operators.
Well, I want to say Fallen and AK, by the way, you pointed out, were the only team without a Luna. Do they go in with the Luna this time around, and do they find more success? For Fallen, they're perfectly fine. They didn't need a Luna, obviously. For AKA, it could be incredibly valuable for them to have this time around.
Well, quick look at the operators. Obviously, some Nox is gone. Obviously, some Shepard's gone. Almost every single Hackclaw gone. I mean, when we talk about recon operators, there's huge boon in the Luna, of course, but Hackclaw also has a lot of value, especially for some of these indoor fights, being able to track down your opponents. The data knife is insane. We've seen some crazy highlights, of course. So all of the Hackclaw is gone, except for one team potentially able to use Hackclaw in what is maybe, not necessarily, but maybe our last map of the day.
That's right. Maybe, right? The question is, will it be? I think so. I really do. I mean, yeah, again, you have two of the best teams who are currently with one Mandel brick apiece. But they don't necessarily need to go for it. But they can end it here, and I think they do want to do that. They want to play spoiler. Fallen already proved that, taking out STS, knocking them back about 2 million Technic Alloy. They did that right at the last second, where STS most likely felt that they were safe. After all, they took down Mo. They didn't get challenged by Q9. They saw that they extracted. Okay, cool. We're free and clear. Well, not the case. Fallen ended up taking them down. It's going to be an exciting time for sure. Chat, get your predictions in. Let us know what you're thinking, because time is running short.
Yeah, and I gotta say too, I mean, while we got a second, everybody's sweating, because you're right, it could be the last game. With this new patch, we're not seeing a lot of people running Saniva. If I'm a team like AKA, STS, Gold Silver, a team that desperately needs a mana brick to make sure they're a top 3 team, maybe loot value isn't going their way, I wonder if you do get your spawn, you do get your pro spawn, what if you grab that brick and you head indoors rather than outdoors, and you load in with Saniva with that plan? Because if you think back to our regional finals, and we saw it in almost every region, when you put that mana brick, the decoding station that's indoors in the hallway, that is, we say an alleyway is the mana brick kind of decoding station we just saw. The hallway is crazy. It is super CQB, and Saniva is a difference maker in that position. Not a lot of Sanivas have been played. We'll see if anybody decides to go for that strategy. It is time for Space City, a maximum of 2 more maps, but Taylor says this is going to be the last one. Are you correct, Taylor? We will see. Like he has said, chat, let us know what you think. Is it going to go to 5? Is it going to go to 6? All I know is going to be a dang good time. Let's jump into Space City and see where the teams are at. Prio spawns, AKA and STS. gonna be first to the brick, but Gold Silver moving aggressively out of command building.
Incredibly aggressive, but I think Gold Silver's already fired some shots over into the side of AKA, who takes a little bit of damage, and they're going to go for the full flank. But watch out, Gold Silver. Be careful here. You're only focused on AKA, but you also have FL, the team that you're desperately trying to catch up to, who might flank you.
This is so funny about this is Taylor was telling them to sprint at their opponents, and now he's telling them to be careful. They are getting aggressive, and Jan goes down. A difference maker for AKA. They had prio spawn. They're getting killed before they can barely even move out of the spawn as Gold Silver listened to our call and got insanely aggressive off rip. Finnel not pushing him for the third yet, but Jan in deep trouble as he is full out, and AKA is pushing up towards the brick. They said, we'll come back for you, Jan. We can't take this fight right now.
Not at all. AKA, man, they got to recover. They need a big game. They are at the very bottom. This could very well be it. We take a look at our operators. What do we see?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're seeing AKA. They've already burned their Tempest. They're using Aluru now when they need it most. This is going to be a huge boon for them. Or it would have been. That's Jan running Aluru, so they don't have Aluru anymore. All they have is Stinger and Luna. Anybody that plays pubs knows that's the classic combo, but in sweaty competitions like this, it's going to be super helpful for smoke and runs. It's going to be super helpful for information gathering, sure, and keeping each other up. But without Aluru, they don't have what they need to hold down this brick position. On the other side, we see another Tempest there from E-Hit on STS. Q9, pretty traditional. Now we're seeing some Lunas across the board. And again, hey, my prediction's finally right. Everybody's using Luna. We're running out of operators, and obviously a huge value out across the board in terms of the extra information you can gain on a Mantle Brick round in Space City.
Well, this is the most active we've seen Space City so far. Granted, only the second one we've seen in the entirety of the Delta Force Invitational, but right now for total assets, you got to take a look at it, guys. And GS, Gold Silver, they need at least 4 million to hop up into top 3. They could technically challenge FL off the rip and maybe take them down, but their focus now is dead center. STS, AKA. This is going to be a bloodbath. The Mandel Brick is about to be underway, and the question is, who wants to strike first? I wouldn't want to be the first one to go out there with how hotly contested it's going to be.
You got to pick your play style, man. You got to...
Because call me out. What do you want from me?
No, I love it. You're making great calls, and you're like, hey, I need people to play aggressive, and now you're like, no, we got to play strategic.
Passive, strategic.
Hey, that is the way that operations is played, man. You are right on the money with that. Sometimes you've got to know when to play aggressive and when to play slow, and everything you said is correct. I just love ribbing you for
I know you do.
These moments, but I agree.
It'd be weird if you didn't.
It is really difficult to try to decide when to go, and I think that's why recon operators are so helpful. You got to have the information. Now, STS trying to make the first move, E-Hit on Tempest, could maybe use the Tempest kit to help out here. Could go grab the brick and then back off. With Tempest's equipment, you could basically go in and then dive roll, of course, and then you could also retract yourself back, tactical retreat, back to the position you were a couple seconds before. Not a bad play, actually. But no one moving for the brick yet. It looks like Gold Silver maybe actually going to be first. Looking at the mini-map, STS just kind of hiding in the corner, waiting, playing patient here. Again, like you said, maybe not wanting to be the first to move, playing around the decoding station. Gold Silver could be the team that's picking it up first.
Yeah, I mean, they did this in scrims, right? They were one of the teams that we highlighted off-stream, obviously, for going for the Mandel Brick first and then trying to get out. The question is, where do you go? I mean, like, you're genuinely surrounded. I think at this point, again, I do like aggression. But this is a time where you really do have to slow it down. There's too many variables around you. I mean, again, STS, got AKA with 2 members themselves. I think if you touch that Mandel Brick, you're going to be cooked. And let's not forget, Fallen isn't too far away either. Like, Fallen can also get active. And I like the way Fallen and Q9 are both playing this. Like, they don't have any worries in the world. They're already smooth sailing straight into the upper bracket, most likely, unless something absolutely crazy happens over this map and the next. But Fallen does want to move in, and Fallen does want to try and potentially get active onto this fight. Let's not forget, they're already in second place. I mean, any elimination they get is going to be 400K going to them, and it's going to put them in a much healthier spot to locking in the upper bracket run.
That's a good shout. Now, I will mention something. We don't see this often. AKA has elected to let Jan full die. And I say let, I mean, they were likely knew that that body was going to be near irrecoverable. It was wide out in the open. There was not much they could do about it. And so Jan is full out. AKA, with potentially the last map, a chance to make upper bracket, are going to be playing with 2. This team is known to be one that can battle back against adversity. They went through the blender in the regional finals for North America, but they did come out on top, and we're a team that were able to make it here today, obviously, but not without trouble. And a chance to do it again, this time with 2. Jan has been a hero in the past, but Articuno, 60MG, they're all individually insanely talented. And I wonder what their comms are like right now, what they're feeling. They have a decent position on the map right now around the brick.
Yep.
But still, no one is pushing for the center of the map, not yet.
Fallen, though, is maybe tempting fate. They do start to move in themselves.
That's a good shout.
I mean, you have 4 out of the 6 teams all surrounding the Mandel brick currently. The only ones who aren't at the moment is going to be Fennel, as well as Q9 up ahead. And yeah, like you said, here we go. I mean, I'm shocked it is going to be Fallen. Granted, I mean, they have the lowest risk. If they go for it and they get wiped, they're still in a great spot, so they can afford to do this.
Yeah, and this is what Fallen does best, man. They play for the brick, and they don't get the prio spawn, but because everybody else is playing slow, this is the value of Stinger in the late game, too. Being able to throw that drone, that smoke all the way down the line. You're protecting both sides of the brick. Grab it and run. They're able to get it, and they are running for the hills right now, trying to figure out where they go from here. Now, I will say this is a pretty interesting point. I'm not going to call their strategy yet because it's not 100% certain. But what I think they're doing is something we have seen in the regional qualifiers. You got to remember, 4 brick rounds. Top 3 make it to upper bracket. If no one gets the mantle brick this turn, nobody is able to decode it, then they assuredly make upper bracket because they're one of the teams with the brick.
Right.
And so I'm wondering if they're just trying to stall with this torch timer for no one to get the break. Now, based on their position on the map, we're seeing on the map feed, I don't think they're doing that. I think they're just trying to route to frankly, a decoding station we don't oftentimes see in competitive. Instead of dormitory, I think they're going up to the north side of Passage. This is a weird one. I've seen it once in our Western Regional Finals. It is wide out in the open, less of an alley or a hallway, and more of an open space that's going to be tough to hold.
Especially given the fact that Q9 is going to be up there waiting and they're already taking priority. I don't know if it's a sixth sense. Maybe they got additional information that we don't know about, but they are setting up perfectly to cut off the team of Fallen. Now, the thing is, though, both of these teams can win and close it out in 5, which now puts the pressure even higher for AKA, STS, Gold, Silver, who are all in this deadlock position, dead center of this, the current map. Especially for Gold, Silver, like they are in dire straits. But this is going to be an interesting one with FN versus Q9. They have now spotted. Actually, I do wonder if FN has actually information that Q9 is there, because Q9 is rotating around. Q9 is about to put FN in a pincer position. This could be bad for this FN roster.
Yeah, here we go. We'll see what information has been had. Here comes the Allure Rocket. They've got info now. I think K1D is thinking he might be able to scan out of view. I mean, there's a lot of boons with Allure. One of the things with this kit is his personal missile that he can shoot out. Obviously, a big recon availability, but hey, as much as I was talking about a strategy where, hey, if nobody gets the brick, we're good to go, Fallen says, what if we just win, coach? How about you shut up, and I'm going to start decoding, and we're going to go for the win. Obviously spotted at this point. Here goes Q9. First to the tally. Everybody else knows that it's either Fallen or Q9 on the decoding station. What they don't know is that it's both of them.
But this could be valuable, like let's say they do, STS, any of the teams right outside of the top 3, or even FL, for example, if they want to get active, they played it relatively slow, albeit they do start to move up towards central, up top left, and might even take the fight over towards FN. That could be big for them, but this is a valuable opportunity as far as I'm concerned, to maybe third-party this engagement between FN and Q9. But in the meantime, though, again, like map 4 could very well end, or map 5, excuse me, could end right here and now, because you got both of the top level rosters who are encompassing the current Mandel brick, and nobody else from the center of the fight, right, when they were surrounding the Mandel brick where it originally was, nobody's moved.
Yeah, well, I mean, they know that everybody's holding sight lines there. We've got plenty of time on the clock. They don't have to yet. But an interesting point, and I'm glad you called him out and we're able to see him on screen. You're right. Fennel is coming through Central Command on the north side. We see Fallen. They've planted the brick. Timer ticking, and they've elected to hold on the north side of this decoding station, up where basically you exit from Central Command. You guys all know what I'm talking about. The eastern exit of Central Command, hugging the northern side of this map. Here's the trap that Fallen has set. They're out in the sands, holding these rocks. The decoding station's on the other side of that wall, by the truck. There's definitely some headies in there. There's definitely some holes that you can put in there, but you're pretty open for a pinch. so they've elected to play the northern side. It kind of slams up on these rocks. HR playing the most northern, and they know basically the main positions they need to hold. Obviously, look down. They know there's a team over in printing, which is going to be Q9, and then they got to have eyes on that central command exit. And technically, the building is blocking, but for any team to come into the mix, you're going to have an angle.
Можете метку на мангу?
What everybody needs right now, of course, listening to Fallen about what they're saying.
Так удобнее.
Она тебе мешает?
Нет, наоборот, пускай будет.
Смоки кинут, я даю ревил.
Да.
A whole lot of nothing.
Nothing indeed.
There's nothing there, so they didn't have anything to say. They're just waiting.
But what I was going to say before the listen is like FN, so two scenarios. Most likely right now, we're going to see FL go in, challenge FN. Once that happens, I think Q9 is going to take the opportunity, once they hear the shots ringing out, to go and touch the Mando break and then start decoding it for themselves. That's what both teams are waiting on. But the trap is set. Yubishka is ready to mow some players down.
Yeah, here we go. They push out because they have to. Fennel in trouble. They come swinging out with a Viren, and it doesn't matter. They lose one in transition, and all of a sudden, we got to pay attention to that clock. Here's the thing to remember. We've got players moving to this point. They've got to play for it. They can't end here. Q9 doesn't have to play at all.
No, not at all. Not at all.
If FN win right now, Q9 make it to upper bracket. They don't care about the ego. They're going to let this go off. They said, oh, sounds good to us. We'll take our spot in the upper bracket. It all comes down to STS, who's moving on the south side, and also Fennel on the north side. Player advantage, of course, on the side of FN, but they've got to be paying attention to this brick. It's going to be stolen here shortly if they're not careful.
Nobody's there to stop down. Nobody's there to shut down STS. I think STS is going to be free and clear to go up and get the touch within the 15-second mark. They're going to do exactly that unless Q9's able to fire out. Flarich, though, might be getting a bit of a sixth sense.
Here we go.
Sees STS moving up. 8 seconds remaining. He pushes it out. One of the members from STS is going to fall. That's going to be Ian is down. Just seconds away. Will this be it? Yes, it will. And Fallen will get the second Mandel brick. They will win their respective match A and take it over Q9 in surprising fashion.
Unbelievable. Flares with a perfect hold. Again, this is the northern side of the map. This is the northern look over. There's only one angle, and Flares spotted him perfectly. They take down E-Hit, and all of a sudden, there's nobody that can contest it. And now Q9 said, well, we made it to upper bracket. Let's just kill whoever we can find an angle on.
That's right.
Fallen's down to 2 as they do get picked off from distance. All right, we got to all take a collective breath because, yes, Fallen has won this match. Fallen are the champions of Group A. Q9 will be going with them, no questions asked. But Taylor, your prediction of 5 games is correct. But the next question I have for you is who's going to be spot 3? This fight is completely inconsequential. Fallen versus Q9 doesn't matter, but Q9's going to say, hey, look, guys, I just want you to know, we let you get that brick, and we're going to wipe that team and loot up to make sure that they can showcase to the world that we are the best team. We just also know how to play the game. The new question is who plays for Bubble, who gets third?
That's right. Great point. You got Fennel. Fennel, who's currently trying to hold on to what they got, but Gold Silver, out of nowhere, has managed to jump up. I believe, yes, they will in fact be in third place, as you can see, but just barely. They cannot be happy with where they're currently at, and exactly that, because look, you've got FL who manages to jump up. So Gold Silver is going to be desperately trying to loot as much as they possibly can. FL is going to be doing exactly that. The next 5 minutes are going to be so critical for STS. STS getting active themselves. I don't know, can they jump up the top 3? Maybe.
It's super important. This is not important for Q9, but it's massive for STS. Q9 gets to pick and choose the battles that they want to take. Who do they want to spoil? What team do they not want to see in the upper bracket? And maybe it's STS. STS finding 400K for a kill, but they're just getting started in this fight. That is now a 2v2. This is incredibly important for STS and is completely inconsequential for Q9.
That's it. Q9, they can play spoiler in a big way, taking on STS, forcing them to stay at the bottom of the food chain. But for STS, if they can take this moment and own it, who knows how far they can go up. Only 5 minutes remain. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. STS, get active, play it smart, but of course, start to push up. Take the bull by the horn, baby. You need this.
Yeah, hey, while this 2v2 is going on, it's probably a fight that will take a little while. Off screen, what you're not seeing is that Gold Silver is what I like to call kind of hedging their bets. They're basically saying, hey, there is 4.5 minutes on the clock. we're focused on extracting. The other teams that are close to our kill total or our total value, the other teams close to third, I don't think are going to get out of the map. We're prio getting out of the map. They've already sent one out of the map. The other two members of Gold Silver, while this fight's taking place, are all the way down at the rocket extract, just hanging out. They want to get out of the map. We'll continue to keep our eyes on this fight while off screen, AKA and FL are about to engage each other around that extraction point that has about 60 seconds outside of Test Workshop around that bridge.
Oh my gosh, this could be massive. AK lost a player very early on. We pointed that out. They've got to go at it as a duo, but this could be the fight to determine the top 3 run. If FL loses this engagement, if it does end up popping off, they are done and dusted. They most likely drop down. Gold Silver will move up, but then again, it opens up the opportunity for AKA themselves to also push up into top 3. A lot of variables still at play. We still have 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we've got to move to the AKA fight. This is insanely important, and namely because it's on a 20-second timer for that extraction point. Here's a look at it. This is the fight that will determine who gets third most likely. If one of these teams is able to wipe the others and get out, they will likely jump to third. And I guess that kind of, that gray duck off in the distance is Gold Silver with their plan of just extracting. STS and Q9 fighting on screen, but a fight over the extraction here shortly. Here comes the move. We see a member of both members, all 4 get out. On screen a fight, but 2 members of FL, 2 members of AKA, they all sprint for the extraction. They don't kill each other, and they all get out, and Gold Silver on the rocket extract is gonna get out while this fight's going down. E-hit has been res. STS now knows they need to kill Q9. They need this loot value, and they need the 400K per kill. They have to win this team fight, and they technically have an advantage.
K1DE loves to stand his ground. He loves to do it. Mo is going to be gone. E-hit takes him out. K1DE looking to play the ultimate spoiler. STS wins this fight. They jump up in the top 3. K1DE, all 3 members ahead, but he falls. STS wins the fight that was needed.
STS get 1.2 mil wiping Q9. A huge value add. The scoreboard on the left-hand side is not final. We do not see necessarily GS taking third. We don't see necessarily STS taking fourth. FL and AKA get out with 2 members apiece. If STS does not get out of this map, they could fall out of the top 3, and that leaderboard on the left-hand side does not calculate kills. It does not calculate the round compensations. There's still a lot of map to be done. But FL and AKA said, I think we had enough loot. We got to get out of this map. That is all that matters. While STS took the aggressive stance and said, let us get the kills and stack our safe boxes.
They're tied. Like you said, kills, they haven't counted yet. They are tied at the moment.
GS is all going to get out as well. I think this is a great strategy from Gold Silver. They're going to get all 3 players out of the map. The only team that will do that. There they go. Gold Silver has made it out of the map. Representing APAC, coming from Taiwan. I am so curious to know how this leaderboard will shake up. We can almost ignore it on the left-hand side now. It is anybody's game, and like I said, it's going to be razor-thin margins. And who knows, over the next 60 seconds, STS stacking these safe boxes could also be the difference maker. This is true operations. We see all the kit in the caboodle.
But think about STS's run. If they do secure top 3 goes, in the fashion that they did it, from the bottom all the way to the top 3, to go to upper bracket in that fashion would be such a heck of a way to start our Delta Force Invitational, and a chance is here, a chance to do it. You look at AKA, you look at FL, they've already fallen down. Now the question is, would it be Gold Silver? Will it be STS? That's the question on everybody's mind. To go from the bottom to the top would be tremendous. We've already had Q9 dethroned. FN takes the win in the respective match with 2 Mandel bricks. How many more upsets? How many more surprises can we really get?
Whew, a lot of math behind the scenes. It's all done via the in-game UI. Man, I love this tournament server. This is so dang cool. But folks, that is it for Group A. That is it for Space City. Our games are done, and our teams either wiped, didn't get out, or fully extracted. It is anybody's game for a round in a position 3 on the leaderboard. Anybody's game for the 3rd slot to the upper bracket, but it is all Fallen and all Q9 in the mantle brick category. Fallen able to get the second brick. Q9 said, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for doing that. We will take our spot and then wipe you.
Yeah.
Fallen and Q9 were the top teams going into
that's
Group
fine.
A, and the top 2 teams leaving Group A. Unbelievable job from both of these 2 trios. Phenomenal work
Yes.
in all of the categories when it comes to operation.
Yes, we watched scrims yesterday. I was expecting to come in today with Q9 dominating. We ended 4. Maybe it's done and dusted. No. Today brought everything. And it's only the start. We still have our next match to get into, match B. We still have the upper bracket. But the question on everybody's mind, STS, did they do enough to go from 6th place going into the final map of match A, which was map 5, Space City? Did they do enough to go up to top 3? I don't know. The map has to be tallied, and I do not envy the position of the tournament admins at this moment.
Well, the best part is that the admins just sit back and let the tournament server do the work. It does all of that for them. So they're going to double check everything for sure, which is the work I definitely don't envy. But I am loving what I'm seeing, folks. What a way to start things off, right? And I think when we look at the tournament series as a whole, going back to the qualifications, all of the regional finals to get to this stage, it's always been this razor-thin margin. Whether it's the top 2 teams or the razor-thin margins for the 3rd place team, whatever it is, it's been insanely close. And I have a prediction of my own, which I think that the margin between 3rd and 4th is going to be less than a kill. It's going to be less than 400K.
Less than 400.
And that is an insane thing to think about, is that you go straight to the upper bracket based on one single kill that you got in map 1.
That's insane, isn't it? It comes to show you every single map, every single round matters. You need those eliminations. You need to loot everything you possibly can, because you don't know when those razor-thin margins pop up, when you're going to either be at the bottom or the top of those margins. Well done, though, to all the teams. Such a good job from everybody. Even those who maybe didn't move forward into the upper bracket, they still got valuable experience on land. Like, for example, AKA, right? I think they're going to come back even stronger. They were keeping the positivity. I'm sure we're going to be hearing from them relatively shortly.
They're not absolutely out of it. That is the other thing, too. Like, I think they were a little bit low on the leaderboard. I don't know if they got a bunch of kills, but they're not completely technically out of the mathematical conversation. They got 2 players out of the map. STS did not. STS is going to lose loot value based on what they were in their bag, in their chest rig, their guns, everything. They did have nice safe boxes, so it might balance out, but I think AK is going to go up a little bit, STS is going to go up a little bit, go down a little bit, and then up a little bit from kills. Again, I don't know who's not going to upper bracket. I do know who is. Fallen, Q9, top 2 teams, no questions asked. Yes. Frankly, it wasn't even close.
Well, how big, I mean, of an upset do we realistically think it is that Fallen gets first place over the dominant region, the dominant location, right, being China? I think that's massive. Like, Fallen coming in, we know they were a storied roster. You were saying that they were the fan favorite out there in our chat. Right? I mean, rightly so. I want Fallen to perform well. What do we got here?
Here we go.
Oh, what do we got here?
This is the
match results.
Okay. Well, match results, I believe, this is our total. Folks, this is it. Match results is our entire match series. Q9 had a total of 30.37 million. And the strategy, I will double confirm this is correct, but the strategy of gold silver to all 3 extracts was the difference maker. Gold Silver has taken 3rd place position. Gold Silver is going to the upper bracket.
No way! I was so critical of them too, right? I was saying look at more silver than gold. I digress. More gold than silver. Now, well done. They break into top 3, and they do it when it matters most, right at the tail end of our map number 5. And you got to thank for Fiddle. That's heartbreaking for them to drop down in the fashion they do. They were in 3rd place for the longest time.
Yeah, and this is what's crazy too. STS actually fell off a little bit. I mean, they brought in some really nice gear and they lose all of that. So even 3 kills, again, 3 kills, it's a lot. It's 1.2 mil, but it doesn't make up a deficit that they were already down by. So as much as we were touting their ability to get those kills, it doesn't end up mattering. And it was Gold Silver's ability to read the room, read the map, and say, hey, as long as we all 3 get out, they're bringing in multi-million-dollar kits. All 3 getting out saves them like 6 mil, or maybe a little bit less, maybe 5.8, something like that. I mean, that's more than that entire spread. So getting out of the map was key. That's why AKA prioed it, and Gold Silver did it with all 3, which was the difference maker. They were able to get 3rd. Gold Silver making it to upper bracket.
And I will say, though, even though STS, they do fall short, and very short. I was expecting a lot more, honestly, given before the match results, I should say. But STS managed to wipe Q9 at the very end, albeit Q9 already knew that they qualified, but you got to give them credit where credit is due. We take a look at our highlights from our final map from match A, and well, Crazy Dog finally stepped it up, righting the wrongs from the previous map.
Yeah, and also worth mentioning that Gold Silver was the one that took down Jam. It made AKA stay on their back foot. They only had 2 on the map, a big moment, but fortune favors the bold in Group A, man. Fallen going for the brick, they get it, they run out and start to decode. Perfectly executed from them, and again, really impressed with this team. But we gotta kind of, again, like, we talked about this position. They elected to go for this eastern decoding station on the north-hand side, and they are able to prevent the one team that wanted to try to chow them from getting there. The other team that could have, Q9, again, it is an upset. Yes, Fallen, like Q9 is the best team here on paper in terms of Group A, but Q9 wanted Fallen to get that. Q9 chose not to go for it because they got the in-game ping. Oh, the team decoding, it's a match point team. Q9 then waits, lies and waits, lets him decode, say, we're going upper bracket, let me style on you, and they get the wipe on Fallen. And here's that crazy moment we slightly missed. A big fight, STS does pick up the kills, but that moment in that picture was all 4 members of 2 duos all extracting at the same time, nobody getting killed, and they all try to get out to protect their cash.
And by the way, for Fallen's perspective, I've got to highlight one of our previous match MVPs, Yuzbishka, who ended up picking up, I believe, the elimination on the STS member who was moving in to touch the Mando break. If Yuzbishka doesn't do that, STS does get the touch. Who knows how Map 5 ends up ending? So the match MVP saves the day for Fallen and puts them in first place in the respective match. Well done all around, man. Q9, Fallen, both respectful rosters. And of course, for Gold Silver, jumping up into 3rd place right at the tail end of that. I mean, could it get any more exciting?
No, I love Group A. Group A set the tone for this whole competition, man. It was insane. Here's a quick look at the round 5 results. Of course, Fallen, they actually walk away with nothing. I mean, dead 0 on the map, which means they didn't put anything of value into their safe box throughout the course of that because they were focused on the brick. But the Mando brick's all you need. They get first. They are the top seed coming out of Group A because of it. They were able to pick up 1 kill. Gold Silver picks up a kill as well, and they looted 3.63 million. That was the difference maker. Gold Silver makes it to upper bracket because of the loot they found on the map and prioing extracted.
That's right. AKA damage once again pretty low. It was low in the last round. Well, this is the thing. Like AKA, they're getting finished off a little bit earlier than they wanted. I think that's the big thing, right? But they are giving it an attempt. We look at our best team. Naturally, it has to be Fallen and Flare Rich. For me, Flare Rich, I don't know. HR, Yuzbishka, like, first off, HR, Yuzbishka both had match MVPs, so you got to give them credit's due. But Flare Rich, also the guy that multiple times was taking the fight to Q9, anybody else, and well, here we go. We've got K1DE, rightly so. This man was picking up where Mo was leaving off.
Yeah, I mean, picked up a lot, obviously a couple kills here and assists and a ton of damage, so it was really helping out his team, making sure this is probably on the back of the wipe that came onto Fallen after the brick was decoded. So a nice round MVP there for K1DE. A fantastic rep from everybody, of course, from Q9 and Fallen to be able to be the teams with the bricks, but they also had the loot value and they also had the kills across the day-to-day. Really impressed with both of these rosters in particular. But the match MVP, let's talk about it. I mean, who else, folks at home? Who else, people in the stadium? Everybody, even the competitors would say Mo. Let's talk about some of these stats. Obviously, they didn't actually get out of the map that often. Only 20% of the time on our 5 maps. That's once. They only actually got out 1 time. But looking at these stats, a crazy KD, 2nd in the lobby. Combat rating is all of our stats kind of combined. The best player, aka the MVP. Overall, he was the guy. I called him inevitable because he was winning 1v3s back to back. What are we talking about?
I was literally even getting DMs like, yo, Mo is that guy. And I'm like, absolutely he is. You'd be surprised who's watching this event. It's everywhere. It's great. But Mo, rightly so, match MVP. Who else could it be?
Yeah, no, 100%. I was expecting the same, and he proved that he's one of the best players here. Also, to be able to do that as an entry man, as a fragger, who's basically saying, hey, I'm going to go in and sacrifice my life and hopefully trade 1.5 out so that we have an advantage. Let's listen back on the comms from the last map of Group A.
Вот стоит.
Надо лево дымить, право, да.
Лево дымить.
Витя, подойди к нам, а ты автобус бей.
Я даю?
Давай, давай.
Давай.
Ревил даю. С рампы отсюда дали ревил.
Игру до конца доигрываем.
Сколько время? Говорите,
Да, 1, все.
ГГ?
Да, игру до конца доигрываем.
Я сосиску смотрю, парень. Сосиска смог. Они вот здесь, они вот Меня здесь. меня сзади с печатки ебут. Я без башки. Надо сосиску убить. Подожди, не, сидим нормально.
Перчатки ебут, да?
Да. Меня нокнули. Он меня в пиксель ебал. Валь, надо этих.
Я подхожу к тебе.
Мы тебя не зарезаем бить? Можете. Это что за смог, блядь? Это Q9 смоки дали. Один уже на моем трупе.
Не, очень хуёво. Побегут сейчас долбоебы на нас. А, ну.
Нет,
Хорош. Только не снимай. Чего?
Completely unperturbed by their wipe towards the end. A great listening of the comms there for Fallen. They said they knew what they had to do and they were able to execute on it. And again, Q9, they waited, they allowed Fallen to win, and then came in and got the wipe.
That's right.
It was a good strategy execution. It's something that they have been preparing for. They've seen this situation 1,000 times. They know the stakes. They had to be top 3. So Q9 let them take it and said, we'll join you on the podium. Very well done. Here's a quick look at our schedule for the day. And of course, what's about to happen. We can see FN, Q9, and Gold Silver all making the upper bracket, which, folks, is today. We're doing that a little bit later. You're going to see these teams compete in a couple hours from now. FL, aka STS, nobody was eliminated today. They're going to be playing in lower bracket round 1, which will be at the beginning of tomorrow. But today, we move our eyes towards Group Stage B. That's what's coming next, and I'm excited to see a brand new list of 6 brand new teams on main stage doing the exact same thing.
That's it. It's going to be fun, but you said it best, right? Match A set the standard. Like, Match B's got to bring the A game. They got to bring the energy. Who's going to be the Mo of Match B? You're technically bringing in the #1 seed, right, from the China location.
That's true. ESG.
ESG, right? So, like, ESG, they just witnessed what the performance is from Q9. That's their technical competition, right?
And
when
they
talk about their
know
location.
Q9. I bet they were watching Fallen the whole time.
Probably
They're
were.
scouting Fallen out saying, okay.
That's a fact, isn't it? And there is value if you think about it. Being in Match A, being in Match B. Like, for example, Match A, now if you're going to upper bracket, you play a little bit later. Now you get a chance to rest, maybe, cool off a little bit, but also see what Match B is all about. If you're not familiar with their play style, maybe they come from a different location.
True.
For Match B, though, they go straight from 6 games straight into potentially another 6 games, right, in the upper bracket. But then again, they're going to be going in nice and warm, feeling good and confident, right? So there's pros and cons. We'll be breaking all that down in just a little bit.
Yeah, it's totally true. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the studio here is getting a lot louder because the 6 teams just joined us that are about to compete. They're getting set up here in just a little while. It has been an insane start to a, frankly, marathon of a tournament. I want to remind everybody at home, we are here for 3 full best of 6s today. We do it again tomorrow in the lower bracket. Remember when I told you to take that screenshot of the bracket? That's
you
what
did.
you need to take a look at. 3 full best of 6 tomorrow, and then we move to the stadium. Fans roaring, sold out stadium. It's going to be insane, and that's just for the final. That's going to be 1 best of 6. So we're playing a total of 3, 6, 7 total best of 6s through the course of 3 days.
That's so
a marathon, and we are just getting started. Having so much fun here in China. I love how we started this thing off.
Yes.
And again, we talked about the pace of play, we talked about the nerves, we talked about the stress. LAN is the best, man. The energy here is electric already, and it's just with the players that have competed.
Yeah, I've had a blast. I really have, and I hope you guys at home are also having a blast. Things are so fun. Let's send it to our stage for our first interview of the day.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是贝佳啊。首先，我们恭喜 JS 拿到了下一轮的晋级名额，先请各位跟大家打个招呼吧。
我是 GS 的疯狗，
欢迎，
我是 GS 的阿杰，
欢迎，
我是 GS 的 Bobo。
欢迎3位啊！想问一下，来到线下打比赛，感觉目前的这个氛围怎么样？会不会有一点紧张啊？
太紧张了，全身都在发抖。
全身很怕。阿杰嘞，
就比较热血一点，就跟比较多高手都聚在这边。
是。波波觉得嘞？
有一点小紧张。
还是有点小紧张的。哎，其实我发现，在之前好像提交的名单当中啊，还有另外一位选手啊。那今天这个首发是固定的吗？还是说之后可能会有轮换呢？
今天是固定的，所以第3把一样会是给 Bobo 上。然后如果真的不幸掉到明天的话，就会让尤斯来作为我们的坚强的后盾。
哎，所以说尤斯是你们的一个秘密武器吗？
对。
哦，
关键时刻出手。
关键时刻出手啊！那想问一下，在这2套阵容当中，会不会有一些战术上面的不一样呢？
其实大概都差不多，因为他们两个本身的
位置
性质跟会玩的角色其实都差不多。
都还差不多。
对，但基本上打起来都一样。
OK， 那今天比赛整体打下来的话，觉得哪一局是最刺激的呢？
最后一局吧。
最后一局。
因为真的差一点，可能就没晋级了。
想问一下，在最后这个30名争夺的时候，你们队内的交流是什么样的？
就很紧张。
很紧张。
就求神拜佛。
就前程拜3拜。
对，没错。看能不能让我们就挺进去。
当时话最多的是哪位选手？是 Crazy Dog 吗？还是说是波波？还是阿杰？
差不多吧。
差不多。
对。
OK 啊。那我听说好像队内有一位选手还有其他的一份工作是 Crazy Dog。
就上班嘛。
上班族。
对啊，上班族。
可以简单透露一下吗？
科技业。
科技业。这在 GTI 这里也没问题啊，对不对？就是上完班之后再上班，在3秒钟行动上班。不错。那今天打下来的话也是打到下一轮嘛，想问一下对后面的也就第3场的比赛会做什么样的准备呢？
等下就是回休息室激烈讨论。
激烈讨论。OK， 阿杰嘞？
就好好针对今天的问题，赶快做出改变。那这个休息的时间，除了可能复盘一下，还会简单放松一下吗？ 想点娱乐事情做一下。
波波有什么娱乐的这个事情吗？比如队友之间。
娱乐吗？沟通应该就算娱乐。
沟通就算娱乐，感觉这沟通要打引号，是不是？那在这一场比赛当中，其实也有选手在底下看嘛，包括他在这个第3视角当中会给你们什么样的一些建议嘛？就是尤斯这名选手。
他刚刚场下是有跟我们讲说，让秦九拿双砖直接解除。但是我们要打掉跟我们前相近的其中一队。
那这个其实战术也是差不多实行了嘛。
差不多。
OK， 那最后一个问题还是给到阿杰吧。今天这一组当中啊，觉得最大的对手是谁？包括第3场比赛当中，你们会做怎么样的一个预测，或者说去预测一下到底谁会是最大对手，以及非双砖以及这种双砖的情况下，你们会怎么样去应对？
基本上还是会以秦九为最大目标去针对，可能去记他们的重生点啊之类的去做应对。
去做应对。
对，
好的，期待你们在第3场当中的表现。以上就是赛后采访的全部内容了，接下来让我们把时间交给解说席。
Well, thank you so much, Lucia. A great interview with Gold, Silver, and we don't speak language on screen, but that was, I could just see it in their face of just relief, frankly. I mean, that's what it was, right? That's Gold, Silver. That was a team that got 3rd, and barely so, too. And it was the decision to extract that changed that last game to get them top 3 and to get them to the upper bracket. They don't have to battle through all of the lower bracket tomorrow. They may end up there, we'll see, but they've got to work a little bit, make sure that they can succeed in the next round. But they got there, and now it's just time to hit the lab while they've got a break.
That's it. Yeah, like I said, you get a break. There's pros and cons to both matches. Match A, they're done. They get time to chill out, decompress, think about what went right, what went wrong, and also watch their competition. That's going to be coming up a little bit later once we know our top 3 moving out from Match B into the upper bracket. So good stuff from Gold Silver. Again, very critical on the way that they played, but in the end, they got the job done. That's what matters most. And it comes to show you, despite them tumbling a little bit, stumbling, things went wrong. It's all right. No worries at all.
Taylor's their biggest hater. It's crazy.
I am not. They recovered quite well. Okay, Gold Silver recovered very, very well, which is hugely impactful. They're showing compassion. They're showing aggression. They're showing a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning too, this is classic operations, right? Every playstyle can net you a victory, or at least the victory inside of our metrics of success, which is top 3. Gold Silver had a more passive playstyle. They played very slow. They were focusing on loot. They didn't get overly aggressive. We were critical, not necessarily a bad way, but critical of their playstyle a little bit when it came to some of the Mantle Brick rounds. But it worked for him, and that's all that matters.
That's right.
You play your game to make sure you can succeed in a tournament of this caliber. Nobody's going to remember the slow play style. They're going to remember the highlight level play, sure, but also the placement on the leaderboard and how much money you're bringing home.
Right.
And these guys have a better chance to do that being in the upper bracket. So big congratulations to Gold Silver, who did take third place in that last round. Prioritizing extracting in the last map, I can't say it enough. And that is the difference maker and the reason they're in the upper bracket.
Absolutely. They did what they needed to do, and that's all that matters. Gold, silver, well done. But it wasn't just them, was it? It was also Fallen.
Yeah, sure.
It was Q9, who had an epic battle right through and through, both of them able to get Mando bricks respectively. But it was Fallen who managed to get 2 and ended it after just 5 games. A tremendous finish. Match A, again, brought everything you would expect from our first ever Delta Force Invitational, right? So now going into Match B, well, it's only going to get better. And of course, a fresh set of new predictions for all of you out there in the chat. I like my predictions.
Hey, they're following along. Don't worry. I've seen the chat below.
Okay,
I like
good.
it. Well, before we get to it, though, I know we've got a couple more interviews to get to. And again, I want to turn our eyes back to Q9. They were insanely dominant. Yes, they did not get first. They get second overall because of Fallen, who played fantastic.
Right.
But Q9, difference maker. Match MVP was Mo. I'm really excited to hear from them because they are one of the top teams on paper. We knew ESG and Q9 were some of the best competition. They've been playing Delta Force the longest. They've been playing as a team the longest as well, and it absolutely showed in Group A. Q9's chemistry was over the top. They had hero level plays. They had their match MVP Mo, but it was the team chemistry that really put them far and beyond everybody else. And we talked about play styles. They were an aggressive team, but they got so much loot because of it. That's the other thing you got to remember is that the teams have a ton of loot on them. So if you're able to loot up other teams because you're just getting kills and you're getting that technical alloy from the kills, it's a huge, huge win for them. They've got the strategy figured out. There's no question why they made it to this stage.
Yeah, I mean, again, just to highlight it, when you look at Q9, obviously Mo immediately comes to attention. He's been getting a lot of the spotlight, and rightly so. He was even the overall match MVP, but K1DE, for his ability to rock the LMG and be as aggressive as he is, I mean, he's a special player. Not a lot of people can do that. I mean, he's pushing up into fights and CQC fights like he's got an SMG. I mean, it's just uncommon, but he manages to make it work. And he also picks up the pieces where they fall behind, of course, in respect to Mo, who might be the injured fragger, right? He pushes in, maybe he falls, K1DE picks up the slack. But Goer as well, like the way that he plays is also pretty special. And again,
machine, man.
Again, everybody's doing their job. That's what makes Q9 so strong. I don't think they've got a weak player. I really don't. There's everybody's got their strengths, and they're all willing to step up when they are needed most.
Yeah, and that was the other thing too. I think it's worth mentioning. I think we're getting the interview ready with Q9 here with Lucia on stage, and I think the thing to remember, you got to pay attention to play styles. You got to pay attention to operator choices. You also got to pay attention to what weapons they're using. We were talking about Mo, and we were saying, oh, he's going to run a solo operator, he's going to run his SMG, he's going to get into the mix. He picked up a sniper for the last round. I mean, come on. But let's head down to the stage with Lucia. We're going to interview Q9, second place in Group A.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是贝佳。首先恭喜秦九进到了下一轮，我们邀请秦九的队员先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是秦九的 Kid。Hello， 大家好，我是秦九的果然。
秦九的魔呢？
身体不太舒服，休息去了。
休息去了啊，没事儿吧？问题大吗？
不是很大。
不是很大哦，那下一场采访他记得来哈。好，那想问一下，有没有想过今天这场比赛会是一个双专结束啊？相对来说还是挺快的。
有想过会双专结束，然后就是主要就是打的要轻松一点嘛，就这样。
想问一下，那一把的这个你们自己的专拿到之后啊，队内是怎么样进行交流的？包括在拿专之前，那一仗是怎么打的？
就拿道具清嘛，因为他们在对面拿专的队伍在一个小房间里，我们就是拿道具清嘛，然后清的一个差不多，我们就可以进去打了。
就结束了。
对的。
这一专拿下来还是比较 OK 的。那在拿完专之后，其实也有一队过来找你们麻烦了嘛？当时那一波，团战哪里还需要做一些提升呢？
那个就是我们没有交流好的问题。对，然后我们交流晚上的场次，我们交流再更好一点就 OK 了。
OK， 想问一下，果然就是队内当中你们俩话谁会比较多一点？
他吧。
来 ，Kid 一般会说什么？
就是加油努力，然后没事聊聊天啊，就是开个玩笑什么的。
他说的真的吗？果然。
对的。
原来如此 ，OK 啊。那想问一下，在应该是第3把当中啊，在多个残局当中，魔 梅开二度啊！想问一下，当时那几个残局打赢的时候，你们队内就特别是2位在说些什么？
牛 X，
牛可以啊。那当时魔在打残局的时候，你们有去给他报一些信息吗？还是说你们基本上就是比较安静的一个状态？
安静的一个状态，因为需要让他自己清脚步，让他自己处理。
让魔自己去处理这个残局就可以了。处理到现在已经开始休息了哈，不容易啊。那想问一下下一个问题啊，是今天以这个小组第2的成绩啊，拿晋级到下一轮，对自己整体的表现满意吗？先说一下个人吧，可以对个人自己的表现满意吗？
还行，就是今天犯失误挺少的，10分打个7分吧，给自己。
10分打个7分，果然呢
？8分吧，今天有失误，但是整体的战术晋级是成功了的。
是，说到战术啊，其实第一把的大坝你们还是起到了一个全4套吧，这是战术之一吗？
其实不是的，我们第一把起4套主要是想刷一下自己的手感，因为是第一次打世界赛嘛，热一下枪。
那手感刷起来了吗？
肯定有的，
肯定刷起来了，没错啊。其实我当时在赛前问果然的时候，他好像回答我的是大坝全4套是
与不是吧？因为这都是我们偷别人的战术。
可以简单透露一下是看了哪些队伍的一些这个策略吗？
中国队的所有队伍。
中国大陆赛区的所有队伍也是可以看到训练赛打比较多嘛，所以之间的交手都是有互相的一个学习的。OK， 好，那最后一个问题啊，是马上就会打第3场的一个比赛嘛，中间会有一个小小的休息时间啊，整个队伍会怎么样去做准备呢？
其实就是看一看其他队伍的比赛，然后自己再休息一下，然后准备好下面的。
休息一下。那果然呢，会不会吃点东西啊，补充一下体力啊？
会的，
会的，
因为真的很饿。
真的很饿，可以的。好的，那这场比赛也是辛苦了，感谢秦九接受我的采访。接下来让我把时间交给解说席。
All right, another great interview with Lucia down on the stage. Q9, calm, cool, and collected. I've been saying that every time we hear from them.
You have.
Because it's just who they are, man.
That's
they
right.
are poised, they're ready. They look like they've done this 1,000 times. They're laughing, they're having a good time, and they're excited for upper bracket, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I mean, even imagine Mo. It was during, I believe, round number 4 it was. Just going off on his own, literally challenging anybody that he saw, and he was laughing the whole way about it. I mean, they're super comfortable, like you said, cool, calm, and collected, feeling great, and all 3 of the members can step it up and, well, pretty much do as they please to the lobby. Granted, upper bracket might be a little bit different, but Q9, a talented roster that is setting the standard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they were the best team on paper, but they did not win overall. We've got to then turn our attention to the team that did. Fallen, got a lot of fans back home. We've been talking about them a lot, and they were the top team coming through the EU regional finals, and they were a team that most of the other teams here, I was doing an interview with Fallen, and we got some information from Delta Force that this was a team that most of the teams here in mainland China, they were watching Fallen as a team that could contest them, a team that they had what it takes. And he proved it. They were right. Everybody's scouting reports were correct. The top 2 teams were the top 2 teams in Group A. And so really excited for Fallen, really excited about what they've been able to put together. They've been working really hard. They've been in the lab, they've been VOD reviewing, they've been practicing, they've been doing their scrims, and it's paid off, man.
Well, let's talk about what makes them special. Flairage, first and foremost, we start there. Much like Mo, right? I mean, he is the guy that can make high impactful plays. We've witnessed it many times, actually even against Mo, I believe in round number 3 it was, taking down the Q9 roster that took down quite literally everyone, albeit to Mo's backside. Mo was turned around, but hey, either way, he got it. But Flairage, you take those, right? And Flairage can be put in difficult situations and still make it out alive. You got to respect that. HR, a young gun, okay? We're talking, 19 years old, as you've been saying. I mean, that's young to be on that very stage. He has a flourishing, hopefully a flourishing esports career ahead of him, right? Especially when it comes to Delta Force. He's been playing out of his mind. And of course, then you go to, the last one, Ubishka, who is the match MVP at one point. So this roster just makes sense of why they've found so much success, because much like that of the Q9 roster that we've been highlighting, each of these 3 players, right, from Team Fallen, they can step up and take the place of one another, and that's a beautiful thing.
Well, I think the best part about this competition, too, is that everybody's here to make a name for themselves, right? A lot of these players do have some competitive background, whether it's Tier 2 esports and other games, or maybe just competitive doing scrims and playing really competitively in pubs. Like, some do have competitive backgrounds, but for a team like this, a team like Fallen, who at best have played Tier 2 esports in other games, this is a chance to prove to the world that, hey, we are legit and we are really good at this game and we are a competitive team at this game. Again, I want to remind everybody and give a shout out to Pro Rock, who's been playing with this squad for a while. That was the player that originally played with this duo of Flarich and HR to make it to the stage. Couldn't make it out here via his government competition, things that were going on, and so they had to bring in Yuzvishka. But Yuzvishka is able to perform. Like, it's not that these individuals are all personally skilled. Sure. They've got a great team together as well. And to be able to bring a sub in for a competition of this scale and win Group A is a big, big feat. So I'm proud of these guys. I'm really excited for them. And really looking forward to seeing what they could do when the competition continues to step up into upper bracket.
Yeah, and they're just an intelligent team. They play very, very well. You know, they have ego at times. I think you have to as a competitor. You've got to have an ego to push forward. Yep. But they can also pump the brakes when needed. Prime example, that last Mando break they were able to get. They just kind of stayed over in the sands. They stayed put. They didn't get too overly aggressive. They made the right plays when it was needed. Going back to the substitute, though, Yuzvishka, like the fact that he is a sub, he comes in last minute. Now he's competing with this roster, and he's playing as well as he is. You can tell he's giving great respect to who he did replace.
Yeah,
and he doesn't want to let this opportunity go to waste, even if it leads to other rosters in the future, right? This man, Yuzvishka, is on fire.
Yeah.
Again, he was one of the round MVPs. Who knows how far this roster can go. Yuzvishka, well done. As a sub now, as one of the main players, playing very well. You got to give him respect. Respect is due.
Yeah, and again, all these players, all these teams did have interviews. I helped conduct some of those, and they've got a lot of their story out on social media. If you're following Delta Force Game, of course, go check it out. They also posted it on the Delta Force Game official esports accounts over there on all the social medias. Definitely go check out all of those interviews that we've already done. But we've got another interview on stage. Let's head down to Lucia and see who she's talking about.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是贝佳啊。首先恭喜 Holland 拿下了这一场的晋级，同时拿到了双专啊，也请各位先跟大家打个招呼吧。Olivier, please say hi to our audience.
Hi everyone, guys. I'm HR.
我的昵称是 HR. OK.
I'm Flarich.
我是 Floric.
Hello everyone, I'm Yuzvishka.
欢迎各位啊，想问一下，这是他们第一次在中国线下打比赛吗？感觉现场的氛围怎么样呢
Это вы первый раз играть в игру в Китае, как вы чувствуете в эту атмосфере?
В Китае первый раз, на лан-турнире не первый раз, но в Китае первый раз. Прекрасная страна, прекрасные люди, прекрасная организация, мне все нравится.
对，我是第一次来中国，也是第一次来中国打比赛，然后我觉得这里的氛围很好，中国是一个很美的城市，我很喜欢这里。
В стране в Китае в первый раз, все очень круто, организация на высоком уровне. Все супер.
我也是第一次来中国，然后中国非常好，对。
В Китае первый раз, впечатление море просто, организация на высоком уровне, турниры очень классные, и я очень рад быть здесь.
对，我也是第一次来中国，然后我觉得这里的组织方就是举办的水平非常高，我很喜欢这里。
非常感谢三位啊！那第一个问题想问一下，在之前的他们的赛前采访当中有提到，他们可能在之前打比赛的时候，基本上都是线上的小伙伴。那现在来到线下，感觉整个队伍的化学反应怎么样了呢
Раньше вы играли в игру онлайн, сейчас вы уже оффлайн общались. Как вы чувствуете, у вас между собой возникла какая-то химия?
Да все круто и классно, я в целом очень сильно рад видеть парней. Это весело, химия присутствует, все окей.
我们之间是有化学反应的，然后线下见面非常棒。
Но из-за того, что много общались в онлайне, поэтому и в жизни тоже в целом просто общаться.
我们一直在线上交流，所以我们之间就是一直都会存在一些化学反应，对。
Ну, как Фларич и сказал, мы в онлайне очень много общались, и не составило труда в офлайне подружиться, и у нас общение идет очень даже хорошо.
我们之前在线上一直在交流，所以现在线下见面也是彼此之间交流的很多，就是像之前一样，
变成真正的线下的面对面见面了。那下一个问题想问一下 HR， 在比赛过程当中啊，看到了他这个出金出红的时候会有一个飞吻的动作，想问一下，在做飞吻的时候他在想些什么呢
？Хотите задавать вопрос? HR, в матч у вас есть движение, вы ценуете экрану, да? Вы в матче ценовали, да? Что вы думали в тот момент, когда вы ценовали?
Да я просто это делаю в поддержку зрителям, поддержку своим тиммейтам. Это делается в поддержку и с любовью.
我是出于就是对他们支持的感谢和对他们的爱，然后做出这个动作的。
可以方便他再对着镜头来一下吗
？Вам удобно не сейчас ценуя камеру? Сейчас ценуете, да?
好，非常感谢。好的，那今天的话也是双专结束，想问一下他们在拿到第一专之后，队内交流是什么样的？包括在最后一把拿下二专之后，队内交流又是什么样的？会不会有些不同
？А после того, когда вы получили первое мандо, что вы обсуждали?
Да мы сели с ребятами, спокойно поговорили, поболтали и решили просто в следующей игре сделать примерно то же самое и сыграть также абсолютно в Mandal Brick. Вот, что мы и сделали и в целом победили.
我们很平静的讨论了一下，就是我们总结了一下我们之前的作战策略，然后怎么样在下一次作战中应用上，然后能够拿下第二块曼德尔砖。После второго тяготировали Мандо, что вы обсуждали?
Ну, то, что мы были рады, довольны, то, что прошли верхнюю сетку и будем играть и дальше бороться за выход в финал, а также за первое место.
我们非常的开心，然后当时就是在想在决赛中要怎么样去发挥。
明白 ，OK。
Вы еще хотели ответить что-то?
OK， 好，你看得出来啊，感觉队友把他的话差不多都快说完了。好，那最后一个问题啊，是一直以来有非常多支持他们的粉丝嘛，包括 USB 的父母也非常支持他的这个职业生涯，所以说有什么话想对一直以来支持他们的人说吗？
В процессе у вас есть многие фанс. Что вы хотите сказать вашим фанс?
Хотел бы поблагодарить всех, кто смотрит и наблюдает за нами, кто болеет, кто надеется и верит. Огромное вам спасибо, огромное спасибо Сереге, всем, кто кастит, всем, кто смотрит. Я вас всех очень сильно люблю.
非常谢谢大家的支持，非常谢谢大家的喜爱。我也很爱大家。
Просто хочу сказать большое спасибо, что смотрите и поддерживаете.
谢谢你们支持我们。
Спасибо всем, кто смотрел, поддерживал, болел за нас. Это огромная поддержка, особенно. И передаю всем привет по ту сторону экрана.
谢谢你们关注我们的比赛，然后支持我们。Передайте что? 大家好，就是向大家打个招呼，他刚刚表达。
好的，好的，非常感谢3位接受我的采访。那以上就是赛后采访的全部内容了。Спасибо, that's the end of the interview. Thank you so much. 接下来让我们把时间交给解说席。
Well, thank you so much to Lucia and Fallen. All smiles for the boys because they took care of business. It's great to see them succeed. It's great to see them with smiles on their faces, laughing and having a good time with their first interview on main stage. Yep. Talk about truly a global competition representing so many different regions, so many different locations around the world, and so many different languages.
I know. It is every single player you talk to. It seems like they speak a different language. That's the beauty, though, of the Delta Force Invitational. You truly, by the end of day 3 in that sold-out stadium, you will undeniably know who the best operation team is and what location they hail from, right? That's the beautiful thing about what we're doing here. And you can only win the first ever Delta Force Invitational once. This is it. True. Take this opportunity, okay? $500,000 also is the big cherry and the toppings on top. Okay?
Yeah, hey, look, again, Fallen set themselves up well. They're a top 3 team. They're going into upper bracket. We're really excited to see who else will be joining them. I've got a couple quick reminders before we get Group B all set up. First and foremost, we've got a brand new Delta Force season right around the corner. A brand new season called War Ablaze with a brand new operator coming September 23rd, folks. A lot of great content out there. There's some changes to some maps. I heard Leali Grove might be on fire. It's gonna be insane. We're gonna head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it is going to be Group B right around the corner. And I couldn't be more excited about it, Taylor.
Will they be able to steal it back? Because this time it's just...
To the table. Breeze comes around the backside. Wiped by a Saniva. This spells bad news because get over here. Stop. It's Inc. Congratulations, gentlemen. You're going to be representing North America in China.
Well, I'm Killzall. I'm from the team Inc. and I'm from North America. So it's actually the first letters of our names, except for Too Easy, because we replaced the person that was supposed to be originally playing with us. His name started with N, so Infant, N, and then Killzall, so we just did Inc. We didn't want to make it complicated. And then we subbed out Easy, didn't really change it after that. We just thought it rolled off the tongue. We're a collective blend of aggression, decisive precision, and we're incredibly resilient. We have the ability to adapt in situations in-game. So our chemistry has incredibly gotten better. We started off a little slow in the semis. After a couple games, we got a lot better. We've been playing every day really since, unless we're out of town. But yeah, it's just night and day difference. One was in our finals to go to China. After our game 6, when I was sitting there doing the math and I thought we had lost, I said we had lost. And I was sitting there after Too Easy didn't get out of the game, and I did the math, and it looked like we were up by 0.1 mil. So I kind of exploded. I stood up. I couldn't sit down. I was so happy. But I didn't rest easy until we seen the official scores.
Too Easy, Inc, and A. My current role in the game is flex, support, entry. So depending on what the team needs, I'll play. I would say I don't have any competitive experience. It was a welder before I started playing Delta Force, and then I caught like a lung disease, so I can no longer do that. I started competing in Delta Force because I'm always looking for good fights. It's very rare to find good fights where it's intense, lots of stuff going on, and this is like facilitating all of that, and I enjoy it.
I'm Baby V. I am on Team Inc. and I'm coming from NA. Right now I'm just trying to get my degree at college. Adding to Easy, I do like the competition and the feel of professional Delta Force, in that you actually have to use your brain, and it's not just public lobbies where there's not a lot going on. Sometimes you don't get geared lobbies. I like the aspect of everybody being geared. Coming from the youngest person in this competition, I don't think age has anything to do with it. It's really just hours. My duo is going to have to be Killzall. We have like 2,000 to 3,000 games together. I know what he's going to do before he's even thinking about it. He doesn't know what I'm going to do ever. I'm unpredictable. He just plays off my utility so well, and we make a great duo.
What I think about AKA is I think they are good at shooting. Their team play is not good at all, and they got very lucky in the last game. They killed the 2 bottom teams while we were fighting a different team, and they didn't have that real fight because they lost the first 5 games before that. So I think we're competitively a lot better than them. So I think the Chinese teams are going to be great competition for us. Both ESG and the second place team were very good. They beat out 30 plus other teams to get there. They played a lot of games. They have good coaches. It's going to be a good game against them anytime you're in it with them. They're going to bring the energy. They're going to bring the skill. You just got to match them and just beat them out.
I'd say AKA, individual skill, they're all very good. Very good. I feel like they definitely need to work on playing together because they're basically kill racing each other, I feel like, in a sense.
I think AKA puts their entire team just into like the worst positions. I agree with Easy in that every once in a while they do show up in terms of their aim, but for their positioning, their util usage, in almost everything else. That's just the fall off, and that's why they don't necessarily, win everything.
Yeah, watch out. We're coming to play.
Brick addiction. Not only were they reaping scrims, they
needed the Mantle Bricks and they got them. You're gonna be seeing this team on land in China.
Yeah, I'm Skydy, playing for Mantle Brick Addiction, and I qualified from EU region. So like originally me and Juveler in the game were always obsessed with Mantle Bricks when we launched into the public matches. We always go for it like in the beginning of the match without like killing anyone. It's our like first priority. So it was natural for us like to have this name because it's actually kind of true for us too. I'd say we're very flexible and like we can do whatever we want and like what's needed. But I'd say the big important thing for us is definitely the team play and like team-based executions with good calls and using the pieces together. All that stuff. I think it's very important for us. Well, usually it's me during like intense moments, but I really like the idea of like everyone trying to call, everyone trying to find the solution, see the options and like discuss with the team. I think it's the best for like everyone. Well, honestly, like about captain, it's not really important for us who's the captain. We don't see it like as a strict role or something. I'm probably the captain because I usually call more. I'd say like I influence the maybe play style more, but I don't think we have like any certain figure in our team who's like higher than others, we don't need it.
Hello to everyone, my name is Andrei, my in-game nickname is Bulda. My job title is Data Engineer. I have always enjoyed tactical shooters, but Delta Force is actually my first extraction shooter. It instantly hooked me, and I have already played around 2,000 hours. I think I'm a support entry hybrid. I cover my teammates and sometimes I defuse people. I go first, take the risky fight and create space so the team can clean up. The first thing that comes to my mind is when I met the prison boss first time. He destroyed me instantly. I didn't even realize what happened.
Hey, my name is Juveler. I still work as web developer, and before Delta Force I never tried to compete in any game, it was just playing for fun with my friends. I think I play support role because I play operators with monks and try to stay last person alive, but in real games it not always work like this. Most memorable moment I think definitely my patch at the last game of the 5 finals. It was like the time has stopped in the last 10 seconds when I killed 3 guys and was lying and waiting them on the brick to win the court.
When we managed to pull off the double brick and secure the second record, my first thought was simply, we actually did it, and yeah, we were laughing. It felt unreal for a few seconds. I remember thinking about how much pressure there was, but at the same time feeling proud of how the team stayed calm and worked together. That moment gave us a lot of confidence going forward.
In that last game, there was a chaos going on around like on last seconds around the Mantle Brick on Centrifuge, and I tried to make a move to support like Juveler on last seconds, but then he knocked someone, and I tried to come back to the safe position to like not wipe and create a space for like last seconds. But then I get knocked, and basically someone killed me from I didn't even understand like where. And at that moment, to be honest, I thought it's over. But then my cam switched from my body to spectator mode to Juveler, and I see him standing next to the mantle because he won a fight 1 versus 2 with like 1 HP. And there was maybe 15 or 10 seconds left, and he was just standing in that little gap between the mantle and the wall.
For me, it's about experience. Competing in Delta Force is exciting. It brings adrenaline and it makes every game feel more meaningful.
Well, I think like Fallen is a pretty strong team because even though they play with the South, they're gonna play with the South. They have pretty good fundamentals, like good skills, individual skills, and if they'll create some good plans during the game, I think they have a good chance to be on top. There's not really much to say, but I really hope we're gonna have some good fights, good matches, without like Battle of Rats somewhere in the edge of the map, you know?
All right, welcome back to the Delta Force Invitational. I am so excited about another group stage. It's 2025, baby, and we are just getting started, Taylor.
It is.
I am so pumped about this. A brand new grouping. 6 teams doing the exact same thing we just saw a moment ago.
That's right. It's going to be exciting in Match A. We've been talking about it. They set the standard of what the Invitational should be about. Now, the question is, will Match B be even better? I think so. Now we introduce China's, of course, #1 seed coming out of the qualifiers, ESG. Q9, the second seed from China, put up such a tremendous fight, already having what I consider could be the tournament MVP in Mo. Now, the question is for ESG, are they looking to take that title? Well, absolutely. That's what makes them the #1 seed. But they've got a goal at hand. They need to, if they can, there's going to be a lot of great competitors. I know I'm getting carried away with the ESG conversation, but ESG saw Q9. They saw it end in map 5. They want to end it themselves in map 4.
Sure, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, too. Like, when you think about inter-regional rivalries, that's something super important. I gotta remind everybody at home how this all works, though. Maybe you're just tuning in to watch your favorite team from Group B. We're doing the exact same thing we just watched, but if you missed it, it's all about the Mantle Bricks. If you get 2 Mantle Bricks, the round is over, the match is over, everything's over for you. You won. Congratulations. That can happen as soon as round 4 if you're able to do it fast enough and get both of the first 2 Mantle Bricks. However, it could go to a maximum of 6 games. This is going to be our map rotation, the exact same as before. And a reminder that round 1 and round 3 will not have Mantle Bricks. They will have airdrops instead. And those airdrops have high-value loot, especially that AWM, Lapua ammo. It goes crazy. It's a one-shot rifle, and it absolutely is a difference maker. But let's look at how they start things off. Talked about this before. Every player starts with 1 million in Technic Alloy. They also have a 3x3 safe box. Extremely important if you don't get out of the map. Whatever you keep in the safe box, you technically get to keep outside of the game. And then you also have a 12-slot card holder to get all the key cards that you would like before we get started. There's really no area of the maps that are going to be off limits for you. Also, we talked about this before, every game will also earn you money. 400k Technic Alloy per kill, per elimination, a huge value add for your team. The full squad wipe is 1.2 mil. There's other ways you can earn money, ID tags, and everything else in between. But this is how it starts when we get into our very first match. There is a cap on what you can buy. To start, it has to be level 3 or below ammo, level 4 or below helmet and armor, and level 5 and below repair kits if you want to spend the cash for that to start things off. Everything else is open for grabs. And then it scales up and you're able to buy better stuff later down the road. But again, when we talk about the Mantle Brick, there's a couple things you've got to remember about it. You can't grab it for the first 2 minutes and 45 seconds once we spawn into a game. Again, won't see that in round 1 and round 3, but in the other rounds, you will see the Mantle Brick spawn timer before you grab it. Once you do grab it, there'll be a 5-minute torch timer. You can run around the map with it for 5 minutes. If you don't put it in the coding station, or it becomes somewhere that's not reachable, it then resets to the spawn. So you'll see that happen potentially as well. But also, we've got another fun rule that was really interesting to watch out for, talking about the comp, talking about the operators. Each operator can only be used a maximum of 2 times per team, not individual. You see Stinger used twice. Maybe a team uses Stinger, both Stingers in the first round on Zero Dam. You won't see it from that team for the rest of the entire tournament. It's certainly possible. We saw it from Q9 with Nox in the very first round in Group A. And there also are fixed spawns. We talked about the spawns a lot. T1, T2, T3. There's basically 3 tiers. You can't get Tier 1 back-to-back rounds. So if you see a team get that red Tier 1 spawn in round 1, they can't get it in round 2. And that is a super important fact to watch out for because it will determine who has the best spawns for the Mantle Brick or maybe some of those high-value loot areas. But let's talk about the matches today. Of course, Taylor, we just saw Group A. Talk to me about what we're about to see for the rest of the day.
Well, I already talked about ESG, right? ESG's phenomenal They want to move forward to the upper bracket to play for the already qualified, of course, Fallen, Q9, as well as Gold, Silver. But you do have to consider the other other locations. Inc., for example, representing North America. I'm Special Gamer, coming out from the MENA region. Legit Brazil from LATAM. Mando Brick Addiction, who qualified in a wonderful fashion, which we'll be talking about, coming from EU. And then, of course, Moongrab Gang from APAC. Talented rosters who made it here through qualification. No spot was given, everything was earned. The question is, who wants to earn their spot into the upper bracket to play for one of those two coveted spots to move forward directly into the finals?
Yeah, it's super fun to talk about the teams in Group B, and I'm really excited to highlight some of them. I think, for example, Legit Brazil, aka our one team from LATAM, here on main stage, able to show what LATAM's all about. We saw it from our One Japan team in the first round. We got a brand new region into the mix with Group B. It's going to be really fun to watch this team, how they play, what's their play style. We talked about it at the very end of the last Group A. Every region, every team has a different play style, but all of them are viable. So here's all 6 of the teams and where they come from on your screen and their amazing logos. It's really fun to see. Also, all of them are in jerseys. We haven't even mentioned that. Every team was given a kit with their logo on it, and many of them, if they weren't an official organization, created their own and were able to design their own.
That's awesome.
Super cool stuff here from Delta Force.
Yeah.
But I'm pumped about all 6 of these teams. Why we have a second, let's talk about the front runners. You've already hyped up ESG.
Of course.
Everybody at home knows it, whether it's the English broadcast, if you've never heard of this team, they are the best team. They are, on paper, #1 seed in this entire tournament. You thought Q9 was good, you thought Fallen was good. ESG is technically better. ESG beat Q9 in the China mainland regional qualifiers to get to this stage.
Right.
And frankly, it was by a sizable margin. ESG is the team to beat. However, as always, we say this with Delta Force, every team can do it on main stage. It's just a matter of executing when it matters most. Every team's good, this team is great, but they've got to execute against good competition. Maybe some of the best competition they've come up against, we'll see.
Well, we'll definitely see indeed, but let's talk Mando Brick Addiction from the side of EU. Now, Fallen already set the standard, right, when it comes to EU as a whole. You gotta appreciate what they're doing, but it's time to get our game started. Let's send it to the stage.
ESG。欧洲赛区 NBA。拉美赛区 LEG。泛太平洋赛区 NG。中东 ISG。北美赛区 INK。 6支队伍集结完毕，精彩对决一触即发。
Woo, all right, some heat intros, man. We got some finger guns, we got some salutes, we all kinds of stuff. I'm getting hyped, man. I'm so pumped about this.
Have to be right, Mandelbrick Addicts. Their route to, of course, this location, this land was not easy. The way that they did it, right? Doing it towards the very end, stealing those Mandelbricks. That's a big name, by the way, to take into a tournament of this caliber.
Mandelbrick Addiction is?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, they're naming their playstyle after, or their team after their playstyle, man.
Right,
You're
that's
totally right. If you guys didn't watch the competition, I've said this a couple times, they were like in last place. And then they just go back-to-back double brick, and then they go, whoa, okay, we won, nice, cool, and we're going to head to the finals. So absolutely a team to watch. They're going to be playing for those Mandelbricks. I will be really curious to see how they're able to compete against teams like this on your screen. We've got some fantastic rosters out there, but on paper, not always the case. It did happen on paper in Group A, but on paper, this is the team to beat. ESG, unstoppable during the China regional finals to get to this position, and now they got to do it again on land against global competition.
That's right. Well, one thing that's guaranteed, since they do come from, the China location, the fact is ESG is going to be an aggressive roster. They're not going to be scared to push forward and take on teams, which means if you're opposite of them, let's go back in time, right? Q9 versus STS, ESG is looking to take you down. Of course, though, we have Moongrab, who's going to be coming out, Moongrab Gang, who is also another phenomenal team coming from our APAC region.
Yeah, Moongrab, APAC. I think these players are all from Thailand, which is exciting for them, for their location. But MG, absolutely a roster to watch out for. I think they're a bit of underdogs in this competition. I think there's no question about that. But they had a chance to prove something on main. Again, this is the second APAC squad that was able to come through their regional finals. And so you see some of their players, where they're from, ages. I mean, I'm pumped to watch what they're able to do. And I think they're getting a little stress, a little bit of stage jitters, because yes, we've already been up here for a little while. Broadcast has been alive for a while, but this is the first opportunity for some of these teams to perform on main. So let's turn our eyes over to the LATAM squad. The one and the only LATAM squad in this competition, Legit Brazil.
I like
LEG.
the name. I love the name.
What do you think about these guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's a talented roster, obviously. They're representing a region, and this is a region that is very passionate. We're talking passion is in their veins, and I hope they get loud in chat. I really do, because LATAM across multiple esports typically in the chat brings the energy, brings the support. I'm expecting no less here. I mean, think about it. You come in as, well, clearly the underdogs in terms of location's sake, the only LATAM team. Your name is Legit Brazil and you don't perform well? What are you doing?
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. But can I turn our eyes to, technically on paper, the youngest player in this competition? Infant baby, appropriately named a baby on main stage. 19 years old and a hair younger than HR. He's joined by some veterans, though. This is one of the squads that I am really pumped to see do well, hopefully do well in this competition. Inc., a squad you have to watch out for from the North American region. Had a chance to interview all three of these players. Killzalt, Too Easy, and Baby B are unstoppable, man. 2 out of 3 of them are from the US, another from Canada. And these guys are also coached by a member of L'Endurance de la Test.
I know you struggled with that one for the longest time.
I nailed that.
You did, but you struggled with it for a long time. Well done to you.
Thank you. Well, Zapdog is coaching them. He was an EU player, just barely missed out on the finals, but came over as a coach. And talented player in his own right. But coaching these guys, excited to see what Inc. can do as we turn our eyes to the only other team we haven't highlighted yet.
Special Gamer, another really cool name coming out from the MENA region. Alex Wada as well as Mojo. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what they bring to the table. Obviously, the MENA region has already proven to be very, very special in multiple esports. In this case, obviously, they're looking to do exactly the same. I believe the only team represents the MENA region. So just like Legit Brazil, of course, from the LATAM region, and Special Gamer from the MENA region, a lot of pride on their shoulders, right, to represent their region for the first ever Delta Force Invitational.
Yeah, that's a giant region to have one team that has a chance to represent that region. I mean, that's a big responsibility for this trio. So excited to see what they're able to do on main stage against, frankly, some of the best teams in this competition. You can say that about everybody because they all earned their spot here.
Right.
But it's going to be really fun to see how Group B differs from Group A, if anything. I mean, we talk about the pace of play, we talk about strategy, we talk about high risk, high reward. I use this term often for somebody that grabs grabs the Mammal Brick early. Does fortune favor the bold? It did in Group A. A team, Fallen, that was able to go for the brick, get the brick first, and start the decode, ended up getting paid for it. That is not always the case. Sure. And I'll be curious to see if that continues for Group B, or if it'll change, and the team that gets the brick first is going to get punished for it this time.
Well, Zero Down is going to be map number 1. It's only played once, but I think it sets the tone of what you're going to be bringing, right, to the table of this competition. Zero Down, whenever it came to match A, was all Q9. They end up getting the win in dominant fashion. ESG looking to follow suit. The competition is going to be at a peak here. And we've got some wonderful teams representing their regions, of course, looking to take down the top dog from China. Now, Zero Down, it is not going to be a Mando Brick round. It is going to be an airdrop opportunity to go in, get your AWM, more importantly, just get your loot in general and set yourself up nicely. We witnessed in match A how close it could possibly be for the top 3 run. This Zero Dem is only played once, but it can also be the difference, especially if we get to map 4, 5, or 6, wherever the teams decide to end it by getting double Mandel Brick, or maybe we go all 6 in general. Zero Down very well could be the difference maker between top 3 or number 4.
Yeah, I like that call out, Taylor. It's going to be really fun to watch this bubble and see what they're able to do. Again, we want to see who the victor is of Group B, but it all comes down to top 3. Top 3 join the ranks of the top 3 from Group A, and then we go into upper bracket right after this. Everybody else, it's not an elimination round. They're not out. If your favorite team does not make top 3, they're still in this competition, but excited to see what all of these teams are able to do. Now, while we've got a moment, players getting ready, making sure their setups are ready to go, getting their loadouts ready, I think we're about to get started with Zero Jam. I want to remind people, or maybe tell you for the very first time, that Midas Buy is a part of our Delta Force system and scene. You can visit MidasBuy.com and your rewards will be credited instantly because there is a 35% top-up bonus. If you go check out MidasBuy.com, you'll see that. If you're on our live official Twitch channel as well, you can head down to the panel, click that panel, it'll bring you to the link to go check it out. You can recharge all your Delta coins now through Midas Buy, the official Delta Force top-up platform. So go match the pros, get your coins up, and go visit Midas Buy, especially with the brand new season right around the corner. That's September 23rd, you got to get your Delta coins, man.
Got to get the Delta coins. A lot of things to get right with the new season. Things are fun. I think Delta Force, I've been saying it since the very beginning when you brought me onto this project. The Delta Force is doing a lot right. They really are. The way that they treat the players, for example, I love the call. You said every player is, got a jersey, whether they're represent. Because typically you got to be on an org in order to get a jersey. Outside of that, you got to buy it yourself. The fact is that they supported that is huge. It's huge. And it gives a sense of pride to the teams, it really does. And also a sense of, wow, they really do care for us as players. We were talking to, more specifically, Articuno as well as 60MG from the side of As Known As, and they were saying, look, we've been here now for several days. We've got, PCs even in our hotel. Like, that's crazy to me and really does set the standard, I think, for multiple esports. I don't know of any other companies doing that, which is beautiful, Delta Force. Love what they're doing. I really do. This Invitational has been phenomenal and set the tone, really, of future Delta Force tournaments, which surely we're going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, while our players are getting ready, and we're talking about Midas Buy, the brand new season, folks, this brand new season is chock full of content updates. I want to hone our attention back to the competition at hand. Let's talk a little bit about Group B, all right? I've got some stats pulled up, and ESG absolutely dominated their competition in the China Regional Finals to get to this position. We had ESG share the load when it came to overall loot value. It was unbelievable. I mean, over 30 million in total in their competition, beating out Q9. But I want to pull the attention actually to, we did some tallying on our back end with the help of my good friend Aaron. Shout out to my GOAT, the stats magician. Too Easy from Inc. was actually second top fragger across all of the regional finals as an individual. Too Easy. Watch out for that guy. Okay. That entire roster is extremely talented, but he was second with 11 kills in total amongst their matches. Who was he behind? HR from Fallen in the last round. So HR was top fragger overall in the regional competitions that we tracked in kills with 13 overall, but it was Too Easy behind him from Inc. So watch out for this Inc squad. They absolutely can frag out. Too Easy is a veteran in this space. Had a chance to talk to him for a very long time, and he was telling me he's never really been a competitor in esports. He's just a huge extraction guy. And so he's got this mode figured out. He's been playing operations like crazy. These guys got like 3,000, 4,000 hours in the game. watch out for that Ink squad, man. I'm a big fan of them, and we'll see what they're able to do.
Okay, I like it. Too Easy, by the way. I noticed that name right away. I was like, okay, Too Easy. That's a guy I'm going to be looking out for, and I love the fact that you bring up number 2 Slayer overall. Definitely setting the tone. Going to need that in this competition for sure. Now, does that put Ink as an aggressive roster? What would you say?
Yeah, I think comparatively to a lot of these other rosters, they definitely frag out. I mean, I'm looking at like top 10 overall fraggers in the entire competition, and you find all 3 members of Ink actually inside of the top 10, with the 10th being Killzall, tied with a lot of other people as well, kind of middle of the pack. But at the top, you've got Too Easy, and then you've got Infant Baby not too far behind. Baby B, my GOAT, this kid is different, and he is the youngest competitor in this entire competition. Baby B, absolutely a player who could pop off on main stage. The big question, as always, we get to talk about this is land jitters. I don't think he's had any experience in any other esports. This is kind of his first foray into competitive scene. And so while everybody else is all smiles, I'll be curious to see how kind of calm, cool, collected, as I say that over and over again, you have to be on a stage like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to get on a stage for the first time in front of everybody, but I do like the format of this tournament, the fact that we are obviously in a stage. You do have somewhat of an audience here. But if you make it to that main stage, it's going to hit different. But I think it's a lot different right playing here, getting an understanding of how the LAN environment works, getting an understanding of your overall, competitive format. Map rotation, though, is going to be the same as it was for match A. 0 down is where we start. And then you also have round 3, it's going to be Brackish. Now, granted, those 2 are going to be airdrop rounds. 0 dem is an airdrop round. It is an opportunity to get your loot. It's an opportunity to get your AWM, and also an opportunity to set the pace of what you could be expecting on that very stage.
Well, here we go, folks. The players are loading in. It is time for some 0 dam, and we are just getting started with Group B. A time to set the tone, set the pace. How fast are we going to be flying around this map? There's no mantle brick, but there's still a lot at stake. A lot of loot value you can add to your total starting right now. Take the lead while you can.
Yes.
Push aggressively, take the fights. Keep our eyes peeled to that damn extraction. It's going to be fun to watch out for. And we'll get a quick look at these spawns to see who gets T1 spawns to start. And it does look like legit Brazil. And it will be, I believe that is MG. Yes, MG in the blue.
Yep.
Going to be pushing over to admin as well. Watch out for those 2 teams that have power position on the map, and likely 2 of the first teams that will clash for the first fight.
Well, as we know, admin sees a lot of activity, and there's naturally going to always be 2 teams that are going to be going straight in. In this case, it's going to be Moongrab going against LEG, legit Brazil. A chance to obviously set the tone is here for ESG. Maybe they rotate up. They are going to be a bit spread, but that's going to be okay. Nobody's around them over by visitors. So admin is where we keep our attention to as they start to progress throughout. It's going to be a shorter map, only, I believe, 16 minutes, so it's going to go by pretty quick. Now, for those aggressive rosters, for example, ESG, how active do they decide to get off the rip, especially over on the visitor side? Do they decide to go up towards admin? There is an opportunity potentially for them to drop down and maybe challenge that up TSG, which is very much a possibility, or ISG, excuse me, on Special Gamer, who's going to be just off to their left.
Yeah, and again, let me kind of set the scene. If you didn't get a chance to screenshot that map, see where everybody spawned at, we got 2 teams in admin. Taylor talked about it. MG, that's Moongrab, and legit Brazil, LEG in the yellow. That's blue and yellow, both in admin, playing around this damn extraction, and of course the admin building itself. On the other side, you see them now, Mantle Brick Addiction, over here in Barracks, looting up by themselves. They know they're not going to be contested very quickly. They're going to get anything that they can find. Ink is down in Cement Plant, and then you've got ESG, like you mentioned, way over there in Visitor Center, probably going to skate around the eastern side of the map up to the north side, and maybe chow admin, ISG over in Substation into the south. Quick look on the left-hand side of your screen. You can now see operator choices to start things off. A little bit of a different story than Group A. Only 1 Nox being used, and it's from the side of ISG. And any other big hits from you, obviously we could see a couple Virant operators already being burned. That's 3 of them to be exact across the board here. And honestly, 2 Senivas already, which is maybe even more than all of the maps combined from Group A. 2 Senivas for our very first round.
Actually, I think we...
Oh, 3, yeah, 3.
3, yeah. So NBA, ESG, LEG. Gonna be rocking Seniva, which, again, just comes to show you the differences in play style, the differences in strategy from one match to the next in Match B, which is going to be fun when you do combine the ultimate winners going into the upper bracket, seeing what strategy works, what obviously doesn't. We do notice ESG starts to work their way up towards the northern side of things, maybe potentially going into admin.
Yeah, a quick look, by the way, left-hand side of your screen, a little pickup here. NBA, triple LMG meta? Okay, boys, I see what you're spitting out right now. They're looking for the long-range encounters in Zero Dam. Gonna play some of these longer sight lines. Triple LMG is wild from Skady Buldo and Yolvalier. It'll be fun to watch out what they are able to do, and frankly, how they take their fights with this in hand. Obviously, LMG's hit like a truck. PKM, the leader in that category in my mind, and many minds of the people at home. So we'll see how they take fights if they do. We're taking a look at all of our teams, but let's look at what ESG has found. As expected, they rotated up the eastern side of the map to the northeast and now have a high ground position. I think what they've spotted is one member of MG who's outside the dam extraction. Can I just say,
it's a nasty little
as per the usual, the fight over the dam extraction is always going to be there. But the fact that MG has already moved, they've got 2 people already in the dam extract. We're barely 4 minutes into the game. They're already trying to leave, man. They got 1.1 mil, and they said, yeah, we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna make sure we extract. And they're at least protecting this position for anybody that wants to chow them this early. They pulled that lever immediately.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not against it. I mean, they're already at 1.1 million. It's not the most, but it's also not the least. You can walk out with a big goose egg potentially. So good stuff. If MG wants to do it, let's see if it ends up paying off. It could also be a talking point depending where MG ends up finishing on the standings once we finish match B. And you can maybe raise the question. You go back to of course, Zero Down. Was it worth it for them to have an early extraction? Oh, they've weighed the pros and cons. If they decide to get out, obviously that's on them. But it's getting entirely contested up at the top, isn't it? You got ESG, LEG still around, MG also in the location. You do notice Inc. and ISG might be, kind of going towards each other eventually as well. We'll see if that ends up unfolding, but for now, though, there is a little bit of space.
Yeah, and there's plenty of room here, but you're right, ISG and Inc. about to engage each other in theory. Obviously, Inc. underground, so maybe they'll just skate by each other, but you can kind of see it on the mini-map there. Those gray dots, that's going to be ISG. They could potentially fight. On the other side, there is 8 seconds, and we actually see off-screen the first knock in full. ESG maybe overstayed their welcome, and LEG has struck from distance and got the full?
Yeah.
How were they able to get the full with that angle? That's something we got to take a look at on the replays.
And I do want to say MG does get 2 players out. They fully committed to it. They're going to leave 1 player behind to challenge the entirety of the lobby. But for ESG's sake, yeah, getting 1 player already knocked is tough given how much we hyped them up in the beginning.
Yeah, super interesting strategies thus far. ESG forced to retreat. Oh, it looks like he maybe peeked and then actually fell off the rock as he was coming down. Maybe he was actually hitting the zip and got fried on the zip. We'll have to look back on that. But because of that, was able to get finished off no problem because there's basically no cover. Look at this angle that LEG hit. Latam, first blood, gentlemen. Well done.
Latam region, across multiple esports, tends to be highly aggressive. That's what they're known for, at least in my mind. Airdrop is going to be down. And who has priority on the airdrop? Well, you got the solo player from MG who stayed behind. The other 2 are extracted, who's going to be in the vicinity. NBA is starting to move up themselves. Inc. even getting a little bit close, maybe looking to challenge out of admin and ultimately the airdrop. And of course, LEG with the knock on ESG. I think for them, they're not going to necessarily focus on the airdrop, but more so try to keep ESG at bay.
Yeah, I mean, I like the strategy. I wish we could, I wish I could go interview players right now. I want to know what MG strat was. I mean,
just a game.
They had 1.1 mil. It's like, frankly, you could probably fit 1.1 mil in safe boxes. Like, why are they having 2 people leave so early? Any of the strat heads in the chat, I know you're out there. Somebody tell me what's going on. I think they're just trying to protect their loot and prepare for a mana brick round, I guess. So they're going to leave 1 to play spoiler. Not a terrible play, but definitely a new one for what I've seen on main stage. So shout out to MG with some new strats. We'll see if it pays off for them.
All right, the loot is being gathered. Things are looking decently well.
Nice.
On this side of NBA. Nah, not too bad. And I'm surprised they don't get challenged off of this airdrop. 1.4. They're going to be up in first place now, even that over Inc.
Yeah, Boldo on the side, NBA in the mix. And here's a replay. Oh, I love it. Shout out to production finding this angle. Are you kidding me?
Nice shot.
Yeah, it does look like he hit the zip, and because of that, gets punished for it. Great shots from LEG, and a great finish as well to pick up 1 kill on ESG. Now, of course, I think those ESG players are still trying to fight for the revive. I think couldn't really get, it's pretty difficult to get that res actually, if at all. I mean, you'd have to hit the zip and fall off the zip and try to drop down on the body, but I don't even know if that's possible. So because of that, they're just going to back off, and now that LEG is given up camping that death, because I don't think they can actually even get the revive, they're going to play around admin here. 8 minutes on the clock is plenty. But that last remaining player of MG is just hiding in one of these shipping containers, just trying to play spoiler to somebody that enters into his crosshairs for a hair too long.
Oh.
NBA found that graphics card that's worth about 338K, if I remember correctly, somewhere around there. So a decent little value add that's actually bumped NBA up to the top of the leaderboard in terms of loot value thus far. Got to get out with it, of course.
Not a bad game so far for Inc. either. They've looked quite healthy. They start to move into the admin area. Slowly, slowly, slowly they go. Not wanting to make too much noise. Of course, not knowing who's up above them, which they do have company. A bit further up is going to be LEG. Fun thing, though, to take note, that solo player from MG.
Oh, they're chilling, man.
He definitely is, but it's like he can also play spoiler, which could be incredibly fun, really.
Yeah, and again, I mean, like I was saying, he's prone out in the shipping container. He's just waiting for somebody to walk into his crosshairs.
Well, yeah, I mean, you go
like,
back.
Don't give away position or anything.
Well, you go back to Mo, Mo, like, for example. Another airdrop is going to be down, and this is going to be NBA. Should get it pretty much free and clear if they can just fully commit to it at the moment.
Yeah, it's all NBA all day right here. It's a free airdrop for them, and again, they're already at the top of the leaderboard, so it's a nice boon.
Well, LG is moving in, though. They might want to challenge. NBA should get they should get the airdrop. However, LEG might be able to get the cleanup depending. And Inc. is going to be behind LEG, so you might have a bit of a pincer moment.
Yeah, and obviously you could see how valuable the Lapua ammo is. AWM, insanely strong of a weapon. And we say this every competition. If you didn't tune into Group A, then maybe you'll hear this for the first time. But with these airdrops comes the AWM. Now, the AWM is special in many ways. Obviously, it is an insanely powerful sniper rifle. It will one-shot. It is insane. But more than that, the ammo for the AWM, insanely expensive, but also can't be put in your safe box. So now you have a big walking target on your back if anybody else watched you loot this airdrop or notices that you do because of how valuable this weapon and its ammo are. But most of these teams are trying to get out of the map with the weapon rather than use it on this map. They want to be able to use the AWM and its ammo in a Mandel brick round.
Here we go. NBA starts to move up closer and closer to ISG. Shots are fired. Cats out of the bag. They know exactly where they're at, but a nice shot could send ISG to their knees. And clearly we got to watch NBA's perspective, see what they're up to. And, well, one of them's going to take quite a bit of damage, but this player from ISG up ahead is playing with his luck. He takes the wrong peek. His head is gone.
Yeah, again, Skydy's the one actually carrying the AWM, so you might be thinking, why does this guy have a sniper in zero dam? Well, it's because he just picked it up. This is the AWM, looking down range. He's going to one-shot if he connects with it. Patience is a virtue, though. The ammo's expensive, and yeah. Hey, headshot will add a little insult to injury. I don't even know if he technically needs it with the limitations on the gear right now. Just body shots will probably one-shot him, but a great shot nonetheless. It's going to even the tally and actually push it back to their advantage. One of their players was not quite down, but very low. And now Skydy's getting aggressive. They've got player advantage. They need to play these trades. Going for the flash, goes for the angles. He gets punished for it, but they've got the trades. Great double take here from the side of NBA as they wipe one member of ISG. Mojo is out of here, and all of a sudden, Ghost has struck back as we lose Boldo. Skydy getting revived here. Ghost could get aggro, could make a play when he hears that timer and that revive going off. And NBA knows it. It is a 1v1.
There we go. Ghost takes it, but taken down. It will be NBA with the ultimate win. That is massive for them, not only to protect the Technic Alloy that they've already been able to gather, but also the AWM that they worked so hard to get in the airdrop just previously. And now they are pretty much free and clear to extract, get out, and take the AWM into Brackish to play for the Mandelbrick.
Yeah, I love the composure that we saw from Uvalier there to win the 1v1, to know that as he was sticking the res, that the alarm bells are going off to his opponents. It's a 1v1. He's got advantage. Let me utilize that and win the fight. So a great take there from NBA. They're going to restabilize and be able to play, but we got to turn our eyes to the top of the map. We did have two members of MG get out via the dam extraction. The third stayed behind, and now the third is ready to leave again via the exact same extraction point. There's enough time for the dam extraction extraction to go off for a second time. It's 1:30 remaining, and the last remaining member of MG is on the extraction as LEG and Ink trade blows, and it's LEG again finding another blood. Ink in a bit of trouble.
But that's going to be okay. You've been hyping up Baby B. Rightly so, on your screen, a chance to maybe solidify his name to the audience. Nade's coming through, but nothing's going to be connected. LEG will manage to stand up, but only for just the time being. Still scary that ESG is in the vicinity. You also have, of course, the solo from MG, who's still in the area. Here he is. And not much he can really do, but except surprise the roster of LEG.
Hey, look, I'm a big fan of Suniva. Can I just say, the beatdown with the shield is one of the most satisfying things in Delta Force. We saw it all the time in the regional finals. We saw it all the time in Warfare. We did not see it hardly at all in Group A. It's good to see it already in the first game of Group B. But turn our eyes back to Ink. They've lost Killzall, and it's just Baby B and Easy trying to play slow here. They've actually got a team of 2, or the ones that are carrying them on the right-hand side. That's ESG, who lost their third remaining player from that LEG roster. LEG has power position. LEG has the extraction point on lockdown. These other 2 teams got to figure out what they're doing. They don't have time to make it to that extraction point. LEG is going to get out for free with a couple kills to boot. A great map for LEG. Legit Brazil starting out strong. You'll see them leave here in about 7 seconds.
There as well from NBA is also going to be going south, most likely having the majority of the loot, the 4.2 million they've been able to accomplish. The extraction is in. LEG are gone. A very successful game number 1. Well done to the boys. Now, for ESG's sake, what's the game plan? Ink as well. What are we going to do here? Not a lot of people really to take on, but I think they're going to have to fight. And surprisingly, 2 players from NBA are actually going to fight, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, this is tried and true Zero Dam right here. We fight outside the extraction point, we don't make it, and now we have 90 seconds to figure out how can I add value to my team. Do I go for kills? Do I try to extract? There are some extraction points you can theoretically get to, but ESG lying in wait. They set a trap, but actually don't execute.
Oh, the mantle!
Easy was able to strike back, and the mantle means ESG couldn't get a full knock. Now in trouble, having to back off. Ink trying to figure out what to do. They were gifted with that one, and now Skydie from distance. Hey, we talked about the LMGs,
well,
dude. They hit like a truck from distance. NBA getting active, and Uvalier is getting out of the map.
Yes, Skydie has been incredible. We saw a nice headshot with AWM just a little bit earlier. This time around with the LMG from a distance, managing to make it happen. Uvalier from NBA has managed to go ahead and extract, protect the loot of NBA. In the meantime, only 45 seconds remain. Options are running slim, especially for those who haven't found much success. ESG, Ink, right? NBA, they're just playing with their food at this point, and Skydie gets another.
Skydie is hitting right now. Fantastic shots, and all of a sudden, the top dogs on paper will not be the top dogs after map 1. ESG falter early and falter late. 25 seconds and counting each of these kills. 400K. Skydie trying to be a hero against 2 members of Ink. His teammate nowhere to be found, and Skydie gets cut down. There was one more member of NBA, Boldo, a little bit away. The problem is there's only 12 seconds remaining. Ink is getting anything they can get their hands on.
He can make it,
get the safe box, maybe, get a couple kills, and that's all you're going to be able to get. Boldo in the final couple seconds. Do you have an angle to get the knock? Get the knock. Did he get the full in time? He does!
Wow! Wow, an additional 400K right at the tail end, literally at the buzzer beater. Well done. I mean, NBA, come on, that is one of the best starts we have seen so far, outside of Q9, obviously, but Skydie, come on. With the sniper AWM, doing it with the LMG from a distance, you get one guy extracted. Like, do you need a better start than that?
Yeah, and frankly, honestly, for NBA, it's only a boon. Like, it doesn't really matter if you die there. You're not going to extract. So if I get a kill, that's an extra 400K that gets added to our stash.
Right.
And for the likes of Ink, they're like, oh, well, whatever. They got 400K. It doesn't hurt them at all. They're not getting out of the map. They get whatever in their safe box. And it looked like, I believe, that one member of Ink that was looting was just trying to stash his safe box with whatever he could find. And so it'll be really fun to see the leaderboard after the end of this one.
Oh, yeah.
That did not go the way I thought it would go.
Not at all.
From the interesting strategy of MG to send 2 out within the first 4 minutes of the game, to ESG getting cut down early and then faltering late, that was a wild map.
Yes, it definitely was. MG was definitely a big question mark. Question is, did it pay off? I would have to think maybe they're close to top 3, if not top 3, based off of that, because ESG dropped the ball. Let's face it. They came in with an early knock right whenever going across the zip. After that, they tried to recover. but they really couldn't get much started, which is quite surprising. Very early goings, though, it's only been one map, okay? So ESG could be just fine. But you got to give credit to Mandelbrick addicts who, barely qualified for this stage. Filling the 2 Mandelbricks and really struggling during that qualifier. If it wasn't the Mandelbricks, they wouldn't have qualified. For them to then do that turnaround and to get that much of a performance is pretty incredible.
They're fragging, man. They've been in the lab. They knew it. I mean, we talked about him, or talked with them in the interview, and you'll see it on social media if you checked it out. They basically were like, hey, we know that we kind of lucked in here or snuck in here at the last second. Obviously, some skill there. But we got a lot of work to do. So they've been in the lab, man, and it paid off for the first round. Now, I want to kind of rein back a little bit of the criticism on ESG because obviously unlucky. They do get a spawn that's on paper probably one of the worst spawns on Zero Dam. They're way down in Visitor Center. The only thing they can do is, unless they want to take a fight at Substation, they're going to wrap all the way to the north side and maybe make a play for that extraction on the Bandit Shack, which is what they tried.
Right.
And it was LEG that punishes them early, puts them on their heels, and then they couldn't stabilize, and they couldn't really loot either. ESG was trapped on the northeastern side of the map, the entire map. They couldn't loot anything. They were trying to get a bearing on where everybody was at, and then they're getting collapsed on by 2 or 3 teams. So unlucky a little bit, but also getting punished early by LEG. Shout out to that squad. I think the only team of 3 that actually extracted from Zero Dam.
At least 2 of them. No,
all 3.
Yeah, it was all 3. Yeah, LEG managed to make that happen. Again, a region that's coming in that's representing LATAM, the only LATAM representation, and they're making the most of it. That early knock was big, and the fact that they get all 3 extracted is massive. LEG, well done. Seriously, already in my mind anyways, big surprises. I did not expect NBA to play as well as they did, quite truthfully. We look at our highlights, and it started out very wild as we saw. This was that first knock right on the zip from LEG.
Yeah, that was a big one. Obviously sets the tone for what ESG was even capable of doing. And then this was a fun moment with the extraction point. They sent 2 out early, a wild one. A fight for this airdrop ended up yielding not too much. A good question is Mandelbrick Addiction. We saw them actually pick this up, and they sent Uvalier out early.
Yeah.
I bet Uvalier was dropped this AWM to get out of the map with, so they have it for the next round.
Yeah.
This is a really big fight that they won. Obviously, Uvalier, one of the mainstays there, to be able to win the 1v1, a lot of composure to win that. A huge save for them. Uvalier gets out of the map. His other 2 teammates stay to play Spoiler. And, well, speaking of Spoiler, again, this MG team decided to do this interesting strategy with 2 out, 1 stayed. Unfortunately, that 1 stayed couldn't find too much on it. But some nerves, maybe, or maybe some mocking of nerves. And a final fight. Ink gets the better of their opponents briefly, but NBA on the back of Boldo steals the kill literally in the final second of the map for an extra 400K to their tally. I think this leaderboard is going to be pretty close.
I think it's going to be close indeed. Obviously, NBA is going to be the outlier. They're going to be well ahead of the competition, which is great. If they keep that energy up, they're going to be looking healthy. And there it is. 3.56 million to the 1.65 of LEG. A total of 6, of course, for them, and then 3 for the LEG side. Now, we questioned MG. They don't even get out with the mill. I was expecting it to be a little bit higher, but granted, they still finish ahead of Inc. They finish ahead of ESG and ISG. A bit of a questionable play, but albeit it does work out at least for map number 1.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat, and there's a lot of fans of Mandelbrick Addiction.
Of course.
They've got a lot of fans at home cheering them on and certainly excited about their map 1 victory. Here's a look at the damage charts, and especially on the back of that final kill in the final second, NBA tops the charts at over 1,000 damage across their team. Second, I believe, maybe a tie or very close, ISG and Inc. Both and LSG, all about the same, around 500 total damage.
Yeah.
So a fun fight, a fun first map, very different from Group A. And if it's setting the tone, I don't know what the tone is.
Yeah, right.
C minor? I don't know a lot of music stuff. But here's a look at our best team. Mandelbrick Addiction, NBA on top, 6 kills and a total of 3.56 mil. And I think the AWM, this team is crushing it, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to really appreciate Skydie and the way that he played the AWM. Hitting that headshot was nasty, it was disgusting. Uvalier getting out when he needed to, perfect. And Boldo hitting the final shot. At NBA, of course, Skydie has to be the match MVP. Rightly so. I mean, he was popping heads. He was getting the damage done. 3.0 KD. He was doing it all. Skydie is that guy.
Yeah, almost 500 damage, 3 kills and an assist. This team was phenomenal, and Skydie obviously set the tone for that with the AWM getting that headshot, opened up that fight. And frankly, if he wouldn't have done that, I think they ended up losing that fight. It came down to a 1v1. He opened it up.
That is true.
That is start. So
that is a great point.
I don't know. Big shout out to Scotty. Those guys have been in the lab. They've been working really hard, and it's paid off thus far. But we are just getting started, man. That was map 1. There wasn't a mantle break, and we're about to see one in the next map.
I know, and you got to appreciate NBA at this point. Having that AWM is going to be massive, and I'm 99% certain they're going to have the AWM going into the mantle break round, which is going to set themselves up very nicely. You look back to match A, 1 mantle brick, right? There was 2 or 3 obviously gathered. There are only 2 teams who had all 3 of those mantle bricks, which means you get a mantle brick, most likely you are going into the upper bracket. A big opportunity for NBA. They cannot waste this opportunity. That AVM is going to be the difference maker. They need to utilize it to the fullest extent. Now for the other teams, of course, they've got to step it up in a big way.
Yeah, got to step it up. We're really excited to see what they can do. Let's take a listen into the comms to wrap up that last map.
Не заходи так глубоко, скид, наверное.
Я здесь угол тебя возьму, что ты залутал. Хуешь. Не вижу пока.
Вижу людей на стройке. Фулл пачка. Вышли с админки, по мне стреляют.
А, стройка, блин, плохо. Лутай был, уходим назад вообще, фулл назад. У нас есть...
3 места на лодке.
Да,
пойдем
идем
делать на
быстро.
цемент.
Цемент, уходи.
Скид,
все, уходим, ювелир.
Я и ухожу с той стороны. Я разбитый.
Ты можешь
на втором этаже?
Нет, я хилюсь. Я иду к вам, буду смог кидать.
Че мне распекать? 2-й этаж? Вижу, дэшнулся влево чел.
Бомбочки закинули.
Нок. Будем доигрывать.
Хорошо.
Слева, справа близко чел.
Я взял контракт. Порю у нас.
2-й этаж.
1 хп. Хорошо? Да, есть?
2-й этаж остался.
Я хилиться буду. Точнее, резать буду.
Попал нихуя. На втором стоит Фиоля.
Вайп. У меня упорит 2-я тима. Успеешь подойти, разыграем? За стенкой.
Объясни.
Между контейнером, между мной и тобой. За стенкой, вот здесь.
Заходи в контейнер, был.
Да,
в упоре мне слева. Я скоро пикать готов. Ты готов? Подходи.
Нет, он далеко.
У меня флеш попикает.
Он далеко.
20 секунд.
Играй соло.
Какашка кидает. Прокоцал сильно.
Да.
Меня лутает, наверное. Быстрее пикни.
Ну что, стамина
быстрее
нету.
пикни. Да есть.
Great comms from a great team. EU has been looking real good overall. Obviously following the top team from Group A. And then here in Group B, EU on top again, which is wild to say. Certainly not something that we expected. Here's a look at the overall rankings from Mandel Brick Addiction. EMBA 9.47 mil in total. A little bit less than 3 mil over the competitors of legit Brazil in 2nd place overall here, Taylor.
Yeah, the goal is top 3, right? So NBA already about 5 million ahead of what would be the cutoff at MG, who's at 4.63 million. But just like match A, it's going to be very, very close. We go into round 2, our first Mandel Brick round for match B, going to be on Brackish. And of course, we have to take a look at our spawn points.
Yeah, and this is a key factor. Again, we were talking about this at the top of the show. We talked about it right before this group. Look at those red spawn points. That's going to be your priority spawns. That's your T1 spawns. MG and legit Brazil cannot spawn on the red spawns. Why are they tier 1? Because they're the closest to the Mandel Brick spawn. So the Mandel Brick will spawn just outside the museum near the center of the map. So you can see the logos of where people can potentially deploy into. You're not going to see legit Brazil, and you're not going to see MG around those T1 spawns. Let's look at our operators, though, this time around, a little different than Group A. No one fully burns an operator off this list, and we've got a nice modicum spread across the board, and frankly, like we were joking before, 3 Senivas already used, as I think more than all of Group A throughout the course of all 5 games.
Yes, Seniva clearly being used very, very well when it comes to match B. Hackclaw, too. Hackclaw was fully used by Game 5. And in this case, I think we're going to be seeing the same thing here. It's going to be a great show, obviously going into match 2. It's going to be a big one for NBA. We keep talking about them. They cannot allow the AWM earning go to waste. This is the time to capitalize. Getting a Mandel Brick here makes their job in life a lot easier over the next remaining maps. Of course, it can end at 4, it can end at 6, just depends on how the teams are playing. But I do expect ESG to come back with a vengeance.
Oh, yeah.
Not that necessarily they played bad, but you're right. They got the short end of the stick, right? One of the worst spawns. The rotation was tough. They get mowed down off of the zip line. This time around, ESG, they're angry.
Yeah.
They're going to be aggressive.
And that's a good shout, too. I mean, we talk about spawns. They could potentially get T1 spawns. They could potentially play for this brick immediately. It depends on their play style, which we have heard is very aggressive.
Right.
And obviously, they shoot straight, so we'll see what they're able to do on a brand new map. We are headed to Brackish, as per the usual. The map rotation, if you watch regional finals, it's all the same. If you watch Group A, it's all the same, and it'll be the same for the entire entire course of this competition for the rest of today, the rest of tomorrow, and the rest of finals in 2 days' time. So Brackish here for map number 2. Map number 3, also Brackish. That one will have another airdrop for us.
right.
But this round is our first Mantle Brick round. Pumped about it. Now, when we talk about Brackish, we talk about some of the high-value loot areas, okay? If you hear us repeating ourselves a little bit, it's because we just did this in Group A. But if you're tuning in just for some of the teams to cheer on your squad for Group B, let's talk about this map. Really interesting map, and frankly, on paper, in my mind, a lot of people agree, this is probably the best competitive map. It's very balanced for where you can spawn and what you can get from said spawn. So we look, obviously, at the Tower of Babel as our high-value loot zone. A lot of high-value loot there. I mean, we've seen crazy amount of reds on this map, most of them coming from the Tower of Babel. However, T1 spawns all around Museum. That is where the Mantle Brick will spawn. And the question is, does fortune favor the bold like it did in Group A? Are you going to be the team that if you get a T1 spawn, you're grabbing the brick immediately?
Right.
Or are you going to be like followed from Group A
gonna point that
and
out.
set an 8-minute trap for somebody to grab it? No one does. You say, fine, I'll do it myself. And they end up taking the brick down to the right-hand side of the map.
That's it. It was, them, and they were trying to set the trap for anybody. It might have been, gold and silver, but it ended up not being the case. We take a look at our map rotation. Actually, Zero Down is done and dusted. We won't see it again, at least for match B. But we got Brackish coming up, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Here we go. Our first Mantle Brick round, the first opportunity to steal it for themselves. Fortune, as you said, favors the bold. Who will be the boldest to take the first Mantle Brick of match number B? Doing so could put yourself in the upper bracket right away.
Brackish, baby. That Tower of Babel stands tall. We'll see who gets to stand tall in this round. ESG, will they strike with a vengeance, or will they be on their heels, man? I am so pumped to watch this game. And all of our players load in. Let's take a look at our priority spawns. Mantle Brick Addiction get a T1 spawn around camp. You see ISG also get a T1 spawn all around Museum. Both of those two teams sprinting for Museum to try to get a power position around this Mantle Brick. ESG way up in the northwestern side of the map, up in Cherrytown. Wherever on the right-hand side, you've got LEG, Legit Brazil, around Asara camp. And of course, that means it leaves the final 2 teams, MG and Inc., down in the Tower of Babel.
Tower of Babel is always going to be a lot of fun to watch, but my attention goes to NBA, right, as well as ISG fighting for the initial early Mantle Brick, which will be coming up in just about 2 minutes. For NBA, this is a big round for them to take. They fought so well and hard throughout game number 1, giving them the opportunity to lock the AWM in. Losing this would be a massive setback as far as I'm concerned. But Skydie is that guy that can make anything happen. He was the MVP for round number 1, and rightly so. He was popping heads with the AWM, long shots with the LMG. He was getting active any chance he could. But Uvalier, now back on the map. Of course, he was the first one to extract a little bit earlier.
Okay, quick look at the left-hand side of your screen. Obviously, our team at the top deciding to expend some of their cash and get some great loot coming into the map. You see a nice modicum of different weapon choices across the board, but let's talk briefly about some operators. We see a couple more Alurus this time around, 3 to be exact, I believe, from ESG, NBA, and of course Inc. picking up Aluru as an operator of choice. Again, we have advanced 1 patch from our regional finals, so the Aluru buff has come through. Absolutely an operator that most of these teams prefer. Got about 60 seconds, by the way, on that Mantle Brick timer before you can be picked up. So continue to pay attention to that. Other team comps I'm paying attention to, obviously, we've got a big recon operator forward comp from ISG, Luna, Hatclaw, and then Toxic. There's a little bit of a support there to play with this trio. Watch out for that squad in this one. Other than that, fairly standard. And again, if you didn't watch Group A, Tempest also a part of this patch. So see our first Tempest already in game 2, and all of a sudden, we see our first death, or at least knock. ISG loses 2 in this fight. NBA is unstoppable already. 2 down. Incendiary grenades do knock 1, and there's the cleanup. It is a 3v1 around this Mantle Brick spawn. It is available to be grabbed, but ISG is just trying to stay alive.
Well, they got to be careful here because NBA is pushing full speed ahead, but Ghost finds a nice angle. It's be snipped out. I cannot believe Skydie hits that shot. I thought for certain Ghost was at least going to get 1 down, but he doesn't even get that. Mantle Brick is up for grab. You know what? Museum actually isn't fully grabbed from NBA's perspective. A new challenger has approached, and that's going to be LEG, the team that got the first knock on ESG in round 1, looking to make more impactful plays in round 2.
Yeah, Legit Brazil, they were over in Asara camp, and they're like, hey, we want a piece of this action. We heard shots. That's the signal flare to third party. Fortunately, The party started and then ended quite early. ISG out of this lobby will not be able to play for this first brick, and legit Brazil, the only team standing in the way of Mantle Brick Addiction, making a play for that Mantle Brick. And it does look like LEG actually have an Overwatch position over the top of this Mantle Brick. If NBA is going to take this brick, they're going to have to shoot first at LEG.
They did exactly that just a little bit earlier against ISG. That was absolutely brutal. LEG looks to be moving in, and that's going to be big for them. MG also rotating around potentially to cut off LEG, who decides to run away with the Mandel Brick. This is going to be a big move. LEG, I like it. They're obviously wanting this for themselves. Question is, will MG cut them down?
Fortune, does it favor the bold? Here we go. A bold team, legit Brazil. Grab the brick and begin to run. Obviously some nice advantages and some disadvantage to having the brick, and all of a sudden legit Brazil, they actually strike first. Boldo going down from Mantle Brick Addiction in a bit of trouble in a 2v3 without power position. Not a full yet, so could potentially go for the revive if he can crawl to safety. And again, with the Mantle Brick, you all know this. You play pubs, you probably picked one up yourself. There is a threat level on the Mantle Brick if you're carrying it. So it tells you how close some of your competition is able to crawl to theoretical safety and gets picked up by his teammate to go for the revive. Skydie's going to be holding this window angle as it looks like one member of LEG skates off, and they're just trying to protect this Mantle Brick.
Of course, MG just below them in the south. They rolled up, but they haven't decided to challenge just yet.
Also a huge factor here. LEG, they started in camp. They started on a decoding station and they left. They know for almost certain fact, not 100% certain, but almost certain fact that the camp decoding station is going to be open. That is where they are headed if they can get there for free.
Well, they're going to definitely try. Luckily, they've kept their distance away from MG. Update, by the way, on NBA, they have managed to get their third back into the fight, so they're going to be a full-fledged unit. An opportunity to re-challenge this LEG fight. LEG has made it to camp. Like you said, it's free and clear, and it absolutely is. They're going to manage to plop down the Mantle Brick and start working their way towards the potential first Mantle Brick grab. It's now being decoded. They've got to hold on for 4 minutes, but they know the competition is inbound. MG, NBA, most likely going to work their way up. If I had to guess, those are going to be the only two teams truly to challenge. I haven't noticed ESG move. Inc. also hasn't moved as well. Inc. is relatively far away. So before ESG or Inc. even get involved, most likely it's going to be MG trying their luck first.
Yeah, and again, I mean, there's plenty of time. 3.5 minutes is a long time in Delta Force operations. But you're totally right. This is going to be the first fight. Just a matter of who takes the first shot. Both teams know that there's another team in the area. You saw them smoking and running. Throwing the drones up from Toxic as well. Didn't connect, but absolutely had info. Legit Brazil already stunning some folks that didn't know about this team. Started out strong in Zero Dam. Now they've grabbed the first brick and starting the first decode. MG playing patient. There's really no rush with 3 minutes on this decoding.
Not at all.
And NBA, a lot of the same. I think NBA wants to make sure that they're not going to get third or fourth partied from behind by maybe a team like ESG or anybody else as they move through the market and up through the north side. Azure Town is probably their best position. You'll see them they were briefly on the mini-map there in pink. There they are on our screen right now. They're playing the north side of this decoding station. MG's playing the south side of this decoding station, and LEG, of course, protecting it means that LEG is going to get sandwiched.
Yep.
If they, on accident or maybe on purpose, sandwich this team at the same time, LEG is going to be up for the pickings, and it's one of these other two teams who's going to come out on top.
You would think LEG might be in a little bit of trouble here. MG starts to move up. Luckily, though, HF has laid down some cover fire and is keeping the pressure on. MG doesn't feel necessarily comfortable in this spot. NBA hears the shots. Maybe an opportunity for them to continue to press forward and third-party this engagement, which is what they're ultimately going to be banking on. Still plenty of time. No reason to rush with 1 minute and 50 seconds on hand. LEG will back away, and it looks like we are, in fact, going to have NBA starting to encroach onto the space of LEG as well. So it's going to remain tense, but nobody's down just yet.
You can see the value, by the way, the oppressive nature of an operator like D-Wolf. That triple blaster just zones an area off for a while, especially if you can actually draw some damage with it. All right, we said no cause for concern with 3 minutes on the clock, or 3.5. We're now nearing 60 seconds. Somebody's got to make a move, and everybody knows it. Everybody's got the timer, and all of a sudden, LEG actually strikes first. It was MG trying to go for the steal. An errant player, Onigiri, the first down. Not a full, crawling around, but this could be the signal flare for NBA to try to make a play. But I really like LEG's position. They're playing the low side of the stairs. It's going to be very difficult to rip them out, but they could smoke, they could run, and they could move as a full team of three. Skyly's going to play entry man. Skyly's going to maybe go for the steal. No, going to go for the play. He's getting shot from multiple angles. We got two teams shooting at the same time, but Skyly gets one and pulls one. LEG on their heels. LEG will not be able to protect it. NBA steals it and are able to get out with all three up. They just wanted to reset the timer. Perfect steal. Now they're going to back up, slow down. A big take from them, somehow not getting punished for it. MG almost there, but they were going for the revive.
And now you have NBA who's already disengaged. LEG still in the area, but Ink has also moved up into the fight. You've got 4 distinct teams looking to take the Mando break for themselves. Now there is plenty of time, right? It got a little bit scary for the other rosters. I thought maybe LEG was going to be able to hold on to it. There's less than a minute left after all, but a great play from NBA will shut that down. And you're right, you're spot on, right? NBA at this point, they just wanted to go for the reset. At this point now, they're just maybe just going to fill it out, see what happens, who's going to be the next one to get the touch.
4 teams of the 6 sitting here around the station, but a nice find. NBA find one, don't get the full though, and almost lose their life because of it. There are 4 teams battling for this decoding station. ESG, the only alive team that is not here. And LEG down 1 single player, but plenty of time on the clock. And I think you're gonna see them here shortly. Watch that mini-map. We are about to have a battle for this decoding station with 5 teams. LEG is able to get the revive.
5 teams. Getting contested for sure. ESG, when they join the fold, it's going to continue to get wild. 2 minutes on the clock. NBA still decoding, but Ink, LEG looking to retake it back for themselves. Of course, you throw in MG in that equation. Nobody wants to move too quickly in the moment. Everybody knows this is a dangerous place to be. And there's really no distinct strat on how you can get in there, honestly. Hey, it's going to come down to a point like what we just witnessed from NBA, where they just had to full send it.
I really like NBA's position. They obviously have a powerful position here, and they've got the decoding station. The fact that NBA's got the most northern side of this decoding station, without anybody on their back, NBA's in the best spot. Ink feels like they're in a nice spot on the south side, nobody on their back, but what they don't know probably is that ESG is on their way. However, MG's actually striking first, kills all taken down. Ink in a bit of trouble. This could be the signal flare for ESG to come get involved from the backside, from the south. And now is 60 seconds on the clock. MG, yes, they've knocked one from Ink, but they've got to make a play for this decoding station if they want a chance for this break. They don't even need to full take it. They don't need to win all the gunfights. They just need a steal to reset this timer and have a chance at this mantle break. But LEG can be a lot of the same.
Yeah, and then it's going to be Skyly, the tip of the spear, right, taken down by after player. Marino is going to be gone from the side of LEG. Skyly, still plenty of health is going to be remaining. We're down to just 30 seconds. NBA holding on tight. MG tries to move up, and another player is going to be down. NBA could be able to do this.
Off screen, ESG is also fighting Ink. Everybody battling for this decoding station, but NBA is holding on. The last remaining player of LEG is able to knock Skyly. This could be a window of opportunity for somebody to sneak up and go for this steal. 15 seconds on the clock, and it's Onigiri. Failed the first time. Can he succeed the second time? 10 seconds on the clock. LEG just trying to steal. LEG goes for it. LEG, can I stick it? LEG fails. LEG resets. LEG will likely fall here shortly, but he gets the steal. He's able to stay alive. Off screen, Ink is getting cleaned up by ESG, but LEG just saved the game for everyone, including somehow himself.
Incredible performance, but it's not done. ESG, they've worked their way all the way down from the new Tower of Babel all the way up, and they looked potentially might be in prime position to steal this. In fact, the only healthy roster is going to be NBA at this point. Skydy was dropped, but he gets back onto his feet. So most likely, we could see this conclude with ESG versus NBA, but let's not forget LEG with the solo. Maybe, just maybe, he makes some magic happen. MG with 2, that's still enough to make something possible.
MG, ESG, Ink, before they fell, are all praising the heroics of LEG. the solo remaining player that just went in to reset the timer. Hope something happens for them. NBA has easily retaken it, which will reset our timer again. Every time it's stolen, the timer will be reset, but 30 seconds faster this time. We're down to only 2.5 minutes on the reset timer. If it gets stolen again, it will go to 2 minutes. Watch our game clock as well. I can't imagine it'll become a huge factor, but it absolutely could with this amount of players still alive. I love this aerial cam view to see what's going on. Look, actually, one player of ESG
is on the flank. He's been flanking for a while.
Huge flank. He play on the way backside, potentially get some info for his team, or maybe open up the backside and maybe grab one member of NBA. See what ESG is able to do. And you can actually see, look at the minimap here, ESG is going to go join their route man. The flank becomes the full frontal push. They're going to swing up the north side of this alleyway and go play for the backside of NBA.
Yeah, pretty early on, Fujang took that off angle. He stayed put. He's been scouting the horizons. ESG looks as if they want to join him, but Fujang is going to go by himself. And this is big because NBA has been staying put where they're currently at. Nobody's been successful in pushing them off. But for one player from ESG, LEG looks to take him down with the off angle. He goes for the commitment. Shots are fired, but now you kind of regret your decision. You're out in the open. You gave away your position, and you didn't get the full elimination on ESG, and now there's going to be 2 looking your way.
Yeah, somebody had spotted him. I don't think it was ESG. You saw the Aluru missile come over the top, so he's been spotted, but I don't know that DT knew exactly where he was at. Again, let's pay attention to our timer. There's 60 seconds on the clock.
And NBA gets knocked on to MG, by the way. Bonnie's down and gone.
Yeah, MG had been down that player for a while, and they were protecting that body well, so you're right. Able to get that knock and then full, and then keep the body is a huge boon. MG 100% down to 2, and they can't get their third back. But all hell's about to break loose here, Taylor. We've got 2 teams remaining that are fully alive, and all of a sudden LEG, their solo finally killed.
That's right. You got the solo from ESG. It's going to be Fujang who's going to be going on the flank, and he has just enough time to do it. NBA has held on for an eternity, and they have 20 seconds to continue to do it. But Fujang is going to be coming in for the flank. ESG is going to be going for the front side. That's going to be a couple of downs. MG, though, is going to manage to take down 2 from ESG. Just 9 seconds remaining. NBA on the precipice of decoding the Mando brick. NBA Scotty takes down DT, fully gone. Fujang from the flank is going to manage to get a couple, but he can't get on. And NBA is going to manage to get the Mando brick extracted. They fought tooth and nail. Fujang capitalized off the flank. ESG will stand, but the Mando brick will go to NBA.
Holy cow. Mando brick addiction. They get the Mando brick and they lose their lives after the timer hits 0. Fujang comes up from the backside and wipes a full team of 3 before they can even react. But Mando bricks are key, and Mando brick addiction have grabbed the first one just in the nick of time.
Just in the nick of time, indeed. I mean, it came down to seconds. Fujang on that flank. You could tell he was going to be destructive. You could tell he was going to make an impact. But the question was, would he make the impact in time for the Mando brick? And the answer, as we know now, is no.
Good grief.
Is no, but still a great effort. But NBA, to hold their position how they did for as long as they, and mind you, also get the reset a little bit earlier off of LEG. Like, come on.
Dude, this was a crazy. We're in map 2, man. I feel like we're in map 6 already. That took years off my life. A 5-team fight for the decoding station. It changes hands 10 times. And again, I always say this, Mando brick addiction, they struggled in the regional finals. But they have something that others don't. They are so good at playing these positions, understanding who's on the map, and playing for this decoding station. What was so impressive about this team was they were able to play the north side. They recognized the north side was free immediately, and they held the north side the entire time. ESG picked up on it finally. It was just a hair too late, and they had to go through that one spoiler player that was LEG, the last remaining player of Legit Brazil. If that Legit Brazil player is not there, ESG had a free route to kill all of NBA. That was wild.
That is wild indeed. We said it, look, when it came to Group Stage A, they brought the action, they set the tone. Group Stage B needed to match it. That was probably one of the most exciting Mando brick rounds we have seen yet. Well done to NBA. From round 1 to round 2, they refused to budge, and now that much closer to going to the upper bracket as it stands. I mean, look, we could have a world where we have 2 EU teams directly into finals.
Crazy stuff thus far. You're right. Mana Brick Addiction are trying to earn their spot to upper bracket, and getting a Mantle Brick has put them in a really strong position to be able to do that. It's not often that a team can get a Mantle Brick and not be a top 3 team. Right. It is technically possible because we have 4 Mantle Brick rounds, but it is highly unlikely. Mantle Brick Addiction's got to be feeling fantastic right now.
Have to.
While this map wraps up, can we pay attention to the left-hand side of our screen? Obviously, ESG, they come in, they clean up. They had this, again, not a great spawn for them. They're way up in Cherrytown, can't really get involved in the action. They then wrap all the way around the south side of the map. They wrap all the way through Tower of Babel. They go over to Reservoir, and they will come all the way down. I mean, they literally ran the whole map.
It has been a lot.
And they're able to be the last team standing as well.
Right,
So they're at 5.1 mil right now. If they can get out of the map, or a couple of them can get out of the map,
yeah,
huge boon for them. And they picked up a ton of kills. In terms of loot value, you should see ESG probably leap to the top, is what I'm guessing. Of course, underneath, Mana Brick Addiction, who just got that Mana Brick.
Yeah.
So it does look like we saw a little picture there. We've got 1 player sprinting for the North Extract. We've got 1 player sprinting for, I believe, the Tower of Babel Extract, since they have the ID tags. And then our 3rd player, DT, maybe is going to just stack up everything in their safe box to make sure they can get as much as they can. There we do. We do see 1 player of the north side of the map get out via the extraction point on the north side of Grand Hammam. So a great shout to Liu Yin, who's able to get out of the map. And then here's the extraction in the Tower of Babel as well, with an ID tag, I assume, as Fujiang, who was the hero of this team, was able to get out of here with a couple ID tags. See you later, out of the map. And DT's just trying to stack that safe box for the last 10 seconds.
I mean, still a very successful round from ESG. You got to give them credit where credit is due. Well done. And I mean, yeah, in the end, 834,000.
Yeah, DT finds a 834,000 item in the last 10 seconds.
Last 5.
What are we cooking? Talking about some nice RNG and a great find for that team. ESG going to leapfrog up near the top of the leaderboard, but it is all Mana Brick Addiction.
Yes.
A crazy map, too.
Insane.
Probably, like you said, one of the most action-packed maps we've ever seen. 5 teams around that decoding station trading blows, and ESG, the last team remaining, but Mana Brick Addiction, the team that gets the brick. And it's double brick match point format, baby. You got the first one. They're already on match point after 2 games.
They can get it in 4, which would be special. We're highlighting ESG at the very start, and we still are, but Mana Brick Addiction looks to be the #1 team so far. Well, they are, excuse me, but I mean, in terms of this this match, be just blown away by their performance. I'm not gonna lie, like I was excited to watch them, but I didn't expect them to be as dominant as they currently are. They were clearly doing their homework. They've done it. They've improved as much as they possibly can, and I am just through the roof. Well done. 5 teams, again, to go back, 5 teams fighting for the Mana Brick. We've seen 2, I think maybe 3 at most from Match A. Never 5. And if the 6 was alive, of course, they would have went in themselves, right? But that was NBA who ended up wiping them out super early. It was ISG.
That's right.
Who unfortunately just went up, 3 down instantaneously.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning. I mean, NBA did get prio spawns. Like, it did get T1 spawns with ISG, and that was the fight that started everything off in Museum. So ISG goes down, they get a full wipe, and then NBA is able to clutch it up at the end to get the Mana Brick. A huge game for that team, appropriately named, but we're just getting started. We're going into game 3 here shortly. Brackish, again, this time with airdrops, not Mana Bricks. Mana Brick Addiction on top, likely ESG in second. It's not exactly how we thought it would go, but it is dang fun to watch.
You know, it is what it is, right? I mean, Q9, for example, I expected to get first. Fallen had other plans. They ended up taking the win. Of course, from the EU side of things, Mana Brick Addiction, not scared of the location of China by any means. They have taken the fight so very well. But I do want to highlight that play, that flank, though, from Fujiang. Like, he flanked, he set that up for a lifetime. He made a massive impact, and honestly, seconds away from potentially getting that Mana Brick for ESG as well, stealing it for themselves. But his play was impactful, and that's why they should definitely be in second place. A big recovery from a lackluster game 1.
Yeah, and again, can we think back to also legit Brazil? I mean, a great map from them for everything that they had to deal with. I mean, they were the ones that snuck in there and said, oh, okay, we'll come from camp, steal the brick, and go plant it at camp. It worked out perfectly for them, but then everybody collapsed on it. And you said this something a second ago that was super important. We had 5 teams fighting for the Mana Brick. Very different from Group A.
That's right.
One of the reasons for that, though, was in Group A, we watched, as the Mana Brick's being planted, the coding starting, a bunch of kind of isolated fights happening. Nobody could get there without fighting through a team.
Right.
It just so happened that the flow of the map this time around was the Mandalorian was planted, nobody fought. And everybody
got there
also,
safely, yes.
they got some info via
Right.
whether it's Alluru missiles or Luna arrows or Hat Claw or whoever, got some info where teams were at, and they skated around them to try to collapse on the decoding station. Using a lot of hand signals here, but it was crazy. That's really what it felt like, the big congestion
That's what it was.
going into that map. Here's a quick look back on some of the
Yes.
highlights here, Taylor. Of course, this is where it started, NBA wiping ISG.
That's it. Gave them an opportunity to get their hands on it if they wanted it, but it was LEG who would have been taking it for themselves. This shot, by the way, from Skydie onto Ghost was disgusting. I thought for sure he was going to drop, but he managed to stay up. Skydie is that guy, much like Mo, who can just make high impactful plays consistently, becoming a massive fan of what he brings to the table. But this was Skydie getting up, of course, with the Mando Brick. The decoding ended up starting, but then we noticed more and more teams getting active. At this point, it was 3, but the green dot started to move in, which was ESG, and before we knew it, there was 5 teams fighting for the Mando Brick.
Yeah, and then it was just utter chaos. And again, somehow, legit Brazil, their last remaining player snuck in there, stole, and got out, stayed alive. And again, it's actually a huge boon to NBA. Here's that moment, got a couple kills there, and that final player tries to make a hero play here shortly, but some really fun action-packed fights. And it was ESG that came wrapped all the way around the map and took down Inc. I really thought Inc was actually in a really good position
I thought so
if
too.
ESG wouldn't have made that full wrap. And again, smoked a huge piece of the puzzle when it comes to creating new sightlines for yourself, creating some visual cover. ESG almost able to steal it there.
They were so
cut
close,
down
wasn't it?
just in the nick
Yes.
of time. And then here's Yu Zhang just cleaning everybody else up. Good grief, dude. Winning a 1v3 against a top-level team like that is insanely impressive. But you can see the sigh of relief.
Yes.
Boys, we might have died, but we got that Mandal Brick just in the nick of time.
It came down to quite literally seconds, right? DT from ESG, I mean, I thought he got the touch. I really did, but he just couldn't get it in the nick of time. Well done, though.
That's
from
crazy.
the ESG side. And yeah,
Well, radio at the end,
800,000 at the very, very ends, man, right in the nick of time. I mean, literally, that's kind of poetic with the way that the Mandal Brick was gathered. And everything was right at the last second.
Yeah.
So things, heat up a little bit, but also cool off in a way because we got the airdrops coming into play. We know at least this match speed will not end in the next map, but it's going to be fun. For NBA, they only get 35, but they do walk away with a total of 9 eliminations. And on top of that, the Mandal Brick, which is the most important aspect. And for ESG, 4.85, we're happy with that.
Folks, I'm going to do a little bit of math for you. They got 35.35 mil. That's 350K total in their safe boxes. That's nothing.
That's nothing.
9 kills is 3.6 million. Oh, good math from you as well, Taylor. That is crazy just from kills. That's how kills are so important in this game. And look at the damage. I think, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong if you've been watching all day today, I think that's the highest damage total we've seen from any team in this competition thus far.
Yeah.
Creeping up on almost 2.5K in total damage across these 3 players. Insane. And of course, that means they're the best team. Most kills and a Mandal Brick. Absolutely crushed it. Mandal Brick Addiction, a team to watch out for at every stage of this competition.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's Buldo, Uvalier, or Skydie, these guys know exactly what they need to do at any point in time, and it's going to be Buldo as the MVP. So we already have 2 of the same winners, of course, being that of NBA and also 2 NBA MVPs, something Match A could not replicate, right? Remember, it was Q9 winning, but it was also another MVP, but this time around it's NBA dominated. 5.0 KD.
5.0 KD, but also 1,000 damage. I mean, we had 2.5K between the entire team. He had 1,000 himself. That is an insane stat. I know folks at home are stats magicians and strat magicians. I want to hear all of your predictions, of course, but also talk to me about this Mandal Brick Addiction squad, man. Talk about, they're in first, but also can I already give them most improved? This is a totally different team from regional finals. They have been in the lab, and it has worked.
Yeah, to barely make it here and now be dominating your match, even against ESG, arguably the #1 seed in the tournament. Come on. Now, we talked about turning things around. The only cherry on top would be if they're able to win map number 4. Let's go ahead and listen into the comms from map number 2.
Разбил одного сильно. Второго разбил.
Хорошо. Будем пробовать доигрывать быстро.
Горит.
Нок,
2
все,
нока,
1.
2 нока. Он на рядом пачка.
Откушиваю. Где последний?
Снизу. Либо забежал наверх.
Слышишь что-нибудь? Не, он не мог забежать.
Подвал. Тихо.
Надоел этого.
Подвал.
Идем до пуша просто плюс В.
Это мои
Попробуем?
молики.
Попробуем?
Пошли.
Смог какой-нибудь?
Я разбили.
Меня разбили. Справа типы на арке 2.
Раздекодил!
Я назад, назад, назад.
Назад, все.
Ресетнуться.
Я двоих разъебал.
Надо ресетнуться.
Я под пчелами.
Я тебе дал смог. Еще один молик нуру.
Еще один молик, ракета, что угодно.
Сгорел,
Что-нибудь.
сгорел, сгорел.
Он нокнулся. Хилю тебя. Смотрю.
Я прижимаю ульту, играю на манду.
Давай.
В контейнере правом.
Я
Они украли.
Возвращаюсь.
У нас справа близко челы. Эремуис. Нормально все хорошо. Еще раз задекодим.
Мало людей осталось, надо просто...
Да. Смог, дай.
Даю.
Декожу. Жить.
Живу.
Я порематься надо.
Все хорошо у меня, все. Пине. Пуша,
Заходит.
Мадлс, справа, ног. Дэшусь. Нет, на Мадле, все, 10 секунд жить. Просто жить.
Сзади бегут.
Понял. Жить.
Я живу.
Упорь у меня. Убил. Жить. Все, отлично. Упорь чел на мне. Молодцы.
A sense of relief and no real frustration about getting wiped through the end because they got the mana break. Can I just say, on that replay too, obviously great comm.
Yeah.
But also, we kind of forgot, Skydie was playing Tempest. So if you saw, he played super aggressive up front and then used that ability to retrack a couple seconds and zip all the way back. I love that operator, man. Here's a quick look at the overall rankings. And of course, Mana Break Addiction on top with 9.46 mil in total match earnings across the board. That is their stash value as of current. And they are above ESG, who technically has a higher total because they got the Mana Break.
That's it. They got the Mantle Brick. Well done from the NBA side of things. ESG, though, highly successful. You focus your attention to Ink and LEG, who are pretty much deadlocked for the bubble race. 1 in 4th, 1 in 3rd. We look at our spawn points. We obviously witnessed ESG, who was over there in the Tower of Babel in the last game. This time around, maybe they'll get the priority spawn.
Yeah, and here's the thing about priority spawns. We talked a little bit about this in Group A. T1 spawns for Brackish in round 3 where there's no mana brick really don't feel like T1 spawns. You really want that Tower of Babel spawn down on the south side of the map, so somebody like Mana Break Addiction could start rallying up a ton of loot if they do get that Tower of Babel spawn. But here's a quick look at our operators, and it does look like our first operator is completely off the board. LEG, legit Brazil, in 2 maps have burned both of their Toxics. You will not be seeing another one of those, and it does look like Mana Break Addiction is the only team to use Tempest thus far and got a lot of value out of it.
They definitely did, and clearly might be setting the tone. Everybody might be sleeping on Tempest, where Skydo obviously is dominating himself. Yeah, it is interesting that we only have Toxic gone. You go back to match A, I feel like in map 3, we already had maybe 2 or 3 operators that were fully out.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I
well,
think
that's
it's
just Q9.
Yeah, and I think that's also just people figuring out, hey, we got to keep our options open. What operators do we like? And what operator comps do we like? We don't get a chance to talk a ton about this because there's so much going on. There's so much to talk about in every game. But some of these operators really gel well together. You need a recon operator, a support operator, an engineer, having a mix of all of the different abilities. You got to have an operator with smoke. You got to have an operator with a bunch of lethals, whether it's grenades, the triple blaster, whatever it takes. The Uluru guided missile, like all of those insanely valuable. You got to kind of check all the boxes if you want to have all the advantages with whatever the map throws at you. You don't know exactly where you're spawning in, but you do know the map and you do know how to fight together. So I know these teams have been in the lab to figure out what comps they like. They probably already pre-picked the order of their operators in every single map.
Yeah.
We didn't really mention this a ton too. All of these teams, or almost all of these teams, have coaches. And so the coaches have been helping a lot with that strategy as well.
Well, we go into map number 3. It's going to be the same one that you just witnessed. It's going to be, of course, on Brackish, which is going to have 2 airdrops. Now, the thing about it is NBA has dominated not only the Mantle Break round, but also the airdrop round just earlier on zero down. They got both of the airdrops. They walked out with the AWM. Now, granted, AWM didn't have a big impact. I
don't think they brought it into the game.
Actually, that's huge.
Yes. Well, and it really did. We didn't actually technically see Uvalier get out with it. I assumed they gave him everything. So I want to try to get a word from either production or the admin team to figure out if they actually got out
That's
with the
bold
gun.
to hold on to it if they did.
Well, and that's
if they did.
That's what makes me feel like they maybe didn't actually trade it and maybe kept it on the map. I don't really know. But anyways, we'll get a read on that later and figure out if they decide to bring it in maybe for map 4 now that they have an advantage, or if they just get another one here in map 3.
Right.
You're right, though. airdrops this time around, no mana brick, a super important point and something we have to pay attention to, not only because of the AWM. There's also just really good loot in there. It's usually AWM. It can also be gold armor and other things like that. It's also just a fighting point on the map. You're going to see some of our first engagements there as we're about to hop into the game here, too.
Hey, this is going to be big, specifically for the bubble team, which is going to be LEG, just a hair behind number 3 of Inc. You want to take a spot in top 3 early on. You don't know if this is the second to last game. It could end in map 4 depending on how NBA decides to play it on their next Mandel Brick round. So for Inc., holding on to top 3 is important. For LEG, it's important to break in. Now, for ISG, MG in 4th and 5th, they've got some way to work up. We move into round 3. It's going to be the last time we're going to see at least in match B for Brackish. It's going to be an airdrop round, double airdrops, and like you said, here we go, man. Before we head into Space City, it's going to be a lot of fun. Who is going to walk away with the most, and will we see a shakeup in our top 3?
Yeah, what's the strategy in round 3 for Brackish? Do you go for kills? Do you go for loot? Do you go for some combined strat? It's time for this map, and I am so pumped to see it yet again. This time with the stakes certainly high, it's just a question mark of, hey, what's your strategy on this one? Because that is going to dictate everything. Now, quick look. We came in about 30 seconds late, so you see that the actual T1 spawns were ESG and Inc. Talk about an utter unlucky spawn choices thus far for ESG. They get a T1 spawn on a non-brick round.
I know.
You will not see ESG on a T1 spawn in the next map on Space City for the first time. They've got to fight tooth and nail. Yes, in second place, but they are getting a little bit unlucky with these spawns. You see the rest of those teams, obviously a quick shout. Legit Brazil, LEG, and NBA both got Tower of Babel. NBA is getting everything they want and more. And then MG's over in camp as Inc., instead of pushing for Museum and T1 spawn, they went up to towards Hotel on the northwestern side of the map.
And just to highlight, by the way, as unfortunate as ESG spawns have been, the fact that they're still in second place shows how great they can be when they have to face against adversity and things are not going their way. They're still a very dominant team that must be respected. So I like it, I do. Again, you know, things not going their way, no worries. They're still in second place. It comes to show how strong they truly are.
Quick look at the loadouts on the left-hand side, and of course the operator choices. Wow, every single team, by the way, using Hat Claw this round. And that also means that every single team, I think besides one, will have all of their Hat Claws off the table. We saw a quick look at that operator selection choice, that chart before this, and we had seen every team already use a Hat Claw. All the Hat Claws are going to be off the table besides one team. I'll have to get a quick read on which team still has one. We'll see that after this game. But that's the thing that sticks out to me most. ESG coming in with some nice high-value loot. They're bringing in some red gear to make sure they can have an advantage in some of the fights on this map. They're trying to separate themselves from the rest of the pack, and I think ESG is going to get pretty offensive. They're going to get pretty aggressive from Museum, the center part of the map.
And I do believe for NBA using Suniva, this is going to be the second time they use them, which means they're not going to be able to use them for the next remaining maps. Interesting that they use Suniva not only here, obviously, on Brackish, but also for the earlier Zero Dam. So clearly prioritizing Suniva whenever it comes down to the airdrop rounds. So well done coming out for Boldo NBA. Can't wait to see what they do. They do get blessed once again. Now the question is, can they take LEG on, who have been on fire, and also MG might be rolling in too.
Yeah, also worth mentioning, LMG meta, folks. We've got Mandel Brick Addiction running triple LMGs. We've got ESG, double LMGs, PKMs to be exact, and a P90 for the side of their entry fragger, Layun. So be fun to watch out for the heavy-hitting bullet hose that is the PKM. You know, they're strong weapons, especially in customs, if you can catch your opponent unaware. A look at Ghost, ISG. They've been a bit in the blender the last couple maps. Opportunity to turn the tide of favor back in their hands. They could do it. They're going to find some early engagements that go their way, and they're going to actually likely be fighting Inc. first. Inc., again, got a T1 spawn, pushed up to Hotel, then moved over kind of to the south side of Market, where they've got a power position. They can look at Museum. They can also look back at Market, knowing there's a couple teams in the area. Well, it does look like off-screen, what you guys don't see, is MG rotated all the way down into the Tower of Babel. We've got 3 teams in the Tower of Babel, 3 teams in the center of the map, and the first shots are being fired between ISG and Inc. as expected.
ISG Inc., of course, 3 people, or 3 teams over in the Tower of Babel. Things are getting active, and to be expected being an airdrop round. But again, I want to highlight the bubble. LEG versus Inc. LEG needs to jump up. They need to take over that top 3 position to make them feel very comfortable going, or at least a little bit more comfortable heading into the next Mandel Brick rounds. Marino is going to find at least a gold bar with 329. That's going to be great from him. That's going to help, especially with the narrative that I was just setting. For ISG, though, taking a bit of a fight from a distance, taking some damage, he'll be forced to back away. Inc., one of the other rosters outside of NBA to rock a Suniva. That's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play an impact in this fight against ISG.
You can see it in the picture there, production showing that MG has crept into the Tower of Babel like I was mentioning. 3 teams in the tower, Inc. on the rotation out on the main stage right now. ISG trying to get a feel for where they're at. ISG has pushed up to the building that Inc. was originally looking at, but Inc. has pushed down even further south, maybe taking a look at Museum. Could see ESG and Inc. start shooting, and again, Inc. in a weird spot, being theoretically pinched between 2 teams, but they do have an exit strategy back to Hotel. They know for probably 95% certainty, nobody's behind them on the Hotel side. So if they do feel the pinch between the 2 teams, theoretically they could move. Again, if it is going to be a pinch, it's going to be between, it's really going to be ISG setting the pinch. ESG is not going to be moved from Museum anytime soon. So we move towards Tower of Babel. And legit Brazil looking for some loot. This is pretty standard, by the way, for Game 3. You don't see hyper-aggressive plays in this map. There's not a Mantle Brick to play for. Probably see some fights happening around the airdrops here in a couple minutes. But a couple teams sharing this massive spot on the map, the Tower of Babel, eventually will have to clash heads, and it could be fairly soon.
Crystal ball is kind of coming out here.
Oh?
Well,
Crystal ball?
Hey, it's coming out, baby. Make a prediction. I'm thinking NBA wants to get a little scrappy with ESG. They've got nothing to lose. Look,
true.
Knocking ESG out, right? I mean, obviously it's going to take a lot more than just knocking them out here, given that they do have quite a bit whenever it comes to the Technic Alloy. They're in second place, I believe, what, 10 million or around there anyways?
Yeah.
Or 9.4, or excuse me, 10.58. But you knock them out somehow, some way they finish outside of top 3. You don't have to deal with the ESG in the upper bracket. Come on. That's like best case scenario for them. Now they just got to worry about Q9 falling, as well as gold and silver.
Yeah, we got plenty of games to play still, but you're right. Interesting fight. And again, like you can see now that we've seen most of the Tower of Babel, you don't see that salmon or pink MBA anywhere in the Tower of Babel anymore. They have absconded. And they have moved all the way to the north side of the map. We can see where that airdrop is now. You can see that ISG and Inc. on the south side of the market. And NBA has wrapped, so briefly I think in that picture, NBA has wrapped all the way up to Hotel. While these 2 teams on your screen right now hear each other's footsteps and are just lying in wait.
Very slow indeed, but like you said, standard. Already dropped just yet. But it will happen. Tony Geary looking to set the trap. Zip is being used. LEG has managed to traverse to the left side of the new Tower of Babel. LEG Marino is going to be keeping, of course, MG at bay just up ahead. Buddy getting too desperate just yet. Now we do have something potentially developing here. It's going to be ISG and Inc., who are still relatively close to each other. At a bit of a standoff. I think they're acutely aware of where they are, but I do see Wada is going to start to move up a little bit. Fujang, just like he did in the Mandelbrick round number 2, is going to be by himself, potentially looking to make a bit of a flank and allow DT Leun to go ahead as a duo to the left-hand side. Fujang maybe to third party and disrupt the Inc. as well as ISG fight that might be taking place.
Yeah, Suniva operator there. If we talk about Suniva and how valuable they can be in CQB fights, the other thing that they are very helpful is that you can take peeks. You can take your shield and peek windows and get some info without risk of likely dying. So it'll be fun to watch what Inc. does with that bit of information. But here's a look at Mandelbrick Addiction. Talk about a rotation. They have moved all the way up here to Hotel, like we had mentioned. And now the closest team to them is actually ESG. We were just mentioning they've moved out of Museum, or at least 2/3 have.
Well, Fujang still stays, though.
Yeah, and NBA is doing the Dr. Prometheus extraction mission. Theoretically walk with Prometheus down to the helipad. But again, this is these non-Mandelbrick I almost said Mana Brick addiction rounds. It feels that way.
it has been.
These non-Mana Brick rounds
It has been.
can be very slow.
Yes.
Because teams don't want to risk losing their loot. They all want to extract, and they know the value that loot will have, too. This is a pretty important piece to the puzzle.
ISG should be free and clear to get the airdrop, which is going to be wonderful for them. Curious what they're going to be able to get. They don't want to fully commit, obviously, thinking somebody else is going to be around. I mean, how often do you just get a free airdrop?
Oh, okay, we take that. Some gold armor and a lamp. Nice value. Oh, wait, no, radio count, too. See their loot value jump up pretty dramatically from that, up to 1.5 mil now. And maybe a little bit more. Yeah, there's a couple more journals. Oh, nice. Got a CD as well. That's 229K and a champagne bottle. 336. All right, getting paid. Nice airdrop.
Nice airdrop indeed, and for free. Right? You didn't have to risk anything. You didn't have to overcommit. You just walk up, take it for yourself. Question is, now do you get out? Do you want to stay? Well, I guess it depends on where they're at on the leaderboard. When it comes down to it, I believe they're currently at the bottom. They had 2.7, so they do need to catch up a bit. 3 million will put them in the running for top 3. That's just before any of the profit from this round here, from the assets obtained. So maybe they do got to fight it out. I think for ISG, it's not enough. Well, maybe it is.
They're getting out.
They're getting out. They need to leave one player behind, in my opinion.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, they might. I mean, we still got 10 minutes on the clock. ISG kind of full running to the northern extraction point. We've got a map. You can see it now on main stage a little bit there. ISG's played now the most northern side of the map. Everybody just holding down in their buildings. It's so funny, you know, in this round, Taylor, to kind of compare this round versus the last.
It's polar opposite, isn't it?
Because Group A was pretty much even across the board, right? We had pretty much all of the maps in Group A had a decent amount of action. There wasn't anything quite this slow, but there also wasn't anything quite as insane as what we saw last map. So it's been fun to see how these groups differ. This is the question I was asking kind of between the two rounds. This has been a lot of fun, but this one feels like a National Geographic episode.
Oh, wait, I think we're finally going to have our first shots. LEG, Envy. Now I can't get that out of my mind. It's like, do I cast it like National Geographic? I think I want to save the entire audience and chat on that. Onigiri, though, this is a beautiful off angle. Once LEG does get active, I think he's got a great line of sight onto HF, who has to stay down. Onigiri is going to take him out easily. Envy repositions. Question is, when do you take these shots? They are acutely aware of where they're at, but no one wants to fire just yet. Airdrop is going to be coming down, by the way, and that should be over towards ESG. But granted, NBA, you see Buldo scouting it out. Does NBA want to maybe challenge this? But you also have ISG just behind them. There's layers.
Yeah, here's the first couple fights in the small picture there on your screen. You're right, Buldo getting the first look.
Why doesn't he shoot it? He can connect. Oh.
I mean, look at on main though. Look at MG. If Onigiri just positions,
I know,
slightly in the corner of that window.
Yeah,
that is insane. ESG is able to get the AWM. Here we go. Comes the Lapua ammo, but here's the first shot. Didn't know he was here. Look at Brazil. They were insanely patient. The trigger discipline from legit Brazil is something to commend, man. That was insane patience on the slowest of maps. And I can just say, I can hear their words in my brain. MG saying, those rats. They were sitting there for how long? Those rats.
There's no way. So Onigiri had no idea.
No, he had no clue.
He had no clue.
No,
I thought
no
for certain he kept aiming it at HF.
No, he had no idea. They were
They
were ratting in that corner for like 5 minutes.
Wow.
Insane. Hey, it pays off, man. That's 1.2 mil they
Yes.
Plus the loot they're going to pick up from those bodies. A huge gain. I mean, obviously you can see it on the left-hand side of your screen now. This is from this map alone. Legit Brazil jumps all the way up to 3.7 mil, looting the bodies of their opponents, getting those kills. A nice win for them. Just a quick look. It's on another team in the corner of your screen, but ISG on main right now, trying to figure out what do we want to do from here. 6 minutes on the clock, and NBA down below us.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe during that fight that we were, kind of watching setting up for the longest time. I think ESG did get the drop, and if I'm not mistaken, they did get an AWM.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I quick shouted that out before, but it's a great reminder because they could use it to play for this extraction point near the middle of the map. Reminder, it does look like you can see Ink trying to get out of the map, and Ink is going to leave. At least Baby B is, and I think it's just Baby B going to leave. A traditional strategy, especially from our North American regions, but most teams will do this. They send all of their loot out with Baby B.
Yep.
Too easy, kills all. They stay on the map. Ink is now looking to get active with the last 5 minutes of this map. They are looking to pick up some kills.
For NBA, still around the area of ESG. They chose not to challenge just yet. They skirted just close on the outskirts of ISG. They've been next to ESG. Nothing's happened.
Yeah, and NBA is taking that Dr. Prometheus helipad out. The Doctor's helipad, they're going to rotate all the way down the southwestern side of the map.
You saw cut him off, though.
Yeah, you can see him. Look at him. They're running Prometheus to his helipad right now. And LEG has spotted Prometheus, so he knows that there's a team out here trying to do this, and they could play for it. There's Boldo with Siniva trying to get some info for the team.
So LEG does take over the spots where just a little bit earlier MG was hanging out before the trap was sprung. It's going to be a hard transition for NBA. It made even more difficult if ESG does decide to get involved themselves. Fu Zhang, always interesting watching him on the minimap and seeing where he's at, where he decides to roam around. But for LEG, this could be a big moment for them. They've already had a great game, mind you, right? 3.9 million so far. Could profit even more depending on how this fight against NBA decides to go. Do you lead with the Siniva, though, if you're on the side of NBA? Lead in, maybe bait some shots, have an opportunity to get an early pick.
Yeah, I mean, they were before, just getting some info, but legit Brazil, we know that they are extremely patient, so I'm sure they're going to wait it out here. They know that NBA is going to try to make a play for this helipad, so they know exactly where they're trying to go, which is a huge boon in this fight. ESG still playing that middle central extraction point to the north side of the Tower of Babel, just barely off your screen. You can see one member of ESG in the minimap. If you look top left, you also see the 2 members of Ink starting to come get involved. Reminder, the 2 players on Ink, they have nothing to lose. They sent all their valuable loot out with Baby B. They are going for kills. You should see some shots here on this extraction point shortly. Ink knows only where some of the players are. They know that some players have to be playing for this extraction point, so that's what they're sprinting towards. Ink about to be in the mix, and NBA trying to figure out what the heck are we going to do. They're making a run for it. D-Wolf, exoskeleton activated. We are sprinting, and legit Brazil maybe got distracted for a brief moment as they're playing for the extraction point as well. ESG, legit Brazil now fighting, and NBA says, okay, sounds good. We're going to get out of this map. Thank you.
And they managed to do so, and now you got to think about the center zone. Things start to get interesting as DT will take down Wada. ISG loses one. Fu Zhang is also going to answer on the off angle. Tamizo is going to take down DT. Trades left and right. Fu Zhang comes in strong and takes down a couple of players on the side of LEG. LEG stayed up for the longest time, but eventually they will fall flat.
ESG, a huge wipe, but job's not done. We've only got a couple seconds left on this extraction, 18 to be exact, and counting. And it's Ink coming to play spoiler. ISG trying to do what they can, but Killzall with the Siniva says, not today. That's another kill. Ink doing exactly what they wanted on this map. They're here to play spoiler, and they are picking up kills and transition, but there are 4 seconds on this extraction. ESG's trying to get out. Can they get out without getting punished? Yes.
Nice.
All of ESG extract, and they do it with an AWM. DT gets a knock. He opens up the fight for his team. They clean up the fight. They pick him up, and they get out. Best case scenario for ESG. They may not have won the map entirely, but they're likely going to have the top score from the map because of what they were able to accomplish in the last couple seconds. A big boon, but I will tip my hat to the 2 members of Ink that played spoiler on ISG, cutting them completely down, and now just stacking up those safe boxes with anything they can get their hands on.
ISG, LEG, MG all out for Ink. Only 2 players up. One has already been extracted. NBA still hanging around, should get out unscathed, depending about too easy. Look at him starting to move up, but you got to think NBA's got all angles covered. It's not going to be easy for Too Easy to play spoiler at all, and he doesn't have a lot of time to do so.
Yeah, Too Easy's got to make a decision right now. He can say, hey, we got our 2 kills. I'm going to take these ID tags and get out of the map. I think that's what he's deciding to do. Or he could have played hyper aggro and tried to chow a team on one of the only other extraction points on the map, which would have been that helipad. You can pay attention. Look at the timer in the top left-hand corner. That extraction, 36 seconds in counting before they can get out, and a minute 15. They did it just in the nick of time. That mission completed so they can get out of the map. NBA is going to be the only other team that likely all 3 get out of the map. Too Easy will get out with 2 ID tags. I'm not sure Killzall can follow. We'll see. I don't think he's got enough to get out as well, so Killzall's likely running to the Tower of Babel just to stack up his safe box with anything he can get his hands on.
Yeah, it's still a big game for Inc, though. I mean, look, they've managed to get away with quite a bit. Even if they do lose a little bit off that 3.7 million, the fact is they were already top 3. They outlasted LEG, they outlasted MG as well as ISG. Perfect scenario for themselves going into what could be the last remaining map, right? So we're going into another Mandelbrick round, and with the way NBA has been playing, I mean, quite literally flawless.
Yeah.
They've only been eliminated once, but who cares? They got the Mandelbrick in return.
Yeah, and on a non-Mandelbrick round, all 3 of them get out. That is insanely impressive. The same feat that ESG just pulled off. And frankly, again, Inc, really well done. They executed their plan. They get a couple kills. They send one out with the majority of their loot. And Easy gets out too via the ID extraction. A huge boon for Inc. They're going to jump up this leaderboard. They're playing for a top 3 position. They're playing pretty well.
Playing very, very well indeed. An excellent map. It started off a little bit slow, but it did have some great moments. For example, MG, right, the trap was set and it was sprung, and when it was, those corner campers sometimes are frustrating, especially if you're the ones getting taken out by them, but for MG, well done indeed. You got to give Inc credit, again, getting out in the way that they did. They were already top 3. They hold on to what they got. Then you look on the opposite side, and you've got Mandelbrick Addiction just playing flawlessly. They refuse to budge, even though they don't win this map. But they've already pretty much solidified their spot in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it was a really interesting decision. Legit Brazil was stuck kind of between a rock and a hard place. They were holding Mandelbrick Addiction from being able to extract, which is obviously a great position to be in. The problem is, on their south side, ESG was on the extraction point. And Legit Brazil was like, well, we got to try to get out of the map, and ESG's breathing down our necks. We got to make a play for this. And unfortunately, Legit Brazil couldn't make a decision, and because of that, they were in a bit of trouble, and they get punished for it. A brutal map for them, but they did get 3 kills, which means 1.2 million. We take what we can get, and a big shout out to Legit Brazil. They've been playing pretty well as well, but the teams at the top are nearly infallible at this point. ESG gonna have the highest loot total, pretty much no questions asked. All 3 get out. Mandelbrick Addiction, they have the Mandelbrick, and all 3 get out. Inc keep 2 players on the map, and one of those players gets out and they get a couple kills.
Yes.
That's a ton of value for the team that's added in the final moments. Shout out to their coach, shout out to that team. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference from Match A to Match B is, yeah, you have 2 dominant teams. That's going to be similar to Match A, right? Whenever you had Q9 obviously dominating Fall and also keeping pace, then of course Gold Silver in the end picking up. That was one of the biggest surprises. But when you look at Match B, you don't really have a big battle for top 3 at the moment, right? At least that 3rd position, because Inc has solidified themselves in a very comfortable spot. Granted, obviously not guaranteed. We witnessed that in Match B. But top 1, top 2, looking pretty solid at the moment. Top 3, pretty happy with where Inc is currently at, which means the bottom 3 teams are going to have to work extra hard now, especially when we could potentially have only one more map going into our next Mandelbrick. But let's talk about what's at stake here. A Mandelbrick. Who could win that? Who can shut out map or Match B? Well, at this point in time, it's Mandelbrick Addiction because they already have one for themselves. But I'm going to be looking at ESG to be a very special roster going into this next map, and the reason why they now have the AWM. The AWM is going to be so valuable, and ESG for the first time, even though they won't have prio spawns, we've been talking about it, they will have priority when it comes to the overall weapons.
Yeah, a great breakdown, Taylor. I appreciate it. Let's take a look at our highlights, and obviously some decent loot across the board. But frankly, I expected our highlights to start at like 8 minutes left in the game. It's turned into 12 minutes. The first 8 minutes were a nothing burger. I mean, everybody was chilling, seeing who had made the first mistake. This was a nice moment here from our team on screen that was able to loot the first airdrop and get a nice value add on their loot. But there it is in the corner of that screen on the highlights. Yes, the first fight, which was a trap set for like 7 minutes. LEG, the most patient team out here. MG, frustrated about it, but we also saw ESG pick up that AWM. It's a quick moment there. Inc sends one out the north side of the map, and then Dr. Prometheus helipad extract goes to the side of NBA. And while that's all going down, ESG is a terror with the AWM on the map that they picked it up on, and a battle for position on the extraction point goes the way of ESG, and then Inc. plays spoiler to ISG, a similar name, but not the same tail. ESG, they all get out. Inc. gets a kill on ISG. Inc. gets out with one, and all three of Mana Break Addiction also get out of the map.
And I want to point out, by the way, the reason why ESG is so successful in that map 3 is because of Fujang, right?
Yeah.
Remember him going through, terrorizing the rosters in front of him, specifically LEG. Beautifully, beautifully done. It's going to be a lot closer when it comes to round earnings. This time around, ESG will be the top earner with 4 eliminations, Inc. just below them, followed by NBA. Quite literally, your top 3 teams giving a top 3 performance. For ISG, LEG, MG, they've got to improve because now things start to get serious. As I said, the tournament, or excuse me, match B could end in the next map. So, next game has to be impactful for them. We take a look at our damage stats, and we don't have any big towers this time around. Everything's been relatively even.
I think this is 100% correct. Mana Break Addiction, I don't think tagged a single player on that map. They have 0 damage. According to this graph?
Actually, yeah, because they were just
didn't fight.
Yeah, they were next to ISG. They were right next to ESG.
They're padding
they never
stats.
fired a shot.
Hey, it works for them. I mean, they didn't get a kill, but they get out of the map. They keep their loot. They're just padding the stats so that if somebody else gets a mana brick, they can make sure that they're the top team. Now, ESG, the best team on that map, absolutely. Top loot by a small margin, most kills by a decent margin. 4 total kills and 2.55 million. ESG, this is the team we were expecting. Very clean game from them. They're in a good position in the top 3, but they're not running away with it. And frankly, they're not even in the lead, like we've mentioned. We'll see what they're able to do in the next Mana Brick round for sure.
Let's take a look at our map MVP. I have to think it's Fujang, and it will
nice.
be Fujang. Yeah, I mean, come on, it makes sense. Again, he was a terror against LEG. He was mowing players down with the LMG and doing it in a beautiful fashion. 233 damage, 3.0 KD. Really instrumental in why ESG is so successful in getting out extracting with the AWM. Well done, Fujang. Becoming a big fan of him, I love players who get the off angles, who love to go on the flanks, and Fujang, that seems to be his kind of bread and butter, right?
Yeah.
The other two go off as a duo. They support each other. Fujang says, okay, I'm going to get the off angles and truly be destructive when the duo does decide to push up.
Yep. Yeah, it's really well done. Again, great team chemistry. As expected, though, this is a team that we knew was going to be a top dog going into this competition, and they had to have the best chemistry on the map if they want to perform at the caliber that they're expected to. So, a great work from them thus far, but job's not even kind of done. Yes, you're right. The tournament could end in this next map, folks. If Mana Brick Addiction is able to get this next Mana Brick, we could have a clean sweep. We could have Mana Brick Addiction winning Group B in 4 games. It is absolutely possible with how dominant they've been, how easy it's been for them to stay alive. I think it's possible. I maybe would even say it's probable.
Predicted. What do you think?
Say it. I think we're done at 4, man.
You think we're done
I'll
at 4?
stand on business. I don't care. You got to remember, the only team that's actually competing with them right now is ESG.
That's right.
ESG does not have a T1 spawn going into this next round. NBA absolutely could get it, and if they do,
all right,
they might take it in 4. Let's listen in on that last map to see what ESG was talking about.
你对着他们，你懂吗？屁股给侧一点，继续。
回得来吗？主要。
这是盾法阵。
我看看，找啥呀？
啊，这边有。
啊，我拿了。
没人管你，没人管你。我在看。
好。
他们在打。
他们在打。哎，有一队过来，有一队过来，这边。
不，那个车里点打起来了。
不是那个里面。
不是，我知道。给技能就说话。
已经出来了。回去了，他们给人回去了。
你那边来了，兄弟。
我后面吗？
对，2个。
OK， 我赢一下。
倒一个。
马上。中间的死了吗？
不，是那个博物馆的。
OK， 来，准备跟我出中间。我到了。
我身上有一大兄弟，救我，真的救我！多久？
多久
？30、20。
我那不死，他能走。
别。剩俩人了。
走。进来，3秒。
OK。
Great communication as per the usual. One of the things I love about those listen-ins, even though we don't speak their language and we don't exactly know what they're talking about, you can always tell that's clear, calm, and collected. I almost said the exact same words. I got to change it up a little bit at the very least. Here's a look at our overall rankings. Great comms from that team. They've got a very clear IGL, great moves across the board, and you can see how much value they're gaining on the board because of their communication. 16.65 mil. They are in second place because of their earnings. But again, Mandel, Brick, Addiction, they have racked up some nice loot value, and they're in the lead because they have a Mandel Brick. Look at Ink, though. Really smart play from them. They jump up into third, like you had mentioned, by actually a decent margin. If they can keep up this pace, Ink will be making it to upper bracket as well. Let's take a quick look at the spawns, though. Again, I was just mentioning this before. Ink and ESG were the teams that got T1 spawns in round 3. That means they will not get T1 spawns, those red spawns, in round 4. We are going to Space City, baby, and you need those tier 1 spawns, and unfortunately ESG is going to have to claw their way from a less optimal spawn and try to make a play to join the ranks at Mandel Brick Addiction on top with the Mandel Brick. I'm looking at NBA as a team that could get a T1 spawn, though. Look where their logo is.
If they do, that's going to be scary for the competition. D-Wolf, clearly popular amongst everybody, along with Hackclaw, no surprise there. Both operators have been pretty universally used throughout Match A and Match B. As far as NBA goes, I pointed out earlier, both Sanivas have been used. Clearly a very comfortable operator that they're used to using. It's worked very well. Now they're going to have to go without it, but granted, they got the job done. They got what they needed.
Yeah, and again, this is what I was mentioning about Hackclaw. As per the usual, it is the most played operator on the map right now. A ton of value with that operator. The only team that can use Hackclaw is legit Brazil. Watch out for Hackclaw likely in this round is my guess. We've got a ton of Lunas left, which means everybody's going to be moving from Hackclaw to Luna for their recon operator. And every team has a Luru left as well. A lot of Luru is left on this board.
And I want to point out, by the way, NBA is the only team to use Tempest.
Yeah,
and they used Tempest, I believe, during their round 2 Mandelberg grab, if I'm not mistaken. And that was...
could see another one in this round.
Could see another one in this round, which I don't know. Could be the new meta. We're figuring things out whenever it comes to, obviously, the LAN experience.
It's a brand new patch, man.
And it's a brand new patch, and Tempest might be slept on.
That's right. Well, and again, just for the people at home, you're like, wait, Tempest has been out for a while. That season's been long gone. We're about to enter a new season. Our tournament, just like most esports, our tournament processes and our patches, they advance a little bit more slowly. We want to make sure everything's right for the competitive scene. So Tempest was added after regional finals and all of the other DFI competitions before this one. So it's only been used in scrims within the last couple weeks. So most of the teams probably haven't been using Tempest because they're not as used to it, where a couple of teams have decided to adapt. Now, Articuno, I got to shout out my boy from NA. Articuno was saying he's one of the best Tempest players out there. Unfortunately, they didn't make upper bracket with it. Who knows? Maybe Mandel Brick Addiction could be the team that say, "Wait a minute, let Skitey show you how Tempest
might be
works,
the best
man."
Tempest player out there in the world. Articuno, I love you. You're a great guy, wonderful smile, but Skitey,
wonderful smile is crazy.
Hey, he does, man. At 60MG though, might be still in that title away from. That guy was always smiling on stage. Big fan of both of them. But Skitey, definitely a talented Tempest player. There it is, NBA, right? The team that could very well in Match B. Based off of this map alone, you're feeling it. I don't know if I am.
You're not feeling it?
I'm feeling
4 rounds?
I really am sincerely feeling ESG in this moment.
You're a big 5-round guy?
I guess I am. I'm learning things about myself.
Okay, a
So
5-round.
trying to figure it out, okay?
5-round Monty over here. I respect it.
Monty, I don't know that guy.
I really think Mandel Brick Addiction just has so much momentum right now. I will say it this way, I'm gonna stand on business though. I'm still predicting 4. If Mandel Brick Addiction gets a T1 spawn, I think it's very likely.
I feel they will.
And again, the other thing that we noticed in round 2, it's not like Mandel Brick Addiction had a clear path. They didn't even pick up the brick first. But what they did do is win the Mandel Brick with 5 teams fighting over.
9 eliminations through that
And
game.
it's going to feel very similar in Space City, especially if it's put in the alleyway that we saw the first Space City round where that brick went, between Central Command and all those buildings in the middle of the map around Foundry. Like, there is absolutely a chance that they can close this out, and I'm even kind of wagering it. I think there's a pretty good chance they could do it. They are looking like they are in final form right now, man.
Well, ISG on your screen, a team that is in 5th place, right? They are relatively far behind, actually really far behind. Let's not sugarcoat it. More than 5 million behind that of Ink, who's currently in 3rd place. I said it, the difference, really big difference between match A and match B. We don't have as much of a battle for the number 3 spot. The closest one is going to be LEG, but even them are just under 3 million away from catching up to Ink and breaking into the top 3. So if I'm LEG, ISG, MG, honestly, I need to end this now.
Well,
I need to stop the mental break from being grabbed from the side of NBA.
100%. And I think the other side of the coin, it's the same song as Group A, just a little bit of a different tune, right? If you're ESG, you've got so much of a loot value lead, a stash value lead on this leaderboard.
Yep.
If you see that signal that NBA gets the brick, woo, dude, you might just let them have it. Let's head down to the stage. Tactical deployment.
У инков только что было 10 лямов, потом стало 9-300, опять 10 лямов. Как это, что происходит? 16 под 3. Нет, 16-73. 700 тысяч, что появляются, пропадают? Или это они коробки такие продают за 700к или что? Я честно пока не люблю.
Противников отметь.
Да кто там так бегал или что? Устал после туры.
They are focused. That is your team to watch out for. Mandelbrick Addiction, focused, ready. The game getting started. And folks, if you weren't paying attention, let me call your attention back to the screen. It is all Space City all day for Group B. Space City until this tournament. This match is over. Game 4, 5, and 6. All gonna be Space City and all have a Mandelbrick. No more airdrop rounds. All Mandelbrick. It is time to head to Space City here, Taylor.
Let's do it! Space City, a chance for Mandelbrick Addiction to have one of the most stellar performances. We've already called them the most improved team. That narrative is going to stand. There's no reason to take that away from them. But can they pull off the hat trick? Go from barely making it through the qualifiers straight into map 4 and taking it, and I'm seeing you cheering. What do we got going on?
Look, man, I'm cheering for great competition right now, and you can see Mandelbrick Addiction not only have a priority spawn, but what you guys don't see, or maybe actually you can see it, not on the map view, they're trading some ammo around. They're giving the AWM to Skydie. Mandelbrick Addiction not only got T1 spawn, but they brought the AWM into Space City. Mandelbrick Addiction are trying to close it out right here. They are not leaving anything up to chance. And off screen on the left-hand side of your screen, now on screen, ISG and ESG already in a fight, and ESG on their heels yet again. This is reminiscent to the beginning of map 1 and Zero Dam, this time on the hands of our MENA team, this time on the hands of ISG.
Oh, things are starting to get serious. And I apologize, set 2, that was just a cleanup for ESG. Still 2 players up and around, hopefully staying up. For ISG, though, they want to put the final nail in the coffin. They want to take them down, and I said it. ISG is a roster that needs to desperately claw their way up. They are down over 5 million whenever it comes to technicality to catching up to 3rd place, which is Ink. Starting this off, taking down ESG would be tremendous. The mark is in. Mojo goes for the connection, but can't do it just yet.
A big moment for ISG. Taylor, you mentioned it. A lot on the line, and they got a long way to go. Wiping ESG, the top loot value, the top stash value team. You know this gear they're bringing in is going to be extremely solid and extremely valuable. The kills will equal 1.2 mil, but the loot is everything. There's a trade. 2 down for ESG and a full, and no full. ESG is out of this map. All hopes for ESG to join the top of the leaderboard with the Mandelbricks gone at the behest of our MENA team. ISG take down the behemoths from the hometown, Taylor.
Wow.
All of a sudden, things are looking good for Mandelbrick Addiction to try to close this thing out. As we're getting this really expensive loot, I want to draw our eyes, obviously, to the left-hand side of your screen. You can see our operator choices. What you guys don't see is that 3 teams are around the Mandelbrick right now. Now you can see a little bit of an aerial view. Mandelbrick Addiction move towards this brick. Some nice red loot getting picked up by others. Now, a quick look at our operators. It's actually MG that's decided to bring in the one and only Tempest on the map this time around. I'm looking at Mandelbrick Addiction and their comp in this one. Pretty normal. You got a Luna, you got a Toxic, you got a Shepherd, kind of covering their bases, checking all the boxes so they can take their fights accordingly. Gonna have some traps maybe to throw out. Sonic traps from Shepard. Should help with maybe holding this decoding station. But Mantle Brick Addiction.
Look at the aggression.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yes, it does.
Here we go.
And Uvalier is going to go ahead and pick up the Mantle Brick. And they should be free and clear potentially to get out. I do see MG in the area, but no shots have been fired just yet. You let Mantle Brick Addiction get out. This could be crazy. Is there a world where ESG doesn't place top 3?
Absolutely possible. And I want to draw our attention to the left-hand side of your screen. This is not all of the score, but look how much loot they lost. Yeah. ESG brought in absolutely stacked kits, just like I was mentioning before. ISG taking those kits, they have jumped to, that's our total leaderboard. 13.1 mil. ISG has leapfrogged way up. ESG brought in about 5, almost 6 million in kit.
AWM and everything else, yeah.
And they lost all of it.
Right. Right, that's crazy. But you know, we set up the narrative a little bit earlier for NBA. Like that's perfect case scenario. You go in, ESG's now gone. Q9. I mean, they are biting at the bit going into the upper bracket. They have to be ecstatic with this result. Granted, not done just yet. Let's see how it ends up unfolding for ISG. The narrative for them was they need to elevate themselves up the leaderboard, and it looks like they've been successful in doing so. But the game's not done just yet. It's still very, very close. For Mantle Brick Addiction, though. I mean, seriously, they have been flawless. They're already decoding, and nobody has challenged just yet, but there's plenty of time. But they will be surrounded. This is the thing, though. Can NBA hold on to what they got like they did before?
They did it in Game 2. They can do it again. To set the scene, Mantle Brick Addiction, they stole the Mantle Brick immediately planted it in the decoding station that we expected them to. It is the closest decoding station. It is the one that we see the most, because it is the easiest to get to. And it's a very interesting one. It's that alleyway we saw in our first Space City map in Group A. The best building to hold this position is the one that Skydy's in. You have a view towards the Mantle Brick. You can't technically see the decoding station from this door, but you can see the tiny little cubby that is in. So anybody trying to make a play for a steal, you will see them on the way in. Mantle Brick Addiction has a very famous clip of them stealing the Mantle Brick. And instead of stealing and running, they just stood there on a decoding station and nobody could see them because they were in the corner. A genius play that actually net them a position at this stage. We'll see if maybe somebody can get some comeuppance. That's a good word for our broadcast today. Flip karma on its head. ISG feeling very comfortable after wiping one of the top teams today, ESG. Now making a play to at least look at this Mantle Brick. Yeah. It's not going to be a free one like we saw for Fallen in Group A.
It will not be. ISG on your screen, they start to move up. NBA acutely aware, especially with the shock art starting to move in. Yeah, you have another team also, right? LEG off in the distance. LEG, in my opinion, is a scary one, right? They've shown that they can slay out quite well, despite them being in 5th place. Make no mistake, LEG is a force to be reckoned with.
Uvalier's got an angle to look at the Mantle Brick decoding station as well. But ISG smoke and run, and they get there. They're going to stick it, and I don't think Uvalier saw him. A nice steal and a freebie. ISG actually able to get out as well. Talk about the value of smokes. This is why we see operators that have smokes on Space City. It is so important to plan accordingly. ISG, they may be near the bottom of the leaderboard starting this map, but all of a sudden they have leapfrog near the top and steal the decoding station away. They've got the Mantle Brick technically in possession and decoding for them. And you actually see Wada play a forward position. I doubt these teams know that Wada's here, and they certainly don't know that Wada's got an AWM on the back of ESG. Mantle Brick Addiction peak at the wrong time. They feel like they've got an advantage with the AWM. Wada's about to surprise some folks.
Oh my gosh. But is he is potentially getting flanked, right? No, ISG is going to be just fine. I thought at least MG was going to be moving in on it, but ISG is currently chilling at the moment. But yeah, that AWM could be truly instrumental. I like this offing, or should be this high ground from Inc. MG slowly crawling around, potentially trying to take the fight to NBA, who might be a bit distracted from ISG. Question is, how do you get in and steal it away from ISG? Because the way they did it was just a masterclass against NBA. And let's face it, the pressure, I mean, really for ISG to hold on to this Mantle Brick is all on them, right? They have to hold on to this because it almost guarantees them going into the upper bracket. Things are lot slower than you would expect at the moment, but just like our Mandelbrick round number 2, so many teams in this area. Matter of fact, excuse me, all 5 teams in this area once again. This time around, we have more time to play with, right? 12 minutes in total, and it is going to be HF backing away. Some flames starting to roll in. As Saniva luckily, and it actually baits out. One of the players from Ink Too Easy is gone.
Yeah, that's a full kill too. Obviously some nice value add when this could be the last map. But also now it's a 3v2. It was a great incendiary shot around the corner to get one weak. But Saniva is taking the brunt of the blows from Ink. They're going to back off to reload and re-up, but as they do, Ink doesn't really have an opportunity to grab easy. This is a brutal down for them. And they're going to have to lie in wait. And of course, that's an important fight, but it's not nearly as important as what's happening on main stage right now. ISG. They actually make it to the decoding station. Juwelier, I think, has sniffed out this plan. He knows this strategy. He pulled it off the regional finals, and there they go. NBA, they sniffed it out. They said, you can't do what we did. We are Mandelbrick Addiction, and they wipe ESG almost entirely, and they take back the brick assuredly.
Wow, 3 minutes now, back onto the clock and counting. NBA with the full clear on ISG, who made their way up the standings. They were in top 3, and just like that, NBA snatches it away from them.
The Padawan does not beat the Master in this instance. Replicating NBA in the regional finals, whether they did it on purpose or not, it does not pay off. Off screen, MG and Ink in a bit of a blender trying to get to this position. There's still plenty of time on the clock because of the steal late. Still 2.5 minutes or a little bit less now because of that MG. Ooh, Boldo with the bounce. Talk about some geometry, man. Gotta get a cleanup on Onigiri. I don't think he'll technically get netted the kill because that player was already knocked by a member of Ink. But even so, it does force MG back, and now they're the ones on their heels trying to figure out, can we even get Onigiri back? As a random grenade we weren't expecting hits him and takes him out.
What you know about geometry, Goj?
Oh, I know a lot about geometry, man.
You couldn't tell me the difference between a rock and a ficus. Now you're trying to tell me you know about geometry? Come on. You're out of your mind. NBA.
Right,
NBA, the most improved team by far from the qualifiers into at least day 1 of the Delta Force Invitational, looking to close this out in just 4 maps. The opportunity is well within their grasp. They have all 3 players still alive. They've slayed everyone out. They have had a flawless performance, only losing out. Well, I say losing, they still extracted all 3 members, but they didn't get the highest score when it came to map 3. But they nearly won all 4 maps potentially if they're able to win this. Just 1 minute and 15 remaining. So, Goj, what are we looking at? Who is the closest to potentially getting another touch?
That's a great question, frankly. I mean, there's a couple teams in the area. Obviously, we've got 2/3 of Ink still alive. We've got 2/3 of MG still alive. Legit Brazil, frankly, should be the team of 3 that should make a play for this decoding station. They've got to somehow get here without being thwarted by anybody else. It does look like you can see them on your mini-map now. They're going to be skirting through the building to kind of the western side of the facility that NBA is in. They're going to maybe come around the flank. The problem is we're running out of daylight. Can I set the tone for what's happening right now?
30 seconds.
I'm about to be a prophet. There's 30 seconds on the clock for Mandelbrick Addiction to win Group B. Not just get a Mandelbrick, they will win, and we will not play map 5 or 6 if no one goes for the Mandelbrick.
20 seconds.
And no one's making a move for it. Everybody's gonna let this happen thinking they have a top 3 spot? Is that what's happening right now?
10 seconds.
Legit Brazil saying, hey, we'll let them have it. We think we can all extract and potentially be top 3? Is that what's happening
3
right
seconds.
now? They're gonna let Mandelbrick Addiction take the win? Mandelbrick Addiction have won Group B. No one makes a move. They're all too scared, and they're protecting their loot. ESG is lying in wait, hoping some of these teams don't extract right now. ESG may be outside of the top 3 if Ink and Legit Brazil can get out of this map. Everybody's saying we gotta get out, and Legit Brazil is gonna do it the hard way. They're gonna take down 1 member of MG and try to take down the second. We see Inix with an angle take down 1. They are trading blows right now, and this is make or break for MG. They will not make it to upper bracket if Inix dies here.
LEG, they got to hold on tight to what they got. Inix is moving in. Rocket connects. No, it doesn't.
Skydie got a knock and a takedown with the AWM from distance. Legit Brazil was in position to potentially get out of the map and potentially be a top 3 team.
They can still do it.
And they got a revive on the knock from NBA, but NBA is not relenting. What a wild circumstance here in Group B.
Oh, they're at 21.3.
And this isn't final numbers. This doesn't calculate kills.
Right.
This isn't everything. And now Enix is trying to keep his dreams alive. NBA is spoiling dreams. Down go Legit Brazil, and likely their chances of being a top 3 team out of this map. MG with 1 player alive, and Inc is saying, well, let's just loot.
They need to dip. They need to leave. Get out of NBA's path at this point.
Inc has 2 up. They lost one earlier. AWM in hand. He didn't have to use it around the mana brick. Let's use it now. Let's wipe the lobby. These guys came to play, and they came here to make a statement, and they're doing exactly that.
Envy better keep that head down, dude, because Bulldo's looking to take it off. He already hit a body shot a little bit earlier. I don't think Envy has the goal to stand up. He does. He goes. Bulldo lines it up, misses the first, no worries. At least he made an impact, bit of a point up, and now Bulldo goes in hot pursuit. NBA just celebrating at this moment in time. They're smiling from ear to ear. They understand the position they're currently in. Great
Better
shot.
run.
Uvalier from a distance. Like you said, better run. Envy's in trouble. But Envy does manage to get away, and he can, in fact, extract, which could be big for MG, but I don't know. Inc., they've already separated themselves. Unless NBA plays spoiler to them, it's very possible. There's plenty of time remaining for NBA to hunt Inc. down.
Yeah, I think Inc. right now is trying to figure out, hey, what's the extraction point that we could get out of this map with? I mean, Inc.'s in obviously the best position. If you're looking on the left-hand side of the map, they're in a top 2 position. But if MG doesn't get out, they're out of the equation. Legit Brazil not getting out. ESG's probably in their chairs just cheering. ESG can still be a top 3 team. Now, Envy, I was calling him Enix before. That capital N got me all types of it at Blender. Envy does get out of the map.
Yes.
But look at their total. I don't think it's going to matter necessarily. It's all going to come down to this position right here. ESG maybe in the last couple maps had done enough, regardless of their falters here. And they're probably thanking in their chairs right now, not having basically played this map, thanking Mana Brick Addiction for just slaying the lobby out and keeping them in a T3 position. Inc. now wants to assuredly position themselves in the top 3. They know they have to get out of this map. If both members of Inc. die, if they both go out, there is a chance they could fall not only below ESG, they could maybe fall below Legit Brazil. And Mana Brick Addiction is on the hunt.
Yes, they are. I'm astounded by the aggression. I really am. But I respect it. I do. NBA has taken the world, or at least this tournament, by storm. The way that they have played is just incredible. Again, I continue to say it. The most improved team from qualifiers to now, they look like a world championship roster. They really do. They're putting on a better performance than even that of Q9 and Fallen from match A that just occurred a little bit earlier, right? And oh no, you believe
I told you, hey, did I not say in
you
Group
did.
A
Yes.
that our boss on Space City is relentless? That could be a nice little boon for the side of Inc. With, I believe that was one member, that's Uvalier, getting not only knocked, but also fooled by the boss. That is hilarious. After all of their success, the only people that can kill Mana Brick Addiction is the NPCs on the map. Are you kidding me? All right. Breathe for a second. You can see our extraction timer. The extraction that's underneath the bridge, outside of Test Workshop and to the south side of our facility in Black Chamber, barely has enough time for it. So you can extract via around the middle southern part of the map. I love our production showing the free cam of our security director.
That's right.
Up there, piecing this team. Guy's doing trick shots. All right, if you kill security director with a shock arrow, I'll run around this venue. Oh my gosh, I'm about to start sprinting around the venue. He hit that. Look at it. He hit that.
He actually did.
Oh! With the shock arrow, I'm going to do a lap around the venue later.
Skydie said, don't mess with my team, brother. We're taking a victory lap.
That's crazy.
Don't do us like that. Don't do us like that. Well, there it is. I don't think our top 3 changes. I think ESG is pretty well within their rights to stay at the top 3.
Again, though, if Ink doesn't get out, you never know.
You never know. That's true.
You got to remember how much value they're bringing in. I mean, we saw legit Brazil drop from like 11.8
that is
or
a fact.
12.1
Yes.
all the way down to 7.1. If Ink brought in some heavy kits,
yes,
it's not 100% out of the question. And kills aren't calculated.
Well, I guess the biggest thing is ESG should be safe. Then it's a matter of Ink, right? Is Ink going to drop down below ESG and then maybe drop below even top 3? Skydie picks up 1.4 million, by the way, which is great. Probably maybe disseminating loot between each other. That's most likely what ended up happening. Either way, they don't need it.
Yeah,
like,
they're
literally
stat padding.
They didn't need to take any fights after getting the mana break. They just said, well, why not? Let's just continue to slay out. Now, interesting thing, though, and we'll be talking about this a little bit later, is, these top 3 teams are immediately going to go straight into the upper bracket. Like, they don't really get it. They get a little bit of a break, maybe about 20 or so minutes, but they're going to go straight into additional gameplay, which excites me because with NBA playing as well as they are, they don't really have time to cool off. They're bringing this energy and the way that they're playing directly into the upper bracket. And again, with Fallen, with NBA now, like, we could have 2 EU teams going directly into the finals, which is nutty.
Yeah, also, Fallen knows NBA the best. They qualified together as EU regional. It'll be fun.
I hope they just don't cannibalize each other.
It'll be fun to watch them battle it out.
Right.
But okay, let's finish this up here. Mana Break Addiction is gonna, again, stat pad. They're getting everybody up. Now, here's the thing. Mana Break Addiction is going for the only extract that anybody can get to. Ink's got to get out as well. Ink knows it. Killzall and Baby B make upper bracket if they get out. If they don't, it's going to come down to, frankly, a lot of math. And there's only 45 seconds, and I think they just spotted, based on what we can see, Ink has spotted Mana Break Addiction there. It is a 2v3. Mana Break Addiction has the position.
And the AWM. It's a long line of sight.
Folks at home, as much as we feel like this tournament is over, and it is for match B here, or at least this position of the tournament, it's not 100% over. Ink doesn't get out here, which is not looking like they will. It'll come down to math. Oh, Killzall is actually able to pick one up with the Alluru guided rocket. That's a big boon for him. Killzall goes down, though, as they trade one out. It's going to be a 1v1, and Vandal Brick Addiction are able to drop the last remaining members of Ink. Holy cow, Mana Brick Addiction were nearly perfect throughout this entire competition, and they don't relent even in the final moments when they've already won. They said nobody is making it out of this map. Not you, not now, not ever. Group B was a banger, but it was mostly a banger because of these guys on your screen. Unreal.
It is. It's unbelievable. I'm blown away. I really am. I'm not going to lie, guys, and I'll be completely honest to everybody out there in the chat. I didn't expect a lot from Mana Brick Addicts. I really didn't. I wanted to pump them up, and I want our EU boys, I want our NA boys to do very well. I do. Trust me. Those are the 2 regions that I want to go the furthest. But with Mana Brick, Addicts barely making it into this tournament, but I expected them to come in and be a little bit flat. Maybe make a run for top 3, okay. But the way they just played is an example of who they are and how much they've improved and how much homework they've done. I have no idea what changed. I really don't. We're going to get understanding a little bit, but they have truly been in the lab. I am blown away. I don't know. Who are we thinking is the match MVP? It's got to be probably Skydie.
I think it's probably Skydie as well.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to give them all the flowers. To do it in 4 against some really good competition, I don't care how much luck you get on your side, that's nearly impossible. What they did was insanely impressive. Really well done from these guys, and excited to hopefully talk to them a little bit later and hear another interview. But Mana Brick Addiction, the best team. You can see them behind me. A beautiful display. Our studio is fantastic, and it's bright in here because Mana Brick Addiction is lighting up this map, and they're lighting up this competition already. EU on top. Literally, Group A, Group B are only 2 groups. These are our 12 teams, and Europe is on top, folks. There's 2 teams from Europe. They get first in both groups.
Q9 and them and ESG, they said they were researching one team, and that was Fallen. That was on their radar. Did they research NBA, though, Mana Brick Addicts? I don't think so, to be honest. They probably just expected them to lay down and just, not perform very well, but clearly not the case. So impressive. Skydie set the example, truly. But you got to go back to match 2. I think that's really the standout. The way NBA held on to the Mana Brick, despite 4 other teams actively trying to take it from them, and at certain points actually taking it from them. NBA had to retake it. It was a lot of steals. And NBA even originally, when they took it over for themselves, they had to steal it originally. So the way they did that in match 2 showed that they can, obviously face adversity and win. They come out of that with the Mando Brick 9 eliminations, which I believe is the highest scoring elimination they've had so far.
I told you to watch out for these guys. I mean, they're crazy, but they didn't prove it in the stats necessarily. So a big moment for them. Let's take a quick look at it. Here's our top 3, and our in-game leaderboard was correct. Mando Brick Addiction make it out with the most loot by a mile. Both bricks, and they clean sweep Group B. Done in 4 in dominant style, but it is all about the top 3. ESG, I'm gonna be honest, a little bit of luck on their side. To get early wipe in round 4 and still get second does give us a little bit of signal of what they are capable of. They get second, and it's Inc. Although they did not make it out, they had done enough in previous rounds. Right. It came down to that play on Brackish, taking one out of the map. Those 2 guys route manning through, getting kills, getting one out. Easy extracting on Brackish is the reason Inc. is in 3rd and not in 4th behind Legit Brazil.
Yeah, Legit Brazil, what a wonderful fight. Great moments, but they fall short, much like MG and ISG. And let's give some flowers to ISG. At one point, they were within top 3. They very well could have knocked down ESG, but unfortunately, they were wiped out a bit too soon by Mando Brick Addicts, who really had no reason to even take any more fights, but they got greedy, and why not? That's what this competition is all about. Take them down, set the example. That's exactly what NBA did. Now, you did mention ESG, a little bit of lucky, and absolutely the case on map number 4.
Yeah.
But also, you think about the route, again, you mentioned it best, the spawns. They weren't blessed literally at all in any, even going from map 1, right? The worst spawn you could possibly get, going up top, you get mowed down on the zip. Basically, map 1 didn't even happen, essentially, for them. So they qualified top 3. Matter of fact, in second place, essentially in 2-3 maps.
Yeah, let's take a quick look back on that dynamic map. Obviously, it was all about NBA, but it started right here. This was the signal flare that I mentioned. I said it was going to go in 4 if NBA gets the priority spawn.
You called it.
They did, and then ESG gets cut down early, which they did. ISG gets extremely aggressive. Cut down a top dog, a top team, top slayers, even ESG, really strong squad. They get cut down. ISG says, whoa, we got an AWM. Let's get up onto the brick. They do get to the brick. They steal the brick away from NBA. But this fight right here, this was the biggest mistake. And I love that you get a chance to see this. This truly felt like history repeating itself, just to the opposite side of the coin. ISG tried to make a hero play on the brick, and they weren't able to do it. This is the play I was talking about as Inc. loses 1. Switch back to the Mana Brick, and Mana Brick Addiction know exactly where these players are, did not see them through the smoke, and get cut down. Some frustration on the side of ISG because they had a great thing going. What a way to close this one out. Once Sky took down ISG and that decode started, nobody else even made a play.
Nobody went for it.
Here's that moment. They go for the steal, they get the steal, and then they get the station. They stand on it and they say, thank you very much. They get the loot they want. I mean, talk about domination in this map. And of course, Legit Brazil, you've got to remember we're playing a top 3 competition. Legit Brazil, if they don't run into MG like they did, if they don't get pinched by Mando Brick Addiction like they did, Legit Brazil easily could have been a top 3 team, and we could have set ESG or Inc. out of here.
Which would have been crazy. To see ESG not top 3 would have been wild. We hit some nice trick shots, of course, on the security director. Literally sent them flying. Probably the highlights. Never mind the Mando Bricks. Never mind the champion of NBA. That was the play of the tournament. Hey, check it out. NBA, well done, seriously. Just a stellar job, a massive improvement from the qualifiers to where you are now. Finished it in 4 games. The most dominant group so far, at least performance that we've seen. But now things start to get serious because the upper bracket, right, that is going to be just coming up next.
That's today.
That is today, literally right after this. We're talking like maybe 20, 30 minutes. They finish off with 6.77 million, but 7 eliminations.
That's in this round alone, last round.
I don't even know. They at least dropped 20 elims easy.
Oh, dude, it was unbelievable. I mean, here's the thing. When you think about Mana Brick Addiction, where they came from, it was all about the Mana Bricks. They didn't have loot. They didn't really have kills in their regional finals either. It was all about getting the bricks. They were good at that. And then they said, well, we know we're not where we want to be. Let's work on the things we're not as good at.
Sure.
They executed that perfectly.
Yeah.
Most loot by a mile.
Right.
Most kills by a mile. Of course, damage in the last round, it wasn't even close because they were killing everybody.
That's right.
And once they got the Mana Brick and they knew they won, Good grief, they just played spoiler. They just said, well, let's just see what happens. Let's be perfect on the day, gentlemen. Let's prep. We are just getting started in this competition. Mana Brick Addiction, they're not necessarily champions. They're not even necessarily a team that will even directly make finals. They got to go top 2 again, but they certainly proved that they absolutely can be. And I think there were some questions around that going into this competition. They're the best team, there's no question about it. 7 kills in the last round. They got the Mana Brick and they extracted, which is wild, at 6.77. Utter domination.
Utter domination indeed, and obviously the best team, naturally the best team whenever it comes to match B as a whole. The question is, though, who was the group, or should be round MVP? I think maybe it's got to be Scotty. I don't know. You can make an argument for Jubileer. You can make an argument for Buldo as well. Like, all three were shining. It was a team effort. It really was. And just like we were highlighting for Q9 or Fallen, it's like when one player drops the ball, the other one picks it right back up, gets the other teammate on his feet, and they go back full send into the competition. But just so well done. Incredible performance. Buldo will be the MVP.
Another one for him.
It is, and that's going to be 2. Again, a first. I don't think we had 2 in match A, right? So you talk about NBA. Actually, I think out of the 4 rounds, it was NBA getting 3 total MVPs. The only one to break it up, and it is Bulldog for the match MVP, which wonderfully done.
Yeah, here's a quick look at some of the stats. Obviously, out of 4 maps, they actually get out of 2 of them. One of which that they didn't get out was the Mana Brick round. So it doesn't really matter that they didn't get out. They've got the Mana Brick. He had the best KD. This is Buldo. Best KD on the entire tournament. He had number 2 overall in ADC rate. Rush rate was number 3 overall. This is basically the rate at which you run around the map and get kills and are able to engage with the environment. And then overall, the rating for this player was number 3 for our match MVP. So Buldo, and I assume the rest of NBA probably up inside the top 3 as well. One of our best players, if not today, just in Group B, obviously, but also in that overall, the tournament today.
Overall, in general,
match,
man.
Fantastic. Overall tournament. This is the dominant team. They are technically top seed going into upper bracket.
They definitely are. They had the most dominant performance. I'm mind blown. I really am. I couldn't imagine how chat's feeling. You were saying this is one of the teams that
they got a lot of fans.
They got a lot of fans out there. They've been watching their journey right from the qualification stages, obviously, to where they currently are. And where they are is just such a great spot. And I'm excited to see them go into the upper bracket, which is going to be happening very soon. NBA, a dominant roster. Let's listen into their comms of the winning moments.
Я закончил. Привет, 1. Я иду на ту дверь,
Мандал забежал.
Да, на Мандале.
Киньте туда что-то.
Сейчас попробую, через секунду. Убежал или нет? Инфу.
По-моему, не понимаю. Нет,
за кантом. Ло хп. Нок за кантом.
Декодит.
1 хп.
Нок.
Я релоуд.
Там 1 хп, чел.
У нас рампа, 2-я пачка или что?
Нет, это чел ластовый, он убегает.
Все, идите декодьте, значит, декодьте.
Декодил.
Бул, не торопись, вдвоем сейчас с тобой сыграем. Давай пикнем вместе.
Я снизу.
Какой?
Зайти внутрь, у нас лапа, дверь выходит.
Понятно.
Внутрь зайти.
Внутрь заходишь, Бул? Я кинул туда это. Ты кишком, я уже слышал.
Бул,
хватит лутать.
Тут Авик лежал.
Я мандал побегу на лайте, скорее всего.
Я кинул смог под себя.
Я тоже бегу в Мандал.
Подожди, рано. Стрелу даю на центр.
Я с Саней побегу.
Иду
кинул смог тебе
иду на мандал.
Пошли.
Нет, давайте вайп.
Копировать.
А зачем? Надо мандал.
Папки, не знаю.
Блин, не смог скопировать этот труп. Пойдемте в вайп, кто-то скинул.
Не успеете добежать до этого? Успеете.
Могу попробовать, надо?
Я, наверное, ближе буду.
Так мы вроде выиграли.
До какого?
Да.
У нас уже тут, блядь, камера.
А нет,
Плюс 200.
Я живу. Просто выживите.
Ой-ой-ой.
Выживи.
5 секунд.
Легенда.
Вайп сюда. Сюда лут. Давайте. Кулачок был, кулачок.
We picked up on some of those comms for sure. Mandel. We gotta pay attention to the Mana Brick. Worked out perfectly. They all ran to the Mana Brick to close things out. And great comms as per the usual. But it was fun to listen in after they'd won the fights because it was all relaxed. And they were like, where is everybody at? Like, I mean,
why are they challenging?
That's what I was questioning. Is like, why is nobody else just trying to make a hero play? They know the tournament's over. The reason, you got to be top 3, not the winner. When they felt like it was inevitable, they didn't want to risk it. If they die, they don't get top 3. That's why legit Brazil tried to go run for the hills. And MG, legit Brazil fought each other. And then NBA came in and cleaned them up. It was wild. Crazy Group B. Really excited for the upper bracket here shortly.
Yeah.
But Taylor, crazy to say that EU is on top. Of course, I counted my boys. I casted over these guys a ton. NBA, Fallen, both those teams fantastic. And an NA team making it to upper bracket with Inc. sneaking in there in the 3rd place position. I'm catching over them a ton. I'm cheering them on, of course, but I'm looking at the paper stats, man. I was not expecting this to be our list. Definitely some familiar faces.
Yes.
Definitely some teams we expected, but ESG, Q9, both our China teams make it straight to the upper bracket. And FN, Fallen, one of our top seeds.
Right.
And then, of course, our friends here with Mantle Brick Addiction. Now, Ink has joined and Gold Silver has joined. So, Taylor, as we look at our schedule, I want to remind everybody at home, we are not done yet for the day, folks. We finished Group A, we finished Group B. Upper bracket right around the dang corner. We're about to do it in a couple minutes.
Hey, we definitely are, and things are going to get wild. Super excited to see how it's going to end up unfolding. NBA with the most dominant performance of the day, but now things start to get serious. Do you want to go straight into the finals? Well, obviously, the goal is undeniably yes. For NBA, great job. ESG now joins the likes, of course, of Q9. You know it's going to get personal between them. Both of those rosters coming out from the China location. Things are looking good, Ghosh. I'm excited.
Well, we've got a very special guest that has joined us in the booth. Scotty, you snuck up here, man. How are you feeling? Shake my hand, dude. You're royalty right now. How are you feeling? You guys put everything together perfectly. How does it feel to win and clean sweep your group?
Honestly, it's just like we prepared a lot of stuff. We were kind of confident in everything. We just played our game. Like there's nothing special, honestly. We did that like a lot of times on scrims. So
nothing special is kind of wild to me because one of the things we've been saying, Scotty, is like you barely qualify in, right? You're still in the last two maps, right? And then you come in here and you absolutely dominate, and it really does, at least from our eyes, seems like a night and day difference from your performance online to on land. So you're saying no big deal, but I mean, seriously, was there a lot of research? What was the development from you guys to go from your online performance to what we just witnessed it in Again 4?
the thing is, like in this game, you always have random like things. They might happen all the time. So online, we had unfortunate like first 3 or 4 maps even. It was kind of, we just like had unlucky games. We couldn't play our game, honestly. Here, it was just easier. The game was like pretty good for us. We didn't have any like problems on the second map. We didn't have anyone in Centrifuge. We could just like take the manual goal there. It was kind of easy for us. So honestly, only maybe on Brackish, we actually played good. We created a plan. We tried to like hold it for a long time. It was kind of hard, but like we managed to do it. So that's pretty much it.
It's a great breakdown. And I want to bring us back to Brackish because it really did feel like in Space City that you guys were kind of just given whatever you wanted. I mean, you got the spawn, you got the brick, you put it where you wanted, and you didn't really get contested. ISG a little bit, you wiped them. But let's go to Brackish. You have 5 teams battling for that spot. Obviously, we have a team get the brick there, and then you guys steal it. Talk to me about positioning. Was that a decision to play the north side because of information you had? Who made that call?
I don't want to go like a lot of depth in this, but
Sure.
definitely we have like a lot of strategies and plans, especially with Tempest, traditional Tempest, where like we really like this operator. And this operator gives you ability to go from like any side of the map pretty much and just safely try at least one time to decode the manual, to copy, to retake it. It's very useful, it's very good. So in this case specifically, we just went from that side because we weren't like really early on because the team already ran to the camp. So we couldn't go from like different side. We went from like deep inside the city and we went from there.
Yeah.
We just prepared and tried to use our ult. That's it.
And last question I have for you, obviously, you're about to go into the upper brackets. I mean, it's grueling because you're literally going like straight into another bracket, potentially another 6 maps within like 20 minutes. So we'll let you go very shortly. But you've got some wonderful teams that you're going to be going against. Obviously, Fallen's going to be on the opposite side. How personal is it? How much do you want to take them down along with the others?
I never look at it this way. I just want to have like good games. I don't care who I play against. I have nothing against anyone. I respect everyone. So like I want to play my game. I want to play good. That's it. And honestly, this game again doesn't mean much right now because we're not like qualified until the next stage. It's the most important thing for us. So like we did our job right now. That's enough.
Hey man, just the beginning. I'm proud of you guys. You absolutely crushed it. A clean sweep in groups. But you're right, upper bracket about to get started. We'll let you go. Any final words for the broadcast before we send you off?
Thanks for everyone who's watching. Спасибо всем за просмотр. Спасибо, что болеете. Мы будем стараться дальше играть хорошо. Давайте, кулачки.
All right, EU on top, but just getting started, my man. Thanks for joining us here.
Well done,
Folks,
brother.
we're going to head to a very short break. Mantle Brick Addiction not done for the day. The upper bracket right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
이게 맞는지는 끝까지 봐야 돼요. 아, CCO는 치킨 시킬 것 같은데요. 결국 한국 대표는
유능재강
화이팅!
안녕하세요. STS 유능재강 팀의 팀장 곰댕 선수입니다. 현재 직장인으로 한 단어나 문장으로 팀 스타일을 표현한다면 저희 팀 이름 그대로 유능재강.
자, 이제 흩어져서
부드러운 것이 오히려 능이 굳센 것을 이긴다고 국어사전에 그랬는데 이게 유도 배웠을 적에 그 단어를 되게 기억에 남아가지고 저는 개인적으로 피지컬이 뛰어나다고 생각해본 적은 없고요. 전략 위주로 플레이하고 있는 것 같습니다.
현준이 전략적이죠. 머리를 담당하고 있어요. 머리. 사람으로 치면 머리를 담당하고 있기 때문에.
현재는 대학 진학 중이고요. 델타 포스를 플레이하기 전에는 배그와 발로란트 같은 FPS 위주로 게임했습니다. 저는 1월달 말쯤 친구의 권유로 처음 시작하게 됐고요. 그때부터 열심히 해서 지금 7개월 정도 플레이를 했고 현재 플레이 타임은 800시간 조금 넘습니다. 일단 총소리랑 교전 소리로 인포를 취합해주고요. 또 교전 시에 오더나 일선으로 들어가는 돌격 포지션을 맡고 있습니다. 저는 솔직히 머리가 막 좋지 않아가지고 전략 위주는 전혀 아닌 것 같고 그냥 에임 기반으로 한 피지컬 위주 플레이를 주로 합니다. 네, 뭔가 되게 현실적이고 그 무장을 가지고 들어가서 서로 뺏고 뺏기면서 만약에 모든 팀을 다 잡았으면은 이제 다른 상대 팀의 무장을 다 빨고 나오는 그 쾌감 때문에 계속했던 것 같네요.
지찬 선수는 인포를 잘 따주고 동댕 선수는 약간 어떻게 하자 이런 플레이를 많이 해주는데 저는 중간에서 뭔가 아닌 것 같은데 이러면 제가 그거에 또 정정해주는 그런 포지션인 것 같습니다. 원래 글로벌 서버 하다가 사람들이 막 그렇게 잘하는 것 같지 않은데 라고 생각을 하면서 좀 대회니까 어쩌다 보면 잘하는 사람들이 있어서 좀 실력도 키우고 경험도 쌓고 싶어서 한번 나오고 싶었습니다. 저는 결승전 6라운드가 가장 기억에 남습니다. 원래 1라운드부터 5라운드는 진짜 저희 다 망한 것 같아서 거의 포기하고 있었는데 6라운드 때 진짜 다 마음 꽉 붙잡고 어떻게든 해보자 라고 해서 마음다짐하고 들어갔는데 그 플레이가 다 완벽해가지고 그렇게 1등을 한 것 같습니다.
응원하는 치어리더와 그다음에 이제 코치 역할을 하고 있습니다. 몽둥이 많이 휘둘죠. 몽둥이를 든 치어리더. 사실적으로 이야기하면 용돈 벌려고 시작했던 건데 어쩌다 보니까 대회 준우승도 하고 해서 프로 생활을 지금 하고 있게 되었습니다. 다른 선수들에 비해서 제가 떨어진다고 생각을 해서 그래서 피지컬적으로 승부를 보는 것보다 안정적이고 운영적으로 우승하려고 저는 플레이 스타일을 잡고 있습니다. 무조건 자신감, 할 수 있다.
오투가 자금으로 자산으로 가져가겠네요. 오투가 올라가죠. 이렇게 되면
상대방 그러니까 대회장 들어가면은 무조건 기선제압. 막 소리도 치고 뭐 자리에 앉아가지고 뭐 킬하거나 하면은 막 일어나가지고 상대방 두발 도중 막 해야 된다 정도? 기선제압을 무조건 해야 된다. 저희 팀 되게 최고입니다. 처음 스크림 성적이 되게 안 좋았는데 지금 16번의 스크림을 해본 결과 최근 들어서 이제 만델도 꼽고 상대방 팀을 이길 수 있는 기회가 되게 많이 생기고 있거든요. 그러니까 대회까지의 지금 일주일하고도 반이 남았는데 앞으로의 기간을 통해서 조금 더 갈고 닦으면은 진짜 제가 처음에 말했던 것처럼 저희가 최고가 될 수 있지 않을까 그렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다.
유연한 플레이?
저는 하이에나 같은 플레이라고 생각합니다.
우선 처음에는 부족한 면이 많았는데 최근에 이제 폭발적인 성장력으로 중국 팀과 비해도 그래도 견줄 수 있을 만큼의 실력이 되지 않았나 싶습니다.
일본은 무조건 이기겠다. FL팀은 무조건 꺾고 올라갑니다.
저는 부드럽고 물 흐르듯한 플레이라고 생각합니다. 우승까지 할 수 있는 팀이라고 생각합니다.
저는 약삽하지만 매우 전략적인 플레이라고 생각합니다. 저희 팀 발전하면 끝도 없는 무한한 팀인 것 같습니다.
아니 뭐 이왕 대회 나간 거 처음 3등 안에 들고 두 번째 1, 2등 해가지고 바로 파이널 가겠습니다.
너네가 1등이라 생각할 때 그건 우리 거다.
그래서 못 가면 부킹 비행기 타지 않겠습니다. 중국에서 살아야죠.
tournaments. Here's a quick look at another fight, though. Fallen's found an angle, and they found a knock and a full. Flair gets the all. Able to find 2 kills, looking for the third. There's the top angle. Congrats to our top 2 teams, Tiff, Mandelberg Addiction, and Fallen, headed to LAN in China.
I'm Flaric. I'm from Team Fallen, and it's Europe region. It's Prorok team, and we joined to him. But as you know, his situation, he can't leave his country, and our team name just stay. Before, when we had Prorok in team, probably he calls every our moves. But right now it's probably on my way to choose when we will go and what will we moves will do. But still, it's like team play, so everyone can call what he wanna do or what will be better for us right now. So we will listen to each other and choosing the best way to go and the best call what will be right now in this situation. For us, it's just confidence.
Unbelievable. We've got more fights happening right now. Siniva grappling people in, trying to beat people down, but Fallen wins the gunfight.
We didn't care about any team, so we will just play our game. It's hard to prepare to another teams because the game so a lot of random moments that's going on. It's better aim to your moves and what you will do in the game right now, but not to look and watching how another teams are playing. But the strongest team won. Probably it's interesting to play against Chinese teams because it's like Delta Force is homeland for Chinese. Probably it will be interesting how they're playing and what will they do in the semifinals. Yeah.
My name is Sirius Bishka. I'm playing for Team Fallen. Based on my game style, I'm more like support guy. For me, I can say that I have always been a competitive person since childhood. I never like to lose.
They know this team is weak. They don't know how weak necessarily. I think they saw at least one down.
Like I started my competitive with CS. After I left CS, I discovered myself with Delta Force. I think my most memorable moment is the first tournament ever, Season 0, I think it was, when the game just came and they announced the first tournament and we made into finals and took 3rd place.
Mine is the semi-finals of the qualifications in China. It was unforgettable and very cool. I was very happy for my mates, for Flaric and for Prorok, and this is so cool for us. I'm HR, I play in Team Fallen. I think I'm a support guy, but I have more kills in the game. Cut! I play Magic, but everyone does the same amount. Everyone is important in this game. Choice to play as a Magic is a team decision. We like this role. I will say for myself, I'm not a fan of playing as a Magic because I have good aim and I need to shoot shots all time. But I train it and did everything I called. I have always killed it a lot and will continue to kill. The best things I can do is kill. It's simple, play a huge amount of games, practice every day, play scrims every day. At the moment we play every day for maybe 12 hours and we'll continue to do the same. Play, sleep and again.
And about the chemistry, I guess when we will fly to China, we will meet each other together in the real life. We will try to make some good chemistry. We will have some dinners together or watching movie, watching some demos from another teams. We will just speaking with each other as lot as we can. So I guess chemistry will come more and more better. Probably its main goal is to win the tournament because in other places will be not good at all. We are flying to China only to win, and we will prepare as we can. We will do our best probably. Okay, it's hard to prepare because, as I said before, it's more random situations in the games happening, but still, only first place will be good for us, nothing more.
I think the main goal is a victory on tournament. Yeah, we need a victory, that's all. My guys are the best, and I believe in them, and we can win, I think.
Welcome back to the Delta Force 2025 Invitational. We are back. It feels like we're just getting started on this entire tournament. Day 1 is here. We've gone through group stages. And Taylor, It is time for the upper bracket. Top 3 from Group A, top 3 from Group B, all coming together to compete against each other for the top 2 spots to make it straight to the finals.
Straight to the finals is a big deal. Tomorrow is going to be just as grueling as day 1 was. Like you said, quite literally just getting started. Only 2 spots straight to finals. Who wants it? Who wants to avoid playing tomorrow? Who wants to sit back, explore maybe a little bit if this is the first time in China? Most importantly, watch the competition.
Yeah.
See some teams struggle, see some teams succeed, but more importantly, do your research and find out what you need to do to beat them.
Look, we've already realized that Mana Brick Addiction, the team that just won, if you just missed it, EU is on top right now. Mana Brick Addiction, they win Group B, and Fallen from EU win Group A. But it's time for round 3 of the day. It's time for the upper bracket. If you've been watching all night, all day, all morning, whatever time zone you are in the world, it's all going to be the same for the 3rd round. But if you're maybe just waking up, welcome to the broadcast. We've been live for several hours, and it's the exact same map rotation as we go. And as a reminder, it is all about the Mandel Bricks. If a team is able to get 2 Mandel Bricks, they win, regardless of what map we're on. The earliest that will happen, we just saw an example of that in Group B, 4. We see a Mandel Brick round in round 2 and a Mandel Brick round in 4, 5, and 6. So if you have the same team get the Mandel Brick in round 2 and 4, we don't even play 5 and 6. We only see Space City once. We'll start with 0 dam and then move on our merry way. Same map rotation and the same rules to start. Obviously, as you can tell, all the players, they're starting with 1 million Technic Alloy. They've got their 3x3 safe box and they've got their card holder. And there is a fixed supply every round. If you're wondering how teams are not broke if they keep not being able to make it to the extraction point, it's because they do get some money back every round no matter what, just so we make sure that people are able to get some money and be able to still play. But of course, the big ticket is kills, folks. 400k per kill. If you wipe a full team of 3, that is 1.2 mil auto added to your inventory, auto added to your stash at the end of the game. Now, if you do decode a Mana Brick, by the way, it's also an extra 400k as well per player that is able to copy the codes, which is nice. And we do have losers compensation. That's a consecutive extraction miss there. You will get some extra money to make sure you're not total broke regardless of the round comp. But as a reminder of how the rules work per round, this is all baked into the tournament server. It's a really cool UI. Basically, the players can't purchase anything besides level 3 and below ammo, level 4 and below helmet and armor, and then level 5 and below repair kits. Those are the only limitations for the first round, albeit they're pretty significant. The rest of that is all wide open, and it scales up as we progress through the tournament, as we progress through the rounds. Now, Mana Bricks, super important. Couple timers to be aware of. ID tags have a lot of value, by the way, as well. We've seen those in safe boxes, makes a lot of sense. But the big thing about Mana Bricks is that you can't pick it up for 2 minutes and 45 seconds when you spawn into a Mana Brick round. Once you grab it, you've got 5 minutes with that torch timer to make it to a decoding station. Once you put it in the decoding station, 4 minutes start. Every time it's stolen, the clock resets minus 30 seconds. So if it's 4 minutes and you're able to decode that for 3.5, but you're not quite able to take it, there's 30 seconds left, it gets stolen. We've seen that a couple times. It will reset to 3.5 minutes and reset every single time a little bit lower down the clock, minimum of 1 minute and 30. Now, fun conversation around operators in a very unique system where every team can only use each operator twice. Not the player, every team. We're seeing some high value operators. We're seeing Hat Claw as the operator that's absolutely out first. D-Wolf not too far behind. Once you use an operator, you can't use it again if you've used it twice. But let's talk about our schedule. We are on our last best of 6 of the day. We've got it all figured out. It is time for the first round of the upper bracket. We are out of group stages. And Taylor, the top 2 teams from upper bracket make it straight to finals. They do not play tomorrow.
That's right. Originally, it was top 3 throughout Group Stage A and Group Stage B. Now it's only 2 spots, and you have 6 wonderful teams that have fought tooth and nail to end up in this very position. The question is, what team wants it the most, and who has the wherewithal to see what their opponents are going to throw at them, and how can they deal with adversity? It's going to be exciting for sure, and you've got EU representing, you've got China representing, and the North America and APAC. Upper bracket gives us a little bit of everything worldwide. That's the beautiful thing about the Delta Force Invitational. Hey, a lot of locations being represented, and obviously we've got to talk about Flairich. This guy has been sensational. The way that he plays and represents Team Fallen is wonderful. He was a large reason why they were able to dethrone that of Q9 and overtake them and win their respective group. Group A a little bit earlier. Flairich truly instrumental in their success.
Yeah, talking about a couple of these stats, I mean, in KD category, a top 4 player in the entire competition thus far. Let's take a look at K1DE for Q9. Absolutely, you got to remember Group A, man. Q9 was dominant. And Fallen, yes, they won, but it really felt like Q9 gave them the win to assure their spot in the upper bracket first round. K1DE was phenomenal. He was a top 2 overall rating. You see that number in green, number 2. That is number 2 in the entire tournament thus far. KD or K1D is a fantastic player. Also at EDC rate, a really important status to try to figure out how you actually operate in the game. EDC is based on damage based on what you're bringing in. It's economy damage rate.
Right.
And so if you're bringing in cheap gear but do a crazy amount of damage, that rate's going to be insane. So something to keep an eye out for. Now, let's take a look at Oxygen here with Gold Silver. This is crazy. Look, this guy and his team made it to the finals. But you got to remember, they kind of snuck in there at the last second.
Yes.
And it doesn't look like Oxygen has a single kill to his name. Now, their team got kills, of course, but Oxygen didn't do much at all in terms of the kill category. However, his loot rate is number 4 overall. And the way loot rate is calculated is basically your efficiency in looting. Based on the number of crates that you open, how many do you get high-value loot, and what path do you take to get that loot in a certain amount of time. That's how all that works. But take me through Skydie here.
Yeah, Skydie's incredible. We just had a chance to interview him and talk about his run from online, of course, to LAN. When we're talking KD, number 2 as a whole. This man knows how to slay out, and he does so in wonderful fashion. He's also very quick to get onto sites, which means he's going to be punishing those rosters with the rush rate whenever they're over there. Like, take Museum, for example, right? One of the first guys to get in there and challenge even the likes, I think it was at the time, like maybe even legit Brazil, that they were going against quite often. Now, this guy, very, very big fan. From ESG side of things, it's going to be Fu Zhang. His stats are wonderful. He knows how to get evacuations. He knows how to slay up. But more importantly, what stats don't show you is he knows how to get those off angles. Traditionally from ESG, from what we noticed from Match B, he'll be the one to break away from his duo and then stay by himself. So it'll be DT Luyun who's going to be sticking together. Fu Zhang will be going and getting those off angles and opening up opportunities for that duo to then come in and capitalize. The stats are wonderful. He's clearly at the top of the food chain, but what he brings to the table in his execution is invaluable.
Well, and speaking of execution, too easy, a clutch player and a very well-balanced graph and the type of player that he is. Having over a 1.0 rate for loot rate means he's extremely efficient with the way he does his looting patterns. So very well done from that squad. And then, of course, that economy damage rate is impressive as well at a 2.07. He's not necessarily at the top of any category, but he's solid in all of them, which was what makes a good player. Really cool to see all the different stats from each of the players. We'll keep doing that throughout the course of the broadcast and continue to explain what those numbers mean and how they're calculated. It's really fun to see the behind the scenes. Got a chance to talk to some of the devs that we've actually seen in some of those big dev roundtables. Got a chance to talk to Novak, broke all those stats down.
Novak's great, yeah.
Really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And the stats are great. I mean, I got to say, it's pretty comprehensive. It's wonderful to see, you know, because a lot of times, you know, tournaments are going to focus on KD. There's a lot more that goes into these events than just KD. There's a lot more that comes into obviously being successful than just KD. You look at your competing teams again. When we look at the EU side of things, you know, have Mando Brick Addicts. Okay, they were the ones who ended up taking Match B. For Match A, it was Fallen from the EU side. Both teams know each other very well. They came through the same qualifying run. They took the same route to get to this very point. Now from China, though, from that LAN experience, ESG Q9. ESG was the #1 seed coming into the tournament, but they finished as the #2 seed behind that of NBA. They're going to be opposite of Q9. Now things start to get serious for them. There's a lot of pride, not only from the EU side, but also China's side of things. Neither Q9 nor ESG wants to lose to each other. Then let's not forget Inc. from North America and then Gold Silver from APAC.
Yeah, those are all 6 of our teams. They're about to compete, folks. You think we're just getting started on the day, or maybe we've been here a long time. I don't know if you just woke up or you've been here the whole time, but we are going into a full another best of 6. It could be 4 like we saw in Group B. It could be 5 like we saw in Group A, or maybe we hit the full gambit and it goes full 6 for upper bracket round 1. Top 2 go directly to finals. Taylor, you said something really important as we take a look at Mana Brick Addiction, which on paper is our top seed. They're our best team. They close out in 4. They completely clean swept their competition. Something that is super important is that you're right. Both the China teams make it to upper bracket round 1. Both the EU teams make it to upper bracket round 1. So before we talk about Gold, Silver, and Inc., who kind of snuck in here to some degree, these 4 teams, they each know each other. These 2 teams on both of these regions fought each other to get here. They both make it. And you're right, ESG on your screen right now, they won out in that competition.
Yes.
They didn't necessarily crazy frag. The crazy part about their stats was how much loot value they extracted with in a grueling competition to get to this stage. So ESG, they know exactly who their competition is. They know how to play against them. EU, the exact same story. Fallen, Mandelberg Addiction, they went head to head. Fallen was on paper in the EU finals a better team.
Right.
They crushed Mandelberg Addiction
Right.
until the final two maps when Mandelberg Addiction snuck in, grabbed both bricks and said, haha, we won.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people admit it, you know, especially from the China side of things. Like, look, we researched Team Fallen. We wanted to see what they were about. We wanted to battle against because we felt they were going to be a true threat. And NBA came in, you know, obviously earning their spot, but doing so in a crazy fashion. And the fact that they made it and they also won their respective match, I think put people on alert, especially for other regions that might be underestimating what NBA is all about. But for Gold Silver on your screen, a team, again, like you said, they kind of skated by. There's a lot of questions. Would STS make it? Would it be Gold Silver? Well, ultimately ended up being Gold Silver. And, well, you know what? They have a real chance to potentially make it as to the top two, which would be a crazy storyline, and it could happen. You never know. As far as traditional storylines go, NBA kind of blew that out of the water. Like, at this point, you know, nothing is guaranteed. No, it's totally not. We look at Team Fallen, though. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Obviously, Flair Rich was one of the #1 guys that we covered in the very beginning when it comes to the stats overall. Again, a big playmaker. But HR, a young gun in himself at 19 years old, looking to make waves within the Delta Force scene, and use Bisca as well. Just wonderful in his own right.
Well, it's super funny, and you can see HR on the screen right now. It is super funny to actually think Inc. is made it here to the upper bracket.
Sure.
They didn't sneak in quite like Gold Silver did. They had a great tournament overall in 4 games. They just weren't able to make it out of the last map, which made their score not look super impressive.
Right.
Infant Baby is also 19, technically the youngest between him and HR. We have the 2 youngest players in this competition already into the upper bracket.
Yep.
Young Guns on top right now.
That is true, which hurts my soul, being 33. Like, it's like,
don't out yourself like that.
I have
That's
to.
crazy.
I've got to be honest. Look, I'm an honest guy when it comes to chat.
I'm 24, so.
I understand. You're probably like 21, maybe you're 38. I don't know. I can't tell anymore.
Oh, whoa.
But the big thing, you got a head full of hair. So you're blessed, and a face full of hair. Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's just who I am. But you know what? At 19, though, it is pretty sensational, not only to be in China, but also competing for $500,000, and like you said, a true route now that is reality to go straight into finals. A sold-out stadium, like, come on, at 19, living the dream.
Well, and that's the crazy part, is that if you get top 2 here, you're directly to finals. We've been saying that. What that means is you completely skip the elimination round, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow we're playing 3 more best of 6.
It's going to be grueling,
in the lower bracket.
Yes.
And they're all elimination rounds. If you're a bottom 2 team in any of those rounds, you're going home, I think, for all but maybe one of them. So those are elimination rounds. Not having to play in those, not having the stress of that, and knowing you're playing on stage in a stadium, sold out stadium amongst an audience, that's a win in its own right. So getting there is huge, of course, let alone just getting there and being able to play for the prize pool, because top 6 are playing for a majority of the prize pool.
That's right. Majority of the prize pool, indeed. $500,000, quite literally could be life-changing.
Yeah, also, by the way, we're paying attention to chat. Taylor's been asking for predictions. I'm seeing a lot of EU love, probably because of time zones, by the way. I think some of our North American friends might be waking up here shortly. I want to say back home where I'm from, it's 6 a.m. in the morning. So right now, for the Central Time Zone, some of my friends are going to be waking up for work. They're going to check in and be like, hey, Doja's still casting this tournament. Wait, we got an N8 team in the upper bracket. Let's go. They're going to be watching that once they get to work or whatever it is. But here's a look at some of the stats down below of each of these teams. These are some of the things we went through, but these are the team stats. So you're seeing which teams were able to get out of the map pretty consistently. What are their average loot values overall? I mean, crazy numbers from Q9 and obviously Fallen. These are pretty cool to look at on average per game as well. There's a lot of stats behind the scenes that our team here is able to pick up. By the way, that's a good one.
That is great. That's great.
We've been paying attention to chat. There's been a lot of people asking, what's on their head?
Yeah, we asked about that.
We asked about it. Apparently,
dinner.
I thought it was just to catch sweat, because everybody's sweating. It's a cooling pad. It's like a cooling stick pad that you can stick to your head, or you can stick to your arms, or whatever you want.
Yeah.
Cools you down.
I need that, but we have makeup on. We can't put one on. I would have worn one.
I don't need that. I'm feeling fantastic up here.
Okay.
You're sweating like a stuck pig, man.
Bro, you're sweating. What do you mean? I looked over at you as we were live. I'm like, man, you actually got some beads of sweat coming down your nose, bro.
I love it. Folks, I have a couple more reminders before we hop into our very first game of the day. We're about to get started. We've got a brand new season right around the corner. September 23rd, a brand new season with Delta Force with a lot of new content, a new operator, and a lot more. But we'll get to that a little bit later in the broadcast. It is time for Zero Damn Yes. We are loaded up, locking in, and hopefully going to get out of this map alive. We'll see who gets aggressive and who plays a bit more passive.
Well, what's the difference, right? From match A, Zero Damn was explosive. It was exciting. The teams were butting heads instantly, especially over in admin. Now, you look at match B, though, it was very slow. Polar opposite. The teams didn't want to really get too active. This time around, we're going to have a mixture of both. So you've got the aggressiveness from match A with a bit of the passiveness from match B coming together. And of course, you have to adjust your play style to what ends up making sense. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, make sure you get loud. Support your favorite team, EU, NA, APAC, China. Who's going to take it?
All right, in our very first round, we've got our priority spawns going to FN, and I believe that's Q9. Are you kidding me? A rematch of history. The top two teams from Group A get prio spawns, and they're going to be battling over admin immediately. Q9 coming in from the western side, FN coming in from the eastern side.
Of course, what is going to be fought for? Ultimately, it's going to be that airdrop. You're wanting to go for the AWM if possible. That has truly been instrumental in the success of some of the rosters out there, especially popping off heads, repositioning. Things are definitely looking on the up and up when it comes to that. For Q9's sake, though, you did point them out in early engagements and shots already being fired. And well, we're already dropping down.
Yeah, the boss hits. All right, he's got a PKM in hand, and that dude hits like a truck. We haven't seen anybody die to Saeed yet. We did see somebody die to our security director on Space City. But they'll pick him back up. Now, it does go down to red timer and obviously depleting of resources, but some solid loot here, picking up PKM and some ammo for it is some nice value add. Oh, okay, nice. A little mini camp. Not too bad. We've got ESG picking up a disc off screen. Here's a quick look at our operator choices to start things off. It does look like a little bit of a different shift for some teams. However, I'm looking at Q9 at the top of the screen. For those that watched Group A, remember, this is exactly what they did in Group A. They started with 2 Nox players. They went ahead and burned their Nox. You will not see Q9 use Nox for the rest of this competition in the upper bracket.
That's right. They burn them indeed. For NBA, no surprise they go Suniva. They love to use Suniva. In fact, we've got 3 of them used from ESG, GS, as well as NBA. Which interesting from GS, I don't think they went with Suniva the first time they played against Zero Down.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, frankly, Gold Silver's got to change things up. They're going in technically as the bottom seed in this match of 6 teams. And so they're going to have to change some things up, and they want to try to get active here early. Now, Inc., as we had mentioned before, looking at their not only operators, but also where they spawned in, they've got all of Cement Plant to themselves. So they're running some missions. They're getting as much loot as they want. They also know, frankly, you don't see a lot of folks fight over Cement Plant. Not that often in scrims, not that often in our competitions. They feel comfortable that the teams up at Barracks are going to rotate to admin and play for the dam extraction, and the team over at Substation is not going to come their way anytime soon.
By the way, I do want to point out NBA goes with the triple LMG strat once again.
Nice good call.
Yeah, they go with it once again, which clearly paid off, and every team has their own strategy. The LMGs clearly can mow you down. Now, as far as Q9 goes, they love up close and personal fights, and well, Gior is going to be laying pro. You've got FN starting to move through. The trap has been set. The question is, when do you want to spring it? The opportunity to get an elim was up there just a second ago. You do have GS also in the distance. Good trigger discipline from Gior. He's going to hang back just a little bit, not fire the shots off. So you've got admin starting to get active as it typically does. Still, the biggest or the closest engagement, I should say, will be Q9 versus FN, and FN has disengaged. They have left admin, and I think for Q9's perspective, they were not wanting to even engage in that fight. They kind of wanted to lay low and maybe fight yet another day. What do you think GS is going to be up to, though, on the northern side of things?
The usual. I mean, if you remember back to the very beginning of Group A, this is what GS did before. They moved up to the top side of the map and played for the dam extraction. Now, this time, we've got Crazy Dog up doing the wall breaker with Oxygen, and Bobo out playing Route Man, looking for anybody trying to play spoiler to wall breaker. Last time, nobody touched wall breaker, and they got decent loot. But this time we'll see what they're able to do. Now, we are seeing, this is all of the bricks coming in. GS, that's Crazy Dog. He's already opening safes, and he's got, what, triple? Oxygen's found one, too. Crazy Dog's found two. That's a lot of gold bars, folks. We'll take that for Wallbreaker. That's one of those moments in Wallbreaker. You finish the Wallbreaker mission, you go, hey, yo, guys, can we get out of the map, please? They are able to play for the damn extraction, but it does look like Fallen has moved up as well to maybe guard their extraction after they finish up Wallbreaker. It is nice, though. You got to remember, safe boxes are a part of this competition. So gold bars likely going to be in those safe boxes, and anything else they pick up will go into their actual backpack.
Airdrop is going to be down in just a minute or so. And that's going to be between FN, Q9, and GS, who all might be pursuing it. Now, Q9 has stayed put where they are currently at. We noticed QR, who managed to, or excuse me, who allowed FN to get away. He didn't fire any shots. He had some good trigger discipline, and Q9 ultimately could have been waiting, or at least awaiting, for the opportunity to attack onto the airdrop. Mind you, Crazy Dog finds yet another 200K. That's going to put him at 2.5, now 2.6 million.
Wallbreaker's paying, man.
It is, but look at FN. They're moving up, and they want to get paid themselves. They're going to have to do so with blood.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. We had a quick look at the map view. The airdrop is dropping basically right between the shipping containers on the north side of the map and admin, that little area between the two. That's where that airdrop's going to land. A lot of teams can play for that, but here is the end of Wallbreaker.
I want to point out, Bobo was by himself. This was something we were very critical on when you go back to match A when we're watching Gold and Silver. This did not work out for them. They ended up doing the wall breaker, but then they ended up getting taken down shortly after that. Bobo did not have an impact, and we could very well be seeing a replication of that match A mistake.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they were able to execute the strategy they were trying to do originally. Bobo's just basically been protecting them to come back out the way they went in of Wallbreaker. That big, wide open, blown open blast door. They can come back up this way. They could theoretically play the Vince over the top of Fallen. They don't necessarily know if Fallen's there. I can assume they expect it. Teams are always fighting over the damage extraction. It's the usual suspect for some of the first encounters. But as much as it feels like there's kind of been a lot going on, no fights yet.
Yeah.
No true fights. Maybe a couple bullets thrown at each other, but nothing much. Admin, Fallen got in, got some loot, and got out, and now they're just playing to the extraction point, which I respect. You saw that yellow dot on your mini-map a moment ago while Wallbreaker was going on. That's Fallen. FN, the least amount of loot on our leaderboard, but in the best position. Now, what did we find here? Oh, nice. Our airdrop net, a nice gold armor piece. We take those, a couple 100K. That's Mo, our matched MVP, our Group A MVP. Mo was different, man. We had some high-value FPS players in your DMs being like, yo, who's this Mo guy? This guy's crazy.
Yeah, no, much respect. And when I say that, look, I'm talking like top of the food chain maybe in the esports world, taking notice of Mo. Rightly so. Kind of stole our hearts each and every round that we watched him throughout Match A. But can he replicate it again where it matters most, getting top 2? You know, you can perform very well in your respective group. You go on to the next stage and you fall flat. All of a sudden, you're at risk of being fully eliminated. Now, for GS, this time around, unlike Match A, they managed to get away, and they are the richest currently in the lobby, and they very well could get out scot-free, which would be massive for them. No reason to worry about the airdrop. No reason to really worry about eliminations. Get out scot-free, take your loot.
Yeah, and I love that we got a chance to briefly look at that map feed. One thing you saw there is we got a brand new airdrop dropping on the north side of Substation, but the other thing you saw was this encounter right here. Finally, bullets raining down as Ink and ESG have been staring at each other for a while. These two teams know each other. They just battled in Group B, and they've got a chance to do it again right now, right here on main stage in the very first map of the day. A wipe here. If Ink can wipe ESG on the other side, this would be a huge feather in their cap and an opportunity to play near the top of this leaderboard and not just skate by. You got to be top 2 this time around. A third place position will net you nothing besides a trip to the lower bracket.
All right, it's Ink.
Good grief.
ESG.
Q9.
Yeah, dude. So Q9.
What are we finding? What are we finding that?
Well, it started with Mo finding the graphics card, mind you. Q9 jumps all the way up after a couple more items, and I gotta think it's maybe clearing of the airdrop. Did they fully clear it earlier?
Yeah, no, the airdrop was cleared. They're cleaning up the rest of the admin. They just found the right room at the right time, finding champagne bottle. Now
it doesn't stop.
No, they're passive loop back and forth.
Yeah.
That does get you sometimes, though. It gets all of us sometimes. I was doing that earlier. Because everybody's trying to optimize safe boxes too, right? It's like some of these items are taking up most of your safe box, so they're trying to pass loot back and forth. Quick look, by the way, Mana Brick Addiction, a slow game for them thus far, but they do get the airdrop, and what we know is that the second airdrop yields the AWM. Yet again, Mana Brick Addiction feels like a quiet start, but you gotta remember who they are and what they accomplished in Group B. They get the AWM. Their goal right now, to get out of this map. And ESG is the only team really even looking near them on the south side of Substation. They should come into view on your minimap just here in a moment as they start sneaking up the side of Sub and are looking toward the backside of NBA.
Boldo, Saniva.
There they are.
Boldo was the match MVP overall for the side of NBA. Skydie has joined his teammates, so they're all three going to be together once again. GS and Inc. continue to dance around each other. I mean, they are so dangerously close, yet nobody has been able to take either one out.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there's ESG and Inc. fighting before. They both took some shots and were like, nah, this isn't really worth it. So they back off. But there is an extraction happening on the north side of the map. Damn extraction's got 1:20. You see that in that timer to the left side, or sorry, the right side of the mini map, top left side of your map. Skydie and Co. gonna pass around some ammo, figure out who's gonna be using the AWM. And here's a look at it. So this is what I was wondering is, how are we gonna take this fight at Damn Extraction? GS could have taken the vents over the top of the Damn Extraction, didn't. Q9 pushed up from admin into shipping containers and now is playing inside of basically the wall breaker position. We're potentially going to go for the extract. But we look back to GS and Inc., who have been kind of, like you said, jockeying around each other with the new, I say new, it's not that new, the underground area of Zero Dam in the last patch or so.
Probably 5 minutes left. Nobody has lost their life here.
Yep. Yeah, this is, I think they realize that the stakes have been raised from group stages. Got to be a little less reckless. Got to take good opportunities. Non-Mana Brick rounds sometimes begets this. A standoff.
Well,
bullet shot down range. Fallen's going to get out of the... Fallen is alone for the most part on the Damn Extraction with 12 seconds left.
I also have the lease, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting out with basically nothing. They're just protecting their loot. And they were just expecting, I think, a team to try to fight them.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Q9 wanted to. Q9 wanted to,
See ya.
but there's Fallen. They're all going to be gone. And, I mean, it's still the lowest out there whenever it comes to the overall standings. We now have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, just to reiterate, we haven't lost a single player yet. Not even a single down has happened. This is craziness. Which I expected there to be more aggression, especially with Match A joining into the mix with Match B, but no, not the case whatsoever. Everybody's avoiding themselves. I'm looking at the map anyways. Nobody's even close to each other anymore.
Yeah, with Fallen out of the map, there's a little bit more room to work with. You can see on your screen right now, GS is headed down towards Visitors, which, I mean, obviously there's an extraction down here in theory, or there usually is in pubs. I'm not seeing it on our map right now. The main extractions are going to be Riverbank, Repair Passage, and then that damn crest that we've been using some. We told everybody at home, Mana Brick Addiction, they got the AWM. Their goal is to get out of the map.
And they will.
That's what's happening right now. Mana Brick Addiction is headed up to the north side of Barracks to get out that way. ESG is playing towards Ridge, where they frankly got punished by legit Brazil during group stages. Everybody is playing super slow and, I wouldn't say passive, but strategic to make sure they stay alive. ESG just slowly creeping towards the next extraction. I will say, too, you're seeing it, top left, you're like, wait a minute, we got another damn extraction? That's right. Re-pulled, second extraction, and it was pulled in time, about a 30-second differential between our game clock and that extraction. So you can get out via the damn extraction, and it is Q9 that's actually sitting in that extraction point right now, as it looks like Mana Brick Addiction has sent Boldo on his way assuredly with that AWM.
And now Skydie and Co. can start to push up, maybe challenge that of the Damn Extraction, where Q9 is currently sitting, maybe even over towards ESG. But things will start get a little bit tightly contested. I think GS is going to be free and clear, most likely not going to get challenged. They'll get out. My question is when will Inc. and ESG collide, and will Q9 also be added to that equation? Because all three teams, I believe Inc., ESG, and Q9 might be colliding together along with NBA. Maybe we have 4 teams there. Again, GS is getting the better end of the bargain.
Yeah, well, so GS is going Damn Crest, which is the extraction point on the top right-hand side of the map, one of the highest points on the map. I thought ESG maybe was going to try to rotate back up there, but they're actually going for the damn extraction. You can see them on Ink's feed right here, as Ink is going to follow suit. It looks like at least one member of Ink is going to follow suit. Killzall creeping up towards the damn extraction as ESG creeps towards a potential team wipe, one way or the other. Two members of Mantle Brick Addiction are going to get into the mix, and again, just play spoiler. They sent one out on purpose with most of their loot. ESG's got to read that, yes, there is somebody in here, and it's the full team of Q9. Inter-regional competition. Two teams from China about to face off, and Mantle Brick Addiction coming to play spoiler.
Well, it took 15 minutes to get to this point, but we are finally here where engagements are about to go down, and Kizzle is going to take some out. There's going to be two. Well set up. Big finishes overall. Liyun, Fujang from the side of ESG will be down and out. Will we get some more from Ink's side of things? A big opportunity for Ink. Good shots. Killzall refusing to back down and back away. NBA, mind you, is also starting to join into the mix, but Killzall can quite literally see everyone before him.
Again, Ink with great strategy. They send both of their other two players down to the extraction on the south side. That's the Riverbank extraction. They keep Killzall up, say, hey, dude, go figure it out. Go find some kills. And ESG was so focused on getting to the damn extraction that Killzall was able to find the perfect angle at the perfect time and take down two. All right, here we go. We got 8 seconds on the clock and counting, and Mantle Brick Addiction's got to make a move right now. They're going through the vents. This is what I was expecting from them. Q9's able to hold. NBA not going to give them free kills. All 3 members of Q9 are out of this lobby, and it looks like both other members of Ink also make it out. Baby B, see you later. Out through the riverbank, and a lot of folks sitting extracted. Probably the most extractions we've seen in Zero Damage. Killzall still not missing. I don't think he's gonna have time to clean up this fight, though. I don't think he's gonna get to kill. It won't get added to his tally, but Killzall is a dangerous man on this map. And down goes Zero Dam, our first map of the upper bracket. That was a weird one.
It was definitely weird. We didn't get our first engagements until 15 minutes into the 16-minute game, and it was Killzall who opened it up with a 2-piece right away. Talk about fireworks. I think Killzall was one of the only players to get eliminations as a whole. So, I mean, if it's going to be an MVP run, it's probably going to be Killzall. But what does make this fun is now we go into map number 2, which is going to be our Mantle Brick round. It's going to be on Brackish, which we consistently see, right? The same map order. But everybody goes in relatively even outside of, I believe it was Gold Silver, if I'm not mistaken, who ended up finishing or getting extracted with like 400.
Yeah, they did Wallbreaker. Yeah.
But it's like it could have been a little bit better. But hey, overall though, map 1 wasn't a success really from anybody's perspective. It wasn't a disaster either.
Yeah, sorry, to clarify, Gold Silver got out with it quite a bit because of Wallbreaker. It was Fallen that took the first extraction out via the dam. Yep. And they were like, hey, somebody come fight us. Like, they were baiting a fight. That's what they were doing. They had power position on the dam. Everybody's like, yo, we got plenty of time, man. We don't got to fight you guys. And so because of that, Fallen gets out and they go, well, okay, we didn't really get much. But at least we didn't lose what we brought in, which, hey, we take a win. That's a small win, but we take a win regardless.
Right.
Again, Group A, Group B, there was a big question of, hey, how do these groups look like against each other? What is this gameplay style? Is it going to look identical? Is there going to be differences? Totally different games. We saw Group A and Group B, a lot of differences. Upper bracket, it's the same question. Is it going to be the same competition? Absolutely not. It's a brand new 6 teams, and that was the most people extracted we've had in this competition thus far in a single map. I think it was like 12 or something. It was insane. It was maybe it was 10, something like that. I don't know. You have to look back at the VOD, but it was a lot of people.
It was a lot. Definitely the most. Without question, there's no argument. That was the most extractions we have seen so far. And again, it wasn't like a groundbreaking game from anybody's perspective, but also on the flip end, it wasn't a bad game either. Top 2 is the goal, all right? Before it was top 3, now it's top 2, which means that's one less spot than the players are going to be fighting for, which does make things a bit more critical, even though you don't necessarily have a bad game. In a retrospect, like for Fallen, for example, they all extract, but only 400K. That still puts them roughly about, what, 2 million away? Sure. Maybe a little bit less than 2 million away from maybe catching up to first place, which, let's face it, you know, before we were saying top 3 is the goal, top 2 is still the goal, but you want to go for first in this moment. You don't want to leave anything to chance.
Well, let's look back on some of the highlights, and it looks like first blood actually went to Captain Saeed, which is a first here on Zero Dam, and a fun note. But other than that, it was just a matter of looting up and finding anything that you can. And we had plenty of red items across the board. And I'm going to be honest, I wish my wall breaker paid like it did for these guys. They picked up
huge.
3 gold bars, looks like off the ground going in,
Right.
which is insane. They also pick up the watch out of wall breaker and plenty of other purple and gold items as well that we didn't see. And then we had our airdrops, and this is the classic note about airdrops. The first airdrop, high value loot. There was a graphics card in there. We had some gold armor as well. The second airdrop, though, was all AWM all day. And Mandel Brick Addiction, they get it, and they get out with it. So that's a huge boon for them. We could see that happen in the next game. We could see the AWM, but we could see Killzall do crazy things like he did there. Sneaks in, rats out, finds the angle, picks up a double. A huge boon for that team. That's 800K to their inventory just because Killzall didn't go with his squad.
Yeah, we talk quite a bit about Too Easy. We talk a lot about Baby B, but nice to add Killzall into the conversation, setting up a nice trap. He springs it. It ends up paying off big when it matters most towards the tail end. One of the few players who's able to get any type of eliminations, which took, like I said, 15 minutes before we even saw our first one. 3 million going to the side of Q9. A total of 3 eliminations in the entirety of round 1.
Yeah, and Killzall had 2 of them. You're totally
That's
right. 2 out of the 3. It was Gold Silver that picked up the 3rd. Here's a look at the overall earnings. And of course, you don't really get to add too much to it. 400K added for Gold Silver, which will put them very close to Q9 at the top. And then you'll also see 800K added to Ink, which will put them up a little bit higher than ESG based on the numbers we're seeing. Pretty inconsequential. And here's a look at the damage charts, which is all Killzall.
Right,
Like 2 players with decent loot, so he put up some nice damage, which is almost 1,000. So overall, and they did tag each other a little bit in the original fight. ESG and Ink were the teams that were fighting each other off the rip around the south side of the map, around the river extraction. And then they back off. They said, hey, this fight's not worth our time. And then Killzall said, well, I'm going to sneak in here and make it worth our time. Best team on paper, though, it's showing Q9 as the best team.
They got
from
3
that
million.
one. And yeah, checks out. They got some decent loot.
That's right. They got 3 million, the most loot. It makes sense why this would, in fact, be the best team. They finish up ahead of everybody else. The closest one was Gold Silver at 2.14 million. Killzall naturally will be the round MVP, again with his stellar 2 eliminations out of the entirety of 3 that all 6 teams were able to get. A rarity, I would say, when it comes to 0 down. Just traditionally, you just see a little bit more, right, than the 3, but there's Killzall. Nice to see him up there. A wonderful guy. More importantly, though, for North America, I think this is a big win, at least from their perspective. It'd be special to see NA. I think a region that a lot of people maybe think isn't necessarily up to par when it comes to like China, for example, maybe EU. If they punch a ticket in the finals, that would be pretty crazy.
Well, you would not have to get into the weeds, but I will say you're right. I mean, NA, it's not looked at as like a worse region. There's just less competition. They didn't have nearly as many teams as even EU did, or of course, not even close to the amount of teams that China did trying to qualify.
I think they had like 30.
Yeah, China had a ton, and that was a huge competition. Those are all like orcs too. It's wild. This is a very, very endemic scene here in China. But North America is a budding scene. It's growing. When we were talking with some of the players, it was like, man, we want to keep seeing this grow. Let's listen into some of the comms from that last game.
我们得从中间走，不然
感觉知道。为什么感觉他没人捡啊？
没人捡也不能要了，我感觉，说实话，你自己思考要不要，因为我听响枪了。
响枪了吗？对，响枪了，是响枪了的。
第一波核弹方向是响枪的，来了，
来了 ，OK。
没找到一扫，
没找到我，来了，又一个害爪，又一个害爪，炸到了。Kid 再给一个呀，来一发害爪，一起丢他必死的了。
嗯，我的个。
没事没事没事没事，要打完血了再给一个。
对，我就在等这个。
炸到了吗？
炸到了。
下不来了。
Some nice highlights across the board, but not a crazy amount because not all that much happened.
Yeah.
We saw some decent loot, we saw some decent red items, and a couple of kills exchanging hands. It really felt like I use this word all the time in pretty much every game that I cast, especially in Delta Force, a litmus test. Here's our litmus test. What does this come back as? Acidic, basic, somewhere in between? I mean, this is inconsequential. Even FN down at the bottom at 4.47 compared to a 6.86, a 2.4 mil spread is very easily attainable.
Yes.
If you wipe one team that's 1.2 mil, you loot their gear, well over a 2 mil spread.
Right.
This is basically nothing.
Yeah.
We go into round 2 almost an even playing field with a slight boon to the teams at the top already over 6 mil. We take that boon. We've seen margins be thinner than that. So, hey, anything that we can get is a good thing. We could only play 4 maps. You know that. We just saw it. But either way, the litmus test comes back, and it feels like these teams are feeling the pressure, and they're trying to play a little bit slower than they did, where they felt like they could get away with things in our group stages.
I think we're going to have a little bit of shell shock because we're going from the ultimate slow game into what could be an explosive game, map number 2 on Brackish, which of course is going to be our first Mandel Break round when it comes to our upper brackets. And off the rip, NBA immediately stands out along with ESG, Inc., of course, Gold Silver, who might be able to get those priority spawns.
Yeah, and that is a crucial factor about this competition and the way these spawns work. You can't get tier 1 spawns back to back. Tier 1 is red, by the way. So a team like Fallen, a team like Gold Silver, one of which had a good map, the other one didn't have great map. The team in last right now, Fallen, they can't get a tier 1 spawn in the next round because they got a tier 1 spawn in the first round. So that's the way that works. That's why we have the predictions there with the different logos. And obviously it's a huge boon to get the first Mandel Break.
And this could be the first opportunity for ESG, mind you, to have a tier 1 spawn.
That's true. Yeah, they didn't get a tier. I mean, they did get tier 1 spawns in their group stages, but none of them were Mandel Brick rounds.
Right, exactly.
So you're right. They
time.
can absolutely get a Mandel Brick round primary tier 1 spawn, which would be huge for them. They've been kind of unlucky with that. But here's a look at our operators. Obviously, Nox is done for Q9. This is exactly what they did in their group stages. We see a couple Senivus 3 to be exact gone as well. And then as per the usual, Hatclaw has got to be a classic pick for all of these teams, the most used operator in round 1 here, Taylor.
And you know, you got to also consider D-Wolf when it comes to Q9. That's going to be Mo. Mo all the way.
That's right.
He loves D-Wolf, and he's most likely going to use D-Wolf coming into play for the Mandel Brick round. Things are going to continue to be pretty fun, and I can't wait to see how this Mandel Brick round is going to work out. For NBA's sake, just the narrative that we had in match 2 going to stay the same here. I mean, they've got the AWM. They've got priority as far as I'm concerned. If they can get a tier 1 spawn, which they did in their respective match, I don't know. Sky's the limit. They could very well take the first Mandel Brick once again, which would put them that much closer to directly going into final.
Well, here's the thing, too. We had a chance on our English broadcast here to interview Skydie. He got to stand right next to us. We got to talk about the strategy and what he was able to do. He basically was like, hey, I can't say too much because we have to do it again and again and again to win the whole thing. However, one thing he did say that was really important is he likes Tempest a lot, especially for Mandel Brick rounds. No Tempest had been used yet. I can only imagine at least one, at least Skydie, will be running Tempest in our second map here on Brackish. I think this map's going to be a little bit different than what we just saw in Zero Dam. I think it's going to be pretty active, and if it's anything like Group B, it's going to have at least 5 Kings battling for that decoding station once the brick is grabbed. We'll see.
You know, what I want to see is if Fallen's going to try and set that trap like they traditionally do. Right?
If they get the spawn, yeah.
If they get the spawn, they might
they
very
can't.
well do so. No, they can't. You're
They're
right. They
tier
can't.
1.
So they can't set the trap. Now that's going to be into the ballpark, maybe Gold, Silver, ESG, for example.
Inc.
You know,
maybe.
Inc. maybe, of course, NBA, who are going to have at least the go-around for the tier 1 spawn. But again, for NBA's perspective, this is going to be big. We're about to head to our stage. Ladies and gentlemen, get loud, get active. We've got game number 2 about to take place. And this is going to be our first Mandel Brick round when it comes to the upper bracket. Winning this puts you so very close to going to that packed stadium, fully sold out, playing for $500,000, putting you that much closer to securing the first ever championship for the Delta Force Invitational. A big moment. The question is, who wants it?
Hey, look, man, I'm watching our chat. We got fans that I think are getting loud in their home, in the comfort of their own home. They're screaming loud for their team, so I like it. We'll get loud here in the booth, and I know people are getting loud for their teams at home. A lot of fans for all of these squads. Some teams, a roster that's been together for a very long time. We talked about our China rosters, how long they've been competing together. A lot of built chem that they've been working towards. Some of these other rosters put things together right before the qualification series. It happened to work out, and they got to figure it out. You heard it in some of the interviews during the break, if you guys were paying attention. Some of these people are meeting each other for the first time,
which is really cool,
that are on the same team
because
of what Delta Force is doing here with our LAN. One of those teams is the squad on your screen. These 3 guys had never met in person, and they get a chance to meet on LAN and a chance to do it for $500,000. What a cool opportunity. Taylor, a lot going on in the Delta Force ecosystem. I mentioned this before. I want to give another quick shout out to War Ablaze, a brand new season of Delta Force right around the corner, September 23rd. Folks, I'm giving you some leaks here. There's a lot going on in the ecosystem. I think this has already been posted. But we got new Warfare things coming. The Jet is coming. Come on for Warfare. I know you're a Warfare guy. You like Warfare?
I do.
We got new bosses for operations. We got a new operator coming as well. This is going to be really fun stuff. You're not going to want to miss War Ablaze. But as we head into Brackish, our very first Mandelbrick round, Taylor, I want to swing it back to you for
Okay.
a prediction, my friend.
NBA, baby.
Okay, no, yeah, didn't even blink.
100%.
You didn't even give me a chance to finish.
Look, I
It's
think
Brackish. It's NBA.
That's it. I think NBA is just too powerful at the moment. I fully believe in them. They started off where they left off, right? From match B, they came in strong, got the airdrop, got the AWM, they extracted immediately. They were the only team to close out the respective match within 4 maps. And they're just coming off of that. So they're hot and ready. They're ready to go. For the other teams, like, for example, from match A, well, they might be a little bit cold, albeit Q9 does not fit that bill as they are currently very, very healthy. Let's talk about the
Here
spawns.
we go. Look at the map, folks. We are into round 2. Who have the priority spawns? It's ESG and NBA, 2 of the heaviest hitting teams in this competition, and a chance to go back into it. NBA is pushing the equation. They are sprinting into Museum to get the power position. ESG is deciding to double back and play Hotel to potentially pick up Q9, who is spawned on the northwestern side of the map. What a wild start to this first map here on Brackish.
Yes, it is. And honestly, if Q9 and ESG cannibalize each other, that's all the better for the NBA side of things. But yeah, getting active. UR is already going to fall. And that is going to be a big win for ESG off the rail.
I hear our Chinese talent, the casters for the China Strip, going crazy because that is mainland battle right there. Those are regional finalists from China battling each other in Hotel. A perfect read from ESG that somebody's going to be spawning on the Hotel side. Instead of pushing for a power position over the Mandelbrick where they know they can't pick it up for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, they're going to play for kills. They pick up one member of Q9, and we are starting out hot as Ink is pushing up towards the center of the map and picking up some solid loot along the way. 173K.
You know, a lot of teams might fear Q9, but ESG does not.
That's right.
That's why they pushed it as hard as they did. After all, they've already played them. They've already won against Q9. They don't fear anyone.
Yeah, look what ESG is doing. They're actually sprinting to the north side of the map. Talk about pace of play. Completely flipping the normal strategy that we see from teams on Tier 1 spawns on its head. As Mandelbrick Addiction has Museum to themselves, they can find a gold bar for it. Look on the left-hand side. Obviously, you can look at operators. Couple key notes here that I'm noticing. I'm seeing a lot of Luros in a row. There's 3 there for ESG, NBA, and GS. Huge value add there. Oxygen for GS, electing to bring in some nice red gear that they picked up, which is nice. Across the board, though, nothing crazy to write home about. Mo as well in Q9, rocking some red gear. Any other operator things? Wait, did you see it? Very briefly? Tempest, baby. Tempest is on the map. I was looking for the red hair, and I couldn't find it for a second. We'll pay attention to that as well, but we do see our very first Tempest of the upper bracket.
All right. Was that NBA, we're assuming?
I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
I just saw the red hair as it flipped away. Somebody in chat could tell me because I was so focused on this fight that's about to happen.
That's right.
ESG is wrapped all the way to the north side of the map.
It's going to be gold silver opposite of ESG. ESG managed to at least take down one from the side of Q9 who have recovered. They're all 3 going to be back up. But this might be a bit of more of a difficult fight. I got to appreciate where gold silver is currently at, and I feel like they can gatekeep ESG unless ESG decides to rotate over towards the western side, go towards Cherry Town, in which case they would run back into Q9 and then ultimately Ink. Now for NBA, here we go. Mandelbrick has been picked up. Nobody has challenged them just yet. Question is, where do they take it? Well, it looks like they're going to be going to the left-hand side potentially, over by where Ink and them are at.
And by the way, I was gonna just go for it and say, yeah, it's Skydie on Tempest like we said he would. But I was like, nah, I don't know for a fact. I should have just gone for it, man. Skydie, absolutely a Tempest player. I assume that was the case. We called it out and is executing on the plan that he revealed to us in our interview. Loves Tempest on Mandelbrick rounds, and it's something that's a little bit more nuanced to the recent update inside of our customs UI. Big shout out to Mandelbrick Addiction. They are left alone in Museum, and because of it, they get the Mandelbrick. And they immediately start decoding.
Yes.
A new decoding station amongst our competition right inside of Museum. They had to walk like 5 feet throw that thing in decoding station, and force everyone to Museum. When they realized that they had Museum on lockdown already, they said, why not just do it here? Let's take our fight early. And all of a sudden, we saw China versus China a moment ago. Now it's time to see EU versus EU. The first team to address Museum and sneak in the bottom of this building, it's Fallen.
Fallen's a scary one for sure. Again, both teams, just like ESG versus Q9, Fallen, Mandelbrick, Addicts, like they've got history. Both EU rosters, both winning their respective matches, and Luyin is going to go ahead and take down, I believe, the Blue Eagle, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be great for them, but ultimately we've got to focus here on what NBA is going to be up to, and NBA backs away just a little bit of a reposition, 2.5 minutes. And really, the only players they've got to deal with currently is going to be Fallen. Inc. hasn't made a move. Q9's not going down. GS is a little bit further away. There's still time, but honestly, NBA might be able to get this free and clear if they can take down Fallen.
Yeah, there's plenty of time left. I assume Inc. is going to get involved, but Museum's an interesting one. It's frankly, I personally believe, and people can roast me for this, I don't like this decoding station at all. Museum, you can't hold the entire building down with 3 players. It's nearly impossible, and if you do split too much, you're going to get punished in isolated 1v1 situations, 2v1 situations rather, maybe even 3v1s if they catch you unaware. So it's really difficult to hold this position. But logically, it does make sense for Mandelbrick Addiction. They only know one thing about the map. They spawn near Museum, they get there, there is nobody there. So, well, hey, this is the only thing we know, we don't have information. I don't want to rush into a trap at a decoding station I haven't seen. Let's plan it here and see how we can hold it. There's good Overwatch positions in Museum over the decoding station, but other than that, this is going to be a tough building to hold and will beget multiple parties, whether it's 3rd parties, 4th parties, or maybe even 5th, even 6th parties, as all teams are still alive.
Well, you mentioned Inc. They do, in fact, make their way over. Killsaw, he is chomping at the bit to get some more eliminations. He felt that too, Beast, and in the last round, he wants to repeat that feeling. We're down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Touch needs to happen. Finally, some lasers are being seen from a distance. Teams are starting to move up. The desperation attempt starts to happen. Things need to get serious. NBA so dangerously close to securing the first Mandel brick, therefore putting them that much closer into the final. Shots are finally ringing out, and explosions are happening, and FN is going to go ahead and drop down HR.
Yeah, HR's lost currently and full with a nice grenade and a nice pickup from Easy. Inc. came in a little bit late to the party to play for the brick, but they do wipe 1 member of FN. They know they've wiped 1 member of FN, so they know there's a full team of 3 inside and likely sitting on top of the Mandel brick right now. And a well-placed incendiary. Boldo's going to take down 2 Easy and punish 1. EU violent, sure, but NA is here to play, but down a player. We have 20 seconds remaining, or Mandel brick Addiction is about to carry the momentum from group stages into upper bracket. Can anybody hop on this decoding station? I think the answer is no, Taylor.
I think the answer is 9 seconds remaining. Will it be NBA just like that with the first decoding underway? Will it be the last one? Skydie's looking down, and NBA will extract the Mandel brick virtually without any competition, much like they did in the second Mandel brick we saw in Match B.
So here's the thing about this decoding station. Obviously, it's easy to watch if you're inside the room with it. Skydie was looking at the ground so his gun barrel didn't stick out behind the bookshelf. If anybody ran into that room, we would have seen a masterclass of camouflage as Skydie is just sitting in the room saying, oh, you don't know I'm here because I'm behind this tiny bookshelf. A genius play that works out flawlessly for them. The only info that they had was that Museum was there, so they said, let's just plant it here, and it worked out for them. Again, another Mandel brick that frankly wasn't all that contested because nobody could get a read on where this team was set up inside the building. Mandelbrick Addiction stay on top, not necessarily out-fragging everybody, just outplaying them, out-strategic playing them. Very well done from the team, who will be at the top of the leaderboard regardless of what happens for the rest of the match.
Yes, my prediction. I gave it to you confidently. And I mean, look, Mandelbrick Attic is just, hey, you got to command respect, and that's exactly what they do. They took priority, and you have to respect it. I mean, again, to go from the qualifiers to how they performed in their match B to how they just performed now in the upper bracket is, I'm excited. I mean, it's just been sensational.
EU has been on top all day today, and they will remain on top. But we've got another fight on our screen. ESG is taking down Crazy Dog. Gold Silver in a bit of trouble. Going to have to back off after losing 1 member of their team. And ESG, they smell the blood in the water. They're going to try to push this equation. and take care of that advantage. Unfortunately, they are fighting on the northeastern side of the map. There's a lot of alleyways. So Gold Silver just started running, and they are out of here.
Yep, getting out while they still can. Gold Silver, I believe, started in first place. Just barely above that of Q9. Naturally, they're going to fall behind the Mandelbrot Gatherers, which was NBA. But even still, Technic Alloy so very critical here, and that could be the deciding factor. You got to think in upper bracket, I just don't see NBA, as good as that extraction was, I don't see them getting two like that, like they did in their match B.
Sure.
I think the competition is just going to be too high at the moment, really. But you never know.
Well, here's the thing to remember, though. In both rounds, Group A and Group B, teams that got Mandelbrot were a top 2 team.
Yeah.
I mean, if that repeats itself, Mandelbrot Edition's already into the finals. That's not the case, but it could be the case, at least if history repeats itself. We'll keep talking about that. There's still 10 freaking minutes left in this map. That is unbelievable. The first plant, no one steals. They get the brick. And basically, as fast as you can possibly capture a Mandelbrot on Brackish with the timers that it allows for. Wild start to this competition. Both of these rounds have been pretty quiet in terms of team fights. The only player full down was that Gold-Silver player that we just missed a moment ago after ESG struck them down and Gold-Silver ran for the hills.
Yeah. Q9 finally starting to move. I felt like they were in hotel for quite a significant amount of time. Surprisingly, a team that is known for their aggression, at least when came to match A, didn't even attempt to challenge for the Mandelbrot, which surprised me.
Well, and it's because they got pushed out by ESG at the very beginning.
Well, that's true.
ESG pushed them
get it down.
Off rip. They said, oh, we have a tier 1 spawn, don't care, didn't ask. I'm going to hotel, and I'm fighting whatever team's spawning there. Because they punished Q9, Q9 was just on their back foot trying to restabilize while all that was going on. Nobody could get a handle on that Mandelbrot, besides, of course, the team that is adequately and appropriately named. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Q9 in a blender. Killzall is hitting right now. 2 members of Q9 go down. Can't quite clean up with the missile. Didn't quite make it there. I think actually cut down by the last remaining member of Q9 to make sure that it doesn't hit. Shoot those missiles out of the sky. But we've got an advantage. We've got to push for it. And Mo knows it. Look, Taylor, if there's anybody that can win a 1v3, it's certainly Mo. But this is a tall task. Killzall's kills comes through. Easy comes through. Mo's got an angle. Mo can't quite the knock. And he goes for the take, but he doesn't get it. Mo needed Easy to go down. Easy had an iota of health, and because of that, Mo got in too much of a blender. Tried to activate his D-Wolf suit, his exoskeleton, and it didn't end up mattering. Ink is moving different in upper bracket. Different team than we saw in group stages.
Yeah, and Killzall is one of the main factors for that. I mean, he's been getting the opening picks from game number 1 to game number 2, and a large reason why Ink feels so confident to make pushes. As soon as Killzall gets those 2 downs, immediately Ink is like, okay, now is the time. We're pushing forward. Let's get the final elims on Q9. Well done. Killzall, simply that guy. And it's great to see, you know, you always want to highlight, you know, star players, for example, like Baby B, you know, Too Easy. But now Killzall, when it matters most during the upper bracket, just performing as well as he is. Chang is running, taking a significant amount of damage, and Killzall takes down DT.
Bro, Killzall this is a totally different player, all of a sudden just showing his ugly face on main. This is an animal slamming his opponents right now. The only person getting kills in the first 2 rounds is Killzall. He is a scary player on this map.
Yeah, Killzall is incredible. He really is. At this rate, North America might be in good hands. Imagine if they would have been able to challenge for the Mandelbrot, which nobody was successful in doing. Either way, this could be a standout game for the team of Ink. Already ahead when it comes to assets obtained. The eliminations are phenomenal. I mean, already, I believe, 3+. Here we go, FN again in a fight. HR takes a ton of damage. He was dropped a little bit earlier. He was managed to get picked back up. It doesn't mean he's going to be safe just yet. Fallen. They need to recover quickly.
Yeah, ESG lose 1 to Killzall. HR loses every ounce of health that he can without actually falling. I don't know if I've seen health go that low in a long time. I think that was actually 1 HP. A huge boon to stay on his feet and completely regain here. With DT down because of Killzall, ESG is on their back foot against Fallen. Fallen need these kills, but look who's coming in to place forward from behind. Manelbrick Addiction's got an angle. Skydee comes in, takes one member of ESG. Fallen take the other. ESG and Q9 are out of this map. Both our China teams have left the lobby.
That is insane. You would expect at the beginning of the day, we were highlighting how good China is, and they are wonderful. However, in this case, man, it's been all EU and North America. And like you said, here we go. Skydee is on fire, and opposite of him is going to be Fallen just up ahead. It's going to be round 2 for NBA. They've already got the Mandel break. They've already achieved what they wanted. But one thing we know from their Group B matches is NBA is not satisfied with that, are they? They want more, and they want to continue to push up and ruin dreams.
Yeah, and this is EU versus EU, but look at our mini-map. Who's in purple? It's the Reaper. It's Killzall. It's the team in purple, Inc., coming in from behind to potentially pinch this third party. They know they didn't get the mana brick, so they're going to play for kills. And now that some extractions are available, they're looking at the timer, and maybe, just maybe, Inc. won't push this fight immediately. Inc. may play for the extraction point in the center of the map to the north side of the Tower of Babel. We'll see. See how it all plays out. Mana brick Addiction, a huge map in front of them already with the mana brick, but they'd like to take a couple kills with them and start gapping their opponents in the stash value category.
Actually, Fallen's going to start moving downward. Skydee was just at. Bulldo turn around and look his way. Skydee, he's gone. He's dipping out for the time being. Now down to 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Still plenty of time for a lot of players to lose their lives and drop off. I do want to point out, by the way, Gold Silver has just been looting as much as they possibly can. Even still, they're at 1.2. Focus back, though, onto the NBA side of things. A lot of damage. Yuval will back away for the time being, as In Hot Pursuit has fallen. They refuse to give up this fight. Inc., though, are moving down. They disengaged and might challenge Gold Silver a little bit later.
And again, you got to play for an extraction point at this point. Oh, nice find, Skydee. Shooting straight. HR goes down for a second time, or I guess almost for the second time. HR down, and I think he's going to be able to get the clean. That's a nice pickup for NBA. Again, you got to remember, any kills they get, any loot they get, if they get out of this lobby, that's just a cherry on top of what they accomplished nearly 7 minutes ago. They picked up that mana brick and walked out scot-free. This is all just extra bonus. And Skydee is feeling stuff. He's looking for the shots. Somehow doesn't get cut down, but he hears the footsteps. That's the Tempest in play, baby. Able to get some information and back up, and they cannot follow because his backup was ready for where he would retract to.
You know, now I can see why he loves Tempest. Skydee is such an aggressive player, the tip of the spear for the NBA roster, and the fact that he can get up and get out as quickly as he just did is brilliant. And now disengagements all around. Fallen now going up to the top. NBA will stay put where they are currently at, most likely going to the extraction point in the middle where Inc. is going to be. So for NBA, they still might have to fight against another roster.
Job's not done, but as expected, Inc. could have third-partied that fight, but instead, they're playing for the extraction point. They know they need loot value. With the way this is going right now, there's absolutely going to be some loot value tiebreakers. Your stash is everything, and they've got decent value. You can see 2.8 mil. It's technically the highest across the entire map because of the kills they were able to pick up. They loot some bodies. They've got nice value. They know they're playing for top 2. And if they don't get the brick, they need to have the most loot value. Oh, and I think that was, I want to say those were some well-placed grenades.
Yes, it was.
On the top, Yuval burning a bit.
Extraction point's going to open up in just about 30 seconds. Inks has surrounded it. NBA, though, is going to continue to push up. Flarich, though, from a distance, will take down Yuval. Is going to end up falling. This opens up the opportunity for Inc. to be free and clear on the extraction point for NBA. Maybe an opportunity to get their teammate back into play. He's just going to be down currently. Not many,
the angle.
Not much time remaining. Yvishka, by the way, was able to get out from the fallen side of things, so he's been fully extracted, but here it is. The fight's about to conclude. 4 seconds remaining.
Oh, going through. Skydee goes huge. Skydee and NBA take down all of Inc. Holy cow, are you kidding me?
Skydee. Oh my gosh.
In the blink of an eye, player disadvantage. It doesn't freaking matter. Swings the corner, lines him up, and knocks him down. Good grief, mana brick addiction is inevitable. They're going bowling on main and Brackish. This is their map. And one member of Brick Addiction has left the lobby. The other two swing for the fences, and they hit a home run. Talk about a spoiler for Inc. They had such a great game going, and they lose out on about 2.2 mil. Unreal.
Skydee just owned Inc. in every respect. Notice Killzall, he's been slaying out, but he's no Skydee in that moment. I mean, we're talking, what, like half a second before the extraction opens up, takes them down, and secures, what, 1.2? Whenever it comes to the overall points. I mean, just insanity. Perfection from the NBA roster.
So just to recap, GS lost a member a while ago. They've been looting Tower Babel for eons, and frankly, they didn't make all that much money comparatively. This last remaining player on Gold Silver is, it looks like, taking care of a safe to try to find some extra loot. Because one member of Gold Silver decided to go ahead and get out of the map, one member of NBA got out of the map, and one member of Fallen, it was Uzbishka, got out of the map.
Yep.
They all then lost a player on their team getting killed. So across the board, right now, it's just solos running around looting up, and I think they hear footsteps. I think we're going to see one member of Gold, Silver, and NBA maybe fight each other. No, they're not going to shoot each other yet. They can't get out of the map. There was a moment there, I thought Bobo and Buldo were going to go for a fight there in the final 10 seconds or so. But a fun finish to a fantastic map. Brick Addiction, your top team on that map. I'm not even going to wait for the graphic. I know it's them. Good grief.
Yeah.
Highlight level plays, hero moments. They get somebody out of the map and they get the Brick. What are we freaking?
It's just play after play after play after play. And it's been that way since match B. I'm blown away. I'm just so absolutely blown away, Skydee. That play was just, again, wow. Just wow. They get the Brick, no problem. Nobody contests them. They pick it up as soon as it is ready. They put it out. They start extracting it. Nobody challenges. There's people in the vicinity. Nobody really wants to go for it. And all of a sudden, Brick addicts are well ahead of the game and could very well be leading not only Bricks, obviously they are without a doubt, but then they could be winning in the overall technicality. I mean, based off of that play there and off of game number 1, they could do no wrong. Like, this roster is a night and day difference from online to now.
Yeah. And I mean, one of the things we haven't really mentioned too much during this competition is that some of these players, some of these teams, they have played against each other. Some of our NA teams have played against our EU teams, and I know it's the same for some of our Asia and Asia Pacific teams. They have played against each other in other competitions, not this competition. And it always comes down to online competitions to ping. And some of our players from our EU, both of these EU teams, both in Russia and some of the neighboring countries around Russia, when they play normal EU tournaments, they're on pretty high ping. Oftentimes we'll pull servers that are like more middle EU or even sometimes to the western side of EU. Now on LAN, there's no excuses. And they are hitting their shots every inch of the way. On LAN, it's all even, and Brick Addiction have put all the puzzle pieces together near perfectly up to this point, which is a huge statement for what they've been able to accomplish and the work they've put in.
Dude, it's just unstoppable. That one team, though, that has been struggling quite a bit is ESG. Coming into this, they were actually quite healthy when it came to their technicality, but you can't have weak games here if you need to be in the top 2. In fact, the same thing could be said for the Q9 side of things, who were wiped out. Killzall from the Inc. side was able to take out basically the entirety of Q9. I think he took down 2, and then the rest of the roster was able to move in and ultimately assist each other on picking up the last one. Taking a look at our highlights, and man, it's just unbelievable start. ESG started off with the first down onto Q9. I'm thinking, all right, now we're back to business as usual, right? The 2 Chinese teams dominating each other, or at least dominating the lobby. But then Q9 gets back onto their feet. ESG has to go back to square one, but the Brick became quickly our attention.
Yeah, okay, can we just look at the time, by the way? Brick Addiction got the Brick at, what, 12 and a half minutes? I don't think it could have been faster. That might be a record for how fast they got the Brick, but of course, there's a lot more fights going down on main as some frustration from some of our players as Inc. came in like a wrecking ball and wiped a bunch of these teams.
Yes.
Down goes ESG, down goes Q9. They're the first 2 teams out, but then a huge flank up the backside cleans up, yes, ESG and Q9, but it also caused some disturbances for a team like Fallen on main as Brick Addiction pick up a couple kills of their own as they traverse through the map.
And They did traverse through. Oh man, the flames were burning hot. That was a great nade from a distance. But this was the craziest moment, right? I mean, watching, of course, NBA move up, Skydie taking down, of course, the roster of 8 before they can extract. They were literally there half a second away from extraction. Skydie rolls in, takes them all down, and now all of a sudden they're full dead with half a second remaining on the extraction. Like, I mean, you couldn't have timed it perfectly.
Look, I was a Tempest fan before this competition. Now I'm a Tempest super fan. This guy is really showing how to play this operator. Here's a look at the the round 2 results across the board. Mana Break Addiction, they didn't end up getting out with very much. 0.65, whatever, but they do pick up 5 kills. That's 2 mil, by the way. 400k per kill times 5. You got the math, 2 mil added, which will put them near the top of overall round earnings. But the key factor, I almost forgot about it because so much was going on towards the latter half of the map. They get the Mantle Brick in the first 8 minutes of the entire map, and they're able to play so much more after that. So a huge boon. And they pump out the most damage, barely surpassing Killsaw, doing the majority of the damage from Ink. And one more note about that final fight. Not only was that perfect execution, but Skydie getting both of those players weak, he was able to clean them up one after the other with a couple bullets just in the nick of time before they got out of the map. Very cool stuff. I think if he gets one of them down earlier, I don't think he actually picks up 2 in time. Mana Break Addiction, the top team, frankly, in the tournament thus far, but definitely the best team in this last round.
Yes.
Not a ton of loot, but a Mana Brick plus kills is a huge boon for them. I can only imagine it's one of these players as the MVP. And as expected, Skydie said, watch me play Tempest. I'm not going to tell you all my strategy, but here's a piece of it. And there it is, Tempest on screen and Skydie on screen. Had a chance to interview him, and now he's showcasing why he's one of the best.
Yeah, Skydie's got the damage dealt on lock. Nearly 1,000, 4.0 KD, and he's doing a lot of that by simply just pushing forward as the Tempest, as you mentioned, but being the tip of the spear. Like, yes, he's got help from his teammates, but Skydie is oftentimes being the initiator. And a lot of times, too, just being alone in those fights. His teammates are, very quickly behind him, but, he's not scared to get active before they're even there because he's totally confident in his abilities. Plus, again, the Tempest and being able to reverse, is totally critical.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think back to that fight at the very end on the extraction point against Ink, Skydie picks up 2. His teammates did flank in from the off angle and pick up the 3rd to fully wipe Ink. So this is absolutely a team effort, but you're right, Skydie is playing Entry Man, especially when he's on Tempest and especially on Brackish, from what we've been able to see. So it's all been working really well for them. Let's listen into some of their comms from the last map and see how it all went down for them.
Хочешь смотреть мне окно?
Да. Давай, я готов. Аккуратно раскидывайся. Скажите, когда кинешь. Еще один дай.
Никто не горит. Второй дал. Тоже никто не горит.
Дал тебе смоки. Не знаю, нормальные, нет?
Можешь оставить позицию занимать. 0. Мои окошки сейчас прыгать будут, был.
Я им дал смог, кидай молик.
Горит.
Триггер.
Меня отзонили.
Окей. Я ультану. 15 секунд. Молик кидай куда-нибудь.
Молик в мантл.
Взяли, рез. Не, мандл, пофиг, важно.
Меня задело. Я закрыл дверь.
Меня отзонили опять.
Все нормально, выжить. На деньги играем.
Просто сильно позицию.
Забаррикадируй дверь у меня.
Я горю, подожди. Нет, не сгорел. Меня через стены палят чутами.
Ты левых забал, разбил лему, 2 ебал дал. Он за коробкой вот этой.
Вайпнул справа одну пачку, иду вашим помогать. Где они, инфу продлите?
Вот, за желтой коробкой здесь.
Я разбили, блядь.
Я ему ебало разбил.
Идем?
Меня халдит уже, не могу. Обратно отошел. Сейчас отхились, пикну еще раз под ультой. Сколько секунд?
20.
Я пытаюсь распикивать, кого-то найти. Где они? Справа есть. Мы можем налево прибежать закон. Давай налево закон прямо сейчас.
Молики раскинь, беги.
Слева есть один. И справа халдит. Справа 1 хп.
Молик ему. И ивакайся. На иваку.
Слева 1 хп. Нок. Еще у меня.
Ивакайся. Хорош. Еще и ивакнулся. Легенда.
You know what I'm about to say, right?
Cool, calm, and collected.
There you
baby.
go. There it is. And concise. I'll add another C
There you
to
go.
the category there. Obviously can't understand it all, but it really was concise and great comms across the board. Everybody talking, but clearly making some decisions along the way, and a clear IGL for that squad, wherever that may be. So fun stuff to listen to and a fun thing to look back on. You heard some excitement in their voice as they laugh, as they get a full team wipe there on the extraction point. Here's a look at our overall rankings, though. This is super important.
Yes.
Mandelbrick on top, however, also second overall in the technicality. The stash value is a huge boon for the squad, NBA. With in second, still gold, silver.
Right.
After all that looting they've been doing, it's working out for them.
I want to point out, by the way, the two Chinese team, ESG and Q9, are at the very bottom. 5
got a rough go of
and
it.
6. They have, but still not too far away from the top 2. It's very doable to come back. We take a look at our spawns, and obviously for the side of ESG as well as NBA, they're not going to be able to get the priority spawns. Granted, it is going to be an airdrop map, so it's not necessarily as impactful. So take that into account. In fact, actually getting a priority spawn here might not be beneficial because you're going into the Mandelbrick round coming up next.
Boom. Great call out, and it's a great shout because you really want that tower, at least I do. I want the Tower of Babel spawn on this map because it's not a tier 1 spawn, which means I still have a chance for a tier 1 spawn going into the next round, which of course will be Space City. But for now, we will go back to Brackish and let's talk about our operators. As expected, Skydu's able to use the Tempest, and to great effect, might I add. The only player to do so thus far. May see another one, maybe not from Skydu because it's not a Mandelbrick round, but may see another in Brackish this time around. We have a lot of Irons still on the table, which is a little bit surprising, and it looks like everybody besides Gold Silver has used at least one Hat Claw, and everybody's used the D-Wolf, with Q9 having D-Wolf and Nox completely off the table, which is the exact same pattern of operator choices from their group stage.
With Hatclaw being as valuable as it is and universally used by every single roster, I think this is beneficial for Gold Silver not having used their Hatclaw. I think that's going to be big going into the next Mandelbrick rounds. After all, this is the last airdrop. If they don't use it here, then they're going to have Hatclaw to use for the remainder, or at least for 2 of the Space Cities, which could be beneficial for them. So maybe a bit of a strategy there. Maybe they don't like using Hatclaw. But regardless, if they do, now they can use it when everybody else might not be able to.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's totally true. I think Hatclaw is a very strong operator right now, a recon operator in general, very helpful. A lot of people are using Hatclaws instead of Lunas in some of these other maps, Brackish, Zero Jam, and saving Luna for the Space City maps, which makes a lot of sense. I do think you're right. Hatclaw is going to be a nice boon for a team like GS who hasn't used them at all and could use them multiple times in a map like Space City, especially if we go indoors. We haven't seen it yet in today's competition. When we get to Space City, we get that indoor decoding station, good grief. It is wild stuff in there, all right? It is a bloodbath. It's like almost like a different game. But for now, let's head back to Brackish.
Yes.
No Mandelbrick. AWM maybe out of the airdrop.
Right.
And frankly, I think these teams are realizing we got to get our loot up. Let's get our money up and let's figure it out. Current overall leaderboard, of course, NBA at the top with the Mandelbrick. Gold, Silver, a surprising second place right now with the looting that they've done. And Inc. holding close to that third place position, just barely over the side of FN. This leaderboard is looking wacko right now. Besides Mandelbrick addiction, this thing is completely flipped on its head. Our seating is exactly opposite, except Mandelbrick addiction is the exception to the rule because apparently they're just different.
I was thinking about that because the narrative coming into the upper bracket was like Gold Silver, they skated by. They barely got here. And that's a fact, mind you. And now the fact is they are in second place. A potential chance to move forward to the finals directly after barely skating by. It kind of fits the same narrative as NBA from their qualifiers. So 2 similar storylines, just one took place during the qualifiers, the other one taking place, of course, during the Delta Force Invitational.
You see a little bit of frustration from some of our players as they prepare for whatever is next. I will say, though, when we talk about different play styles, we've been saying it the entire competition. I've been saying it for years, literally. Every play style in operations is viable in these tournaments. So you look at Gold Silver and you're like, well, you guys are playing really passive or really slow and just looting up. Some of that's just circumstance, but also that's their playstyle. These regions all played extremely differently in their qualification process. Gold, silver, they come from the APAC region. This is a little bit more of the playstyle that we've seen from APAC in competitions. There's never been a competition of this scale from a global standpoint. When you watch some of the APAC competitions, a little bit slower, and they've had to play a little bit slower in this competition. And it's funny because North America was actually quite similar. It was a really slow gameplay loop. There wasn't a crazy amount of action. But yet, funny enough, Inc. is probably the most active when it comes to some of the fights with the way they're playing it. So it's not like these regional divides kind of dictate a playstyle. It's just a matter of what playstyle you bring in to a competition of this scale.
And you have to find a balance, man. You have to find a balance for sure. It's time to get Game 3 started. Let's sit there.
Мне будет все скидывать, ты открывай карточку. Открывай карточку и беги, наверное, свою паскудную позицию, потому что она у тебя относительно сейвовая на балкончик.
Так если...
Ну, если у нас... Если с другой стороны, то ничего, пофиг.
Можем снизу зайти, если с другой стороны. Пойти там туда. Где больше всего медички был? Комнаты самые задания. 3 комнаты там.
Наверное.
Сейф. Сейф 100%.
Давайте один лутаться будет, мне куда торопиться. Два прохода подряд.
Просто медичку занять, если.
Карточки взяли, топоры взяли.
All right, time for Brackish. Here's a breakdown of what you can expect going forward. Our last airdrop round and everything going forward will be Space City after this, plus a Mantle Brick round after this for every single map. Could be 4, could be 5, or could be 6, which we haven't seen yet. But going into Brackish in round 3, let's think back to our group stages. What can we expect going into this round? Do you expect to see a lot of gunfights, or do you expect to see something more similar to Zero Dam with a very slow, methodical, strategic gameplay loop, everybody just trying to get out of the map?
I think we will see that. I really do. You know, the pressure, well, I say that, and the only caveat I have is, again, the longer this goes, I feel like ESG and Q9 cannot continue to play passively. I just don't think it's within their DNA. I think
not what they do either.
Well, you know, I think they played so passively now that it's actually messed them up.
Well, let's take a look at some of our spawns. Gold Silver gets the Tower of Babel, and ESG finally getting a little bit lucky. They also get the Tower of Babel spawn, so both of those two teams fighting over the Tower of Babel, or theoretically fighting, at least sharing the Tower of Babel. Whereas on the north side, we've got Inc. and we've got Fallen hot on each other's heels, playing around Market and Crank, playing around the Grand Hammam. Mantle Brick Addiction playing up in Cherrytown. And it looks like Q9 got a Cryo spawn, it looks like, in playing Royal Museum. That means Q9 will not have a Tier 1 spawn going into our next Mantle Brick round.
That's right, which is going to be big, okay? You want that Tier 1 spawn, but the way it is, unfortunately, that's the way the law ended up being laid out. For Q9, though, again, a team that doesn't want to be passive. They're not in a passive team. They're an aggressive roster. Can they slow things down? Yes. But I think this is where they start to get active and they start to push out a potential. After they loot up, of course, a couple of minutes, maybe they push up and start getting into teams. That's where they found the most success throughout their respective match.
Now, Fallen on our screen, just looting up. Let's take a look at the left-hand side of our screen and look at some of our operators, gun choices, and everything in between. Anything stand out to us? I think, namely, it looks like Mantle Brick Addiction is actually burning one of their Cenevas for this non-Mantle Brick round. Boldo rocking the Ceneva. And as per the usual, it looks like we at least got 2 members of NBA rocking the LMG category weapons, which is nice, whereas Yuval's rocking an interesting kit for this one. Don't see a lot going on in his inventory right now. Maybe just trying to conserve some cash, or maybe we're getting that updated on the back end. Either way you look at it, you can see not a ton of really solid gear being brought in for a non-Mantle Brick round in order to conserve some of the cash that they've, frankly, fought pretty hard to try to get. And that's across the board for everybody else. We see some of our operator metas and things across the board. Nothing huge standing out to me there, but I'll keep an eye out to see if there's anything else that gets picked up. Looks like ESG, by the way, are kind of following suit. I guess this is one note about operators, following suit of what Q9 did in the first round. Round 3, they're saying, can we get Nox out of the way? We don't want to use Nox right now, so let's just use both of them for this. And frankly, we gotta give Nox a bad rap in operations. I think he's got a role in this game. I actually, frankly, like playing him a lot. You could see ESG use Nox to actually play for more solo, duo, solo, trio fights where they can surprise their opponents and catch them off angles. They're probably going to go for kills here based on what they find in our Tower of Babel.
I want to say, by the way, not bad from ESG and Q9's perspective. Nearly $1 million already earned. ESG's been profiting. Of course, that's Tower of Babel as a whole, and that's before they even get involved into the engagements against Gold Silver, which Oxygen might be the closest one. Quite a bit being found by Gold Silver. Yeah, Crazy Dog looking great. That's going to put up, I believe, Gold Silver. Yeah, 1.5 million. When do you start weighing your options of let's get out of here? Because let's not forget, Gold Silver is in second place when it comes to overall match earnings. They were leading even that over Inc, who is in third, by almost 3 million.
Yeah, and I think the classic conversation is, well, when my safe box has runneth over and I cannot fit anything in my safe box, that's when I'll consider stockpiling one player and sitting him out of dodge. Look, I will say the players have kind of figured out that if we don't take down the Blue Eagle early, he gets real annoying.
Right.
If you guys watch any of our regional finals for EU or North America, Blue Eagle was racking up a body count. And they were also racking up a body count during Mana Brick rounds, killing people that were guarding the Mana Brick. It was insane, but also you get some loot from taking down Blue Eagle. And ooh! Oh, is it a key card? Picks up the Muse Survey key card. That is a huge boon for his team, I believe. Let's see it rack up. 2 key cards out of that? We take those every day of the week. Well played, gentlemen. Nice value add to their total there.
Huge indeed. A lot of millions being rolled around. Gold Silver at 1.9, Q9 at 1.4, Fallen at 1.3. These are the teams that really needed it, especially Q9, who was all the way at the bottom at the start of this game. Maybe this is the turnaround point. It's the confidence booster heading into the next Mandelbrick round.
Dude, I am a loot goblin.
I just want you to know. Hey, I know you are.
Dude, when I see you open a chest and that thing spins for way too long, I get so anxious. I get so excited to see what is about to pop out. I think those key cards went for about 300K or so a piece. Nothing insane, but definitely worth the value. You see FN jump up to 1.5 mil because of the loot they found. Taking down Blue Eagle. Here's a look at some of our other squads, and I think it's going about like you had mentioned at the beginning, and I think you double backed on it, so we were kind of going back and forth. But pretty slow to start things off.
Right. I mean, it makes sense.
Pretty classic for these types of maps for round 1, round 3. You don't have to take fights, at least not early. There will absolutely be fights over extraction points. But our first fight's either going to be in the Tower of Babel, or it'll be around one of these extraction points, maybe between Inc. and Q9 maybe, around Museum.
Yeah.
Inc is known to get a little antsy, go for kills. Certainly possible.
I think it's going to be Gold Silver versus ESG. And I only say that because Oxygen keeps kind of, roaming away from his teammates by himself. Granted, ESG isn't necessarily tightly compacted, so it's going to most likely be a 1v1, but they're a lot closer than what Gold Silver is. I'd like to see Oxygen maybe reel it back just a little bit. Because the further he strays away, the further he does get over towards DT, who's going to be just off to his right. And if Oxygen gets down too far away from his roster, he's pretty much in no man's land. And ESG is not going to let anybody from Gold Silver push up and get Oxygen back into the fight. But he will join back to with his teammates, and all will be right with the world. Still plenty of time remaining to gather the loot. So far, the richest one is going to be Gold Silver. And let's say, theoretically, they get out with the loot that they currently have. They should at least surpass 10 million in match earnings, which will be pretty massive for them to stay ahead of the curve.
Quick look at the map view here on main. You can see our first airdrop. North side, this is the north half of the map. Grand Hammam is where it'll drop, and Inc has got an idea of where it'll be. They're going to play for it first. Again, there's going to be 2 airdrops that stagger by a couple minutes apiece. So the first airdrop usually has just high value loot. We saw a graphics card come out of it, a couple gold items come out of it. Usually around, frankly, honestly, around like $1 million usually in loot value. Somewhere in between like 700K and $1 million. Definitely worth playing for. The second one usually has the AWM and its ammo. Watch out for both of them, of course, but the AWM is going to be crucial potentially for our next round, our Mandelbrick round. If you can get the AWM, get out. We talked about this all day. Saw a lot of value from it for some of these teams, or a lot of value lost. If you're a team like ESG who did that in the group stages, brought it in and immediately died and gave it away.
First airdrop is going to be fought for relatively soon. Killzall is the one I'm looking out. And actually, I say that, he gets dropped immediately. Beshka takes him out. Auction and Crazy Dog, by the way, have fully extracted and got out of the way. That's going to be tons of loot going to them. And HR will fall to 2 easy. So trades on both ends, whether it be for Fallen or Ink. The airdrop's seen a lot of action, and it's not done yet. You also have Q9 starting to move their way up.
Yeah, that was a huge retake from Easy, man. That guy is composed right now. We talk about Killzall a lot because he's picking up a lot of these kills. Easy is clutch, man. He looks very confident in the face of a LAN. He's got a crazy amount of hours in operations, as do most of these players. But a nice retake of an Overwatch position in the window. He's got a nice power position overlooking this airdrop. By the way, Taylor, Gold Silver.
Yeah.
They sent 2 players out while that was all going. You mentioned that. Bobo just died to a flamethrower troop.
Did he?
Bobo's out. Bobo died. I don't know what happened. NPC got the better of him, man. I mean, obviously, it looks like almost all of their loot goes to the side of the 2 players that got out of the map. But Bobo tried to stay deploy, spoiler, and ends up dying to a flamethrower Havoc troop. What a wild way to go out. I wonder if we got that on the highlight package. But this fight, a crucial one, and it looks like Q9 getting into the mix, and it's Mo saying, hey, did you forget about me? Yeah, you better not forget. The MVP from the group stages has been very quiet in our upper bracket.
Tell you what, I'm starting to feel bad for HR, though, from the Fallen side. He has been knocked so many times, not only in this round, but also the last round. Seems like he's just kind of getting punished left and right, whether it be from Killzall or multiple others. And it's tough to watch. It really is. But that's just the way of the world. Airdrop, though, still in play, mind you. I don't think anybody's been able to get it, and that's because of the pressure from Ink, Q9, ultimately Fallen. Things are truly active. I do like that Mo is on that off angle, and I think he's going to be the big playmaker. It's going to be up to 2 easy to keep at bay.
Okay. Michael Killzall is pulling right now. He's able to sneak up to the airdrop. As we said, that's about 1 million spread. Double fossils is huge. That's 700K by itself. Here's a quick replay of that moment. Here's Bobo, dude. My God.
He missed my shot.
Bobo to the left. Right back to the action, though.
HR.
HR was getting cut down there. Got a chance to see both of those on replay. Oh, gosh. A wild moment. But Q9 is on the aggressive stance. By the way, HR has been knocked to yellow timer now for the 2nd time, which means he is out of this lobby. They cannot pick HR back up. Fallen is down to 2 players.
Blar laying low. Uzbeshka. Blaric is going to be just up above him. They'll back away. War will then reposition. K1DE, who has been a playmaker in his own right, is going to be relatively separate from his roster. He'll have at least 1 player. And mind you, Mo is going to be the one, as I mentioned before, who's going to be separating himself from everybody else to be the playmaker. So while Ink is focused on falling up ahead, this might open up an opportunity for Mo to, I don't know, eliminate maybe Killzall, who might go into his line of sight relatively shortly, because you're not expecting Mo to be in this off angle, right? So Killzall, they're going to be focused on Uzbeshka, Flarich up ahead. Mo then has priority on Killzall whenever he passes that threshold of the building.
Dude, I don't know what's happening, but the NPCs in the Tower of Babel are on a tear right now. We just lost DT to an NPC. The bots are cooking right now. I know it's hard mode, but my goodness, boys. Let's get everybody to lock in real quick. ESG should be able to get that revive here shortly, as they are in the Tower of Babel by themselves right now. But the fight is still at hand. Mo trying to play the off angle, but it is Ink versus Fallen. A 3v2. Maybe Q9 will play spoiler. And again, there is a second airdrop in the area. And it's actually being guarded by Mana Brick Addiction off screen. Not too far away, though, on the south side of the market. Virant gets the knockdown. We got to push the fight. Killzall getting aggressive. There's 2 there, though, and he can't quite trade him out. The flash breaks his line of sight for just enough time to lose the gunfight and get cleaned up. Killzall has felt like a hero all day today, but unfortunately, heroes do fall sometimes. And Bishka and Flair played that perfectly, played slow, and they got it. But look at what's happening on screen right now. Mana Addiction on a tear. No, Q9 ripping down one member of NBA, fighting for this second airdrop.
Of course, it's Mo, and I think he's starting to feel back into his element. What made him so powerful throughout Match A was his ability to disengage from his roster, be the tip of the spear, and push forward. And that's exactly what he just did on the single player from NBA. Of course, fighting for the airdrop out in the middle. NBA, though, they are a team that knows how to recover it quite well, and it's going to be Yuval from a distance who's going to try and do exactly that with the dual LMG, which is what they started off with. But of course, for Skydie, this guy, he's been known to make plays. He did it just a little bit ago in the last round, pushing up the extraction point, taking down the entirety of Ink before they could even get out, putting them on the back pedal in third place. But as things slow down just a little bit, I do notice Baby up ahead takes a little bit of damage. Mo pushes up, and he's going to try and steal the airdrop while he can.
Here we go. This is the AWM airdrop. We take those. Got to get the gun, but got to get the ammo as well. Ink Baby picking up one on Fallen. Means that Fallen's down to a single player. HR's been out of the lobby for a while. Bishka's down as well. So just Flarich up on his feet right now for the side of Fallen. Mana Brick Addiction is absolutely within striking distance of Q9. But with Mo and AWM in hand, they know they can get one shot, and they got to be careful.
Yeah, but he only picks up 2 rounds, so it's going to have to be some valuable shots. He decides to fire them off. Taking down Skydie, though, with a headshot, that would be huge for Mo.
Flarich is able to pick back up. Use Bishka, by the way. So Fallen's still on 2. Again, Gold Silver, they're doing what they did throughout the course of the group stages, just a hair better this time. They got 2 out earlier. Lost 1 to an NPC, but got 2 out with 2 million. They're just racking up totals, forcing the other teams to fight for Mana Brick and trying to catch them on the loot category. Q9's got the AWM. They're going to be playing slow here. Loot what boxes that you can. Throwing a nice M249 into your inventory. Definitely one of the meta weapons of the day. Technically an LMG. You can build it to feel like an AR, though. And it hits like a dang truck.
I think Q9 backs away from this. Maybe goes down towards helipad. Could be one of the significant plays they can get out with the AWL. I mean, 3.6 million, that is a massive gain for them. Considering the fact they started in 5th place at 5.26, this will put them in the running for top 2, if not already top 2. Because Gold Silver, I've already extracted at 2.1 million, so I think they'll just have a minor lead. But for Q9, again, putting them right back in the running, making things a lot less scary going into what could be the next map, or should be the final map of the next map. Next Mana Brick round, depending on how NBA decides to play it. And so we will have...
Oh, wow, nice.
Boldo
died a while ago.
Yeah.
That timer was about to go down. There was enough action on the north side. They were able to pick up Boldo just in time. Mana Brick Addiction back on their feet with 3 players. There's only 4 minutes left on the clock. There's been some action, some interesting fights, but most of this lobby is still standing. We've basically just lost Bobo to an NPC and HR to the fight earlier. And of course, 2 members of GS extracted early with 2.1 mil, so.
Uh-oh, we've seen this story though. Trying to go for the center extraction point. Yeah. NBA just up above them. That would be devastating for Q9 if they get eliminated in the fashion Ink did in the last round.
Well, Q9's got the power position. They're sitting on the extraction point already with 3 minutes on the clock.
But NBA's got Skydie. I mean, that's the power player.
That's hilarious. It's a good shout, frankly. There is a north side extraction to potentially take if you wanted. It's going to be the road to the Grove. North side of the map looks like Ink might be playing for that right now. Fallen was up here, but they're going to actually wrap around. They're not going to stay up here. I think Ink's ready to go home, and by go home, I mean go back to the lobby and prepare for their home, which is Space City. Whereas on the other side, Mana Brick Addiction, ESG, and Q9 all collapsing on the extraction just outside of the Tower of Babel. ESG has 2 players in the area And the third player nowhere in sight. I think they're actually deep inside the Tower of Babel right now. So all eyes on Q9 and Mantle Brick Addiction to fight first on this extraction point. You can see the timer differential. There's plenty of time to get out, but this will be the last out of the map.
Yeah, I can't stress enough how important it is for Q9 to hold on to what they got. I notice the Suniva starting to move up. That's going to be Bulldo. It's going to scout the area. Already underway with the fight for Q9. Winning this is so impactful. You get out with the AW, you get out with a ton of much-needed loot, and already taking a lot of damage, though, is going to be Guar. As NBA starts to collapse in on him, he will recover for the time being, but I do favor NBA in this fight, depending. You have Scotty also starting to engage. Guar lays low. Q9 breaks away. They've got this fatal triangle, and NBA looks to be going right in the middle of it.
Yeah, Bulldo's just walking in with the Sneaver operator, trying to get better of his opponent. They are able to trade one out. K1, DE goes down. Skitey is there for the trades. Yuval picks up one, and it's all down to Mo in a 1v2. Skitey's on the other side, full healing, but they don't need him.
Gosh.
Mantle Brick Addiction is the best team here today, and they continue to prove it over and over again. ESG getting involved in the equation, and we are down to the last remaining player for ESG, as Mantle Brick Addiction have two alive, Skitey and Yuval. They've got power position. ESG is here, but Fallen is joining the fight, and there's only 48 seconds left on the clock for this extraction point.
With Q9 getting fully eliminated, that knocks them back down to the bottom of the food chain. They started at the bottom. They should finish at the bottom. They needed that extraction. They needed to win the fight, but NBA had other plans. Two more players up. ESG in the vicinity, of course, Fallen starting to move through, and Ink might even join in at the last second.
Crazy fight and not a lot of time left on the clock. Yes, the game clock says 57 seconds, but this last extraction point has 20 seconds on the clock, and there's a lot of folks sprinting at this. Fleric in trouble, gonna have to back off and heal while all of these teams jockey for position. Reminder, they don't have to win the fight, they just gotta get on the extraction point. Killzone's gotten out on the north side of the map, but Easy and Baby B are sprinting towards this fight to get anything that they can find, and it looks like ESG's fighting while the main fight on screen, and NBA and Fallen all get out. No one able to get a knock and a full on the extraction point, and two members of Ink come swinging in to try to clean up the scraps, and unfortunately, one of the two get cleaned up themselves, and with 19 seconds on the clock, Baby B is on the hunt. He just needs to sprint at his opponent, who is weak. Now a cat and mouse game in a 1v1 to close this map out. We'll see if anybody can get the knock and the full before the time closes.
I don't think so. 5 seconds maybe. It's
Hello!
Jang from up ahead. Oh, whoa! Baby B gets to heal him just like that. Despite taking the first shot, he took the first damage and still reversed the script. Incredible, incredible performance. But of course, the one stealing the show is NBA. The way they pushed it and took down Q9 in that. You mentioned a power position, but NBA is on a different level. The way that they push fights, identical to what they did against Ink just a little bit earlier, albeit Skitey was the one who dismantled Ink. This time around, it was more of a team effort. But let's talk about how special it was for them to take Q9 off of that position in the center extraction. The way Q9 was set up in that fatal triangle, I thought for certain NBA was going to go right into the middle of it and get mowed down. And that did happen to at least the first player. But NBA flipped the script and ended up reversing the tides and taking out Q9. In retrospect, that should have been Q9's fight to win, but ultimately it wasn't. Now, why is that impactful? Well, Q9 was at the bottom of the leaderboard going into the game number 3. Losing that fight reduced the amount of assets that they were able to lead with and extract with. Therefore, Q9 should theoretically still be in last place. Polar opposite from their match 8 performance.
There's a lot we can talk about with that round. Honestly, it was a little bit more heavy-handed than I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be a little bit slower, and it was slow early, but the end was dynamic. Constantly we see that extraction point fought over, and constantly we see the team that gets there first as the team that has the advantage. And Q9, like you said, got there first, but couldn't hold on. Mantle Brick Addiction, a key factor about that team and what they were able to do in that last map was they were able to pick up Bulldo, staying patient, allowing the other teams to fight up in market. They pick up Bulldo right before his yellow timer closes out. He's back on his feet, and then Bulldo's basically the distraction. He's Siniva. He's going in and soaking up as many bullets as he can, whether it's his body or his shield. It ended up being his body in that fight, but it was enough of a distraction for the other two Mana Brick Addiction players to pick up the actual team fight win and also get out of the map, which is crazy. So 2 players of Mana Brick Addiction, 2 players have fallen, by the way. I got to shout out both those EU teams because both Flarich and I believe Uzbishka got out of the map as well with their EU compadres. So let's take a look at some of the highlights from that last map. Of course, taking down Blue Eagle is a nice start for some of the folks on the screen because they got some nice loot, you're right. And hey, look.
Why we got to include this one, huh?
The body count of the NPCs was higher than some of the kill tallies from individual teams over the course of the competition. Here's some nice loot as well from some of the different things that they're looting. This is from the first airdrop. Gets 2 fossils, binocs, and gold armor. A nice value add overall.
Nice indeed. And of course, got to include the bots once again. This was an opportunity for Q9, and they do take it. They smoke out the airdrop. They get up there. They get the AWM, and I believe it was Mo, if I'm not mistaken, who was able to get it. First, he started with 2 bullets. He goes back for more. Now, I'm thinking Q9 is free and clear, looking great. But as we know, they end up getting into this fight against NBA at the extraction point, and it was all NBA who was able to take the win. The way that they Wolfpack together and play is just sensational. I don't think there's anybody that can currently match their energy.
Yeah, and with one player focused on that other side of the fence, Yuval's able to get the gunfight and get the win. ESG does wipe 1 member of Inc. And here's the moment. They're fighting each other. They get each other weak, but they all 4 get out. And Baby B swings up, hits a couple headshots, and breaks the plane to get the kill. Hey, Baby B, that's 400K in the final 5 seconds of the map. We take those.
Yeah, you definitely do. And again, to reiterate, Baby B takes the initial damage and still manages to win the fight. Talk about a special beast, okay? Loving it. Well, there it is, 3 games in, and well, game number 3 was a big success from the NBA side of things. They're already sitting with the Mandel Brick. They're already in first place, but having the round earnings is still going to be impactful, especially if other rosters are able to get Mandel Bricks themselves. For Gold Silver, again, skating by to this point, but hey, all of a sudden looking like a front runner to move into the finals as a whole. ESG at 1.88 million, but let's jump down Q9 all the way at the bottom. Again, they had a great opportunity to extract with a ton of assets, but they were eventually taken down by NBA, which ended up being their demise. As far as damage down, it's relatively even across the board. Fallen, though, almost out edging out Q9. But couldn't do it in the end. As far as NBA goes, it's actually quite surprising to see their damage be as low as it is, despite them outslaying Q9.
Well, that was one of the only main fights they took, though, right? They only picked up 3 total kills, which was against that roster at the very end. They were in a little bit of a blender at the beginning of that matchup, and then closed out near perfectly. Skydie, Yuval, obviously, with Boldo as their third. This is the team that's the best team on the day. It's the best team in the last round. This is the best team right now, and there's no questions about it. Not only in this last round, can we remind ourselves, Yuval, the MVP this time around, they picked up so many MVPs over the course of the day. 3 kills, 2 assists, a 3-0 KDA, and then also a round damage of almost 500. A huge boom.
Yeah, 7 games so far? I think they've only been match MVP out of all the 7, 2 times. I think they basically dropped it, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, here's the crazy thing that I was going to think back to. They haven't had a bad map.
Yeah.
They've won every single map they've played. Think about the different maps they've played. There hasn't been a bad map for Mana Brick Addiction at all.
Bad one. You're right.
Not a single bad map.
That's right.
And nobody else in this competition can say that. Everybody else has had a bad map, a mediocre one at best. Even the times where they get full wiped, they got the Mana Brick. That's all that matters on those rounds. Mana Brick Addiction, the best team today. I'm touting them because it's inevitable at this point. They are absolutely undeniably the best team right now. Job is not done, though. Just because they're the best team so far doesn't mean that the second half is going to be the exact same. Let's talk about the what-ifs while we've got a moment. I think we're going to listen in some of those comms as well. We could wrap up, just like group stages a moment ago, in 4. We are moving into what is a match point round for Mana Brick Addiction. If they get this brick, we are done for the day and done with the upper bracket. That means, by the way, like we've been saying this entire competition, every strategy can work. Gold Silver could sneak their way to the finals with a very passive play style.
Yeah, they could. And they could actually play bodyguard to Mana Brick Addicts. Depending if Mana Brick Addicts do, in fact, go for the extraction. You know, I don't see that happening. I really don't. You know, I continually been saying it. Granted, I've been wrong. I have been wrong every single time. Look, I want to see ESG, and I'm being honest, I want to see ESG and Q9 get a bit more aggro. Albeit, I do think Q9 did get way more aggro on that last map than the previous.
Here's the thing. It's not that they're not getting aggro. They're just not winning the fights. That's what's wild.
Characteristic.
This is what we've been talking about with the strategies. Q9, ESG. Both very aggressive teams, and they've been staying aggressive. Think back to ESG. They spawn in T1 spawn on a Mantle Brick round. They sprint for a fight. They sprint for Q9, and they take a fight, push Q9 back and get a kill. These teams are not playing too low-key. They're playing so aggressive, and it's working, but they can't fully execute, and they get cut down. Let's listen back on some of the comms from the last round.
Левее один вроде есть.
Влево проходим.
Давай.
Стал.
Надо лево убить, лево убить. Я под пчелами.
Меня нокнуло.
1 хп. 1 хп спереди. Я снимаю пчел.
Здесь он где-то.
А, слева. Я хилюсь. За траком. Второй правее, наверное.
Да.
Не понимаю, где второй. Можешь пройти к нему?
Я справа сейчас залезу.
Я за тобой. Мы с Булом идем.
Вот он.
Инфу.
Нок одного, второй лежит. Нок второго.
Слева в углу. Я хилюсь. Т1.
Жду тебя.
Сейчас пикнет. Пушит.
Даешь меня сейчас.
Другая пачка сзади.
Вайп.
Этого вайпнули?
Да.
Другая пачка, минута.
Хилюсь.
20.
Их другая пачка идет с музея. Отлично. Ко мне потом под снайпер спрыгни и все.
Я смоки сейчас кину.
Время. 5.
Я в зоне. Хорошо.
Авик вакуум.
Again, how many times do I have to say all of the C's? We have clear communication, concise, and everything in between from that roster. Everything seems very, very pristine, like they've been working on it, which of course we know they have. Worked out flawlessly for them. I mean, how many times more do we have to listen into the comms before I can start speaking Russian on main stage? I'm learning as we go.
You're one of the
This is
guys,
huge.
I will say, he's a rare beast. Like, I feel like I've done so many broadcasts with Ghosh, and all of a sudden it'd be like, oh yeah, I understand this, like French. I'm like, well, how do you understand French all of a sudden? Like, okay, Italian, you're speaking Italian. Yeah, I caught a couple of those words. I'm like, how?
Latin root words.
He's not Noam Chomsky. He's not a linguist. I don't understand how he's doing this, but he is a special breed.
Okay, this
That's
is
good.
way too much gas because Russian is not even one of the romantic languages, so I'm toast. I'm not actually picking a
Speak for yourself, okay? It depends on who you're talking to, okay? I want to go back to that aggression thing, by the way. I look, for ESG and Q9, I want to reiterate it and really pinpoint of what I'm meaning from this. The Mandel Brick round. They weren't active whatsoever on getting onto the Mandel Brick, and they kind of allowed NBA to get it for free.
Sure.
Teams have been allowing NBA to get the Mandel Bricks absolutely unscathed.
Yeah,
They did in their respective match, they did here. So that's what I mean for the aggression. Get to the Mandel Brick and don't allow this to end quickly. NBA at the top at 12.19, but of course, it's because of the Mandel Brick. They're still very healthy. Now, for Gold Silver, remaining on top at 12.75. You go down the list, Q9 at 6.8. They have to almost double their score to catch up the seconds.
Yeah, or just get the Mantle Brick, right? I mean, you get
Well,
the Mantle
yeah,
Brick.
the Mantle Brick is too, yes.
You jump up to the top two. Yeah, I wasn't even saying you were wrong because it felt that way to me too, that
I
they were
just want to
playing
reiterate
slow.
for the viewer.
It is a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
shout too, though. They do need to get a little bit more aggressive. People got to start playing for these Mantle Bricks. They were given, I mean, not given a free one, but they were able to take a freebie because of nice RNG in terms of the spawns that they're getting, insta throwing it into the coding station. People just couldn't react in time. So let's talk about the spawns, folks. We are headed to Space City. We know that Fallen and we know that Q9 had T1. So look who could possibly have T1 going into Space City.
Yeah.
It could be Mandelbrick Addiction
It could be.
again. They are on the docket for it. It could be Gold Silver. It could be GS, who's in second place right now. It could be Inc., who's in third place. It could be ESG, who's in fourth place.
Right.
The two teams right now on our leaderboard that are in fifth and sixth, respectively, are the only teams that couldn't get T1 spawns, which is going into our second round here for a Mandelbrick and our fourth round overall.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate for Q9 and FFIB, but that's just the way it is. They've had plenty of opportunities, including that last fight against NBA, to stay on their own 2 feet and elevate themselves up when it comes down to the overall match earnings race. But it is scary. Taken for NBA, right? Already a Mandelbrick in. Exact same scenario that they were in when it came to match B. Now they have a chance to close it out in upper bracket.
Well, look at our operators. As per the usual, Hat Claw long gone for everybody. Ain't nobody got a Hat Claw at all, and only one member of the Tempest category having been used. Again, a little bit surprising, but people have been favoring Hat Claw. Only one Luna is alive as well, or sorry, has been used. All of the Lunas are available to be used going into Space City. This is kind of classic strategy for what we've seen throughout the course of this competition. Gonna see a lot of Lunas, probably one per team, going into round number 4.
But I do want to point out, for Mandelbrick Addicts, Skydie has an opportunity to play Tempest, which is huge for him because it has such a tremendous impact when it came down to his Mandelbrick round in game number 2.
Yeah, and I will say too, we got a lot of Stinger still available. We know how valuable Stinger can be on this map with that drone, the smoke drone that you can throw out. A lot of visual cover on a map that has wide open spaces. So I'll be really curious to see how how many Stinger operators we get and how many Luna operators we get going into this one.
Yeah, you would have to assume we're going to get some Lunas at least. But I mean, that Tempest for Skydie, you know, I hate to keep harping on him, but he plays that much of an impact going into a Mandelbrick round, and they also potentially have tier 1 spawn.
Sure.
I mean, everything, the stars are aligning for this Mandelbrick Addict team to take a victory, to close it out in 4 again, setting the narrative going into the finals on day 3 as the undeniable best team. I mean, it literally, like I said, the stars are aligning, brother. This is getting kind of wild here. But this is where you want the teams like ESG, you want the teams such as Q9 to now wake up from their slumber and start the challenge. And maybe even Inc. as well, currently in 3rd place, roughly 3 million away from catching up to 2nd, which is gold silver. They've been slaying out. They've been playing unbelievably well. But they did, in fact, run into the Grim Reaper just like Q9 did. Skydie, of course, the roster of NBA, who quite literally silenced Inc. and Q9 at respective maps. So you avoid Q9, or excuse me, you avoid NBA, maybe you have a route directly into the championship run. But top 2 is what matters.
Well, also, you can't completely ignore them because if they get a mana break, everybody better jump on them, right? Like, that's the crazy part. We can't let them get too. They can't. There's no way Mandelbrick Addiction clean sweeps in group stages and clean sweeps in upper bracket, right?
But we've been like saying like this can't happen, and then it continually happens. Like, trust me.
That's crazy.
Trust me. I've been trying to lay the seed of doubt that NBA can't do this, even though I fully believe that they can, just to set a narrative or a storyline for the viewers at home. And I've been wrong.
Okay, well, let's do the predictions then.
Well,
4, 5, or 6. How many games are we playing?
I think NBA closes to 4.
He's going 4. I'm going to take his old position, which is 5. I think we at least go to round 5. I don't think the teams are going to allow Mandelbrick Addiction to grab this Mandelbrick. I will say, though, as we swap, going into round 4, you look confused.
No, it's not confusion. It's, well, maybe it is a bit confused. I'm always confused.
You're confused that I'm doubling back on
the
position?
No, I'm not. But actually, it did, I do wonder, and you won't know exactly, but Q9 did have the AWM. And they were eliminated. Yeah. And then, of course, it was Mandelbrick Addiction who was able to get out.
That's a good shout.
But did they have enough time to get the AWM?
I didn't see. Usually, so our system, when you pick up the Lupua ammo and you see the ammo, it's so valuable that it pops up on the, hey, you got a red item.
Right.
I didn't see that proc. I think Mandelbrick Addiction maybe under the gun, maybe didn't pick that up. I'm actually not sure. That is a good question. We'll see if we can get a read. If they bring in an AWM, absolutely could change a lot. I'm thinking we go to game 5. I don't think they're going to be given a freebie, but as per the usual, if they get T1 spawn, you never know, folks.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Now, a couple quick reminders before we hop into this game. This could be the last game of the day. We could be done after this, which is wild to say. I mean, we've been live for like 9 hours. The folks are just now waking up over there in the States. And welcome if you are. We could be on the last game of the day. Mandelbrick Addiction, the top team of the day. If they get this Mandelbrick, tourney or day is over. Tourney day is over. Group stages day and upper bracket is over for the day. We will be done, and they will be going directly to finals, skipping tomorrow.
Right.
And then the question is, who's in second?
Yeah.
And right now, it's gold silver of all teams. And it's not
Which
that
is
they're a bad
crazy.
team. It's just a totally different play style.
Right.
They've been playing slow. They've been looting up, and it's been working for them. They're in second right now. Same thing that happened during group stages. Gold silver could say, oh, the team at the top is going to win right now? Well, we're in second. Let's just loot up and get out of the map. And they'll end up getting that second spot straight to fun.
Yeah, which, again, they're not a bad team, and you're right on that, right? But it's the fact that gold silver arguably underperformed. So even though they did place top 3, they've had plenty of moments where they slipped up. They weren't showing consistency, right? And and that's the big thing for me is like you have to show consistency, especially if you want to progress from group to group to group, or stage to stage to stage. And I didn't think Gold Silver had it within them, but they've exceeded my expectations. Without question. They have played so incredibly well. And in this case, and in this moment, Gold Silver, well on top of the food chain, but it doesn't guarantee success. I mean, Ink, after all, is just right behind them, and, you know, Killzall is looking, chomping at these, frothing at the mouth to take down player after player after player. And I go back to when he challenged that the 2 in corner. He very nearly picked up the 2 piece. I actually was shocked that he did it because of his execution. Throwing out the nade originally, dropping 1, and then he swings wide, but then he gets flashed, and I think that's what kind of did him in the end.
Dude, I'm replaying so many moments from this competition in my head right now as we get the players ready for what could be the last map of the day, or it could be the start to a fantastic finish. A couple quick reminders for the people at home as you're watching this competition, you're figuring out what's going down, whether you're just waking up or you've been with us for the last 9 hours. Yes, we have a brand new season with Delta Force coming up down the line, September 23rd. That is like in a couple days, right after the finals of this DFI competition. There'll be a brand new season with a lot of content updates, but also Midas Spy is here for Delta Force. You can re-up on your Delta coins. 35% bonus if you tap into the Midas Bot discount, baby. Go re-up on your Delta coins. If you're watching on our official Twitch channel, you can scroll down to the panel and just click that link or head over to MidasBuy.com. A lot going on in the Delta Force ecosystem, and the Delta Force Invitational is just getting started. But day 1 could be finishing. Here we go. Let's head down to the stage.
把这把当最后一把打。
23个，那我们就后进场喽。后进场，
我中控的话就抢吧。
没事，让 MO 思考一下是后进还是怎么说，因为他们进的很慢。
23火中控就抢，就抢。
我觉得只要我们能在离线拿出来10有8九的。
对。
一把翻，行情打好就一把翻。
多沟通，冷静，照飞，
照飞，
真的照飞。现在9万起棒呢，兄弟。
Some emotion in those words, man. Q9 is ready to rock and roll, and they are ready to flip this leaderboard on its head. Q9, a dominant force in group stages, but at the bottom of the leaderboard going into the Space City rounds. There's no more holding back. There is no more slow play needed. You've got to get aggressive. We've been calling for it, and now's the time to prove that you're the best team here. Top 2 go straight to finals. Top 2 from this competition right now in upper bracket, auto are top 6 in the competition and are auto playing on stage in a sold-out stadium to the folks here in China. We are so excited about the finals day, but a lot more to work for right now and all day tomorrow, but not for the top 2 teams.
All right, so Mandelbrick Attic will be in the north, okay? They'll be in the north. They got a little bit of room to travel down. ESG, though, is going to have priority. They're going to be able to get over towards that Mandelbrick very quickly. Now, the question is, already a down, mind you. That's going to be Fallen taking down Crazy Dog.
Yeah, this is why you need smokes. They smoke the bridge to swing over across the pipes down towards the Mandelbrick, but Fallen knows exactly what they can read and how fast they can get there. Use Bishka picking up 1. Gold, silver, second place team. You got to remember that. And now have a player on yellow timer. They are in a blender, and Mandelbrick Addiction is sprinting towards the middle of the map. And ESG got T1 spawn like you mentioned. They're moving forward, and you were right. Mandelbrick Addiction, they've got the AWM, they've got the ammo exchanging hands, and they are ready to rock and roll with it.
Yes, they are, but they're going to have a little bit more competition than they probably are used to when it comes to initially grabbing the Mandelbrick. They're going to have GS just off to their right, and of course ESG just down to the left. And for Bulldell, already looking to get into an engagement himself. Shots are going to be fired at this point in time, just warning shots, but a good nade could be placed, and Bobo might be dropped.
Gold Silver lost a player earlier and have completely abandoned the idea of going back for that revive. The player dies in a wide open position, and they've got to leave him. Gold Silver having to play as a duo. Here's a quick look at our operators of choice. No Tempest this time around for anyone, but as mentioned, every single team running Luna aside from Ink. Ink has gone Stinger, Shepherd, and Toxic for this one. See if it works well for them. Mana Brick Addiction playing around, of course, the Mana Brick. 2 members of Gold, Silver still alive, playing around the Mana Brick, and ESG playing around the Mana Brick. Everybody lying in wait until this thing pops, as ESG does find a nice dish for 471k. Across the board, though, nice loot value across the board for the kits that everybody's bringing in. Mana Brick Addiction bringing in all golds, a huge boon for them. Fallen not too far behind. HR the only one in purples. That squad, nice high value kits for the most part. You go down here, you are risking a lot, especially if you're a team without a Mana Brick.
Speaking of your team without one, it's going to be ESG. Very close, but GS also in the vicinity. I think GS is in the worst spot. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, that being NBA, ESG on the opposite end. For GS, already a player down 2. This could very well be kind of the final straw, right? At this point, and well, here it is. Mana Brick is going to be picked up. It is ESG, just as I thought it was going to be. Of course, Fujing, the guy that's typically making plays, he's going to be pushing out, trying to push up.
Q9's in the vicinity, though. They are swinging on the backside of ESG. ESG grabbed the brick on spawn. It procs, they immediately grab it, and they sprint as fast as humanly possible to the tried and true, baby. The wide open alleyway, a fun decoding station to guard. Everybody's used to it. Everybody knows it. It's the one that most people put the Mana Brick in. It's the quickest that you can drop the Mana Brick. And all of a sudden, ESG says, we're doing the thing Taylor's been saying that we need to do. We gotta get aggressive.
Gotta get aggressive.
Grab the brick, put it in. Mana Brick Addiction, lose 1 to HR. A nice boon for Fallen to take a little bit of an early advantage over their fellow EU comrades.
I think this is going to go back and forth. I really do. Whether it's going to be E or whether it's going to be GS, I think some spots are going to be taken. Yeah, Flarich is going to be dropped. Skydie getting active once again, as he typically does. So GS has lost a player. FN has a downed player. This might be very bad for them. I like NBA's positioning because they're going to be behind all of this.
Oh my gosh, Bulldog down below wins his one. Use Bishka's down. Flarich is down. Fallen had the advantage, but Skydie plays spoiler, and we're just winning our ones. We lose 1. HR will not fall like his compatriots. It's going to be Boldo versus HR in a 1v1, and HR has the high ground. Can the young gun win the 1v1? Or is he just going to stick to res? Boldo makes the move. He does it! A grenade spawn, but he doesn't connect! Oh, he thought HR wouldn't reach out there. Mana Brick Addiction is out of this lobby. We are going to at least game 5, baby.
If Boldo doesn't have the nade in hand, he wins that fight. Absolutely wins that fight. That is so tough, but like you said, he wasn't expecting him to be right there. In the meantime, right, you had the player going for the res. That was a free elimination, but just a misread of the situation. NBA gone, like you said, we are guaranteed a game 5.
Brother, HR with the reach out there was wild. Was sticking the res. Player comes up, spooks him. As he goes running, our Mana Brick Addiction player thought he could throw a nade to follow him. HR spins off reach outs and cuts him down before he can even pull his gun out. And all of a sudden, Fallen is entirely back on their feet. All 3 players of Fallen are alive. 2 of those players already been down to yellow. This is utter chaos right now.
Chaos indeed. For ESG, potentially a big moment. They were the ones that started decoding the Mana Brick. They are the ones still in control of it currently, but it does get touched by no other than Q9, who's at the bottom. Like we talked about it, there's so many ways to win. There's so many ways to progress through the stages. And for Q9, despite them being at the lowest when it comes to total assets, getting this Mana Brick could very well put them back up and running.
This is anybody's ball game. You get a Mana Brick here, you're not assuredly making finals, but you absolutely have a really good stab at it. Q9 have fully laid a trap inside of this alleyway, and frankly, a little bit uncharacteristic. They're playing out in the open. They're not playing for these buildings. They're playing around the boxes in the middle and setting up a trap in the middle of the map. We do have one player of Q9 playing the backside flank, which would potentially pick up Ink if they decide to come up this ramp. And then ESG will have to come out of the building to make a play for the decoding station here shortly as well. Right over the top of K1D on your screen right now. A look at the map shows that 2 members of GS are still in the area. I mean, everybody's in the area, obviously. Where else would you be right now? As right now, 4 players are dead and 3 of them are Mantle Brick Addiction.
Fallen. Fallen's about to make a good attempt. 3 players move up.
Yeah, spotted.
Got Ink to the left.
AWM.
Too. Yeah, AWM. Q9 to the left. Up close though. That could be unfortunate demise of HR, who's been going through the blender. This man has been getting down time and time and time again. And well, in this case, it could very well happen. However, if it doesn't, he can hit some great shots, just barely missing the first.
Picked up this AWM from the dead Mantle Brick Addiction. Got his teammates back, won the engagement, ice in the veins, and gets paid for it. Not only in loot, but in one of the strongest weapons in the game. Fallen making a move, they're pushing up. They know they don't have sights on them. Q9 was backed up because of the sniper shot, so HR pushes up and is now playing the peak. Where's everybody else? Nobody else is wanting to third party this. This is truly a 3v3 on the point with everybody else just kind of watching and waiting.
Yeah, I think they definitely have the right, though, to wait. Still a minute left. You have to assume, at least in their minds, that Fallen will get a touch. But Guar keeping them at bay just by literally staying prone behind this box. They're giving them way too much respect. They really are. K1DE,
here we go. This is the signal,
and this is the signal. And Ink is going to be moving in. ESG as well. 52 seconds. Q9 still decoding.
Yeah, Fallen was going to make a move there, I think, once they heard shots on the other side, but unfortunately, Ink decides to go up from the other side of Fallen. So now Ink, who was going to play Spoiler to Q9 from the ramp, says, we can't really make this play up the ramp. We're going to lose this fight. Let's come along the eastern side. And here we go.
It's Guar to watch out for. He's going to have the off angle. K1DE is going to start pushing up. He's getting aggressive, and he actually hops up to it. He's going to take down HR. Q9 is still going to be decoding, and in the meantime, Guar still has not moved. Actually, he's going to be fully down. K1DE needs to stop him. Just mere seconds remaining. Killzone's also going to fall. Claridge is going to be knocked down. Just 8 seconds away. Q9 with the code from the bottom, potentially to the top with the Mando Brick. Do they get it? HR has no choice but to look on as the Mando Brick is extracted, and Q9 are successful.
Q9 in last place. I said it right before we started. All I gotta do is get a Mantle Brick, and all of a sudden, Q9's gonna be joining the race of the top 2 as of current. We're definitely playing another map, and we might play 2 more, but Q9, they've lost 1 player, but K1DE, my hero thus far, stays on top, and now Mo is wiping one part of Ink. Ink down to a single player, and he's just on the other side of this door from K1DE. What is played to see the smoke, push the point, and not let anyone get the better of their opponents. Ink fully wiped now with the help of ESG. It was the 2 China teams falling earlier in the upper bracket, and now it's 2 China teams standing tall right now. Q9 getting the Mantle Brick, and ESG the only team with all 3 alive, and a nice knock and a nice trade. But unfortunately, ESG is here to play trash compactor. We're here to take out the trash and send them packing. But the good news for for Q9,
yeah.
So used to Mantle Brick Addiction getting the Mantle Bricks. Q9 get the brick. They die for it, but they get the brick. ESG just cleans everybody else up.
Everybody up. ESG gets a bit of a win. Obviously, Q9 gets the biggest win, getting the Mantle Brick. Things going to start looking scary going into Game 5. The extraction is in. Who gets sent out? Well, it's going to be 1 player from GS. What a turn of events for Q9 on the precipice of potentially going to the elimination stages. Now it's potentially going directly into the finals.
Such a smart play from K1DE. We'll talk a little bit more about this later. There's still 9 minutes left on this map, by the way. Talk more about it later, but pushing up through the smoke, just to barrel stuff. Anybody that was playing for the decode, the timer was so low. His only job was just to protect that decoding station. He didn't even care if he died, but he's able to protect it and stay alive. Huge win there from Q9. Loot value is going to be extremely low, but it doesn't matter. They get the brick. They're going to be near the top of the leaderboard. Going to be in number 2.
ESG, this is such a big opportunity for them to just gather as many assets as possible. But now, obviously, what matters is the Mantle Brick. You have to get one. If you want to surpass both NBA and Q9, there's no other choice. The Mantle Brick is the only option, the only way. Makes things spicier than we have seen even in the group stages a little bit earlier, match A and match B. This is going to be for the first time like a Mandel break is truly going to be the win condition.
Yeah, if you want to make finals, you got to get a Mandel break, but you also got to get a Mandel break with decent loot value.
Yep.
Q9 is not out of the woods yet. They are not necessarily making finals yet. Q9 will be the lowest loot value overall with them getting wiped. They'll be in second, but if another team gets a Mandel brick in round 5, and we've got 3 teams with a brick going into the final round of the day, they will be in trouble. Yep. But a great map regardless. ESG, by the way, has a stupid amount of loot from this one.
That's right.
They are leapfrogging this leaderboard if they're all able to get out, and right now I can only imagine that they do. GS has a solo, Fallen has a solo. And right now,
though.
Yeah, they're just trying to. I mean, they're just trying to get as much loot into their safe box as possible. Plenty of time to actually extract, but I don't know how you're going to extract in the face of ESG.
I don't think it's going to be possible, but plain spoiler here could be massive. But again, the only thing that matters is the Mandel brick now. Q9 and NBA are well on their way to the finals potentially. I think NBA more so with their asset count. But now the door's open for quite literally anybody out there. And things just became pretty fun. Already have been, but now things are going to be spicy in map 5.
Yeah, that's right. Anybody's game and technicality. Brick Addiction obviously still in a really good position. By the way, that is the first map at Mandel Brick Addiction has truly lost.
Yes, actually yes.
First team out. Weren't able to get anything going. Brutal way to go out, but they couldn't be perfect. Not in the stage of this caliber, man.
Well, yeah, as far as I'm concerned goes, they kind of have been. They kind of have been perfect. Albeit, though, does taking that L kind of take some of the wind out of their sails? I don't think so. But just something to kind of say. We do have ESG starting to move up. Again, you have the solos from GS, as well as Fallen. Just up ahead. And Oxygen has been known to make a play or two.
A play for the loot. You gotta remember, Oxygen didn't have a single kill in group stage.
But now it's time to pick up 3.
Hey, you never know, man.
They're getting close.
It's hard to smoke out the rats sometimes. Look at you use Bishka. Look at the spot that he's on. ESG knows there's someone around here somewhere. We're looking for loot first.
I'm going to be completely real. I don't think it's even necessary to really continue to go for more. I think they're pretty loaded as it is. I think play this essentially as safe as you can. Granted, I mean, you got the man advantage. I mean, you're not going to waste this from a competitive standpoint.
Yeah, look at total assets, though, on the left-hand side.
I know.
Look how much they're jumping.
I know.
Pushing up over 20 mil. This is what made ESG such a formidable foe in their qualification series. They just had crazy loot. Looks like spotted. Bishka knows that team's below. They know he's here. Ooh, he's going to go to close the door, and he almost loses his life for it. Now in deep trouble. They're just going to trade this out.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? By the way, the solo from GS manages to extract.
Well, no, the solo from GS just died. The other player from GS did get out earlier.
My apologies.
No, you're good. It was actually 2 fights happening at the same time with the same team. ESG cleans house. Use Bishka down. The last remaining player from GS down. And now ESG gets the pick of the litter. They get to loot the rest of the map. They've already killed everybody else. This is the ESG we've been waiting for.
Yes.
But again, Q9 was the one that got the brick. So right. ESG will leapfrog all the way up to 3rd place, being the team that has absolutely the most loot value on this map. And in the total match that we've played thus far, the teams at the top are the teams that got the Mandel brick. And you can pay attention to our extraction timers as well. Should be able to get out the extraction that is just on the outside of the bridge, outside of horizontal test workshop. The one that we always fight over. This time is free and clear. Let's stack our bags with everything that we can. And this is a gigantic map for him, Taylor.
Huge.
It's going to be pushing 14 mil in total just from this map alone, which is humongous for them, especially if they can get a brick in the next round. they could potentially still play for first place.
Oh, definitely, especially if they get a Mandel brick. That's what this is all about. If they can get a Mandel brick, they're head and shoulders above everybody. I think the narrative then will shift from map 6, that they're playing, simply for everybody else is playing for second place, right, rather than first, with the way ESG is currently at. But that's all dependent if ESG manages to get a Mandel brick, which is a lot easier said than done. For sure. But definitely the best game from ESG we have seen so far. Like you said, coming into true form, this is something we've been waiting on. ESG was much hyped up, the number 1 seed coming out from China. Expected them to have a bigger impact in their respective match. But that's okay, because now is the time where they start to step it up.
And this feels like the National Geographic side of operations sometimes. Got to hold on and just loot up. Hey, we take those. Golly.
Could they hit? I mean, very well.
They're pushing 15 mil, man.
I know.
This is the nature of the game. Here's a quick look at some of the replays here. And this was such a fun encounter. Q9 couldn't quite land that nade, but does trade one out of ESG. ESG has the momentum, and they just come sweeping through like a tidal wave, wiping all of Q9 with ease. They end up then cleaning the solo from GS and up cleaning the solo from Fallen. They clean house, they clean up all the scraps, and they clean up all the loot. See the player on our screen with almost 4.6 mil as an individual. Absolute gigantic loot game. And they should be able to get out with everything that they want. They're going to get some AWM ammo as well. They're going to have an AWM to play with as well because of the dead bodies on screen.
Yep.
Huge boon for them, and they're going to get out. Great map. Almost 15 mil in total, pushing them over 26 mil on the overall leaderboard. But a really fun map. Our first Space City map was a banger.
Yeah.
We got 2 more.
Well, potentially 2 more. And it was a bloodbath for the Mandelbrick extraction. A lot more so than I was expecting, truthfully. But very well done. As soon as NBA fell, I mean, everybody, they smelled blood in the water, bro. They were sharks. They were ready to feast. They went full speed ahead. And ESG was obviously that roster that wanted it originally, but it was Q9 who stole it for themselves. And once they stole it, they refused to relinquish it. Well done. There it is for Q9. Second Mandelbrick of the day, or at least for the upper bracket, has been earned. They will match that of NBA, and both of them will be in first and second place respectively. But with 2 more potential Space Cities, it's still wide open for anyone to take the 2 coveted spots for the finals.
And I gotta say, when we tuned into some of the comms, we were showing the player pictures, we had the camera on Q9 right before that game, they looked bad. They were ready to strike, and they were able to do it perfectly. There's so much we can break down about that last map, and we'll see it in the highlights. But again, I've got to shout out this Q9 roster against adversity. I mean, they dominated group stages. Let me be very clear. Yes, Fallen was the leader in their groups, but they were the strongest team in terms of slaying power, loot value, and everything in between. Q9 this in the upper bracket has struggled, but in that map, almost perfect execution around the Mandelbrick. Holding that ramp control, forcing Ink to swing around the north-hand side, nobody would actually fight them on the south side of the point, and because of that, they had a free and clear victory to hold the decode. And of course, the hero plays from K1D to jump the brick, the decoding station rather, and take down HR before he could get the trade.
And HR was just right there. He was ready to decode it for himself, getting shut down that close, and then also forced to lay on your back and just watch.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, it's just right there, but it's absolutely impossible for him to reach. It's quite heartbreaking. HR, younger player, has been playing very, very well, but also has had some heartbreaking early losses and downs, man. I just hope it doesn't get to his head. He's a phenomenal player, and Fallen is, they'll be all right, right? Fallen is one of those teams that definitely has the ability to fight back. I mean, after all, look at Q9. Last place, now up to second, but it is critical in this map 5 that they lock in the final Mandelbrick, whether it be Q9 or whether it be NBA. You do not want to allow it, especially at this point, ESG, to get a Mandelbrick for themselves, because they are so far ahead of leaps and bounds ahead of everyone out of all the 6 teams, or now 5 teams that they're facing off against when it comes to their technical alloy. I mean, match earnings, brother, like they are, I want to say 10 million above, basically, even at a second.
Right, well, you got to remember, too, how much loot value Mana Break Addiction actually brought into that lobby. I mean, they had well over double digits on their overall loot value, and they're the only team that had a Mana Break going into that round. They dropped to, I think our leaderboard showed like 7 mil. Yeah. They brought in like 7 mil worth of gear, which totally makes sense. Let's look back on the map, and it started with GS. We were like, hey, they're in second. They're feeling good. Yeah, they barely make it out of spawn, man. They almost lost both players as they're traversing those pipes to get over towards the brick. They have to play with 2. Seeing some solid loot here from Ink, who tried to get into the fight towards the end, but just couldn't quite find an entry. Q9 held the ramp. We'll get there in a moment, because it started with ESG. We've got to remember, yes, Q9 won the Mandel break. ESG started this. They grabbed it on spawn, sprinted to the decoding station, and immediately planted it. They wanted to take this fight early. And here's a look at Fallen. HR, you were questioning how he was feeling. He had some struggles. He iced up in this moment. There was a crazy reach out here from HR, not only to win that fight and win this fight as well, but it was right here. Look at this engagement. This was insane.
Boldo.
The reach out, Boldo was disgusting. Able to stay alive, and then right here, HR was doing so much. But K1D sees the smoke, know they're going to sprint for it, sprints to it and just barrel stuffs him with the LMG, gets the kills. Fallen picks up several kills amongst this equation. That'll be nice for their tally. But as the Mana Brick gets extracted by Q9, here comes ESG, and they clean out. Tons of kills, tons of loot. They have absolutely leapfrogged the rest of this competition in loot value. Both of our Chinese teams were down at the bottom of the leaderboard, and both of them just jumped near the top.
That's right, Q9 especially. Q9 was at the bottom of the leaderboard. They were in dead last. ESG was in 4th place, but that might as well be 15 places behind that of second, right? Because you already know NBA had a Mandel break. Of course, others were threatening for that. Now, Q9 come out with 0 round earnings. Of course, they will get the 3 eliminations. That's going to be 1.2 million. But the big thing is they get the Mandel break decoded, which is going to put them at the same pace of NBA at the top. But for ESG, 14.84 million, 6 round eliminations. What a massive game for them. So they'll put on, of course, on that 14.84, they'll put on an additional, 2.4 million. Just brilliantly done. If they get a Mandel break, there is nothing stopping them from going into finals.
We've been talking a lot about those 2 China teams for good reason. Massive moments in this last round. But look at their damage charts, man. Fallen was scrappy. They picked up a lot of kills as well. I believe they picked up 6 as well. That's a nice boon to their tally. They were frying, and they were constantly fighting. They were in a blender pretty much the entire time. But the best team, well, we got to give it to our team that was able to grab the Mana Break. They pick up 3 kills, and they get the Mana Break. So they're the best team in that last match as they jump up into 2nd place. Going to be right behind, likely behind, that team of Mana Break Addiction. We've got 2 teams on match point going into map 5. But the hero was your GOAT, my guy. The young gun HR is coming online, able to pick up 3 kills, 719 damage by himself, an assist, and of course a 3-0 KD. So a great map from HR, 19 years old, showing what he's got on main stage in the upper bracket, but Fallen's got to keep stepping up. They've been this close over and over again. They won their group stages, but right now, they're not going to finals if they don't get a brick in this next round.
That's it. They need the brick. That's going to be absolutely essential. Now, for Q9, of course, they want this to end now. If anyone else gets a brick, most likely Q9 is going to be behind them because they just don't have the assets.
Up at 3rd team,
But they're just way too low. So it's essential for Q9's sake anyways that they end this now, whether it be, of course, them getting the Mandel break for number 2, or it be even on the opposite side for NBA. I mean, they'll be perfectly fine with NBA ending it because the Mandel break is the most important thing. But again, for Q9, it needs to end in match 5.
Well, what's so interesting is this is a similar-ish position to what they experienced in Group A. Think about Q9. They were in a position right next to Fallen on the leaderboard, the only 2 teams that had a Mana break. They go into map 5, and Fallen's the one that grabs the brick, and Q9 says, sounds good to me. That means we're headed up to the upper bracket. That could absolutely happen here on Space City in map 5 again. History could repeat itself, this time with the other EU team. If Mana Break Addiction grabs the brick and plants it, I don't think Q9 is going to get involved. They're going to let them take it. They're going to take 2nd and go to finals. Let's listen into the comms from that last map.
不打的话，
要不怎么说提前打？
我觉得不会有人打。
我们走铁梯怎么说？
走铁梯打吗？
哎，打老太了。
打老太，我感觉他们要打。
那我不下个，那我接着不下个。
我俩买水格了。
我们俩进攻，咱俩进攻。就在后面，就在后面。我给个板子对枪好不？
我给隔断了，电剑。
2个电剑没了。
2个电剑全交了，还有手弹。
他就在后门。
我给板子对枪。
不急啊，我们打慢点。
小炮。
哎，我被秒了！这脸上，小心转点。有人去，好像没人去，2个在我脸上，2个在我脸上。
别倒！
别倒！铁给打起来了。你脸上一个，可以倒，手上拔砖。拔不了。然后我们呢？我贴近了，我救人
回来吗？好枪，
好招。
别急，M 别急。
不急。
打血，他都把架死。
好，
我不好架。
NK 的，我马有烟，没事不用管我，我马有烟，3秒烟。2队在里边打。NK 死完了 ，NK 死完了。
我知道，脸上倒着 FL 的 FN 的，秒一个，
好杀，
剩一个，连自己的 TT， 还有一个，
我被秒了，我被震了，
没办法，真没办法，兄弟，顶不住了。
我起来就被震了，
对，真没招了。
我拖了1分半这个砖，
可以拖着砖拿去，我们后面保级打经济了。
我都在抖，兄弟。
这有砖就有戏。
有砖就有戏，慢，我们一定要慢，比较慢。
Tom sounded good, but I will say, I don't know all the words, but I know at the very end, I saw that one player, K1D, go, he's one shot. He was saying he's one shot. He traded one out and almost got the other one, got him one shot, and he was telling his team, help, but they couldn't get there in time.
Right.
And of course, Q9 get cut down, but it's always good to listen into those comms. Q9, they get to Mandelbrick. They're going to be a top 2 team. The question is, can they keep the momentum up going into Space City round 5? Here's a look at the overall leaderboard. Mandelbrick Addiction is on top, but only by 1.08. Is a very tiny margin for the 2 teams with the Mandelbrick. Top 2 making finals, though. You need a brick to make finals, and ESG is crushing the competition, frankly, on the back of that last map in the loot value category, but they will not be going directly to finals. They have to battle through the competition tomorrow if they can't get a Mandelbrick.
Yeah, if they can get a Mandelbrick, they are smooth sailing straight to the finals. We take a look now at the spawn points, and we start to break it down with gold and silver, right? ESG, they will not have the opportunity to have that tier 1 spawn. Now, on the opposite end, though, it will be Eek, who has an opportunity, Fallen, who desperately needs it, and then also Q9, which is a big deal. Q9 has an opportunity to potentially have the tier 1 spawn, too.
Yeah, the 2 teams that have a Mandelbrick already have an opportunity to get T1 spawns.
Yeah.
It's pretty a big moment for both of these squads to take advantage of that. Now, what we do know about Space City is that because there's multiple buildings here, you got Centrifuge, you've got a ton of buildings in the area, especially around where everybody's decoding it. All of these buildings can be inhabited, and there's a lot of room to work. So just being there first doesn't necessarily net you a massive advantage, but we'll take whatever we can get. Here's a quick look at our operators of choice. I can only imagine Skydie might be thinking about breaking out that second Tempest.
I'm surprised he didn't already.
Well, I think it makes sense. It's like round 4. We don't have to close out in 4. Let's save it maybe for this next one.
Fair.
The only player to use Tempest, of course, we can see every team has used one Luna. Likely we'll see most teams use a Luna in this next round as well. What are you waiting for? This could be the last one. Definitely we'll see more Senivas this round, except for, of course, NBA, which is definitely something worth noting. We've got an Aluru for everybody as well. So that's kind of the traditional sense. Again, Byron really not being played at all in this competition, at least in the upper bracket, which is a hair surprising, of course, aside from Ink, as Byron's a great assault operator. And we've got a couple D-Wolves still left to help out. And plenty of Stingers. You're going to see absolutely Stingers, Lunas, Alurus, and Senivas in this round. Stinger definitely a namely one with the smokes. Huge for the rotations. We'll see Q9 maybe even run it, which they haven't done so yet.
Sure. Well, I'm curious if we do see the Tempest come back into play, because I feel like that's where truly they find the most, at least, success, right? When you're talking from the NBA side of things. That would be big for them. Again, big map. Map number 5, we're almost guaranteed 6, but it depends on what this Game 5 ends up bringing to the table, man. I mean, truly. 2 teams on it. I think ESG, though, they are super hungry. Super hungry to not miss out on this, because it would be, at least in their minds, to have 25 million, right, assets, and then to lose would just be unacceptable in ESG's mind.
So here's my thoughts. ESG, they can't get a T1 spawn. So if I'm ESG, I'm hoping for Central Command. I'm hoping for the north-middle side of the map because it's not a T1 spawn, but it is a strong spawn. And if we've seen multiple teams, they can sprint straight for the brick and get there just about the same time as everybody else.
Well, that's what NBA did.
That's exactly
game,
right.
yeah.
So I'm looking at ESG and saying, hey, if they get Central Command, they can get to the brick quickly and they absolutely can make a play. But if they get bottom right side of the map, if they're way down there, I don't know if they get there in time. They got to play ramp. Like, there's a lot of question marks around this map. You say we're almost guaranteed 6. I don't know about that. I'm still sticking with my prediction.
I know you are. I know you are.
I've been pretty good today. My predictions are hitting, so I'm feeling 5, folks. We're gonna see another match of ending on 5. We'll see as we wrap up the day. Could be the last map, could be the penultimate map, and it's just a matter of time for us to figure it all out with you. Oh, I'm so excited.
Hey, it's been a long day. I saw a bit of a yawn come out from one of the players of ESG. Hope he wakes up, though, and is locked and loaded going into game number 5. Because it's a critical moment for ESG if they want to punch their ticket into the grand finals, which they virtually would do with the lead that they have in the assets earned. Q9 would be in very, very big trouble, albeit they aren't that far behind by NBA now, who had a decent lead, but ultimately ended up losing out on the last round.
Well, this is the key factor about this competition right now. Manabrick is the T1 in the sense of our leaderboard. It is the first metric of success. We all get that at this point. We've explained it ad nauseum. However, because of the way this upper bracket has played out, the teams that have Manabricks, 8 and 9 mil on stash value through 4 games is basically nothing. That is hardly, and you start with 3 mil. I mean, that's like nothing. So they are very open for the taking, these top 2 positions. If we go to 6, there could be 4 teams with the Manabrick. It's technically,
which is a rarity,
it's technically possible that NBA and Q9 both don't make finals. Nothing is assured in this competition because they have low loot value. So something to pay attention to. They're going for the brick. They want to close it out, and because of that, they're not going to find a lot of loot along the way unless they get the brick and wipe everybody like they have done in the past. I'm talking about NBA.
Right. NBA, though, poised, ready to go. That was one of their weakest maps we have seen yet from them, but it doesn't mean necessarily they performed badly. They still were performing very well. It came down to a 1v1. If Buldo didn't have the nade in hand and would have anticipated HR to reach out after, of course, being caught off surprise from the res, it could have totally been a different story. NBA would have been able to get back on their feet, and who knows the impact that they could have had in the fight. Regardless, though, still in a great position going into map 5.
Look, we're certified yappers up here. There's no question. We've been going for 10 hours. However, I got another point for you. Leaderboard. Look who's on the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Fallen, man.
Falling in last in upper bracket. Talk about a surprise after such a dominant performance in group stages. Sure, I mean, this is where Q9 was a moment ago. All it takes is getting a mantle brick. But it is wild to see a team that crushed it in the group stage, win their group stage, double brick. They don't have a brick to talk about right now. We're going into map 5. They know they're in last. I think Fallen's going to swing for the fences on this map. They have nothing to lose. Here's our map rotation. We've been doing it all day today. We're going to do it all the same tomorrow and on finals day. Map 5 is Space City, and of course, we got a mantle brick active, folks, and our players are loading in as we speak. I know I'm watching our chat over here in the English broadcast, and a lot of our North American folks are waking up. If you're not awake yet, what the heck are you doing? It is 8:30 in the Central Time Zone. It is 9:30 a.m. in the Eastern Time Zone. I'm seeing a lot of fans from North America. They're saying, Ink, let's go, boys. Let's cheer on our North American team in the upper bracket. So we'll see what they're able to do.
All right, let's get it going. Round number 5, Space City. Once again, what's up for grabs? Well, it's that coveted Mandel brick. For NBA, they get one, they win, they go to finals. For Q9, same scenario. But of course, for ESG, GS, Inc., FN, they want to extend the event as long as they can. Now, Inc. is going to get priority. That's going to be big for them. They've been playing very, very well.
And FN.
And FN too.
T1 spawn.
Two teams that need it.
Inc. and FN, both the teams 5 and 6. Really important stuff. Mana Brick Addiction end up getting the water tank spawn. And this time, look at this. Talk about some comeuppance. Good grief. GS get taken down by FN in the last map. They flip spawns, and the exact same thing happens, except it's reverse. We lose a member of Fallen on the pipes. This time, though, they might be able to get the revive, as GS have said, we're going to get that knock and sprint for a brick position. We'll continue to pay attention to that, as Mana Brick Addiction has brought in We bring in the AW. Did they have two? They might have had two.
They might have, man. That would be crazy if they did.
Oxygen picking up his first kill on main, by the way. GS are on a tear. These guys have been playing slow, and they said, hey, man, we've been stockpiling our loot for way too long. Let's get active. Oxygen gets the cleanup on Killzall as well. GS have come to make a statement in map 5.
And this is the time to do it when it matters most, especially for Oxygen to wake up. This is big, but is he biting up more than he can chew? He's pushing it aggressively. If he goes through that doorway, he's going to get mowed down by the Ink roster. And luckily, he's going to pump the brakes because, man, he was feeling himself. He finally got an Elam like he said for the first time, and I thought he was going full steam ahead. Now, settle down, boys. Plenty of time remaining. The Mandel break can't even be extracted until another minute, but this fight is definitely huge for both of the rosters to take.
Now, Fallen was able to get the revive on the end of the pipe. I think if that body was in the middle of the pipe, maybe. A lot of fights happening right now on main stage, of course. Oxygen able to pick up another. GS going insane, but Mana Break Addiction is here to make a statement as well. We've lost one member of Mana Break Addiction. Ink is out of the map. GS is on a tear. Slow no longer, wiping Ink with the help of Mana Break Addiction and losing a few of their members in the process. GS down to a solo. Mana Break Addiction, all three back up, and they've got a nice power position over the top of this Mana Brick. What a way to kick off map 5. Unreal.
Unreal indeed. NBA, though, getting back onto their feet is huge. As you take a look at the operators, and obviously a lot to see in the meantime.
Yeah, there's a Luna on every single roster as expected. We also see several Toxics. We see almost, I think it's a Stinger on every roster besides GS. So pretty much a lot of the stuff we've been talking about makes a lot of sense. Right now, we are beginning to run out of operators. So the operators you've been saving, waiting for Space City, they've all pre-programmed this. Fun to see a lot of recon operators. Everybody's going to be shooting those shock arrows and recon arrows out there to get some extra information. And for a couple teams, they still have a couple engineers. We do see a Shepherd for one of our squads still in. Now, a rifle found from ESG is a nice 694K. We take that. But right now, all eyes on the Mana Brick. And Boldo is here on spawn, picks it up, and goes sprinting off into the hills. Let's see where he goes to go for the decode. Will it be the same station we have seen time and time again, or will we change it up? Let's see what they decide to do.
Well, if it is going to be GS who's going to be waiting for them to go over there, and they might very well have a bit of an impact, and I believe that is going to be one just behind. If he doesn't check his backside, he might get shot into the back, but actually it's going to be okay. They're going to be just down below, excuse me. So, finally, it is going to be extracted. NBA are looking good. Now, the question is for Q9, do they want to come in and try and defend the site? Because, again, they need this. Either way, they want top 2. That's all that matters.
Everybody knows, too, this is a part of the UI in game. Because Mana Brick Addiction just started the decoding station, they've actually found one member of Fallen. They were able to find it. Boldo connects with some errant shots, but they end up connecting just enough to knock HR. Everybody just got a notification. Hey, one of the 2 match point teams just started the decoding. If you want to keep playing in this tournament, you better go fight it. That's not the exact verbiage, but that's what's communicated, right? Mana Brick Addiction has nice power position over the decoding station, but plenty of time here.
Plenty of time indeed. Until there's not. Typically, we do see the decoding go down until probably about a minute and a half, a minute before fireworks start to explode as the teams start to push in. Curiously, Q9 is still staying quite passive. For them, if NBA gets this, okay, no harm, no foul. Q9 still top 2. They're healthy, they're happy. All eyes have to be on ESG and what they decide to do. They're going to be the furthest away team at the moment. You can't really risk and think and hope and pray that, well, GS makes a move and GS gets in there and starts decoding it for themselves.
Also, GS was allowed to get both of their revives. GS is fully restabilized, all 3 up, and I don't think any of those bodies were looted either. So a nice boon for them. Obviously, 2 of those players, if they get knocked again and fold, they will not be able to keep playing. But the fact that all 3 members of GS are alive is nice. They can make a play still. Really impressed with this roster thus far. Completely change of pace, and it caught some folks by surprise. But here comes ESG. They're going to slowly work their way through what will be Fallen first on their way to the decoding station. See if Flarich has anything to say about it.
All right, DT, he's going to push up. He's going to be the first aggressor into the engagement. DT will, unfortunately, just lose sight of the player from Fallen, who's going to be down below. Time still ticking away. Minute 50 for NBA, who is still decoding. A chance to win this event, or excuse me, the upper bracket. Move into finals is there. Only time will tell. GS still in the vicinity as well, but ESG starting to get active. And you also notice Q9 wants to go in too. There is a benefit for NBA decoding this for them, and they understand that, and they will now start to come into play.
Yeah, they're just barely off your mini-map. We've got a map view you can't see, but Q9 is on the move. We'll continue to update where they're at. Oh, you saw them briefly in the X-ray vision there in the gray. Everybody moving towards this Mandelbrick decoding station. This is about to remind us of map 2 from the group stages of Group B. 5 teams. The only team not here is Inc., who got wiped earlier. All 5 teams in a tiny spot, but a lot of real estate in these buildings as well to work with. Here's our entry frag. Mandelbrick Addiction now in trouble. Bulldo gets cut down. ESG making a move potentially for the brick, but HR punishing one member that goes for it. Here goes DT, casually walking up to the brick, tanks a couple grenades, and should get the steal no problem. Gonna reset the timer to 3.5 minutes. Plenty of time on the clock for anybody to make a move, but ESG in possession of the brick. They do have one member down, and hopefully Fuzhang is able to get this revived so they can stay on their feet and fight for this brick.
Yeah, if I'm Q9, I'm a little bit worried now. ESG have such a tremendous lead that I do not, if I'm a Q9 member, I do not want ESG decoding this Mandelbrick. I want to challenge. I want to put all my effort and all my eggs into one basket to take down ESG in this moment. If NBA is able to recover, which they do, mind you, all 3 players are back alive. So still anything goes, but ESG is currently in the driver's seat.
In the driver's seat to some degree.
Oh, there's Mo actually. Mo gets the Mandelbrick.
Yeah, well, Mo not only gets the Mandelbrick, but also Fallen cleans up, I believe, the last remaining player at ESG. So they got a player on yellow timer right now. That's Lee Yoon down, fully down for a moment. Q9 in control, but it is still anyone's ball game. Again, if Q9 or Mandelbrick Addiction get this brick, both of those 2 teams are making it to finals. Look, I'm not putting strategy in these players' minds. They have their own strategy going into this. They've trained for this. They know exactly what to do in this situation. If I'm Mandelbrick Addiction, I do not chow this decoding station.
I don't think you should. I don't think
Q9's in possession of it. I do not chow this decoding station. If ESG is in command of it, I do.
Yeah.
So right now, Mandelbrick Addiction is going to play extremely slow and not worry about the decoding station right now. That is Q9's responsibility. They're going to lie in wait and just pick up anybody that goes into their crosshairs.
If I'm them, honestly, I'm flooding this site, especially if it gets down to maybe like 30 or so seconds. I'm flooding the site and trying to slay out anybody that gets anywhere close. Fallen, like you said, is starting to push up. And, well, will HR be able to get a touch? I think so. He tried this before, but he's taken down before he can get the touch. And Q9 goes for the finish, and they'll get it.
Mandelbrick Addiction are the ones playing spoiler. Yep. Like we mentioned, Mandelbrick Addiction said, no, that's our friends. That's the other team that's got the Mandelbrick right now. That is our ticket to the finals. A well-placed shock arrow, and HR just can't quite get a handle of that Mandelbrick. Probably less than a second away from stealing it, and unfortunately, shock arrow cuts him down.
All right, so now just 1 minute and 15 remaining. Fallen on the outskirts. They want to get active. They want to get in there. For ESG, same scenario. GS Crazy Dog also moving up behind that of Fallen and ESG. Almost less than a minute remaining. And you do say some uh-ohs. There are some moves being made. What do we see?
ESG and GS are trading blows off screen. Everybody's staring at the Mandelbrick, but these 2 teams are running into each other on the low side of the map, just trying to get here. Here comes ESG. Only 1 player on their feet. A behemoth in the loot value category, but they're not going to be even able to play for this brick because GS is playing spoiler, and GS gets the revive as well. We've got a full team of 3 for gold silver who could potentially make a play for this brick here shortly. Yuzbishka goes down, Fallen cut down. HR still dead on the point with Flourish. Yuzbishka out, Fallen is cut down out of this competition, out of map 5, and all of a sudden, you've basically got 2 teams holding the decoding station. Who can breach the front? 1 from the east, 1 from the west. QR, Q9, who are they? Mandelbrick Addiction and Q9 are together working in tandem to hold this position and put both teams into the finals. Q9 will win the upper bracket, but Mandel Brick Addiction shakes their hand and says, we will join you there as we have our top 2 teams moving into the upper bracket.
Massive plays, Q9, NBA working together to protect the Mandel
Now
Brick.
they're fighting.
And now they gotta fight. I mean, what does it matter at this point? Now it's just celebration fights. What an impact that NBA has had. What an impact Q9 has also had. The fact that they were at the bottom and now they're at the top just comes to show you the Mandel Bricks are quite literally everything.
Near flawless execution, everything else going forward is just for style. Q9 does get cut down. Mandel Brick Addiction wins the gunfight as a little bit of a salute and a nod to say, hey, we helped you get there. Let us take our kills. Let's rack up our points and put some extra stats on the board. GS, man, I'm actually so impressed with this roster. As much as we were a little bit ragged on them with the slow playstyle, they came out swinging in map 5, and they have a chance to be the last team standing on the map. It's a true 3v3, frankly, just for fun.
Right.
And Bobo gets first blood. Boldo goes down. It's going to be a 3v2, and GS getting extremely active. They know upper bracket is over, but why not show the world that they can play aggressive if they want to? They've been playing strategic all day today, and it's just not enough. There they are. Bobo going huge. Jubileer down, and it's all up to Skydie to win a 1v3, and he can't do it. GS, the last remaining players on the map. GS, the last standing team on the map. But unfortunately for GS, as much as they had a great upper bracket run, and they did come online in map 5, it just wasn't enough. It comes down to Mandel Bricks, and Q9 and NBA are moving straight to the finals. You will not see NBA or Q9 tomorrow at all. They're going to be lying in wait at the stadium.
We had a chance to speak to NBA just a little bit ago. Skydie asking him, how do you feel going in to the upper bracket? How do you feel about potentially going to the finals? And he says, look, the job's not done. You could tell the determination was on his face, fully locked in. Still well-spoken, mind you. Mind you, he was great, but you could really see the determination on his face. And Skydie said basically, look, we respect every team out there. We're not taking anything for granted. We want to continue to play our game. I don't want to give anything too detailed away. And he didn't. Whatever they're doing is working. And whatever they're doing could very well lead them to become champions of the first ever Delta Force Invitational. On the flip in Q9, a team that was second seed in the location of China throughout the qualifiers, just behind that of ESG, has now overtaken ESG's spot. Q9 are the #1 seed going into the finals currently.
That's a good shout. 2 teams have booked their tickets to the finals. Now all 4 of these teams that did not. Crazy to say, ESG heading down to the lower bracket. GS heading down to the lower bracket. Inc, FN, Fallen wins their group stages, doesn't make it to the finals. Headed down to the lower bracket. They are not going to lower bracket round 1 though. We'll talk a little bit more about that schedule later as we give our flowers to the last remaining team on the map. GS gonna sit here for 3 minutes and eventually extract. They know that they did everything they could. They pushed aggressively. They fought so many teams, frankly, throughout the course of it. They were the reason ESG didn't make a play towards this brick. They couldn't get past GS. GS beat them in a fight, wiped ESG, got them down to a solo. Here's some look at some replays, and this is a look at the trap that Q9 and Mandel Brick Addiction kind of haphazardly, accidentally worked together for, and then realized what they could to say, hey, why don't we just hold positions here? We know Mandel Brick Addiction doesn't have to move for this. And then, of course, Bobo just goes huge, hiding in a corner, and barrel stuffs his opponent to get some kills and add a nice tally to the leaderboard. You'll actually see, look at this, GS almost catches ESG in total loot value based on the predetermined score before the kills, which is pretty wild to say. Again,
it is.
They were a team skated into the upper bracket, and they almost put on an insane show in map 5 to jump in straight to the finals. Crazy map from everybody. They all deserve to be here. There's no question to doubt it.
Oh, well, I mean, I think all the teams, deserve to be here. I mean, after all, they are quite literally the best in the world. No spots were given. Everything was earned throughout the qualifying stages. So just making it to this stage on the international global stage is a huge accomplishment. But an even bigger accomplishment is making it top 2 directly into finals. Q9 NBA they managed to secure that. And again, you talk about NBA going from qualifications, barely making it to this very stage, doing it off the back of map 5 and 6, getting dual Mandel bricks off of those 2 maps. You look at, of course, Q9 again beating their boogeyman, which is ESG. Like, big come-ups. A lot of homework has been done, and both rosters are looking sensational for sure. But tomorrow's competition is going to be crazy, like you mentioned, right, with ESG, GS, Inc., FN going into these elimination rounds. I mean, talk about anyone that has to face off against them. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, there is a lot of nuance for tomorrow's competitions. 3 best of 6s we will get to. Talk a little bit about that here in a moment, but we'll watch GS head off in style here in about 50 seconds. Crazy Dog, Bobo, Oxygen, they've had their ups and downs, let's be very clear. But a huge up to end on. Battled through ESG, battled through the backside of Fallen. Inc. was there in the mix, Mantle Break Addiction, Q9, they shot at all of them. And ended up coming out on top in terms of staying alive, just couldn't quite get to that Mantle Break in time. And it's such an interesting and nuanced thing about this format, Taylor. With the way our advancement process is working, with the fact that Mantle Brick Addiction and Q9 were the teams that had the Mantle Bricks, them not having to fight each other is a huge boon, man.
Yeah.
And being on opposite sides of the Dakota
That worked out
stage
perfect.
worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
And it's what we were saying, Mantle Brick Addiction just didn't have to move. And so they could hold the north side. And Q9 could have had a little bit more difficulty with Fallen if Mantle Brick Addiction basically wasn't helping them out. A perfect setup on the decoding station. Q9 get the brick. Q9 top seed going into the finals. Q9 booked their ticket to the stadium. They're playing in front of the audience, and they're going to be joined by our friends with Mantle Brick Addiction. Mantle Brick Addiction, only 1 drop map on the day, nearly flawless.
That's true.
And a great execution throughout the course of 2 best of 6s.
Yeah, winning, 8 out of the 9 maps in total that they ended up playing. And they did, in fact, close the only team to close out a respective group in just 4 maps, right? They did so just before Q9. Thumbs up, baby. Q9 looking very, very solid. Obviously played very well. Coming into this, we were hyping them up based off of the scrims. The scrims were incredible. They were looking great. And even better today, yeah, they took a couple of stumbles. There was maybe some question marks that were being brought up. But in the end, it was them. Now we look on Mantle Brick Addict. Smiles finally started to come through. You got a couple chilling, but I think finally now they start to realize, okay, we're good. And even Skydie finally starting to crack a smile himself.
They know the job's not done, though.
That's
you
true.
heard it from Skydie's mouth himself.
But you could be happy a little bit right now, you know?
Everything we wanted to do. We're feeling good, but job is not done. We are just getting started. One thing I want to point out, A1DE, the most animated player on Q9, no questions asked. A player on the right. You saw the energy, the passion of like, why haven't we been doing this? We finally did it. Thank goodness we are here at this stage. I think they're going to be in the lab. They're going to be VOD reviewing going into the finals day, and they're going to be watching day 2 intensively. All smiles, though, for our good friend HR. Some up and downs in his own right, but some clutch plays for him. Q9 with a nice celebration as they are excited about the finals. So pumped for both of these teams, man. Well earned in a grueling competition.
Yeah, I mean, just again, not playing tomorrow is going to be huge for them. I think they're already there. There are certain teams that definitely need the additional practice, especially in the land setting. They're going to get that tomorrow, but for Q9 as well as Mantle Brick Addiction, like I think they're perfectly fine. They don't need the additional day of competition. They just go straight to the finals, business as usual, continue to play how they've been playing.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, again, Mantle Brick Addiction dropped 1 map, and frankly, in that last map, you count that as a win because they could have played for the decoding station.
Right.
There was just no point to. If they push up to that decoding station, take the steal just for ego's sake, they could theoretically throw that map away, and we could have gone to Game 6. You could have seen. I mean, obviously, look who was last alive. It's Gold Silver. I mean, they could have grabbed the Mantle Brick, and it could have been a 3-way tie going into round 6.
Yeah.
So a smart play, a nice IGL call. We, of course, saw it in the booth because we could see the X-ray and see where they're positioned. They picked up on it immediately, and they said, guys, do not move, hold this position, and they were the ones that killed Fallen who were trying to steal it. So a great play from Mantle Brick Addiction and a great win from Q9.
Yeah, but ultimately, super excited to watch the elimination matches tomorrow. I mean, ESG, I don't think their story is done being told as of yet. I really don't. I think they're going to be going into finals with the base of the way they've been playing. I think they're even hungrier now as they watch their brethren, of course, of Q9 go directly into finals. ESG wants to match the energy. You know, there's a lot of pride, obviously, from the location of China. But naturally, there's a lot of pride. You just want to be better than your other, of course, compadres, and in this case, right, being Q9. I mean, that's just just the case. That's just how it goes, right, in any competitive format.
Well, let's take a look at the match results. We know exactly what's going on. It was cut and dry. We didn't have to wait for any math this time around. Every stage of the day was different, and upper bracket certainly different than our group stages. Our two teams at the top, not a lot of loot to write home about, but they got the bricks. Q9, 2 bricks secured. They are first place and first seed in the finals, with Mantle Brick Addiction in second, nearly right behind them as well in loot value. So a very fun round to watch. The only teams to get Mantle Bricks are the only teams headed to finals. But look at the totals there for ESG and Gold Silver. This
Pretty
is
insane.
This is an omen for the teams that they're going to be finding in the lower bracket. They are going to be out for blood when we get into the elimination rounds tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I think you said it before. It is going to be a brutal fight against these teams that, hey, again, even Fallen at the bottom of this leaderboard, frankly, not a good upper bracket from them compared to what we've seen.
Right.
ESG and Fallen on paper were the top 2 teams and the top 2 seeds on paper, in people's minds at least, going into this competition. Both are headed to the lower bracket. Nobody eliminated. But here are our first 2 teams headed to the finals in the Hangzhou Esports Center on the 21st. They do not play tomorrow. They lie in wait at the stadium.
That's right. Who's going to be the remaining 4? Well, tomorrow we'll get our answer. But for now, we know the 2 teams. It's going to be Q9 coming from China. And then on the opposite side, you've got NBA from EU. Nice to see an EU team actually be up there, right? I mean, we were highlighting Fallen, obviously. We thought they were going to be, the torchbearers, if you will, for the EU side of things. Mantle Brick Addicts, though, they still the show in wonderful fashion. Again, winning 8 out of their 9 games. That is a crazy stat line.
Yeah, we can go back and watch the VOD. It's actually wild what they were able to execute on main stage. Again, these guys, they don't have huge competitive backgrounds. Some of them have tier 2 esports backgrounds. Some of them are playing Delta Force as their very first esports, and they're able to play like that with that much composure when, again, they won the EU region. Let me be very clear. I guess technically on paper, it's actually Mantle Brick Addiction as the top seed from EU. But again, it wasn't pretty at all, right? It was kind of actually similar to Q9 here. Able to go back-to-back on the bricks and put themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Didn't look great, but they did what they needed to do. Here, it looked phenomenal. They look like they're in final form. They've been in the lead. We've been hyping them up all day today. And again, want to tip our hats to Q9, who Q9 looked really good in group stages. You got to remember, they lost to Fallen, exact same situation, but reversed. Here's a look at our highlights, and it started with a little bit of repeat of history as Fallen, unfortunately, lose 1 in the smoke and on the pipes here. Yuzbishka couldn't quite make it before GS. He's able to strike down from distance to reenact some revenge from the map before. But this was a crucial moment, of course. Not only GS able to stay alive with 1 player and then get all of their revives, but this is where our 1 North America team that made it to upper bracket gets cut down extremely early, which means there's only 5 teams fighting for the decoding station and not 6. Ink is off the table at this point already.
Yeah, and then obviously we started to move a little bit further. ESG managed to take the Mantle Brick for themselves, and that's where, of course, Q9 started to, take note, like, all right, we cannot afford to have ESG take this because they are too far ahead when it comes to the overall assets count, right? Q9 would have been in deep trouble. I love the attempt, though, from DT. He gets up in there, he gets the touch, and manages to get away with the sliver of health.
Yeah, able to get away with a sliver of health and get the reset. But this is where Fallen goes to make a play. HR is on the decoding station going for the steal, and a shock arrow cuts him down. Q9 went, oh, is there somebody here? Oh, nope, they got cut down. Let me back off and run back to cover. And this is where the death trap was set up. Because Fallen actually played Spooler to ESG for getting the full and actually playing for NBA, NBA had one side, Q9 had the other side. Nobody could get to the decoding station. And excitement on the faces and in the voices of Q9 because they know they got a ticket to the finals.
That's right.
They're going to be playing for a crazy amount of cash.
Yeah, I'm going to say it cool, calm, and collected typically throughout the comms, but right there, finally, passion, celebration as they realized what they had just achieved. Going into the finals, not having to grind through the elimination rounds. A job well done, boys. Q9, of course, NBA, phenomenal job all around. We take a look at the round 5 results. Naturally, Q9 with the Mantle Brick decoded. That's all that matters. You do have to say, though, I will say, 8 round kills from GS is also a big stat line for them now.
And NBA, man. You got to remember, Mantle Brick Addiction picked up 8 kills on that map. They were the heroes of that decoding station. Q9 are going to be top seed, but Mandelbrick Addiction are the team that everybody is watching. They are going to VOD review this squad. Look at the damage. They also top the damage charts. Of course, GS pick up a crazy amount of damage, post-mortem, if you will, after the Mandelbrick was decoded, but NBA was the top fragging team. They did the most damage, and they were the saviors of that decoding station. Could Q9 hold it without NBA? Absolutely, but it would have been way harder.
Well, it would have been a lot harder, right? And I think there was an opportunity for HR from Fallen to potentially get a touch. Remember, he gets shut down just next to the decoding station, and in large part because of Q9 and NBA. I really do think this round potentially doesn't end necessarily. We go to a Game 6 if it wasn't for NBA slaying as heavily as they did.
And it's also if it wasn't for GS getting real active real early, man.
Sure.
I mean, ESG, they're the ones that go over, steal the decode first. They back up, and then GS comes in and says, how do you do? I'm taking you out of this lobby. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what they say. It was pretty wild. It was a totally different GS team than we've seen. It makes me really excited to watch them in the lower bracket. But of course, the best team, Q9, they get 2 bricks, so they're at the top of the category. Best team on the last round. They get a couple kills, they get the mantle brick, they hold on for dear life, and they find it. Momentum finally comes back to them. Crush it in group stages, have a brutal upper bracket, and then swing for the fences in the last 2, get both bricks, and because of that are our #1 seed going into finals, and they were certainly pumped about it. But Boldo, again, the MVP. I think this is like his 3rd MVP, and maybe 4th, I don't know, we'll have to go back and look. Certainly NBA's been at the top of the category many times. 3 kills, an assist, 636 damage, solid numbers for the guy.
I think that's his 2nd or 3rd, like you said, and I believe 7th, if I'm not mistaken, from NBA as a whole out of their 9 games. Core MVP. I mean, just a dominating performance. All 3 players phenomenal. We look at our match MVP. It's got to be Skydie, right? Skydie, just a playmaker that was consistently getting active and really keeping the enemies on their toes. Without Skydie, NBA doesn't have as much success.
Yeah, and again, you can see top of the categories for just about every single aspect. I mean, this is about as well-rounded as it can get. The one reason or the one position that he does not have a huge strength in is loot rate, and that's just simply your efficiency in looting and getting good luck out of your loot as well. As you route through those containers, how much are you actually looting? NBA wasn't looting a lot. They didn't have a lot of loot. They were looting bodies,
That's right, and that's perfectly fine, because again, they knew the Mandelbrick is exactly what they needed, man. Well done. Seriously, well done. Mandelbrick Addicts, they come in with the name. I think that's a heavy name and a heavy burden in my opinion, but they live up to it, right? They managed to at least lock in a system to get the Mandelbricks, and who knows, maybe it took the last 2 maps of the qualifiers for them to figure it out.
Let's listen into the cons from the last round, and I'll make a funny analogy later. Let's listen in.
这个砖，不立那个 EIG， 30。
你不可以拔一下子？
正面这个电剑，我就 E 可以，我就 E 可以。
准备，我给大，第1个剑给个，给大。第2个剑，雷给连接，给个。OK。没见到人，后面没见到人，后面没见到人。
好了，走，回来了。下巴砖，都没医生了，都没医生了。今点一个，向后，
知道，我知道，
小一后门，
后门开。啊！离血打我，
多少秒
？3。牛逼！
牛逼！
干爆了！
跟他打，死了就死了，跟他打。
里面有，爆的！好家伙！撞！李现来了，李现来一个队！
把物理清了，不用管这些了，
3倍！
来死就打就行了，
打！
装装了，反正打。
中间有一个，
没事，赢了，
拿走！
牛逼！
That right there is raw passion, baby. When they got that decode, they screamed and were so excited, as you should be, man. Right. I mean, talk about a turnaround in the upper bracket. Really cool to listen in and see the excitement behind their voices of how they felt in that moment. When that timer hit 0 and they got that mantle break and they knew that they won, the excitement was huge. It was not only palpable in their voices and their tones, but also just the levels, man. We're screaming. I love it.
was not cool, calm, and collected. But that is not where you want cool, calm, and collected in the winning moments. We take a look at really the results all the way through. We started with Group Stage A. It was Fallen, Q9, and GS, who ended up winning respectively, going to the upper bracket directly. For Group Stage B, NBA, ESG, and then Inc. also moved forward. And then this is where things got interesting. The top 6 teams from Group Stage A, Group Stage B faced off against each other. Ultimately, it came down to the wire, but it was Q9 and NBA who were able to secure their spots directly into the finals, leaving the bottom 4 teams of ESG, GS, Inc., and FN to go into tomorrow's competition in upper bracket turn 2. Their job's not done with. In fact, the beginning is here, right? They still have a long journey, a potential, 18 games tomorrow that they're going to have to grind through. It's not going to be easy, but becoming a champion never is.
Yeah, we've got 3 best of 6s tomorrow. Now, these teams, because they made it to the upper bracket, they're going to upper bracket round 2, like you mentioned, so they won't necessarily play 18. They could play 12, though,
right,
which is absolutely the case. I mean, most of the teams did play 12 here today, and the teams that didn't will play at least 12 tomorrow, if not 18, for some of the folks that didn't make it to upper bracket. A lot going on in this competition, and a lot more Delta Force to be played, and a lot to finish with tonight before we close things out. That's all the games we have for tonight. So we played 18 games. Well, we could have played 18 games. We went 5-4-5, so 14 in total, I suppose. But a great day here in the office today. It's been an absolute blast. And we've got 2 teams that have booked their tickets to finals. Tomorrow, elimination day, and a chance for teams to make it to the finals and join these 2 teams that earned it. We're going to head down to the stage with Lucia and check in with some of our winning teams.
再次恭喜 NBA 晋级烽火世界杯总决赛。Congratulations to NBA for qualifying into the grand final of Delta Force Invitational. 再次恭喜你们拿到了通往决赛的钥匙啊！现在我们来到赛后采访环节，再次先欢迎各位，也请各位简单的和大家打个招呼吧。Olivia, please say hi to our audience.
What's the question? Hello to everyone and thank you for your support.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for passing me the mic. OK 想第一个问题啊，想问一下，他们目前打下来啊，整体的感觉怎么样？会不会稍微有一些疲惫了？How's the feelings, everyone? Do you guys feel a little bit tired about the games today?
Okay, there is a meme that sounds like I really feel. But anyway, I want to say thank you to everybody for your support. I want to say thank you, my teammates. You're my life last year.
好的啊，非常感谢啊。他讲的就是今天打下来确实是稍微有点累了，但是非常感谢一直支持他们的人，包括他的队友啊。然后他的队友是他的这个救生员啊，这个 life saver。OK。
Yeah, thank you. I feel great, but tired.
感觉非常好。
Yeah, I feel pretty good because we can finally play on the stadium. I was really hoping that we could advance to that stage and play there. Also, I really like. I feel very nice that we actually managed to use our playstyle well and it works.
他们非常开心能够晋级到总决赛，去到一个更大的舞台去征战。同时的话，也非常感谢自己今天的所有的一些战术啊，都是成功的打了出来啊。OK， 那下一个问题想问一下，他们在总决赛当中，比较想遇到的对手会是哪一位呢 ？Who do you want to face the most when it comes to the grand final?
Usually, I don't really care about like who's playing against me.
Okay.
But I want to play with our Russian-speaking another team, Fallen, because like we advanced both from EU region, and I want to keep playing and play against them again tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
Yeah,
actually.
for the final. Yeah.
Yep, in grand final. I hope they advance.
他希望能够是同赛区的欧洲赛区的风能队伍能够晋级到总决赛，也希望能够在总决赛的线下和他们进行交手啊。OK， 那最后一个问题吧，其实今天打下来也是比较辛苦的，特别是在撤离点这边的一些战斗啊，在8个时当中啊，想问一下当时的那一波撤离和 Ink 的团战打完之后，先来讲一下这波团战吧。Tell us about the extraction point in Brackish when it comes to the fight with Ink. How do you guys manage to win the wipeout?
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of loot in that game, I'm pretty sure. We were just like sitting in that house and there were a lot of fights going on around. We tried to find some kills, but in the end we didn't have any options, like we didn't have a lot of time, so we just pushed the extraction and I don't know, I guess I played well, I picked someone and I knocked them. I didn't even understand, I knocked 2 of them actually. I thought I knocked 1 and Bull killed another 2 or something, but yeah, it worked.
在比赛的前期，他们其实没有拿到太多的一些击杀的分数嘛，所以说在最后撤离点这一块嘛，他们也是做了一个不得不做的决定啊。一波应该是先是 Skyty 打倒了2人，然后 Bodo 补掉了一些这个人头，然后最终也是拿下了这一场的胜利啊。那最后那一场其实Bodo 应该是最后的时候想往塔顶去走那个飞鼠撤，但是好像最后走到一半的时候，发现自己是被人拿走了。想问一下当时他们心情是怎么样的？ After that, 2 guys already got extraction, right? And Bodo, you're the one who left behind, and you went to the tower, right? The top of the tower. And how was the team comms at that time, Skyty?
Yeah, so he went like we told him that he can use the Doctex to go to the extraction point because we saw on the map that it's still available.
Yeah.
But then he went there and there was a mine from Shepard on the door and we were quite surprised. He still tried to push there and then he realized that someone already took it. We didn't really expect that, really.
I get it. 好，其实当时他在地图上发现显示还是可以用的，然后他走到那边发现吃到了一个牧羊人的陷阱之后，发现好像上面是有人的，但是所以他上去看了一眼之后呢，也没有做太多的一个行为了，因为地图上已经是灰掉了嘛，还是比较可惜的一个点吧。好了，那以上就是对赛事的一个点，那也希望他们在总决赛当中能够打出一个非常好的成绩。Okay, that's the end of interview. Hope you guys do really well in the grand finals. Thank you. 好，要把时间交给指科喜。
Another amazing interview from Lucia down on the stage. And Mana Brick Addiction, so nonchalant, man. Those guys are way too cool for me. Like, that is wild to do what they did today and be so casual about it. Hey, we're just taking care of business. We're doing our thing. Really cool stuff from them. Another great interview from Mana Brick Addiction.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, but you can still feel the passion, like that they're having fun. Like,
oh,
I mean,
for sure.
And, you know, one of the things is Scotty made it very apparent. Like, we wanted to get to grand finals. The reason why is we want to play in front of that audience.
Yeah,
we want to, play in that packed stadium. It quite literally could be a once-in-a-lifetime experience, depending, of course. I think there's plenty more left in the tank when it comes to this NBA roster. But, you know, to be out there in front of that packed stadium, I think like 4,500 people, it's pretty nuts. Like, that's a big number.
Yeah.
You know,
and they want Fallen to be there with them.
And they definitely do.
That's the thing I respect a lot about those guys. Anytime we ask them to basically talk trash, they're like, no, we respect all the competitors. We want the best to play against us. We want to prove that we're against the best.
Right.
Again, can we talk about their name? Their name is Mana Brick Addiction.
And they lived up to it.
That's like an American football team saying, our team name is Touchdown. That's like a European or overseas football soccer team saying, we're the goal scorers. Like, that's crazy. And they were able to execute on it. Really cool stuff from Mana Brick Addiction. And great that we got a chance to highlight them again.
Yes.
We will see them in finals. We will not see them tomorrow. But let's head back down to the stage with Lucia with another interview to close things out.
再次恭喜秦九晋级烽火世界杯总决赛 ！Congratulations for Q9 to qualifying to the grand finals of Delta Force Invitational。再次恭喜秦九拿到了通往决赛的钥匙。好的啊，欢迎各位啊！今天是满编啊，来这一场采访是满编啊，先跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是秦九的果然。
Hello， 大家好，我是秦九的 MO。Hello，
大家好，我是秦九 Kid。
在问下双专这个问题之前，先把话筒给到 MO， 身体 OK 吗？还 OK 吗？
非常的 OK， 充满了斗志。
充满了斗志。OK， 好，来话筒给到果然。听说啊，这个听魔说啊，今天这场比赛打着憋着一股气是吧？来问一下双专的感觉如何？
双专是勇敢者的奖励。
勇敢者的奖励。没错，说到勇敢这个点，必须把话筒给到 Kid。来，在一专的时候啊，在专点互专神 Kid， 当时那一波混研就跳拉进去，抱着什么样的一个决心？
因为当时时间不多了，我过去就是跟你以命换命，我就给你爆了。只要我给你爆成功了，这个专就是我的了。
没错啊，其实在这个队内语言当中也有听到各位的一个交流啊。那想问一下，几位吧 ，MO 可以先回答。想问一下，就是前期的时候，其实总体来说经济都没有那么的好啊，怎么做出调整的？
怎么说？我们3个人的反应，包括调整，就是心态嘛。而心态一直在鼓励，包括我们教练一直在鼓励我们3个。然后我们本来也是就是从中国杯过来的，总决赛什么的也都经历过，兄弟们斗志昂扬的，只能说请酒不打前3场。
来说到这个点来，果然前面3场和后面这几场就感觉完全对比不一样。你觉得自己做出最大调整是什么？
心态。对，因为前3局我说实话，我对我自己的表现很不满意，因为今天打第1场 Round 6的时候，我对自己的表现打8分吧，但是到了晚上之后前3局，我对自己的表现可能就2到3分，然后第3局心态调整过来了。
想问一下，这个心态调整是，比如说教练说了什么，还是队友说了一些什么吗？
队友跟教练的鼓励吧。
可以稍微透露一点，有讲什么吗？怎么样鼓励？就怎么样鼓励的？兄弟，好好打，这个请酒没问题的，是这样吗？
就是不要让我们去想第1局、第2局、第3局的失利，让我们想好下一局怎么打嘛，然后一边鼓励我们一边说嘛。忘记之前的这个先放一边，对吧？先想想后面怎么样去打 ，OK 啊？那想问一下 Kid， 其实今天在航天当中啊，会有一些高压的情况出现啊，自己当时在局内怎么样进行调整的？
其实就是相信指挥，相信 MO， 相信队友，然后我只需要去把我做的去做好，我要更大胆一点。该站出来的时候，我们要站出来。
没错。好，那现在看到魔手里啊，拿这一块，这通往决赛的钥匙啊，你觉得这一块钥匙当中蕴含着什么？
蕴含着我们经历这么多，包括我们的进步、我们的努力、
对，
和汗水。
进步、努力和汗水啊！再次恭喜你们晋级到了总决赛，也希望在总决赛当中看到齐继红请酒。好的，非常感谢各位，今天打的也是辛苦了，辛苦各位。接下来让我们把时间交还给解说。
Another great interview, Taylor. That was really fun to watch. And as per the usual, all smiles. They're excited about the competition. They're excited to make grand finals. And they are one of the only 2 teams that will be there on finals day. Really pumped for those guys. They earned it. A great turnaround in the upper bracket. But again, I am reminded of the domination of what they executed in group stages. Very similar to what Metal Brick Addiction was able to do in their groups. Yes, Fallen took the win, but it was Q9 that kind of propped them up and said, sure, take it, so that we can head on with you.
Yeah, Mandel Brick Addiction was by far the most consistent team throughout the entirety of the day. However, Q9 did show, I think, a higher skill ceiling per se.
Sure, yeah.
And for me, I think Q9 truly is a team that could do very well in the finals. Naturally, they are there, and that's the reason why they're there, is because they were a dominant team today. But 2 wonderful teams, clearly the best, right, out of all the rosters that ended up competing, out of all 12, ended up making it to the finals, the NBA as well as Q9. But I do like the interviews, like Lucia is able to, obviously I don't understand what Q9 is able to say, but you can definitely sense the passion, the excitement, right? That they're, wow, we actually did it, we made it. It means so much to them, right? For the first ever Delta Force Invitational.
Yeah, again, some of these teams like Q9 have done it on a stage before in their qualification series, but it's different. In a global stage like this, the DFI Invitational has truly brought teams from around the world to China to compete for $500,000. And Taylor, and the people at home, we are just getting started. This is day 1 of a 3-day series. We've got 3 best of 6s tomorrow for the lower bracket, upper bracket round 2, and of course, that final lower bracket round that will determine the final 4 other teams that will join our 2 in the finals. We'll be playing 1 best of 6 on finals day in the stadium. It's going to be crazy. Folks at home are not going to want to miss it. But Taylor, just to kind of recap the day while we close out the rest of the show, any other big hits that we haven't talked a ton about that you want to highlight? We've got some great individual highlights. Obviously, Skydie, MVP of our match overall.
Yeah.
Big numbers from that team, Q9. Great numbers from that team. Any other things you want to highlight before we close things out?
Personally, I think LEG, for example, from the LATAM region, played very well.
Yeah, Egypt, Brazil, yeah.
Yeah, and so that was a big surprise for me coming out of Match B. I was very impressed, even from Ink's perspective, like from North America, making it to the group, to upper bracket was, in my opinion, a huge success. I really appreciated the way Kills was able to play. The way he stepped it up was tremendous. Ink is looking like a very talented roster. I love the fact that NA does have some solid representation. So I was super happy with them. Obviously, Mandelbrick Addiction, we've kind of covered how good that they truly are. I think Gold Silver also is another tremendous surprise.
Yeah, they showed their true colors there in map number 5, man. That was wild. They've been playing slow, but it was obviously strategic. They could play fast if they wanted to. But as we look to our highlight players of the day, good grief, here are some of the top of the categories. KD per match, 9? We talking a 9 from Boldo? What in the world? Crazy. Mass extracted loot value. Uor with 8.8 mil is a wild stat. And then Mo, damage per match, highest damage per match. These are the highest numbers of each of these categories. 2,604 damage is crazy. And then assists, we've got Skydie with 7. So a lot of individual stat lines that are super impressive, and overall great numbers for all these guys.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to take away, right, is obviously getting 2 for themselves whenever it comes to NBA. So NBA Q9 making it to finals. They had a big journey that they had to travel, but they both are able to do it respectively.
Yeah, hey, let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow, man. We've got lower bracket round 1. That's going to be our first match of the day. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We've already got all 6 teams set for that. You can see them. That is a stacked list of teams. We didn't see them here for a while. They only played 1 match today because they're going to be in lower bracket. That is our first elimination round as well. If you get bottom 2, that's our new bubble. Bottom 2 are fully eliminated in lower bracket round 1. If you are 5th or 6th, you are out of here in that match. But then we take those teams and we split them up. We have our upper bracket round 2 with the 4 teams that didn't make it to finals, and it'll be the top 2 from lower bracket round 1 joining them in our second round of the day, and then we will finish with everybody else. The middle of the pack from lower bracket and the rest of the teams that lose out of upper bracket round 2. So it's elimination rounds, and it's also a chance to make it to the finals. We need 4 teams to join the 2 that have booked their tickets to finals, and we've got a long road to get there. Here's a look at, of course, the schedule. You can see where we will start. It's the exact same schedule as today, just with a different roster, different lobbies, different teams. It is going to be a ton of fun, and you are not going to want to miss it, folks. Same time, same place for the English broadcast. Tune into the Delta Force socials and watch all 3 of these best of 6s. Especially, hey, if you're over there in North America and you watch all of these, literally tweet me. I'm Goj on Twitter. You can't miss it. If you watch all 3 of these best of 6s and you're from North America, you are a dedicated Delta Force audience member. You are staying up all night into the early morning and then into like the midday.
It's a long shift.
To watch all of these shows.
Right.
Please tweet me if you actually watch all of them from North America. I want to shout you guys out. But Taylor, any final words for the broadcast? We've had a great day in the office.
Yeah, it was a wonderful day. Big surprises. Again, EU having representation already in the finals is a tremendous success. Q9, though, love the fact that they're also there, given the fact that they dominated their group. Tomorrow's going to be exciting. Elimination rounds. I hope everybody brings their A game.
Gotta bring your A game, folks at home. Thanks for tuning in. The only reminders I have for you is that we got a brand new season of Delta Force coming up as well. Big competition, more content coming up with Delta Force, a lot going on. And Midas Buy is a part of the Delta Force ecosystem now. MidasBuy.com. Head over there. 35% bonus on your Delta coins. Go re-up, man. It's the place to do it. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and click that panel. But for us, Coach Taylor, we've been with you for like 11 hours, and it has been an absolute joy of ours to be here. But as a reminder for you at home, we could not do it without you, the viewers. So thanks for tuning in, and hope to see you a little bit later today for those over the pod.